Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter resurrected a lost magical art and became a legend? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry discovers an ancient, forgotten branch of magic, he becomes the first wizard in centuries to wield its overwhelming power. As he masters this lost art, he rises from an overlooked boy to a legend who reshapes the wizarding world, and forces destiny itself to bow before him. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Armed with his new wand, Harry quickly regained his spot as the most powerful second year. He resented the fact that he was incapable of performing the more powerful magic he had been learning before Christmas, but there was little that could be done. He had also not been cleared to create any more mithril, which left him feeling vulnerable. It was the first time since he had discovered his mithril that he realized he wouldn't always be able to depend upon it to save him. This led to him being more cautious around the other students. After word of Justin's attack spread, the students had become divided. Half of the students, mainly Gryffindors and Slytherins, believed he was innocent and couldn't be the heir of Slytherin. The other half thought he was responsible for Justin's fate, although not all of them thought he was the heir. Ernie Macmillan was the most vocal about his guilt, and had stirred up most of the Hufflepuffs into following him. Some of the Slytherins, being led by Gregory Goyle, believed he had been the one to attack Justin and had stolen the title of heir of Slytherin. Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy were the most adamant about his innocence and tried to get their respective houses to agree with them. The house that was most divided was Ravenclaw. The second and third years assumed Harry was guilty, while the upper years either refused to join a side or argued he had no reason to attack Justin. Nobody had bothered trying to pretend like Harry wasn't capable of performing such magic. The first years didn't know enough about Harry to build up a firm opinion, and the upper years had encouraged them to stay neutral. Due to his house's hostility, he had entirely moved from his dormitory to his workshop. With assistance from Dumbledore, they had added an additional room in the workshop that would serve as his temporary bedroom. Dumbledore had protected it himself, and they had installed a second-generation ward generator, or mithril ward as Bathsheba had jokingly called it. It was the only generator Harry had been able to make that used the ward mimic ideology before the Christmas break and Harry's ban from making more mithril. This meant that in order for Harry to be attacked, the assailant would need to first find his room, break through his own defenses, the first-gen ward generator, and then bypass Dumbledore's protections and the much more powerful mithril ward. Harry didn't know if this was to protect him from what had attacked Justin or from the other students. Either way, it should be more than enough to keep him safe. Harry was on his way to get the last of his things from his old dormitory when he ran into Luna Lovegood. She seemed to be walking around aimlessly, but Harry noticed she only had pajamas on under her school cloak and her feet were bare. He pulled off the invisibility cloak and walked up to her. "Are you all right, Luna?" "Oh, hello, Harry. Yes, I'm fine. It's just I seem to have been locked out of the common room, so I thought I might as well use this time to find my things," Luna said dreamily, although Harry thought he might have heard a touch of sadness. "Why do you need to find your things?" Harry asked, confused. "Well, because the Nargles stole them, of course," Luna said, as if it was the most logical thing in the world. "People have been taking your stuff." Harry led her to the common room, and when he knocked, the raven said, "A riddle I have given, yet no answer I received. The riddle I have given goes thus. I'm the sweetest of sounds in orchestra heard, yet in orchestra never was seen. I'm a bird of gay plumage, yet less like a bird. Nothing ever in nature was seen. Touch the earth I expire, in water I die. In air I lose breath, yet can swim and can fly. Darkness destroys me, and light is my death. And I only keep going by holding my breath. If my name can't be guessed by a boy or a man, by a woman or girl it certainly can. What am I?" Harry looked at the door stunned. He had never heard this riddle before and didn't have a clue on how to solve it. He turned to Luna, who just shrugged. "May I ask why this riddle was chosen?" Harry asked. That was the riddle that was next on the list. It was coined by Samuel Wilberforce in 1873 and has never been answered. The raven replied. Then why are you asking a first year? The rabble did not reply and instead chose to just peer at him intently. If it has never been answered, then how will you know if we get the right answer? The raven blinked and seemed to become lost in thought for a moment. I will know, it said simply. But how? Harry insisted. Because you will know it is a lie. Harry turned away with disgust and drew his wand. He willed himself to see into the door. With his loss in power, he seemed to have lost all his progress with his mage sight. He hoped it was only a temporary setback until he regained his previous strength. It took a while to break through the protective barrier before he was able to see inside the enchantments. Like the stairs at Malfoy Manor, the main enchantment was a conditional enchantment. In order to activate the enchantments which allowed free entry, the riddle had to be solved. There was also a bypass that allowed the headmaster to just deactivate the entire enchantment array for quick entry in. Even if he had permission to use his mithril, Harry doubted it would have helped him gain entry. The condition at Malfoy Manor just wanted a specific magical item and signature, but the conditional here needed a physical password to be said verbally. Every time the password was correctly entered, it somehow changed the riddle from the raven and set the answer as the new password. Harry didn't know how it got the next riddle or what the answer was, as the conditional enchantment only took whatever the user said and checked it with something behind the door, which meant Harry couldn't just trick the array into thinking he had said the correct password. He considered just blasting the door out of its frame, but he didn't actually know any spells that would directly achieve that effect, and he didn't want to guess the consequences of trying to bodge a spell into doing it. Once more Harry regretted his loss of mithril. It would be a simple stick, wait, explode, direct inwards ideologies, and he would be able to stick the mithril to the door, hide around the corner and wait for it to blow. Looking at his mithril rings, he knew he could use what little alchemy he knew to transmute the door into something soft or small and just walk in, but Nicholas had locked the stone after he had used it on Malfoy. He then looked at his second ring, the magical saber that could rip through anything including wards. It would easily break through the door and enchantments, but that might also risk breaking not just the wards around Ravenclaw Tower but the wards around all of Hogwarts. Sighing in defeat, Harry turned from the door in disgust and faced Luna. Turns out I can't get in either, but you can stay in my room for tonight if you want. He had decided to give Luna his bed, and after routing through his trunk had retrieved the camp bed he had used over the summer. It was comfier than the actual bed, as rather than just be enchanted to be comfy, its entire purpose was to provide comfort. As normal, he awoke early. After checking on Luna, he quickly dressed and armed himself with some of the more experimental objects he and Bathsheba had developed before his ban, among them the spear he had used against Voldemort. It seemed nobody had ever noticed that at midnight every night the castle ran automated checks on the wards and enchantments. This included the common rooms. When Harry asked for the riddle rather than the unsolvable one from the night before, he only had to answer the "what came first," a favorite of the raven. Once inside his common room, he gripped his wand tightly and reached out with his magic. He was looking for anything that held Luna's signature. He pulled the closest items to him and put them in a mithril bag. Then once he had everything, he pulled out what looked like a mithril pen and began writing a short message in the air. Bullying will not be tolerated. Luna Lovegood is under my protection. Harry Potter. The words floated in the air, glowing menacingly. He had found a similar spell in the library one day, however, that spell wrote the words in fire, which didn't appeal to Harry. He wanted something he could show off and claim as his own. Unlike the original spell, these words could only be dispelled by the writer. Considering the message was floating in the very center of the common room, nobody could claim to miss it. With that done, he headed to Professor Flitwick's office. He knew the man also woke early and liked to read students' essays before going to breakfast. Flitwick looked surprised to see Harry. It could have been something to do with the large bag he had over his shoulder or the spear he held. Good morning, Harry. Is there something I can do for you? Harry briefly explained what had been happening with Luna. When he was finished, Flitwick looked furious. He followed Harry to his workshop and spoke to Luna in private. While they talked, Harry fiddled nervously with his wand. Eventually, Flitwick left to go talk to the Ravenclaws. He told Harry and Luna to stay in the room. Do you want to hear what he's saying? Harry asked Luna after a moment of silence. Luna looked at him strangely but nodded hesitantly. Harry flicked his wand at what looked like an old Muggle radio. but rather than play music, it would repeat whatever was said near the mithril stone it was linked to, which was currently stuck to the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. It was easy to tell when the speaker activated as Flitwick's voice boomed out of it. I don't care why you did it, Ms. Edgecombe. You do not take another student's belongings, especially not from a first year. I expect everything to be returned by tonight and no more will be said about it. I must say I am extremely disappointed by everyone's attitude this year. One new student bullied and another forced to leave his dormitory. I expected you to be smarter than this. But sir, Harry attacked Justin. Harry wasn't sure who had said it as the speaker distorted the voice slightly, but he could guess it was a member of his year group. There has been no evidence of that other than your own convictions. The headmaster believes in his innocence. What would Harry gain by attacking his fellow students? Harry decided to switch off the speaker before anyone had a chance to respond. He didn't want to hear the excuses the Ravenclaws came up with. To him, they had made their decision to abandon him and he wasn't about to forgive them anytime soon. Have you learned the levitation charm yet? Harry asked Luna. At her nod, he conjured 2 strips of wood and levitated one. Basically, levitate the other piece of wood and we see who can get the wood to go the fastest. Time passed quickly for Harry. Luna had moved back into her own dormitory, but she had started visiting him regularly. Sometimes she wanted help with classwork, which Harry would gladly explain to her. Other times she just wanted company, something Harry could easily understand. At Dumbledore's repeated urgings, Harry had finally agreed to talk to Lockhart about his teaching methods. After several lessons of listening to the man just read aloud from his own books, Harry had chosen to strike right after lesson when he knew the professor wouldn't have any excuses to not talk to him. Professor Lockhart, I wanted to talk to you about your lessons. Ask away, Harry. I will gladly answer any questions you have. Lockhart said brightly, grinning widely. Well, you see, I have grave doubts you have ever actually done any of the deeds you claim to have done. Lockhart's smile dropped instantly and he started fiddling with his wand anxiously. Harry eyed the wand suspiciously and surreptitiously increased his magical protection. Ah, well, what gives you that impression? Lockhart asked slowly. Apart from the fact you can't cast any of the spells you said you have done in your books. Of course I can do the spells, Lockhart said defensively. Prove it. In Year with a Yeti you said you can cast a perfect shielding charm. Cast it now. I hardly think it would be appropriate to cast it now, Harry. Rather than reply, Harry swiftly drew his wand and started shooting jinxes at his professor. He deliberately slowed down the jinxes to make them move slower than normal. For a reason Harry hadn't yet figured out, most wizards seemed to think that spells only went one speed and that only powerful spells went slowly. This was of course completely wrong, and a spell can move as fast as the caster willed. The only reason most people that did know, such as Dumbledore or Nicholas, didn't make all of their spells ridiculously fast was because the faster you made a spell move, the more magic was used relative to the power needed for the spell. So a basic tripping jinx was easy to speed up or slow down, while a more powerful spell like Reducto took much more magic to see any change in speed. As Harry expected, rather than shield or move an object into the path of the jinxes, Lockhart instead tumbled awkwardly to the side and cowered in fear behind his desk. I must say, it's a good thing I'm not a werewolf, Harry said dryly. Detention, Harry. I will be speaking to Dumbledore about this. Lockhart said shakily. No, you won't. You will teach me all you know about defense, including every defensive spell you have heard of. In return, I will teach you how to actually cast the spells you claim to know and won't reveal that you are in fact a fraud. How does that sound? Harry asked cockily. Harry, that sounds like a brilliant, obliviate. Lockhart quickly jabbed his wand at Harry and a dark blue spell shot across the room at him. It would have caught Harry by surprise if he wasn't expecting the man to try something. When the spell got in range of his magical defense, he began stripping the spell to shreds. He quickly identified the intent to erase his memory and began shoring up his own intent to remember. He hadn't quite regained his full power or speed back, so he wasn't able to fully break the spell. When what was left of the spell splashed against him and started trying to make him forget that the meeting had ever taken place, he was able to use his occlumency to keep the hostile magic away from his mind and was able to destroy what was left before any damage was done. Once done with the magic, Harry turned to Lockhart and said, "Do you want to try that again or have you given up?" Looking up, he was pleased to see Lockhart's face had lost all of its color and his hand was shaking at his side. How? Nobody has ever stopped it before. That shouldn't be possible. Yeah, well, it seems there's a lot you apparently don't know, so do we have a deal? To emphasize his stance, Harry raised his wand threateningly. Yes, fine. We have a deal. Excellent. I will be back tomorrow after the lesson. I would suggest you make a list of spells you need to teach and hand them to me before then. That evening, Lockhart passed Harry a list of spells on his way to the staff table. Luna looked at him curiously, so he shrugged and shoved the note into his pocket. Extra work for defense against the dark arts. After dinner, Harry went to the library. He needed to look up the spells on the list, and he could act suspiciously and hide what he was looking for. It would be the Gryffindor thing to do and would no doubt take forever. Fortunately for all involved, Harry was a Ravenclaw, so he just walked up to Madame Pants and handed her the list of spells. Professor Lockhart asked me to look into these spells. Do you know of any books that might help me? Pants looked over the list carefully and nodded slowly. Most of these can be found in A Defensive Theorem by John R. Moon. If I recall correctly, it was the set text for the 4th years, about 3 or so years ago, I would say. The last few spells are covered in more detail in Defending the Dark Arts by Abraxas Malfoy, which is generally recommended for students in all year. After thanking her, Harry went to his normal study spot and summoned the books to him. He quickly skimmed through both and wrote down everything he could find about the spells on his list. He also recorded a few spells that he thought could be useful. Now armed with the spells, Harry returned the books and left for his workshop. Once inside, he checked the intent and incantation of each spell and kept trying until he could successfully cast each and every curse somewhat reliably. For the stronger spells, Harry often had to wait several moments between tries to recover some of his magic. He didn't have anyone to test them on, so he wasn't sure he was giving them enough power to be effective, but as Lockhart wouldn't be using the curses on his students, the power of his spells didn't matter either. If any of the older students called Lockhart out on this, he could easily claim there was no point wasting power on just showing the spells. Most of the curses were just variations of the basic prank jinxes that the older years always taught to the first years, although some were the equivalent of weaponized charms, such as Petrificus Totalis, which was the freezing charm but specialized to only work on a living being. Harry awoke slowly the next day. He had no intention of going to defense that day, so he allowed himself to sleep in. Once he had gotten up properly, he ran through the list of spells one more time and went to the defense classroom under a notice knot. He waited until all of his classmates left the room before sneaking in. Good morning, Professor, Harry said, dropping the notice knot as he didn't think Lockhart would be strong enough to see through it. True to form, Lockhart jumped about a foot into the air at Harry's sudden appearance. Ah, Harry, I didn't expect to see you today. I said I would help you, but this also helps me since I can practice the spells. The first question I had for you is how exactly you get the idea to write your books, considering your reaction to me pointing out you were a fraud and the spell you tried to use against me was a memory charm. I imagine you steal other people's work by making them forget about it. Well, in a way I suppose you could see it that way, but really I see myself as just. Harry cut Lockhart off before he could go into an excuse. Harry didn't care enough to be polite and pretend to listen. So you wipe their memories and take the credit for yourself. Before you memory charm them, do you just learn about their deeds, or do you take their knowledge of magic too? Well, what sort of Ravenclaw would I be if I didn't learn all I could? Never been able to cast the blasted spells, but I wasn't going to let that knowledge just waste away in some wizard's head. Lockhart said indignantly, with just a hint of pride in his voice. Harry found himself slightly appalled by the man's unremorseful admittance of stealing people's entire life's work, but at the same time relieved at hearing that he now had access to possibly forgotten magic. Whatever. So first off, I assume you remember the difference between a curse, jinx and hex. Harry said absently. I think so. They're basically just different severities of spell, right? You are hopeless. HarryMo.Ned. Okay. So a jinx affects the target instantly and leaves no lasting magical effect, such as a tripping or flipping jinx. A hex can take some time to have an effect and can be dispelled by a single charm, often a finishing spell like Finite. If it can't be dispelled, then it's always either a curse or jinx. Take for example Stupefy. It's a hex since it can take a while to make the target fall unconscious and can be dispelled instantly with enervate. So it doesn't have anything to do with deadliness? Lockhart asked slowly. Nope. Almost every jinx and hex could be used lethally in the right circumstance, like hitting someone next to a cliff with a tripping jinx or someone allergic to milk with the buttermouth hex. A curse is simply a spell that leads the victim with an undesirable affliction that cannot be easily dispelled, so anything from the tongue-tying curse to the torture curse. Does that mean the killing curse isn't actually a curse? Do you see being dead as a desirable affliction? Harry asked as if trying to get a small child to realize something simple. Oh, I didn't think of that, so I just tell the students the difference. That sounds easy enough. Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, you should also ensure you are teaching the actual theory that is needed for the exams. I wouldn't mind you including any facts you have found out while making your books, but don't just read them aloud. They have nothing to do with the subject and just make people resent you. I hope for your sake you at least know the theory needed for defense even if you can't do the practical. Oh yes, I'm quite brilliant with the theory. Got an E on my new defense paper. Lockhart said happily. Well, at least I don't need to teach you that since I don't know most of the theory myself. Why did you take defense as a newt if you couldn't do the spells? Well, my father wanted me to follow in his footsteps of becoming an Auror, and with you know who around, defense practically became a compulsory subject. I always thought charms was my strong point though, and potions. Lockhart looked away distantly as if remembering his own time as a student, and Harry had to snap him out of it before he continued. Where was I? Yes, I'm fairly sure I can teach you lot the theory. I just need a bit of help with the spells. Right. Well, the first spell on the list was the Sunlight Jinx. The incantation is Solis, and you draw a circle before jabbing your wand through the center of the circle. You want your arm to be in a straight line as you jab. If done successfully, a straight beam of light will leave your wand. The width of the beam seems to always be half the size of the circle drawn in the incantation. Any ideas about what it could be used for? Well, I think it was Hector Strix who I heard it from. He used it against the Vorsma vampire. He said it didn't quite kill the vampire as the spell only mimics sunlight, but it did was severely weaken the beast. He then used a strong compulsion on it so that the vampire would only be unable to eat meat without thinking of sunlight. Very good. Can you think of any other instances where the jinx would be useful? Without relying on what someone else has said. I suppose blinding an opponent. I guess it can't easily be blocked. Good. It is also fatal against Devil's Snare among most other cave-dwelling plants. It has been theorized that it would also weaken werewolves as the sunlight would lessen the power of the full moon, but as nobody has been stupid enough to try it against a transformed werewolf, we may never know. I can use that. Link it into the Wagga Wagga werewolf. Whatever. So what other spells did you learn from this Hector Strix? Harry said impatiently, frustrated with Lockhart's limited attention span. Lockhart told Harry all of the many interesting spells and theory Hector had gathered before his unfortunate meeting with Lockhart. Most were defensive or offensive spells, but there were still a few spells for transfiguration or charms and even a shortcut in a fairly complex potion. So it went on. Harry would teach Lockhart a spell and make sure the man could at the very least demonstrate it without dropping his wand, and then Lockhart would teach him mildly advanced magical knowledge. Eventually Harry called a rest after teaching Lockhart the final fourth-year spell, the basic shield spell Armum. It made a small disc of magic expand out from the wand tip, like a miniature umbrella, and should be able to stop most basic spells and projectiles. Some duelists had been able to overpower the shield, which either made it expand much larger or reflect most spells back towards their caster. The difference depended on whether the duelist ended the spell with a flick or a jab, although Harry didn't understand why that would make any difference. His only shield flickered feebly and the galleon Lockhart threw passed through the shield easily. Harry decided he had reached his limit magically and told Lockhart he would be back after dinner before heading off for a large lunch and then charms. The afternoon passed much like the morning, Harry teaching and Lockhart learning. Having had time for his magical reserves to almost fully replenish, he was able to cast most of the 5th and 6th year spells. He doubted they would stand up to any assault, and his Swordmaker hex came out as a misshapen dagger, but they were good enough for Lockhart to successfully copy them. Harry had noticed that Lockhart was learning the spells much quicker. It took the man the same amount of time to cast the sunlight jinx as the swordmaker hex. This meant Lockhart had managed to go from the knowledge of a first year to that of a late sixth year in just one afternoon. Just as Harry was about to move on to the next spell, he heard a voice. It was the same bone-chilling voice that he had heard before, the voice that had attacked Mrs. Norris and Justin. Without a second thought, Harry dashed out of the classroom and set off after the voice. Distantly he heard Lockhart call after him, but he ignored the man. The voice was getting louder and more distinct. Blood, want blood, need blood, must eat. Harry instinctively activated his mage sight to full power, stumbling slightly at the overload of information he was now receiving. He looked around frantically but couldn't see anything. It sounded like the voice was coming from right beside him, but he was at the edge of the castle, so he knew there wasn't another corridor on the other side of the wall, which meant unless the person was somehow inside the wall, he must be in the corridor. Suddenly the voice veered upwards, causing Harry to sprint down the next corridor towards the nearest staircase. Luck seemed to be on his side as the stairs led exactly where he wanted. The voice seemed to have disappeared and Harry could only keep running down this new corridor until he reached the crowd. Dumbledore looked up from the body when Harry skidded to a stop before him. The man shook his head slowly and meaningfully at Harry before flicking his wand and levitating the body away. Caught in the act, Harry turned to see Ernie pointing at him fiercely. It seemed the boy had just arrived. Idiot. Harry's only just turned up. Ron said defensively. He's the heir of Slytherin. The house known for cunning. He could have attacked Jackson and hid somewhere before running up. How else would he know where to go? That voice came from an older Ravenclaw boy, who was glaring daggers at Harry. Do you really think he is cunning enough to be the heir of Slytherin? He's not even of pure blood, Malfoy said coolly. Really, Draco? You're supporting this half-breed? Another boy said fiercely, this one dressed in the green of Slytherin. I'm not supporting anyone, I'm defending the honor of this house. If it was someone from the great house of Slytherin, they would be far more ambitious than Potter could even hope to be. Why, if I was the heir, I wouldn't just limit myself to mudbloods, I'd go for the half-bloods and blood traitors too. Harry quickly applied a notice not to make sure no one noticed him before leaving the students to continue arguing and hurried after the headmaster, once. Who is it this time? Harry asked quietly once he had caught up. Dumbledore sighed sadly and said, Jackson Lake, 4th year Hufflepuff, Muggleborn. News of yet another attack spread quickly. Fear became evident in most of the students, with only the Slytherins seemed unaffected. The next morning Dumbledore had suggested to the students that they should avoid traveling alone and to not wander the halls aimlessly. Due to the state of fear, Lockhart's overnight progress in becoming a better teacher seemed to go mostly unnoticed. Harry overheard some of the older years complain about how simple the classes still were, but they had admitted he was teaching the theory well. Eventually Dumbledore gave Harry permission to start using his mithril again, and he quickly began work on remaking his backup mithril bands. Rather than make an entire band in one sitting over the weekend, Harry instead pushed any spare magic he had at night into all 6 of his bands. It was a far slower system, but it meant Harry was able to charge them more regularly. He also gave them the ideologies of weightlessness and compact density. Harry hoped that by making the bands dense they would be able to store more magic while taking up the same amount of space. He wished he could make them into generators, but the trouble was that the magic generated by them to go somewhere when it wasn't being used. By default this went into the mithril's size, which wasn't an option. Other consistent ways to burn off the magic was light and heat, both of which would be obvious and potentially dangerous. Which was why he was currently working on a way to transmit magic without a physical connection. Scattered around him in Bathsheba were various mithril objects, all different shapes and sizes. They had been coming up with theories over how to achieve this effect since his ban, and now that he had been given permission to go back to work they had tried out each of the theories. The first had been a simple, transmit magic, ideology which admittedly did transmit magic but only to anything touching it. The trouble was that magic didn't like being exposed to the open air. One of the reasons wards needed almost constant power was because the magic was constantly being drained. Even spells suffered, although the intent and will behind a spell helped decrease how much magic was lost during transition. But casting the magic with the intent to move into another mithril object didn't work either. Once it arrived at the receiving mithril, it was for some unknown reason unusable. For the moment, Harry had given up on the idea of transmitting magic over the air and had settled for what he called incorporeal wires. Some of the ideologies on the wires were incorporeal, magical transmission, unnoticeable. This allowed the wires would pass through anything, including himself, and transmit the magic over the wires. He then used the wires to connect all of his bands together so that they were one unbroken circuit. Now he just needed a way to power them. He didn't want to use the gauntlet as the magic made from the stone was addictive and he didn't want to become dependent on the power made from the stone. Instead, he was making something he called the core. It comprised of 3 layers. First, he started with a marble-sized mithril sphere which he grew to the size of a beach ball. Bathsheba then drew the runes needed to turn it into a generator and quickly sent a freezing charm at the runes. The freezing charm paused the runes, which meant the sphere wouldn't grow until they were ready. Now that the runes were on it, Harry shrunk it back down to its original size and started the second layer. This wrapped around the sphere and forced it to shrink. Just before he let the layer begin its work, Bathsheba would cancel the freezing charm. Due to the nature of the mithril, they would now forever fight each other and spend all their spare energy shrinking and expanding. Once those 2 layers were finished, the sphere noticeably shifted and kept expanding and retracting. Which was why Harry quickly formed the third and final layer. This one collected the magic given out by the 2 layers beneath it. It also left a small gap between itself and the second layer, which meant the slight changes that affected it before vanished. The core was now about the size of a golf ball and gave off half as much magic as a normal mithril generator, but the core was much smaller and easier to move without putting Harry at risk. He then shrunk the entire core down to the size of a marble and stuck it onto the band around one of his ankles. He felt the bands grow slightly as they absorbed the new influx of magic, but they soon settled. This was the key benefit of the core. It could control how much magic was given off by changing how violently the 2 bottom layers fought. Both layers could be stopped by the third layer applying a freezing charm to the second layer, which in turn froze the first. The core would only activate when the band it was attached to began to shrink. As all of the bands were linked in series, if one shrank, then it meant they all were shrinking, so the core would activate and try to get the bands back up to their normal size. All Harry had to watch out for was if any magic built up inside the core. Harry didn't want to know what would happen with a large buildup of magic in a small enclosed space, especially when that buildup was stuck to his leg. Within his alchemy lessons, they had moved on to the topic of time. It was basically the last topic they could cover in alchemy without actually doing alchemy. Many have studied time. There is an entire sub-department dedicated to time in the Department of Mysteries. The first thing to know about time is that it will always happen. The march of time is unstoppable, and no matter what, it will never end. But time is not infallible. As such, time travel is possible in numerous ways. The first is with a time turner. A time turner must be made with a mix of fairy and wizard magic. The fairy magic provides the basis for the actual travel. In essence, each time a turner is used, it makes a deal with time to ensure nothing will change when time resumes its path. If nothing will change when time resumes, what's the point? Harry asked curiously. But this is where the wizard magic comes in. You see, the wizard magic somehow cheats this deal by making it so anything that happens once a witch or wizard goes back in time already happened. From the point of view of an observer, nothing would have changed when the time traveler went back, but that is only because they already went back. The act of taking a time turner and going back in time means that the future you already did it. If you were to go back in time and take a book from the bookshelf, then a future you would have already taken that book, and when time resumed its course, you would see that the book was still missing. Harry tried to wrap his head around this idea. It was a rather strange concept to grasp. But if my future self already went back in time to change events, why would I need to go back? Because if you didn't, then events would revert back and the deal struck by the turner would break. There has never been a recorded event of this ever happening, which either means every person that has used a time turner has been exceptionally lucky, or those that did break the deal were somehow removed from time. If they never existed in the first place, then no deal would have ever been struck. That was not a pleasant thought. Harry wondered how many witches or wizards had been erased from time because they somehow broke the turner's contract. You said there were other ways to travel through time. How many ways are there, Nicholas? Too many, but the main ways are either time turner, a deal with the fire, time dilation. Time dilation is the most common type of time travel. although it is the least controlled. Have you ever gone to sleep only to wake up almost immediately only to find it's already the morning? Well, then you've done time dilation. This is where it ties into alchemy. High-level magic requires a sacrifice which can't be fulfilled by magic alone. One of the safest sacrifices is time. Both time of your life or immediate lose of time work, although the second is the more powerful. During the construction of my stone I needed to sacrifice an entire year to age a vital ingredient by 10 years. The cost was that I was unable to work on any other ingredient during that year as I was in a magical coma for that duration, but I didn't need to delay my entire project by another 9 years. Nicholas went on to explain how the power of time played into other areas of magic, such as potions and arithmancy. It was why astronomy was a compulsory subject. The position of the planets held great sway as they were the easiest way of magically tracking the passage of time. To say people were scared would be an understatement. Several times fights had broken out in the corridors. The upper years had elected to escort the younger years to their lessons, whether this was to protect them from the fights or the air was left unsaid. Despite the paranoia of the students, several of them had quickly realized Harry was still one of the strongest students in the school. Uneasy with the attention and knowing the students that feared him could decide to start attacking him, Harry had started to avoid the main corridors. He also wore a notice knot almost constantly. There had been a nasty incident where a sixth-year Hufflepuff had tried to attack Harry when he had been walking between lessons. The boy had struck without warning and only his near-constant awareness of magic allowed Harry to sense the spell and dive out of the way. As he rolled, Harry turned and used one of Lockhart's spells. The wand motion was a simple jab and the incantation, Pulto, was a modification on the stinging jinx. But rather than just sting the victim once, it would repeatedly strike the target until the hex was dispelled. Rather than just fly in a straight line, the striking hex zigzagged, making it hard to block with a conventional shield, which alongside its naturally fast speed made it very hard to block. The sixth year's eyes widened as the light purple hex flew towards him. He just managed to predict the path of the spell and put up a shield to block the shield moments before the spell was about to strike him. But while the boy was occupied with the spell, Harry had used the opportunity to cast the significantly harder smoke screen charm. Relying solely on his mage sight, Harry was able to see through the smoke and sent various spells at his attacker. Then once the boy was off balance enough from the spells, Harry willed his magic to imbue the smoke. Now that he controlled the smoke, he made it whirlwind around the boy, keeping him focused on the smoke. Finally, Harry fired the stunning spell. The sixth year had accidentally turned his back on Harry and so never saw the spell coming. A hush had fallen over the gathered students the entire fight, but now that there was a clear victor, they started leaving the area. Taking a moment to memorize the boy's face, Harry had applied a notice knot and left for his workshop. As was typically in Hogwarts, word had spread quickly of the fight, although as with all rumors it had been blown out of proportion. Alice seems to be under the impression you had a duel against 5 seventh years and still managed to walk away without a scratch. Luna said blandly the next day over breakfast. Does she? I don't know why. It was a single sixth year and my shoulder still hurts from where I had to dodge that spell. Harry grumbled. Hiya Harry, I'm Colin Creevy. Luna said you might be able to help me. Harry looked up from his book to see a nervous-looking first year dressed in Gryffindor robes. What do you need help with? Harry asked guardedly, not used to any students aside from Luna actually talking to him. Well, we're meant to write an essay on the Incendio charm, but I don't really understand how to do it. Colin said miserably. Don't understand how to write an essay or the charm? The charm? I wasn't able to get it to work in lesson even though everyone else managed it. Okay. Show me the charm and I'll try and help you. Harry said tiredly. Incendio. Colin waved his wand in a passable imitation of the wand movement. Try and cast it slower and be more precise with the movement. Incendio. See that flick I did at the end? That should make it easier for you to cast it. Harry spent the next half an hour helping Colin until he could cast the charm successfully. The trick is to try and get the wand movement down first. How fast you cast it doesn't matter. Likewise, repetitive attempts to cast a spell will actually increase your chances of getting it right, since your will to get the spell to work will keep building every time you fail. So next time you get stuck on a spell, try and keep what you want from the spell in mind at all times and just keep going until it works. Thank you so much, Harry. I knew they were wrong when they said you were evil. Colin said cheerfully as he left. Harry was sitting in his workshop playing with a design for a shield when the Grey Lady poked her head through the wall. Myrtle has gotten upset again and has tried to drown herself. She won't listen to us and we wondered if you would mind talking to her yourself. Ever since Headless Nick's Death Day parties, some of the ghosts he had spoken to would seek him out to ask for his help. Twice now he had been asked to talk to Myrtle before she flooded the entire second floor. When Harry entered Myrtle's bathroom, he noticed just how much water had gathered. Absently, he willed the water to pool over the drains and heat up. As the water began to boil, Harry climbed up to the window Myrtle was floating by. Good afternoon, Myrtle. What's the matter? Oh, hello, Harry. Somebody threw a book through me. Deliberately. I'm not sure. One moment I'm just sitting in my toilet and the next I've got a book passing through me. It hurt too. Myrtle seemed to have cheered up at being able to discuss her latest issue. It was strange how quickly Myrtle could go from depressed to overjoyed with just a few words. Wait, the book hurt you. As ghosts had no physical body, much like the Fae, they didn't have any pain receptors left to feel pain. Only dark magic that targeted the magic of a person could actually be felt by a ghost. Myrtle nodded cheerfully and pointed to a book that was now floating in the middle of drain, steam rising all around it. Despite the fact the water around the book was boiling hot, the book looked completely untouched. Harry frowned when he couldn't summon the book. Hopping down to the floor, Harry went over to the book, trusting the impervious charms on his shoes to protect him from the boiling water. Immediately he flinched away from the book. It felt wrong to Harry, which confirmed his guess that it was dark magic. He looked at the magic of the book and frowned even more when he saw the soft yellow signature. He knew it was familiar but couldn't remember where he had seen it. For a reason Harry couldn't explain, he had kept the book and hadn't told anyone he had it. The diary had some of the strongest protections he had even seen. He suspected most of the protections must have been conditional protections, having only just managed to break through the first of the enchantments on Dippett's book on conditional magic. He wasn't confident he would be able to break into Riddle's diary. The name of the diary was the most confusing. He had recognized the initials of T. Riddle, but he didn't know why. It wasn't until he had gotten a letter from Xenophilius, or Rook, if they used their code, had mentioned checking the Greater Hangleton graveyard for anything Harry might have missed, that Harry remembered. Thomas Matteo Riddle, born 1905, died early 1940s. Harry thought carefully, trying to remember what the gravestone had said. He died the same day as his parents. Frank said the police couldn't figure how they died, which indicates magic was involved, especially if Tom was a wizard. The diary must have writing hidden in it. Nobody would put so much protection on an empty diary. Nobody would try to throw away an empty diary. For the time being, Harry had tucked the diary inside his bag. He didn't trust it to stay inside his workshop, but he didn't want to just get rid of it. He had found himself incapable of handing it to Dumbledore or just throwing it away. He felt like he had found it and so it would fall to him to study it. When February 14th rolled around, Harry was momentarily stunned when he walked inside the Great Hall that morning. The hall looked hideous with love hearts and flowers everywhere. Sitting proudly at the staff table, Lockhart looked far too pleased with himself to be innocent. Harry glared at the man and silently promised to not hold back in their next lesson. After the first few lessons of Harry teaching Lockhart, he had solved his problem of not having anyone to test the spells on. He would test his spells on Lockhart while the man tried to dodge and defend. It was a good way for Harry to make sure his spells acted as intended, and it encouraged Lockhart to learn how to avoid being hit. Lockhart had quickly mastered 2 different shield charms and had developed a dodging and shielding technique that Harry had difficulty defeating. For Harry, it was good to be able to practice against a moving target. Trying to hit Lockhart had also taught Harry the necessity of being creative with his attacks. He had told himself he wouldn't use his mithril against Lockhart in the hope that he wouldn't be helpless if he was ever in another situation where he couldn't use his mithril. So without his mithril he couldn't brute force his way through Lockhart's shields, as the man was somehow extremely powerful once he had learned how to properly cast spells. And now he had betrayed Harry's trust by engineering such an outlandish attack on Hogwarts' already fragile sense of safety. Cheer up, Harry. It's just Valentine's Day, Luna said cheerfully, tucking into her second batch of heart-shaped pancakes. It's against everything I've ever stood for. Harry said in mock seriousness, staring in disgust at his love-themed breakfast. Lockhart chose that moment to stand up and start talking. Harry happily tuned him out and continued eating but looked up when the doors to the hall opened and revealed about a dozen winged dwarfs. Not just regular people that were small but actual dwarfs, near-human magical beings famous for their mining and craftsmanship. It seemed Lockhart had hired them for the day as postmen. Harry suspected the man had some sort of blackmail on the dwarfs as they would normally be too prideful to take part in such a humiliating activity. Harry quickly learned that either the dwarfs could see through notice knots or his magic had no effect on him. One dwarf had spent most of the day chasing Harry around the school. Only his ability to see the secret passages allowed Harry to keep his distance. The dwarf finally caught up to him on the moving stairs. There were too many students on the staircase so Harry couldn't just weave between them, and if he started pushing people out of the way his notice knot would fall. Later Harry wished he had pushed people out of the way. Rather than just land and talk to him, the dwarf decided to land on top of Harry. The weight of the dwarf sent Harry crashing into the staircase, which dispelled his notice knot and caused everyone around him to stare in curiosity. As he fell, his bag decided to empty its contents, including Riddle's diary. The dwarf began to sing horribly off-key, but all Harry could focus on was the diary. Despite the dwarf's small stature, he was far too heavy for Harry to dislodge. He considered using magic but didn't want to know what the dwarf could do if angered. Fortune was not on Harry's side as a hand reached down and picked up the diary. The hand was small and quickly left Harry's view. He only caught a glimpse of the S. Arlet trim on the robe before the person fled. The next day Harry awoke to the sound of gongs. Having just woken up, it took him a moment to realize the importance. The gongs were the signal that somebody was trying to break into his room with force. Harry quickly jumped out of his bed and hurried into the main room, the invisibility cloak jumping from its position on the bed to wrap around his shoulders. He wrote a short message on his communication stone and sent it to Dumbledore. Once done, he activated his gauntlet and drew his saber. He knew the door had the combined protections of himself and Dumbledore, but the fact the attacker had managed to activate the alarm meant they were powerful enough to break through his first line of defense. The magic of the door began to give way and dark red magic began oozing through, the same dark red of Voldemort from the year before. Just before the door gave way, Harry threw his spear with as much might as he could. It was programmed to always hit its target and would return to his hand within moments. Harry began sending wave after wave of spells at the doorway and then hid under his cloak and waited. He waited for a while before Dumbledore ran into the room, spinning around quickly to try and find where the attacker was. Dumbledore? Harry asked cautiously, remaining hidden under his cloak. Harry, where are you? Dumbledore asked urgently. The headmaster sent out a revealing charm as he talked and Harry felt the wave of Dumbledore's magic wash over through him. The power of the Elder Wand fought the power of the cloak, and Harry knew the cloak had lost when Dumbledore turned to look at him straight in the eyes. Harry, are you unharmed? Yes. Voldemort didn't get in. I think he ran away after I threw the spear at him. Harry said shakily. Voldemort. He was here. Then things are worse than I thought, Dumbledore said gravely. There was a double attack that night, a Gryffindor and Slytherin, Neville Longbottom and Draco Malfoy. They had been found beneath a message, blood traitors and deserters alike, all shall fear the heir of Slytherin. It had driven the message home that nobody was safe, not even the purebloods in Slytherin. At lunch Harry had received a letter from Wulfric. It was incredibly short and only said, "Be at Hagrid's before 7, stay there, do not hide." As lessons had been cancelled for the day, Harry had started work on his latest idea. That morning, when he had thought he was about to be attacked, his mind had gone blank. He hadn't been able to come up with a single idea on how to make something to help him. Once the rush of adrenaline had faded, he realized how much danger he had been in. He had thought in a crisis he would have the luxury to fully form a mithril object specifically for the situation, forgetting it normally took him hours to work out the right combination of ideologies. So he had started work on his new motto, always be prepared. He planned to have several general-purpose mithril objects that he could keep on him at all times that would allow him to quickly counter anything that may attack him. The first item he needed was a shield. If Voldemort had pushed into the room and started throwing curses, Harry would have had very little protection. His shield still couldn't block Lockhart's more powerful curses. This meant he couldn't rely on his magic either. as it would be fairly awkward to carry a full shield and he didn't want to rely on metaphysical summoning. Over the summer he had discovered an issue with his flask and saber that he had missed while at Hogwarts, as the objects only came to him when he called. They needed to be summoned to his ring before they could be made physical. It had taken almost half an hour for his flask to fly from Hogwarts to the Dursleys when he had first called it. For his water and saber that wasn't all that important, but he didn't want to wait for his shield to fly across the country while spells were flying at him. That meant the shield had to be small enough to easily fit on him without being overly obvious. Ideally he would have the shield shrink to the size of a watch and grow to its full size when powered, but that would require power going into growing and not protecting. It would take at least 10 seconds for the shield to fully grow, during which Harry's mobility would be decreased. Having ruled out those ideas, he moved on to how he would power the shield. If he didn't want to expand the shield, he could limit it to just the Mithril's own magic and a Mithril core to keep it stable. The easiest solution would be to have his shield be physically small and have it activate a magical shield like Protega, which would be the main source of protection, while the physical part of the shield would be able to block anything that would pass through a magical shield. Harry grinned when he realized he wasn't limited to just one shield charm. He could layer various shields together with his Mithril, one shield for purely magical attacks, a second shield for physical attacks such as elemental powers and animals, and finally a dismantling shield. A dismantling shield was widely considered theoretical only. The idea was it would rip apart any spell that hit it, but the amount of magic it took to power that shield would need to be much stronger than the spells hitting it. Some wizards like Dumbledore could make a shield that did something similar, but they could only keep the shield up for seconds at most. It would be a bad idea to put that shield first, as even his Mithril could be drained. When he and Bathsheba had started work on the Mithril ward, they had experimented with shields. The Mithril would activate and keep the shield powered indefinitely as the magic within the Mithril produced exactly the right amount of magic. But every time a spell hit the shield, it would lose some power, possibly because the Mithril didn't expect the shield to be hit, so it never produced any magic to account for spell damage. With Harry's shield, the Mithril core would be able to deal with spell damage while the Mithril itself kept the shield up, but the Mithril core wouldn't be able to keep up with dismantling every single spell that hit it. In truth, Harry wouldn't have bothered with a dismantling shield if it wasn't for the fact that they were capable of stopping unblockable spells. There had been many arguments over whether the fact even the unforgivables could technically be dismantled meant they couldn't be unblockable. Often people said the spells were being destroyed, not blocked, so technically they were still unblockable. When Harry left his workshop that night, he had made great progress on the shield. He had eventually settled on having the shield fold into a single slice that would sit on his forearm under a notice knot. He planned on making it so that when he activated his shield, the slices would start to rotate. Every so often it would leave a single slice behind, until it rejoined the first slice to form a perfect shield. Once all the slices were in position, the shield charms would activate. The shield would be about a foot in diameter when activated, big enough to go from Harry's elbow to wrist. The shield charms would then be almost 3.5 feet in diameter. Any larger and even his Mithril struggled to naturally sustain the shield. It was far too easy for Harry to sneak out of the castle and down to Hagrid's. Even with his invisibility cloak, Hagrid answered his door on the second knock. Harry stepped back when he had a crossbow stuck in his face. "Easy, Hagrid. It's just me, Harry," Harry said cautiously, pulling back his cloak so Hagrid could see his face. "Oh, Harry. Wasn't expectin' to see ye at this time o' night," Hagrid said sheepishly. The two talked about nothing important, just enjoying each other's company. That was until they were disturbed by a sharp knock on the door. "Ye'd better get under de cloak, Harry." "Why? I'm allowed to be down here. I'm not breaking any rules," Harry said softly, not wanting to upset one of his oldest friends. "Oh, fine then. I ain't gonna stop ye." Hagrid was rather obviously shocked when he opened the door. Harry wondered who could cause Hagrid to step back in fear. Hagrid stepped aside and let two men into the cabin. The first was Dumbledore, who nodded a greeting at Harry. The second man was someone Harry hadn't seen before. Dumbledore stepped forward and said, "Minister, may I introduce you to Harry Potter? Harry, meet Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic." "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir," Harry said, wondering if Dumbledore had asked Harry to be there just to meet the minister. "Pleasure to meet you too, Harry, but shouldn't you be in the castle at this time of night? Fudge said warmly. The rules say I don't need to be inside for another hour at least, and I like talking to Hagrid, he's a good friend of mine. He's your friend. Oh, well, this changes things, Fudge said awkwardly, fidgeting with his bowler hat quite rapidly. You see, I had come here tonight to issue the arrest of Mr. Hagrid. People are being attacked and that is to say, the ministry needs to be seen doing something. But why arrest Hagrid? We already know who's behind the attacks. You do. Who is it, boy? Fudge asked, sounding rather relieved. It's Voldemort, of course. He tried to attack me a few days ago and he was famous for calling himself the heir of Slytherin. You know who? Preposterous. He's dead. Fudge blustered. Then perhaps it's someone trying to cash in on Voldemort's infamy then, but Harry wasn't lying when he said someone attacked him Monday morning, someone with access to extremely potent and dark magic. Dumbledore said smoothly, giving a pointed stare at Harry. Before Fudge could respond, there was yet another knock at the door. This time Lucius Malfoy strolled in. Harry couldn't help noticing that Lucius' clothes looked less cared for, possibly due to him losing his house elf over the summer. Ah, Fudge, I hope to catch you. You see, I have here a notice for the removal of Albus Dumbledore as headmaster, signed by all of the school governors and the chairman Augusta Longbottom, effective immediately. Lucius said smugly. Yakin. Get rid o' Dumbledore, there'll be killings next, Hagrid bellowed. If that is what the governors wish, I will of course step down. But you should know, I will never truly be gone for as long as people still believe in me. Before I leave, Minister, will you be arresting the key keeper, or will I be able to leave knowing the keys to Hogwarts are still in safe hands? He will stay, but I'll be posting orders at the school to watch over things, while you're gone. Fudge said softly. Without another word, Fudge fled the cabin with Lucius strolling after him. There was a noticeable difference once the students became aware of Dumbledore's forced departure. Harry hadn't thought the students could become any more scared. He was wrong. McGonagall had set up temporary dormitories for the first and second years just off the Great Hall. This allowed the Aurors on guard to watch over them throughout the day. There were only 4 Aurors on duty at any one time. To Harry's delight, Tonks was one of those Aurors. He had tried to keep in contact with her through letters, but Harry preferred talking to writing letters. His plan was that if he could build up a good friendship with Tonks, she would let him study her metamorphagus power, but he found she was busy for most of the day and too tired by the evening to talk. Another issue with the Auror's presence was that he'd been unable to get back into his workshop for a while. Part of the reason was because they had been told to stay in the Great Hall unless being escorted to lesson, but he also didn't want to risk an Auror discovering his workshop and breaking in. However, even with the added security, it seemed it wasn't enough. Just 2 weeks after Dumbledore's departure, word spread through the hall of another attack, but this time the victim wasn't a student. Professor Lockhart had already been sent to the St. Mungo's intensive care unit. It seemed his class had been attacked on their way to Charms and he had held off the attacker long enough for most of the class to escape. Luna Lovegood and Ginny Weasley were missing. The Aurors were frantically searching the school for them, and Harry promised himself, if they didn't find Luna by sundown, he would escape the Aurors and find her himself. Harry couldn't help but notice how everyone offered their sympathies to the Weasleys, but none of them bothered to check on him. Only Colin seemed to realize that he was suffering too. As he had dreaded, the 2 girls had still not been found by dinner. After applying a notice knot, he shrugged off his school robe and pulled the hood of his invisibility cloak over his head and strode out of the hall. His first stop was his workshop, where he retrieved his spear and prototype shield. It didn't have the mithril core put in yet, which meant the shield would only take a couple hits before needing to regenerate. Once he had everything he wanted, he went to the moving staircase and sent his magical awareness out. He knew he wouldn't be powerful enough to search the entire castle for Lune, so instead he looked for someone that could. Eventually his magic detected a ghost. He began drawing in his awareness from elsewhere and focusing entirely on the ghost. When he felt he had a good enough hold on the ghost, he began pulling it towards him. Harry winced when he saw the ghost was Sir Nicholas. He had gotten to know the ghost, and he didn't think being pulled through the castle would impress the ghost. "Who hath summoned me hither?" Nicholas demanded angrily. "I'm sorry, Sir Nick, but I needed to talk to you. You see, 2 first years have been kidnapped, Luna Lovegood and Ginny Weasley. I had hoped that perhaps one of the ghosts had seen something." "I have seen nothing. Although Ms. Warren said she had seen two girls, she seemed to have recognized the book one of the girls was carrying. Nicholas said grimly, his anger apparently forgotten. Ms. Warren. Myrtle Warren. She's been haunting that bathroom on the second floor for the past 50 years. Thank you, Sir Nick. You've been extremely helpful. Harry took off towards Myrtle's bathroom. On the way, he crashed into Ron Weasley, which sent them both sprawling over the floor. What the hell are you doing here? Harry asked angrily, unknowingly copying Nicholas from moments before. What the hell am I doing? What the hell are you doing? I'm going to save my sister. Ron said heatedly. Well, I'm going to save my friend, and I'm not letting you stand in the way of saving another friend. I'm sorry, but Ginny's my sister. I'd gladly accept your help saving them both, but I won't just sit on the sidelines and watch. Ron said definitely. Harry could see he wouldn't be convinced to stay away. Fine, but stay out of my way and keep anything you see me doing a secret. Get under the cloak. Harry regretted his decision to let Ron come along almost immediately, as needed to move much slower, but he feared if he tried to go without Ron he would alert the Aurors, who would stop Harry for his own safety. Eventually he reached Myrtle's bathroom and was able to lift the cloak off Ron. Myrtle, are you here? Harry called impatiently. Oh, hello Harry. Myrtle giggled, floating out of her toilet. Sir Nick said you saw two girls with a book. Where did they go? Well, I remember recognizing the book, and then the red-haired girl started speaking in a funny made-up language. I think it was the same language the boy used when I died. Anyway, the sinks started moving out of the way to reveal this giant pipe that the two jumped down. Harry went over to the sinks she had indicated and looked. There was definitely some sort of magic going on behind the sinks, but he didn't have time to break through the protections. Instead, he drew his saber and carefully cut a hole through the sinks. When the blade had gone through the stone and marble, the magic around the sinks had flashed brightly before finally collapsing. Ron looked amazed when Harry finally stepped away from the hole he had made. What the bloody hell was that? Universal key. It's very useful when I need to get through difficult obstacles. Harry said absently, focusing on drawing the heat out of the stone. As he drained the heat, he investigated the pipe so that he wouldn't be caught unaware by a trap. It may interest you to know that the hole is actually a portal. The only way to enter that pipe seems to be through this gap. If you were to dig down to the side and go across, you would just pass right through, which makes sense considering there's a floor below us that clearly doesn't have a giant pipe passing through it. With that, Harry crawled through the hole and down into the pipe. When he saw the end of the pipe come into view, he managed to get to his feet under him so that he came out of the pipe much slower and almost upright. The same couldn't be said for Ron, who flew out of the pipe and rolled over the floor. Come on, onwards into the Chamber of Secrets. Harry said jokingly, inwardly hoping Ron didn't see how scared he really was. How do you know it's the Chamber of Secrets? Ron asked nervously, easily catching up with Harry's much shorter stride. Well, it makes sense, doesn't it? This is a secret chamber hidden under the school. Harry felt Ron grab hold of his robes and pull him backwards. Angrily he turned around but paused when he saw Ron pointing at something behind him. Harry looked and realized Ron was pointing at something large that Harry would have walked into in the dark. Relax. I think it's only the skin of a large snake, Harry said slowly, having only seen a faint magical signature from the thing and upon closer inspection saw it was hollow. He quickly stood up and drew his wand when he realized the signature on the skin was the vivid green net that had petrified the heir's victims. This is the creature that attacked the students, but what snake that large can petrify its victims? Harry said softly, not wanting to draw attention to their location. I don't know, but I only know one type of snake that grows that big. My brother Charlie works with dragons and he once got called in to fight a basilisk. He said it was 12 feet long. But this must be at least 20 if not bigger. Ron said worriedly. Harry activated his shield and passed it to Ron. If you see anything move, cover your eyes with this. It should block you from anything that isn't unblockable. What about you? Hopefully my magic is strong enough to stop the basilisk's magic. Anyway, I'm hoping my cloak will protect me somewhat. The two boys continued walking in silence. There was now a sense of danger as they realized they might not survive what was to come. After what seemed an age, they were met by a circular door with a snake motif. Harry quickly cut through the hinges and let the door roll away. Together they entered the main chamber. Ron let out a cry of panic and ran towards his sister's unmoving body. Harry quickly followed and checked on Luna, who was lying next to Ginny. He sighed in relief when he felt stable life signs from Luna. He looked deeper and realized she had been petrified by the basilisk. He moved to Ginny and frowned when he had difficulty finding her signature. It was as if she had been drained dry. Physically she seemed fine, but she barely had any magic left. She won't wake. Harry turned and was momentarily confused. The boy that was standing in front of him was eerily similar to the disguise Dobby had made for him over the summer. The only main difference was the boy's hair being shorter. "Who are you?" Harry asked cautiously, spotting the wand the boy was carelessly toying with, a wand that looked suspiciously like Ron's. "You may know me as Tom Riddle. Had you bothered to talk to my diary, perhaps you would have known this." The boy's accent was hard to place. He sounded like he was trying to emulate a news reporter from the World War II film Harry had been forced to watch. "You're T.M. Riddle. But you died. I saw your gravestone." "Oh, so you know who I am." "Yes, I died, but you see, I had taken steps to ensure my immortality. As you can see, they were quite successful." "But where did you learn how to do this?" "I looked at the school records and nobody with your name attended Hogwarts in the 20s. "In the 20s? What? No. I went to Hogwarts 40s. The diary even has the date written on it." Tom sounded genuinely confused. He even lowered the wand to stare at Harry. "But your grave said you were born like 1905. Are you not Thomas Matteo Riddle?" Tom began chuckling madly. "By Merlin, no. You found the grave of my filthy Muggle father and you thought he was me. Oh, that's hilarious. As if my father would ever have been worth 1/10 of me. See, this is why I got rid of his filthy name. If I was to rule the world, I needed a name better than just Tom." "Who are you then?" Ron asked, looking away from his sister to glare at Riddle. Rather than answer, Tom started writing his name in the air. Harry recognized the spell as the one he had adapted for his mithril pen. Once Tom had finished writing his name, he flicked Ron's wand and rearranged the name until it became, "I am Lord Voldemort." "You're you know who?" Ron scoffed. Harry started at Tom carefully. It was hard to miss how he was transparent and his body seemed to be made entirely of magic, specifically Ginny's magic. But when he had written out his name, the spell had been powered by Voldemort's distinctive dark red magic. "Fortunately for you, I don't have the energy to fight you. So instead, let us see who will win. Slytherin's monster or two second-year boys." Tom turned from them and began shouting at the statue that dominated the far wall of the chamber. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." "What's he saying?" Ron asked quietly. Harry couldn't help wonder if the boy had trouble hearing and would have asked the boy if the mouth of the statue hadn't opened wide and the basilisk had slithered out. "Aw crap. Ron, try and distract it." "I'll try and get it while it isn't looking." His plan failed almost immediately when the snake turned towards him and stared directly at him before chasing after Ron. Harry tried to avoid looking at its eyes, but it was as if a compulsion charm was forcing him to look at them. He could faintly feel his cloak flutter as if caught in a breeze, and the hood of the cloak slipped over his eyes, cutting the connection. Ron saw Harry freeze when the basilisk looked at him and feared the boy had already died. Trying to draw the snake's attention, he yelled and ran into a side tunnel. He could hear the snake slithering after him and didn't dare look back in case he also fell victim to the snake's gaze. While Ron ran from the basilisk, Harry was fighting a different battle. The magic from the basilisk had wrapped around his own magic and was pressing down heavily. The basilisk's magic had quickly robbed him of any movement, but his mind remained active. The magic attacked Harry from all sides and he knew he couldn't keep it at bay for long with a single tendril of magic. He couldn't even feel his mithril or philosopher's stone to draw in more magic. He tried to form something out of mithril, but he wasn't able to get his magic past the net to from any mithril on his skin. Desperately he formed the mithril inside his brain while frantically thinking, "Do not kill me. Please just let me split my magic. Please don't kill me." He felt something build in his head, just like severe a headache. It started to fade just as quickly as it had formed. As it faded, Harry became gaining better awareness of his magic. He became aware of how to split his magic and did so with barely a thought. Now that he had several probes of magic at his disposal, he attacked the basilisk's magic with newfound ferocity. He was able to push the net further away and soon was able to draw upon his mithril. the influx of power from the mithril was enough to break the magic entirely. The force of the magic breaking sent Harry to his knees and knocked Tom across the chamber. Before either boy could recover, Ron ran into the chamber, closely followed by the basilisk. Harry quickly covered his eyes as he didn't want to go through petrification for a second time. Enough of this. I am the greatest sorcerer of all time. I will not be thrown around like a ragdoll, Tom yelled, sending a wave of magic that knocked Harry and Ron over. It also seemed to be a signal for the basilisk as it stopped chasing after them. You're wrong. You're not the greatest sorcerer, Ron said defiantly. Oh, you think there's someone greater than myself? Tom said humorously. Well, Dumbledore for one, and I reckon Harry here knows more about magic than you ever will. Dumbledore. Dumbledore has been beaten by the mere memory of me. As for Potter, well, he may know some fancy tricks, but what does he know of true magic? Dumbledore will only truly be gone when there is nobody left who is loyal to him. Harry said softly. As soon as the words left his mouth, a ball of fire appeared in the middle of the chamber and Fawkes flew out, holding what looked like an old hat. A hat. This is what Dumbledore sends his gallant defenders. The old sorting hat and a songbird. How quaint, Tom said mockingly. Fawkes had finished his lap of the chamber and dropped the hat at Ron's feet before landing on Harry's shoulder and chirped happily. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw Ron reach down and pick up the hat. For some reason, the boy decided to put the hat on his head. Well, now let's who's greater, the might of Slytherin or two children and a pet bird. The battle passed in a blur for Harry. After giving the order to attack, Riddle had disappeared and the basilisk had resumed trying to kill them. Fawkes had dived at the snake's eyes and had punctured one of its eyes before a curse from Riddle had struck the bird. As Fawkes fell, the snake had launched forward and swallowed the bird in a single gulp. Harry had tossed his spear to Ron to make up for his lack of wand, and the two had instinctively gone to either side of the basilisk. Ron went to the side without an eye and would repeatedly throw the spear. Each strike was pitifully small against the sheer size of the beast, but the size of the snake also made it hard to miss. For Harry, it seemed like his mithril had not only gifted him the power to split his magic. Every so often he would get a feeling from his mithril that would guide him. It didn't outright tell him what to do, but it helped him make the right choice. The hide of a basilisk was almost completely immune to all but the most powerful magics. The scales naturally reflected magic, and the latent power of the basilisk diffused the spells that made it through the hide. This meant almost every spell Harry knew wouldn't even scratch the snake, limiting Harry to physical attacks such as a blade or elemental attacks. He would fire a strong blasting curse at the ground in front of the snake, sending bits of tile flying into the air. He would then direct the air to send the shards of tile towards the snake's face. While he assaulted the snake's face, his mithril directed him to simultaneously attack the tail of the beast. With his gauntlet, he directed a tendril of magic to launch a blade of sharpened air which managed to draw a drop of blood. Once more, the mithril directed him to summon the blood to him. Sympathetic magic was one of the most primal arts and perhaps the most well-known amongst the arcane arts. The basic principle of sympathetic was about affecting something small so that it affected something much larger. Before the times of formalized learning in the form of Hogwarts, sympathetic magic was the most common magical art. This was because its relative simplicity meant that a student didn't need to spend years perfecting it. Back when witches and wizards were feared, time was not a luxury many could afford. So if a witch or wizard couldn't give off an image of power, they would have been killed. Known more commonly as voodoo magic, the caster would imbue an object with the spirit of their victim. The connection between object and victim affected how powerful the magic was. A lock of hair on a human-shaped doll had a strong connection, but blood remained the most powerful form of connection. Harry had never attempted sympathetic magic before, but with his mithril guiding the way, he felt he couldn't go wrong. It occurred to him that just having the blood wouldn't be enough, otherwise even a paper cut could be fatal to a wizard. This meant some likeness to the victim needed to be built, to help himself mentally connect the giant serpent in front of him with the drop of blood in his hand. As he thought, he kept up a wave of low-powered spells aimed at the beast's head. It was as if he was on autopilot, and he instinctively formed the spells which left his wand. He summoned knives that flew at the snake's eye and dust that blinded it. When the basilisk had tried to get close to him, he had fired a blasting curse into its mouth. With his gauntlet, he transfigured some nearby rubble into a small model of a snake and then smeared the blood over the model's back. His magic then directed him to push a layer of magic over the model with the intent to bind. He followed obediently and was fascinated to see the blood be absorbed into the stone. The snake in his hand seemed to warm and Harry would swear he saw it move. He tried to think of a way to stop the basilisk with the object but was interrupted by a spell flying towards him. He threw himself to the side but in the process dropped the statue. Harry turned and glared at Tom Riddle, who now held both Ron's wand and Harry's statue. Tut tut. Such dark magic, Harry. I didn't know you had it in you. Unfortunately, I can't have you killing the basilisk, not when she's so very close to finishing your friend. Tom then started firing a barrage of curses at Harry, forcing his focus away from the basilisk. It was all Harry could do to withstand the curses. Some he could block or deflect, but most he needed to dodge. Each of Tom's spells weren't nearly as powerful as they had been the year before, but despite this, each and every one of Tom's spells had the potential to end him. He tried throwing back his own curses at Tom, but no matter what he threw at him, Tom just blocked or deflected his magic like it was nothing. It was fortunate Harry had learned to not rely on shields through his lessons with Lockhart, since anytime he raised a shield it was almost immediately shattered. Harry waited until Ron had thrown the spear before calling it to him. He didn't want to leave Ron without a weapon, but Tom was by far the most dangerous thing in the room. When his spear arrived, he used it to absorb the more lethal spells, imbuing their power into the spear. This gave him enough breathing room to start his own barrage, throwing Tom off his own casting. He waited for the perfect moment and shot two powerful blasting curses either side of Tom, then threw his spear straight at him. Tom saw the spear coming and tried to jump out of the way, only to have Harry's blasting curse hit him squarely in the chest, once more throwing him across the chamber. Harry quickly turned back to the basilisk and was amazed to see Ron had somehow found a sword. The boy would leap forward and take a wild slash at the snake. The sword must have been made of mithril, as it left a long, deep gash in its hide. Harry summoned the sympathetic statue from Riddle and smashed it against the floor. The basilisk let out a deep cry of pain before turning to Harry and moving towards him quicker than he could react. The snake seemed determined to kill him before she died. Harry threw his hands up desperately in an attempt to stop the snake's strike, only to have one of the fangs perfectly strike his gauntlet. The moment the mithril touched the fang, it started to burn, and Harry was alarmed to feel the fang pierce his palm through the mithril. It felt as if the fang had gone right through his hand and had struck the philosopher's stone on the other side, when the stone began to glow brightly and the pain faded. The red fire-like magic of the stone spread up into the fang like a vein. The fang seemed to grow smaller and was pulled down into the stone until nothing remained. The sound of clapping made Harry turn. Tom Riddle stood at the other end of the chamber. His robes were caked in dust and his face was heavily bruised, but still he grinned as if he had won. Ron's wand lay shattered behind him. You may have killed the beast, but it matters not, for I have won anyway. While you were busy fighting, I was draining the last of poor Geneva's magic and soul, which means I am now flesh and blood and no longer bound to that book. I would love to stay longer, but this chamber is about to collapse and I have a country to rule. When the chamber started to shake violently and dust fell from the ceiling, Ron acted on instinct and ran over to his sister. She was still unmoving, but he didn't want her body to be buried in the chamber. He carefully picked up Ginny and threw her over his shoulder before helping the other girl to her feet. Whatever spell had been keeping her unconscious seemed to have broken, and she was looking around the chamber dazedly. Harry, we have to go. This whole thing sounds like it's going to fall any minute now. Ron shouted desperately. Take Luna and go. I'll be right behind you. Harry looked at Ron seriously before flicking his eyes towards the exit and then waving his wand around in a complicated pattern. Against his better judgment, Ron handed Luna the shield before taking her hand and leading her out of the chamber. The sorting hat was clutched in one hand and the sword of Gryffindor in the other. He still didn't know what possessed him to ask the hat for help, but it had been the right call, as the hat had answered his plea and gifted him the fabled sword of his house's founder. Halfway down the rocky tunnel, whatever was lighting up the cave began to fade. He feared they would have to go the rest of the way in darkness, but the sword and shield had started to glow dimly, the sword with a soft and warm red while the shield was a cool green. The light was enough to illuminate their way, and soon they arrived at the pipe. Ron cursed loudly, as in the heat of the moment he had forgotten about it. He threw the sword at a wall in anger and defeat, but hope soon filled him when, rather than just bounce off the wall, the sword sunk deep into the stone. He retrieved the sword and then turned to Luna. Get on my back and hold on tight. Make sure Ginny doesn't fall off. He crouched as Luna climbed on, then walked up the pipe until his feet started to slide backwards. He then thrust the sword into the stone and pulled himself upwards. He then willed his magic into his hand and tried to imagine his hand was now sticky. He hadn't forgotten what Harry had taught him over a year ago, but had never managed to get his magic to work wandlessly without Harry's help. He could only hope that his desperation would help his attempts this time. The sound of the chamber crumpling had faded somewhat, but he could still hear it faintly, fueling his panic and giving him a sense of urgency. He slapped his hand against the smooth stone and cautiously pulled the sword out of the stone. His hand flared in pain as his entire weight plus 2 girls was held up by it, and Ron quickly thrust the sword back into the stone a few feet higher. I must reach the top, Ron thought as he repeated the process for what felt like the 100th time. By now every one of his muscles was screaming, but he didn't dare stop for even a moment. After what seemed like an age, light started to fill the pipe as he reached the exit. Wordlessly Luna crawled off his back and through the hole Harry had made. Once she was through, she turned and helped pull Ginny out. She then reached out to help Ron through, but he didn't move. He looked down the dark pipe and thought about Harry. He had let the boy down before and he was determined to make up for that mistake. He was just about to let himself fall down the pipe when he was grabbed by something and pulled him through the hole. Harry's down there, isn't he? Harry awoke slowly. He looked around and saw he was once more in the hospital wing. Ah, Harry, I cannot tell you how pleased I am to see you awake. Dumbledore said warmly. Headmaster, what happened? Where did Tom go? Did Ron get out okay? I do not know where Tom went. From Mr. Weasley's account it sounds like he vanished into thin air. As for your friends, Mr. Weasley managed to get all 3 of them out of the chamber. It may interest you to know he was about to go back for you once he had gotten Miss Lovegood and Weasley to safety. As it is, I managed to stop Mr. Weasley and went after you myself. I found you unconscious at the feet of a great pillar that seemed to be holding the chamber up. I didn't think we would have had enough time to get out before the chamber fell, so I tried to stop it collapsing. Professor, what about Fawkes? He was swallowed by the basilisk. Fear not, my boy. Fawkes was able to flame to me just before he died. It was he who warned me something was wrong at Hogwarts. When I arrived, the Aurors informed me that 4 students were missing, and so I asked the ghosts and portraits for help. It was they who directed me towards the 2nd floor bathroom. Was Tom Riddle really Voldemort? Dumbledore sighed sadly and his jovial mood faded. Yes, I believe so. I have long suspected Tom became Voldemort, but before last night I lacked any firm evidence. Then he's back, isn't he? Voldemort has come back. Yes, Lord Voldemort has returned to the realm of the living. I fear dark times are ahead of us, Harry. It turned out the basilisk fang had in fact pierced his hand. When he had tried to deactivate his gauntlet, the first thing he noticed was the hole that now decorated his hand. The second thing he noticed was the almost blinding pain that started from his hand and started creeping down his arm. The gauntlet flowed back over his hand instinctively. The last thing Harry saw was how green his veins had become before the mithril covered it completely. Previously his gauntlet stopped at his wrist, but now it went down almost 2 inches down his forearm. You say you were pierced by a basilisk fang. I must say I never tested my stone on basilisk venom, but I suspect that while the stone remains in contact with the venom it should neutralize the venom. Our best bet may be to wait until Albus Phoenix grows up, as Phoenix tears are one of the few things powerful enough to counter basilisk venom permanently. Nicholas had said when he had looked at Harry's hand. A basilisk was one of the few magical creatures that had the power to break through magic. This was because their venom was magically poisonous, which meant that when it came into direct contact with anything magical it would dissolve the magic. Dragons and Dementors were also supposed to have similar abilities. There were also spells which had the same power, like Fiendfire, which was based on dragon fire. As his mithril was made entirely of magic in their current state, corrosive magic would go right through them. Dobby? Harry asked quietly. He was alone in his workshop, but Harry felt uncomfortable breaking the silence of the night. Master Harry, sir. Dobby apparated into the room with barely a whisper. Harry was stunned at the change in Dobby. The first noticeable difference was his voice. Gone was the small squeaky voice. Now Dobby's voice was much deeper and more confident. Physically, Dobby was now almost as tall as Harry. He also appeared to have gained some muscles from what Harry could see under his shirt. That was another change. He was now dressed in a large faded weird sister's shirt and jeans. Hello, Dobby. You're looking, well, Harry said hesitantly, wary of the change in the elf. Me is being well, Harry Potter, sir. I is talking with other elves and trying to find family. Dobby said sadly, his ears drooping. Family? Harry asked curiously. Dobby lost his family the day he started working for the Bad Masters. And how long ago was that? Dobby started working some time before Master Lucius' father was born. That would have been like 70 years ago, right? Harry said, gobsmacked. Dobby shrugged and simply said, elves' lives are being longer than wizards. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to tell you that we figured out what the danger was. It was a basilisk being controlled by a memory of Voldemort. I managed to kill the basilisk, but the memory escaped. He who must not be named is back? Dobby asked, his lip quivering. We think so. Dobby nodded seriously and then snapped his fingers and disapparated. Well, that went well, Harry muttered. Luckily for Harry, phoenixes grew up quickly and the tears were ready before the week had ended. It would have been hard to hide his gauntlet from the other students, but Dumbledore had allowed Harry to stay in his workshop for the week, and if Luna thought it was strange Harry was wearing a metal glove, she didn't say. He had needed to deactivate the gauntlet to allow Fawkes to cry into the wound. It took all of Harry's willpower to keep the gauntlet deactivated in a few moments between the pain returning and the tears healing him. The veins on his left hand still had a faint green tint and his palm had a scar over where the hole had been, but Harry didn't complain, as another scar was better than a hole straight through his hand. A part of him also thought it was kind of cool that if anyone asked about the scar, he could honestly claim it was from a dangerous magical creature. After Fawkes had healed his hand, Dumbledore had retrieved a sword. Harry noted it seemed to be the same sword Ron had used in the chamber. Do you know what this is, Harry? No, Professor. I only know Ron somehow got it in the chamber. Well, this is the sword of Godric Gryffindor. There are many rumors surrounding it and it was thought to have been lost to time. But when I was examining the sword, I realized it was made from mithril, and I wondered if you would like to take your own look at the sword, so long as you tell me what you find, of course. Dumbledore said eagerly. Sure. Harry looked over the sword and noted the gems that seemed to have been fused with the blade, but unlike the Philosopher's Stone on his gauntlet, there was a definite line of where the gem stopped and the blade began. When he looked with his mage sight, the blade was made of a dull red color while the hilt was a softer orange. The gems that were inlaid in the hilt were the same red as the blade, and Harry wondered if the gems were a form of crystallized mithril. The ideologies on the hilt were much more extravagant than any ideology Harry had made, and the simplest of them seemed to be comprised of several words. The ideologies were also woven into the metal in a delicate and intricate pattern that was much harder to read compared to his own simplistic way of laying the ideologies on top of the mithril. The blade was easier to read and was mostly about always staying sharp and unbreakable. The most important part was woven into the core of the blade and established how anything dangerous that touched the blade would be unraveled and written into the gems. When Harry looked at the gems, the only ideologies written in the creator's magic was a single line telling the gems that anything that is received from the blade will be written as an ideology to enhance the blade. Already the gems were filled with various magic, both light and dark. Harry compared the gems to his gauntlet. Where Voldemort's magic had been imbued into the gauntlet, it had just been applied like an enchantment, and anyone would have been able to unravel it just like any other enchantment. It was only after the stone and mithril had been told by Harry to protect itself from being stolen that they had taken the idea of the curse and loosely added it into the protection, making it much harder to unravel. With the basilisk venom, the mithril had absorbed part of that venom and also imbued it into itself under the protection ideology, but unlike the gems in the sword, the venom and curse were foreign elements and would eventually decay. Because the sword's gems made any foreign element a part of itself, they would never decay. Harry began planning how he would implement some of the sword's ideologies into his shield, as taking in something like Fiendfire didn't just give the sword the effect of Fiendfire, it made it completely immune to the fire. Just like a vaccine for mithril, Harry thought giddily. I also have a small task for you should you want it. I feel it might be a good learning experience for you to try and replicate the sword. If you can make a perfect replica of the sword, then we could see about returning the real sword to the goblins without losing a large part of Hogwarts history. On his way back from the office, Harry was stopped by someone he hadn't seen for a long time. Why, it's Potty wee Potter, Peeves crackled. Oh, hello, Peeves, Harry said politely. He had always tried to be polite to Peeves ever since Penelope had told him of the pranks Peeves sometimes pulled on unsuspecting students. I've heard many a story about you, Potter. Oh, yes, many a story, Peeves cackled. Have you now? Harry asked blandly. Oh, yes, he's been very interested in you. At this, Peeves' grin became more malicious. Are you working for Voldemort, Peeves? Harry asked warily. Peeves laughed loudly and even started flying around erratically. Oh no, Potty, I serve someone much stronger than Riddle. See, you've been marked as a person of interest, which means I can't directly test you and find out if you are worthy of my lord's interest. Peeves seemed greatly disappointed at this. Of course I can test people around you, like that loony girl for example, unless you do a thing or two for little Peevesy. Harry easily caught the threat, and before he could even think, his gauntlet had snapped into place and he had magically pulled Peeves towards him and wrapped his gauntleted fingers around Peeves' throat. You will leave her alone. Do you hear me, Peeves? If you so much as lay a finger on her, your master will need to find a new servant. Peeves pulled uselessly against Harry's hand and even tried to go immaterial, but as Peeves was made purely of magic and the gauntlet was an entirely magical construct, Peeves couldn't phase through it. Finally, having realized he couldn't escape, Peeves shot Harry a hateful glare and muttered, Fine, I will leave her alone, but watch your back, Potter, you've made an enemy of Peeves. Disgusted, Harry flung Peeves aside and glared at the poltergeist before turning and going back to his workshop. His first project would be to coat the walls of his workshop in mithril so Peeves couldn't break in. Albus strolled down the second-floor corridor casually. He had once again asked Hogwarts to find Harry Potter and the castle had responded instantly. Few knew that Hogwarts tracked everyone on the official register. This included everyone from students to teachers. It wasn't as if it was a huge secret, but few had ever read Hogwarts, a history. What was curious was twice now Albus had asked Hogwarts to find Harry, and both times the answer had been instantaneous. If he had asked Hogwarts to find a teacher, it would have taken a matter of seconds. Finding a prefect would take a bit longer. If it had been another student, Hogwarts normally took several minutes to find them. Putting the mystery to the back of his mind, Albus carefully opened the door to the second-floor bathroom and looked inside. As he expected, Harry was kneeling on the floor by the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. He noted how the boy's eyes were glowing slightly, a recent development which seemed to happen whenever the boy used his mage sight. In order to not disturb him, Albus gingerly sat down next to Harry, after he had cleared away the dust and debris. He couldn't help the pang of grief when he saw how serious Harry had become. It was far too easy for him to forget Harry was only 12 years old. Internally, Albus wondered just how far Harry had gone since he had first met him almost 2 years ago. By all accounts, the boy had grown remarkably. His teachers regularly praised his achievements in class. Even Nicholas was impressed by how fast the boy had learned the basics of alchemy. Oh, headmaster, I didn't see you there. Albus chuckled lightly and said, No matter, I often find myself lost in thought often. Tell me, what did you find out? Well, it confirmed my theory that my saber can cut through almost anything. You remember when I told you how the pipe is actually a portal? I reckon this portal moves, or at least has multiple openings. Anyway, from what I can tell, the wards that protect this opening are meant to cut the connection if it is forcibly opened. Harry trailed off, waving awkwardly towards the opening. And yet when you forced entry with your wonderful saber, the magic failed to activate. Albus prompted. Exactly. From what I can tell from what's left of the wards, there used to be a conditional ward that triggers this disconnection, which can only activate when the perimeter is broken. When the entrance opens, it deactivates the ward. Well, my saber basically deactivates the ward as far as it was aware the entrance had been opened properly. So did you learn anything about the wards while you did this? Albus had already spent significant time examining the remains of the wards the night after Harry had left the chamber. He had thoroughly searched the chamber and had placed a compulsion over the bathroom so people wouldn't think to enter. Well, for starters, even the strongest ward can be broken by my saber, or at least the strongest normal ward. The mithril ward just shrugs off the saber like it's nothing. It also tells me I shouldn't depend on just wards when I need to hide something. Albus considered Harry's conclusion. He had been wanted Harry to understand the second point by himself. Nodding encouragingly, he said, Precisely, although this isn't limited to just wards. In my experience, relying on just a single branch of magic, no matter how powerful that branch may be, will always leave you open to defeat. Rather than reply, Harry activated his gauntlet and handed it to Dumbledore. It was the first time he had gotten a good look at it, and he took the time to look it over. Albus was slightly concerned about the amount of magic that was bleeding off the gauntlet, and there was a sense of mistrust from it. Albus knew that if he tried to put the gauntlet on, the best case scenario would be that he lost his hand. But he remembered the gauntlet had been a smooth silver the last time he had seen it, with a bright red pattern that had looked like veins. Now, however, the silver had become a faint but vivid green, and the metal felt rough when he touched it. When Albus looked closer, he saw small lines of dull red around the extremes of the gauntlet that seemed to subtly flicker like a flame. I assume this discoloration is due to the basilisk venom. Yeah. When I turned it into its ring form, I saw the band of the ring had gone green, so I activated it and it looked like that. I've checked it, and as far as I can tell, it's fine, although I wouldn't go tasting it. Albus went back to examining the gauntlet and marveled at its design. Unlike a traditional gauntlet, there were no gaps for movement. It was just made up of one continuous piece of mithril, much like a glove, yet despite this it moved easily and freely. I must admit I have never seen another like it. To the best of my knowledge, even the goblins have never made anything as strong as this gauntlet. That's probably due to the fact the goblins never had access to a philosopher's stone. Most of the gauntlet was made by the stone, not me. When I made it, I only covered my hand in mithril. Perhaps, but just because you didn't make it doesn't take away from its strength, and who knows, maybe in the future you will be strong enough to make something even stronger. Harry scoffed as if he disagreed, but Albus had no doubt that in a few short years Harry would be capable of feats beyond his own imagination. Well, we shall see with time. Now, I didn't just come here to chat. I wanted to know what your plans over the summer are. My home is always open to you, and with Tom out there, I would prefer you to be somewhere I can keep track of you. Tom cannot afford to make a public appearance, but he wouldn't think twice about attacking you if he could get away with it. Well, Luna invited me to join them hunt for mythical creatures later in the summer, and I thought I would go. Other than that, I guess I was planning on just winging it, although I wouldn't mind staying at your house. If I recall correctly, I still owe you a visit to the University of Transfiguration, and I have been asked to hold a lecture the first week of summer. If you wanted, you could join me and we'll have a tour of the university after the talk. That would be great, Harry said excitedly. Albus was pleased to note the boy had a gleam to his eye that was sadly missing most of the time. Harry looked at his shield critically. Despite the fact the shield hadn't even been used against Voldemort, it looked damaged. It turned out that while mithril was almost completely indestructible, anything made of mithril could still be deformed. Of course, the density of an object also affected how easy it was to damage it. His mithril table could probably survive several hits from a hammer, while something thin or hollow like his shield and the mithril ward casing could be dented in just a few hits. From what Ron had said, the large dent across the width of the shield is where the tail of the basilisk had swung round and bashed into it. The shield had completely absorbed the blow. Harry suspected that as the force from the basilisk's tail was just kinetic energy and the mithril was made of pure magical energy, the shield was able to convert the kinetic energy into magical energy. If that were true, then Harry could potentially harness other forms of energy, meaning the shield wouldn't just resist elemental attacks like fire, it could use the energy from the fire to power itself. It was a form of alchemy, although he would need Nicholas to help with it. Harry had learned that the main reason barely anybody bothered to learn alchemy wasn't because the actual art was hard. At its most basic, it was just using the laws of equivalence to transmute an element into another element. It gets harder when you try to transmute multiple elements at once or use a transmuted element to make an elixir, but it wasn't harder than Newt-level transfiguration. The difficulty came from the fact that it took a lifetime to learn and memorize the laws of equivalence. That was unless you had a teacher that had already memorized everything and was able to pass on that information freely without needing to travel the world and test every reaction. Nicholas had been almost 100 years old when he had finished the Philosopher's Stone. It had taken Nicholas' own master a lifetime to figure out the laws of equivalence. From what Nicholas had said, his master, Ortolanus Lorthelane, had developed a unit of measurement he called a conpar. Ortolanus had started by giving 1 kilogram of rock salt a conpar of 1, then worked out how much it took to transmute salt into the desired element. For example, to get 1 kilogram of nickel you needed 2 kilograms of rock salt. giving it a conpar of 2. Once he had a system in place, it was just a matter of getting a hold of enough materials to test everything. But rock salt doesn't just change into nickel on its own, there needs to be a form of energy to transmute the materials. In the Muggle world, extreme heat was often used, such as in stars where materials are constantly broken down and reformed. Luckily for wizards, they had magic. The difference between the desired material and the working material affected how much magic was needed to transmute said material. If you had a large enough power source, such as a philosopher's stone, then you could transmute nearly anything. This included the air itself, which was why the stone got so famous. Almost any alchemist could turn lead into gold at the cost of a lot of magic, but nobody could just make a gold bar appear out of thin air. But there was much more to alchemy than just making gold. Alchemy could also work with energy stores, including magic. This was one of the reasons Dumbledore had been able to just wade through battle, was because he didn't need to use his own magical supply. Harry suspected Dementors worked in a similar way by drawing on nearby thermal energy. It would explain why Dementors seemed to make everything cold. If he could get his shield to draw from nearby energy sources, then the magical protections could be much more powerful. The first thing Harry needed to do was make a mithril core for the shield and add some strength ideologies. He also wanted to ensure that any kinetic energy that struck the front of the shield would be absorbed. He also needed to find a way to burn off excess energy. He couldn't use heat or light, as both would make it harder for him to defend himself. Ideally, he would send the magic somewhere, but that just moved the problem. For the moment, he would just push the magic into the magical shields. The next issue was he needed a way to call the shield to him. He had been able to summon the javelin because he could trick the return to sender ideology to see him as the sender rather than Ron. As a temporary measure, he made a sleeve of mithril form inside his arm and made it undetectable and adaptable. This would hopefully mean it wouldn't limit movement in his arm. He then linked the sleeve to his shield and told the sleeve to summon the shield when it received a pulse of magic. With that done, he started improving the shield. He was going to put the mithril core in the center of the shield. In theory, this would be the strongest part of the shield and would ensure the magic would cover everything. For those affected by the basilisk, the end of term exams had been cancelled, but for everyone else it was business as normal. Harry noticed the exams were much harder than the year before and figured that next year he would need to pay more attention in class. They had now covered almost everything he had taught himself and were moving into new territory. He had picked divination, arithmancy and ancient runes for his electives. He already knew the basis of arithmancy and runes, as Bathsheba had needed to teach him them to get the mithril ward to work. For divination, he was curious to learn how witches and wizards determined the future with magic. From what he had read on the subject, divination was also included finding out about current events with scrying, which looked useful. Lockhart had still not returned from St. Mungo's, and as there had only been 3 weeks till the end of term, Dumbledore had taken over the class till the exams. In private, Dumbledore had told Harry what had happened. "Did you never wonder why Tom took both Miss Weasley and Miss Lovegood? It is my belief he needed Miss Weasley's magic to make a body and then was going to use the other student's life force to enhance his power. Gilderoy managed to hold off Tom long enough for the students to flee. Only Miss Lovegood stayed behind. I didn't take Lockhart as the type of person to sacrifice himself for someone else. Perhaps at the beginning of the year he would have ran, but he has grown since he was first employed, helped in no small part by yourself. The ride from Hogwarts seemed to pass quicker than it had the year before. This year he had Luna to talk to, and Colin had visited a few times over the journey. Once they had arrived at London, Harry had gone with Luna and Xenophilius to their home, where Dumbledore would pick him up once he had finished at Hogwarts. While they waited for Dumbledore, Zeno filled them in on what they had missed while at Hogwarts. Of course, being Zeno, he told them of his search for the crumple-horned Snarkak and the Resurrection Stone. When Dumbledore arrived, they were invited to have dinner with the Lovegoods. It was the first time Harry had felt like he was part of a family. It gave him hope that while things looked bleak, they could always get better. "I wonder, Harry, if you might join me on a trip to find an old friend." You see, he was Tom Riddle's head of year, and knowing Tom, he would seek out Horace. As such, I feel obliged to seek out and offer Horace protection personally. Dumbledore had found Harry reading in his library. Harry had been back at Dumbledore's for a few days now and had started devouring books. "Sure. I wasn't planning on doing anything today. They had first gone to a stately home in the woods. The wards around the home were impressive. Not as good as Hogwarts wards, but Harry estimated they were even better than Dumbledore's. Next to the house, but still inside the wards, was an equally impressive garden that was filled with magical plants of all variety. If you would follow behind me, I do not believe Horace is home, and it would do to keep an air of caution, Dumbledore said solemnly. Dumbledore waved his wand and opened a hole in the ward that allowed Harry to step through. Harry looked at Dumbledore questioningly, as he didn't know of any magic that would allow someone to change the wards of someone else. As I helped set up these wards, I can grant entry. It's a well-known issue when hiring ward makers. I believe your mithril wards will also have a similar issue, whereas the mithril is made from your magic. Any ward made by them will obey you above all else. When they reached the home, Dumbledore knocked sharply and they waited. After a few moments had passed, Dumbledore knocked again. When the door still didn't open, Dumbledore drew his wand and waved it in a slow arch over his head. Harry felt the wave of magic that passed over him. It appears he's not in. Should we come back another day? Perhaps, although I suspect it would do us no good. If I am correct, Horace has already received a visitor. If you wouldn't mind unlocking the door, preferably without breaking anything. Harry wasn't convinced it would be a good idea to break into somebody's house even if they were a friend. Dumbledore, are you sure this is a good idea? Harry asked nervously. A man's life may be in danger, Harry. Suffice it to say that if any trouble does come our way, I will make it clear you were only acting under my orders. Shrugging, Harry accepted the answer and held his arm near the door. He had recently added the mithril key he had made at the Malfoys into the mithril sleeve. When he added the key, he had discovered something curious. When he maintained physical contact with his mithril, he could change the ideologies of the mithril easily. He suspected this was how the gauntlet had originally accepted the stone. He had wanted to pick up the stone and make it impossible for Voldemort to get it. The mithril had therefore taken the stone and combined it with itself, making it so only Harry could use it. If he wasn't touching the mithril, then he was limited in how he could affect it. But the mithril he had put inside himself acted differently. For starters, it didn't act like a solid, and it seemed his subconscious was capable of modifying it instantly. The liquid mithril in his arm not only summoned and activated his shield, it could also summon any type of magical shield he could imagine, and with some thought could unlock almost any lock. His dreams had also been affected. Before he had put the mithril in his head, he would forget his dreams when he woke up. But now he was aware of his dreams. He guessed it was like being a lucid dreamer, except this seemed so much stronger. Now his dreams saw him standing on the sideline as he watched two great forces fight. It was impossible to tell anything about them, but Harry could tell the result of the battle would be cataclysmic. The mithril quickly unlocked Horace's door, and together he and Dumbledore entered. It didn't look like he had been attacked, and a quick look at his bedroom revealed his clothes missing. Perhaps you might be able to shed some light on where Horace might have gone, Harry. Okay. So you said he was Tom's teacher, right? Well, Tom wouldn't just go after any teacher, which suggests he could have been his head of year. Well, Tom was a Slytherin, so Horace must have been a Slytherin too. If I had taught Voldemort and suspected he was back, I would hide, but I would also want to keep up to date with the news. Maybe a disguise. Excellent deduction. Yes, Horace was a Slytherin and he liked to help promising students. He prefers to lay in the background, you see. So when his students rose to succeed, they would remember the teacher that gave them that boost. I'm assuming by the plants outside he was either a herbology or potions teacher, and I suspect a young Voldemort would have been more interested in the potions teacher. He would need to have some form of income, so he would need access to potion ingredients. It would be too obvious to come back here for the plants, and the only other place I can think of that might have those types of plants would be the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. Marvelous. Well, fortunately for us, I happen to have a portkey destined for the forest that leaves any moment now. Shall we? They arrived in a large clearing, and Harry could feel the wards around them that would ensure any dangerous creature would stay clear. Did you plan this entire thing? Harry asked dryly. I wasn't about to bring you into a potentially dangerous environment without checking it out first, but this is as far as I got before the trail went cold. Harry looked around, but all he was able to see was magic with a hidden signature. As they were near Hogwarts wards, his mage sight was dulled. But despite the fact his sight was only at half its power, he was capable of scraping away the outermost layer of the magic to reveal Dumbledore's unique magic. Horace's magic. It wouldn't happen to have a dark purple, or would he? Harry had stripped away a residual spiral of magic and had unearthed dark purple instead of albus, indigo. I assume you tracked his apparition here but was unable to track him further. Correct. I determined he had not traveled further and wasn't followed. It was then that I realized I would need to take the risk and escort you into uncharted territory. However, I do feel confident in saying you will not be in any danger. Harry looked at the apparition point carefully and tried to memorize the exact color of the magic. Once he knew what to look for, he began scanning the forest floor. It seemed Horace had applied a low-level silencing charm on his feet. Harry followed the trail and just hoped Dumbledore would ensure they wouldn't run into any dangerous creature. The footsteps lead out of the forest and into Hogsmeade, but before Harry could leave the forest, Dumbledore stuck out his arm. Perhaps disguises of our own. I fear Horace may try and run if he sees me, and the attention you will bring will make it harder to follow the trail. Oh, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Dumbledore was about to apply a disguise to Harry when the boy activated his gauntlet. Assuming Harry had his own disguise sorted, Dumbledore began transfiguring himself to look a few decades younger and changed his hair from its original dark brown to black. Few would recognize him, as he had turned himself into a mix of Gellert and Harry, two people he could picture easily. When he turned back to Harry, he recognized it as the same disguise Harry had used over the summer. The only difference is he now had a pale green glove where the gauntlet had been. You can apply disguises with your mithril. Sort of. It drains the mithril, so it needs a power source, which is why I'm using the gauntlet. If I return it to its ring form, I'm fairly sure my disguise will run out. At Malfoy Manor, I was able to mimic Tonks' metamorph powers by having my mithril send out a short burst of magic rather than a continuous stream, but that was only my hand. I don't want to test that with my whole body. Perhaps I could arrange a meeting with Ms. Tonks. As you know, I don't want you to be at risk, but I want you to have your freedom. An Aur guard would be enough to make Tom think twice. Dumbledore had no doubt that if Harry put his mind to it, he would become the first person to become a metamorphagus without being born one. Now, with their disguises in place, they continued their journey. Once they entered the village, the magic became harder to track and Harry could only guess where they had gone. I believe he entered that pub, but I can't tell if he stayed there. The pub in question was the Hog's Head. Dumbledore took the lead and led Harry inside. Harry looked around the pub in interest and was caught off guard when he saw the barkeeper. It was as if he was looking at a Dumbledore that had gone wild and didn't care for his appearance. Harry wondered if this was Albus, Brother Aberforth. The man glared at Albus but didn't say anything. Harry then started looking at the patrons of the pub and zeroed in on the lone figure at the back. Like almost everyone in the pub, he had a large hood obscuring his face, but Harry easily see through the cloak's obscuring magic and saw Horace's signature. Harry tugged at Dumbledore's arm and led him over to the man. They both sat opposite the man, and Albus threw a silencing ward over the table so nobody could overhear them. Harry then formed a ball of mithril that he made give off a strong notice knot and placed it in the middle of the table. As they were outside of the rich magic of Hogwarts, the mithril would use up magic slightly quicker than it could replenish, but Harry figured it would last at least 2 hours. Good afternoon, Horace. I must say I am disappointed in how easy it was to find you. You shouldn't have been able to find me. I guess Aberforth told you of my arrival. I didn't think he would sell me out like that, Horace said grumpily. Oh, Aberforth didn't tell me anything. May I introduce you to Harry Potter? Albus said cheerfully. Horace's eyes snapped to Harry and Harry let his disguise fall. He trusted the notice knot to keep his identity secret. So the rumors are true. The boy who lived has the sight of the gods, Horace said, a mix of awe and satisfaction in his voice. Sight of the gods? Harry asked nervously. It's the popular term for mage sight. It's said that people can only see magic in its pure form when they have been blessed by God. Dumbledore explained patiently. Now, Horace, I must admit I didn't just come here to introduce you to Harry. A 16-year-old Tom Riddle has returned to the world of the living. Obviously, the writing was on the wall for any who cared to see. The chamber opening again and students being attacked, although I don't know what you mean by him being 16. That is what I came to talk to you about. Did Tom ever come to you and ask about a way to undo death? Harry started at that. It seemed the parallels between himself and Voldemort kept growing. Ever since Hermione had died, Harry had looked into ways to bring people back to life in his spare time, and now he heard that Voldemort had done the same. He did nothing of the sort, and even if he had, I would never have told him anything. Horace said angrily. Very well. I shall not press the issue. It just makes my job that much harder as to get rid of Voldemort once and for all. I first need to determine how he escaped dying. Given how you didn't seem surprised he hadn't died, I had hoped you held the answer. I see I was mistaken. Horace looked down in shame but didn't answer. Harry could tell he did know but just didn't want to tell Dumbledore. So what will you be doing to protect yourself, Horace? You can't just hide in the Hogshead for the rest of your life. I'm going abroad. I'm leaving for America at the end of the month. You could help me by explaining why you haven't told the Ministry he is back and instead kept the information to yourself. Horace, just think for a moment. If I told the Minister Voldemort was back without irrefutable evidence, he would deny it. All that course of action would achieve would be me losing any influence I have left in the Ministry and tell the remaining Death Eaters their master was back. In fact, I had hoped you would help me convince Cornelius Voldemort was back without, but if you are set on leaving, then I guess I shall have to do it alone. Horace paled at his words, which Harry took to assume he agreed with Dumbledore's stance. He knew Albus was talking to people to try and fight Tom, and Harry was happy to let the adults deal with it for now. Well, I shall be sorry to see you go. I hope you will stay in touch. I would hate to lose yet another friend to this war. My door is always open to you. With that, Dumbledore stood up and made to leave. Harry followed his example and had just shuffled to the end of the bench when Horace stopped him. Wait, Albus. Tom did come to me. He wanted to know about Horcruxes, specifically how many Horcruxes somebody could make. Dumbledore turned sharply and looked at Horace sharply. And what did you tell him? Please, Horace, with this information we can be free of him once and for all. I told him the truth, that to split your soul once would be bad enough, but he wanted to know if it would be possible to split his soul 7 times. When they returned home, Albus turned to Harry. I suspect it would be too much to hope you don't know what a Horcrux is. Harry had come across them mentioned briefly in the journal of an old Dark Lord that had tried to bring back his dead wife. He had considered Horcruxes but had dismissed them. Harry had followed the man's example. I know of them. I read the journal of Arnold the Ageless, and he mentioned considering making a Horcrux but said it would only make him immortal, not bring his wife back. As I already have the Philosopher's Stone and could probably make myself immortal with my mithril, I didn't see the point in looking further into Horcruxes. A wise decision. To make a Horcrux you must knowing raise the soul of an innocent and send it to oblivion. Such an action splits your soul irreparably. You must then bind that soul into an object you hold a great attachment to. While that object exists, it acts as an anchor which prevents the main part of the soul passing on. But there is a great cost. In order to preserve your own soul, the soul that has been raised can never be retrieved, either as ghost or memory. It also means your own soul is tainted forever, and that taint will affect your body, mind, and magic in turn. There was a gravity in Dumbledore's voice that Harry had rarely heard before. After a moment spent in silence, Dumbledore started a lighter conversation. You may be pleased to know Argus Filch has recently been cleared to learn magic. He refused to say who helped him, but the magical signature under his skin is quite distinctive. I was planning on asking some of the teachers to help teach the students affected by the chamber anyway, and I was going to invite Argus along too. That's great. I kinda forget I helped Filch since there was an attack right after I did it. An understandable distraction, although with matters that involve others it would do you well to remember them. The Dumbledorian University of Transfiguration was a marvel to behold. From the outside, the building was an unassuming stone brick building. Harry figured the university's architects must have been extremely liberal with expansion charms, as the entrance hall alone was bigger than the outside. In the very center of the hall was a gigantic statue of Dumbledore, the robes of which kept changing into different materials. Sunlight streamed down from the roof despite the lack of windows, and Harry swore that when the light hit the statue's eyes they twinkled exactly like the real Albus Dumbledore. Blimey. I almost regret not coming here now. Harry looked over at Tonks, who was gazing around amazed. Dumbledore had invited her to join them as both Harry's bodyguard and a transfiguration prodigy. Constantly changing her body made her an expert in human transfiguration. Dumbledore chuckled merrily and led them through the building. This used to be an old monastery but was then taken over by the ministry and turned into a fortress to defend the country from Scandinavian sorcerers that sailed with the Vikings. The fort was then steadily abandoned with the decrease in raids. Eventually it was turned over to the university. As you may notice, they completely scrapped the interior and designed their own. If it weren't for the ley line that runs close to the building, the amount of expansion charms would have been unheard of. I didn't know we had forts against the Viking sorcerers. Tonks seemed shocked at the idea, and Harry thought he knew why. With the invention of brooms and flying carpets, forts became obsolete. Ah, but keep in mind, back brooms were easily tracked and couldn't travel very far over sea. Magical forts like this were made that lined the same ley line, which happened to follow the coast. If an enemy sorcerer wanted to invade Britain, they needed to get past the forts. For a time, Wizarding Britain even had a navy before the Muggles developed ironclad ships. The few students that remained in the university over the summer greeted Dumbledore and only paid Harry a cursory glance. It was Tonks who received the most attention. Eventually they reached the lecture theater. Harry and Tonks got to sit at the front, and Harry was rather excited to watch people come in. There were only a few students that lived local enough to attend, with most of the students being international. Eventually Dumbledore got the go-ahead. Harry sat back and waited for his idol to begin. After Dumbledore's lecture, he led Harry and Tonks down through the school. Eventually they reached the entrance hall, but rather than leave they went even deeper. After a few floors they reached a large iron door that spanned the entire corridor. Dumbledore waved his wand in a complicated pattern and chanted under his breath. When Dumbledore thrust his wand towards the door, Harry expected it to just move out of the way. Instead, the door seemed to just fade into nothingness. This area of the university is where they experiment with potentially dangerous projects. Visitors aren't normally allowed past the iron door. I strongly suggest you don't go wandering off, as each door requires a password. Several floors and doors later they stopped in front of a huge wooden door. Even from a distance Harry felt the magic protecting it. When he got close he saw that the entire surface was covered in runes. This indicated the door wasn't meant to stop wizards breaking in. Harry expected Dumbledore to use some form of advanced magic to open this door, but disappointingly he just walked up to the door and knocked briskly. Somebody, presumably a professor, opened to reveal a huge warehouse. What caught Harry's attention was a couple of dry docks at the far end of the building. Only one of the docks was occupied. It looked like the university was either in the process of creating or breaking apart a yacht. Where a Muggle dry dock would have blocks or scaffolding to keep the ship off the ground, this yacht was held up by some sort of levitation charm. Despite how far down they had gone, Harry could clearly see the doors at the end of the docks were level with the water outside. Harry assumed the dry dock had been part of the original fort when magical battles had been fought at sea. Wizards only used ships for leisure or to show off. Yet despite this, Harry decided he wanted to build a ship in the future, just to prove he could. Slughorn had visited Dumbledore twice while Harry was staying there. He got the impression Slughorn was trying to subtly convince people Voldemort was back. Harry had wondered if he should be more involved, but to his mild shock he had discovered he didn't have a desire to find or fight Voldemort. So far Harry's goal had only been to discover as much about magic as he could. Then after Hermione had died, to find a way to bring back the dead. But as the Sorting Hat had said, he had no desire to prove himself to anybody or risk his life fighting someone that had only been a hindrance. He had confided his thoughts with Dumbledore, who had sat Harry down and explained the situation to him. I will not lie to you and say nobody expects you to fight Voldemort, because we both know those people are out there, but you should only fight him because you want to do it. I fight Tom because I know it was my mistakes that allowed him to rise to power. I certainly won't make you fight him, and I will make sure nobody else does either. Those words brought a sense of relief and hope to Harry, something he hadn't realized he was missing. For his birthday, Tonks, Luna and her father had been invited over. Harry and Tonks would then leave with them to stay at the Rookery before going on their trip. Zeno and Luna had been fine with allowing Tonks to join them as additional security, although Zeno had started talking about how a metamorphagus would help attract a creature Harry had never heard of. Tonks' present had been a black family book on metamorphmagy and a box of sweets. Zeno had given Harry a rather rare, signed book called Mediterranean Water Creatures and Where to Find Them, by Newt Scamander. It turned out Zeno had been friends with Newt's son at Hogwarts. Luna had struggled to find something for Harry and had settled on painting a picture. It showed Harry with magic flowing around him. As it was a magical painting, the magic kept moving and every so often lightning would flash in the background. The painted Harry looked strong and powerful, like a warlock from old. Finally, Dumbledore presented his gift. It wasn't a book like he had expected. Instead, Dumbledore handed him a Muggle ship kit. I saw how you looked at that yacht at the university and thought you'd like to have a chance to build and enchant a ship of your own. Other 12-year-olds may have been disappointed at such a simple present, however, Harry saw it for what it was. Harry thought this was Dumbledore's way, giving Harry a challenge and a hint. Obviously, Dumbledore thought it would be important for Harry to learn enchanting. It was just like the book on conditional magic Dumbledore had given him for Christmas. So far he had only cracked 2 of the enchantments and it had taken him most of the year to get that far. The next morning Harry awoke in the Rookery's spare bedroom. He quickly dressed and went downstairs. Xenophilius was already up and reading the Daily Prophet. Despite it being a rival paper, Zeno had said he liked to know what people were reading. Before he had left, Dumbledore had privately told Harry that during the last war Zeno used to hide hidden codes in his paper that the Resistance could use to keep up with current events. For instance, UGA Boga sightings occurred in the same place a Death Eater attack had happened. After the war was over, there was no reason to use secret codes. But to maintain his cover, he kept the paper as it was. The Death Eaters never figured out how the Resistance got information, and the Lovegoods were left alone as a crazy newspaper editor. Then several years later he had gotten in an accident and struggled to tell the difference between truth and fiction. Harry looked over at the newspaper and was shocked to see the headline, Albus Dumbledore tells Wizengamot you know who has returned. It seemed Dumbledore had decided to release the information after all. Harry hoped he knew what he was doing. At the same time he was glad he would be leaving England later that day, as he knew the wizards wouldn't react kindly to the news. Eventually, after Luna had come downstairs and Tonks had apparated over with their portkey, they locked up the house and activated the portkey, leaving England for the Caribbean. After Harry recovered from the rough travel, he looked around curiously. While Harry didn't know much about the Muggle Caribbean, he had studied up on the magical side. During the reign of piracy, wizards had been in high demand before the Statute of Secrecy. The British had used wizards to track down pirates. In turn, the pirates had used wizards to hide their ships. Several entrepreneurial wizards had set up what they called the Republic of Caribbean Wizardry, and had then laid claim to almost every island and trade route within the area. Their idea was to enforce their law upon the area. They decreed that any ship that wanted a ship's wizard needed to pay a tax to their new republic. In return for that tax, they would provide competent wizards. However, ships with a license for wizardry were forbidden from interfering with the affairs of wizards. For the wizards, this brought a degree of safety from both sides of the conflict, as any ship which mistreated their wizard would swiftly lose the right to employ any future magic user, as well as providing a stable income. Because of this, many of the wizards gladly joined the Republic, and the British Navy quickly took advantage by legitimizing them and providing a bulk tax to equip all their ships with their own wizard. Before the Republic, the quality of a ship's wizard was based solely on the wizard's own claims, but now there was an official body to ensure the Navy was equipped with only the best. The pirates and rogue wizards were less willing to follow the new law. The pirates soon found the few wizards they could privately hire were rarely good enough to hide them from the Navy's official wizard. The rogue wizards were treated less kindly, and Republican wizards were encouraged to look down on rogues. The Republic lacked the power to actually enforce their laws across their entire territory, but they could provide enough incentive to make people follow them willingly. What few wizarding colonies that had already been set up within the new republic had disagreed with the republic's claims. Those that became too vocal often found an army of angry ship wizards at their gates. When the International Confederation of Wizards started talking about hiding from Muggles, the Republic was one of the first to argue. With the potential loss of their main source of income, the Republic had turned violent. It was only the intervention of several major ICW members that ended the conflict and forced the Republic to sign the statute. The Magical Congress of the United States liked to believe the Republic was under their control, despite the fact the ICW treated them as two separate ministries. As such, there was some confusion over who visitors should report to. It seemed the British ministry had decided to send them to the Republic, judging by the imposing flag filling the entire wall. While Zeno and Tonks dealt with customs, Harry tried to wrap his mind around how they had left England at 10 a.m. and had arrived in the Caribbean at 5 a.m. almost immediately. The sun hadn't even risen yet. Going on autopilot, Harry followed the instructions given to him, such as registering his wand and documenting any illegal items he had. He had talked to Dumbledore over this, and while any goblin-owned item was banned, it never said the actual mithril was illegal. Despite this, he had left most of his mithril at Dumbledore's. He only had his gauntlet and the ring which summoned his flask and saber. He was unwilling to try and remove the liquid mithril, which he had called mithrilium. They hoped the notice knot would stop anyone noticing either ring. So far, people only noticed his ring when he drew their attention to it. Even Dumbledore hadn't been able to see through its protections, but if he activated it, the notice knot either failed or was too weak to properly conceal it. Hopefully he wouldn't need to activate the gauntlet, but if he did, the notice knot should at least stop people looking at what it was made of too closely. In order to distract himself from the fear from the wild notion he would somehow have his mithril stolen, Harry focused on the guards. Each one carried a pale blue staff between 4 to 5 feet tall. Each staff had a smoky quartz crystal at the top. The crystals glowed faintly and Harry could just make out the runes which had been carefully scored into them. Staffs were generally seen as siege weapons as they could channel magic more efficiently than a wand. This meant a spell cast through a staff would not only be stronger than a wand but would also be able to go further before the spell dissipated. However, the increase in power also meant a decrease in precision and control. Very few cultures bothered to teach their children how to use a staff, as wands were cheaper to make and more useful. A staff was useless for transfiguration and ward making and lacked the finesse in charms. But for a ship's wizard, most of the magic they needed to cast required range and power over precision. The cost of the staff was paid for by the taxes collected from the Muggles. Caribbean wizards were considered unique in that their children still trained with staffs but also learned how to use a wand when at school, which specialized in defense against the dark arts and battle magic, with only a few students specializing in charms and enchanting. Harry decided he wanted to have a staff of his own. Whether that meant learning to make one or getting one made for him, he wanted the spectacle of a staff. He could see himself, staff in one hand and wand in the other, performing great feats of magic and astonishing the people around him. Eventually they were led outside to a dock area where Xenophilius picked up the key for their boat. Unlike a Muggle key, this key was a simple flat stone. It had the identification code of their boat and a rune sequence that would activate the engine. Zeno stepped onto the boat easily and Luna jumped in after him. Harry assumed they had both sailed before, as they hardly noticed the rocking of the boat. Harry wasn't so lucky, as Zeno had to help him down and Harry spent several moments stumbling around. Tonks had completely ran out of luck, as the moment she tried to stand upright the boat moved and she fell over. Harry wondered where they would all sleep, as the boat seemed to only have one room. But when Harry ducked into the room, he realized expansion charms had been used, as there were 4 bedrooms, living area and kitchen. The rooms themselves were fairly cramped and didn't leave much room, but it would do. Even the rocking of the ship felt muted. While a Muggle ship may need an entire crew to sail, a magical ship could be enchanted to handle everything all by itself. As such, Zeno was able to sail the boat all by himself. Despite this, he clearly knew his way around the boat. He even showed Harry how to steer the boat. That night they had dinner on the deck and Zeno happily pointed out star constellations. Harry had never heard the names he gave, but it was fun nonetheless and found he enjoyed life out at sea. Tonks didn't agree with him. The constant rocking of the boat along with the sea air was getting to her, meaning she spent most of her time inside the cabin. Tonks did help Harry and Luna with their transfiguration homework and even taught them some useful tricks to get better results. It turned out that doing self-transfiguration practically every day made it easy to achieve an O+ for the Newt exam. She also taught them some basic aura shields that would block most attacks. Harry was proud to say he had already known about most of them, as he had used them in his mithril shield. However, he felt it made sense to learn how to successfully cast them by himself, as he wouldn't always have his mithril on hand. If somebody attacked him right now, he only had his gauntlet to save him. When he wasn't training with Tonks or chatting with Luna and Zeno, he was reading a fascinating book Zeno had given him at the start of their trip. It was the life story of a wizard called Harold Black who had lived centuries ago. He had been born blind but had the ability to see magic. It sounded exactly like Harry's mage sight, except much stronger. Harold Black had used his ability to practically rewrite the way transfiguration was taught. But that wasn't why Zeno had suggested it. Harold Black had inherited an invisibility cloak from his father and had been famous for his own personal symbol, a triangle with a circle and line. The exact same symbol that would later be adopted as the symbol of the Deathly Hallows and later by Grindelwald. The story goes that he had been the target of an assassination. The explosion had been set off right next to him and had reduced most of Diagon Alley to rubble. When the dust had settled, Harold had stood there, completely untouched. He had then walked down the street saying the names of the dying and the wounded. For each name he said he would spin his ring 3 times and the person would rise again. It was a miracle of magic which had never been seen again. It seemed to be one of the few mentions of the resurrection stone, as while the ring was never named, it matched the 3 brothers' tale. That his cloak matched Harry's cloak also helped them believe it was accurate. Do you know if Harold ever got the wand? Harry asked Zeno. Legend never tells us, but I would think not. We know he passed the cloak on to his daughter who later married into the Potter line. But the stone remains a mystery. They say it was buried with him in Hangleton. Unfortunately, I was unable to find his grave, which may mean he wasn't buried there, or was buried under a different name. I assume he is actually dead. Like if he had the cloak and stone maybe was made immortal. Harry asked hesitantly. If so, I suspect it would require the pair to do so, the cloak to protect about physical damage while the stone protects from immortal ailments, such as age and decay. As you clearly have the cloak in your possession, unless Harold found the wand, I don't see how he could still be alive so many years later. Zeno said dismissively. After several days of sailing they came across their first magical island. There were 2 easy ways to identify a magical island. The first clue were the powerful wards that needed to be passed to even see the island. The second were the giant towers that looked over the entire island and maintained the wards. The wards only repelled the muggles and stopped the islands being found, but even then the drain on the wards was incredible. These wards often went far underwater and it was well known that salt water was corrosive to wards. This was why the towers had been built. Their main purpose was to power the wards by drawing in as much natural magic as possible and channeling it into the wards. This had the side effect of weakening the magic of everything else on the island, including witches and wizards. As they sailed closer to the island and its tower, Harry could feel his magic slowly slipping away. His mithril ring was also being affected, and Harry noted with some concern it had began to grow cold. The Philosopher's Stone had also lost its bright red coloration and had become a dull orange. The only thing stopping Harry panicking and trying to get away as fast as possible was Nicholas' assurance. The alchemist had helped set up some of the towers and knew from experience that the stone would go back to normal after leaving the range of the tower. Harry grinned when he imagined the tower workers trying to work out why they had suddenly gotten a spike in magic. When they reached the harbor, Zeno tapped his wand on a knot of wood near the ship's wheel, which sent ropes flying and moored the boat to the nearest jetty. Tonks was one of the first off the ship under the pretense of making sure the ropes were done properly. Harry and Luna then joined her on the jetty as Zeno made sure everything was locked up. Most locking charms and runes would be drained or weakened, of course, but at the same time any lock-picking charm would be equally weakened. As it was, their boat had been made with the magical islands in mind, so the doors had muggle locks alongside magical ones. Zeno and Luna then led them through the small town until they reached a hut that overlooked the harbor. It was obvious both had been here before, as they had hardly hesitated the entire journey. After knocking, Zeno opened the door and led their party inside. "Ah, Zeno. So long has it been. Sit. The owner of the voice reminded Harry strongly of Dumbledore in both age and the twinkling eyes. The old Jamaican man exuded the same sense of calm authority as the headmaster. The room itself was bare apart from a desk that had been made to look like a ship and several muggle filing cabinets that looked like they had seen better days. "Greetings, Vin. You of course know my daughter Luna, and this is her friend Harry Potter and his guardian Nymphadora Tonks. Everyone, this is Vincent Talon, the map master for the area and an expert in marine zoology." Harry was pleased to see Vin didn't seem to recognize his name. As Voldemort had never affected the Republic of Caribbean wizardry, his defeat and thus the name of Harry Potter had never reached its shores. The fact Vin was a map master was a surprise to him, however. Being a map master meant that in the early days of the Republic one of his ancestors had sailed around as much of the Caribbean as they could and mapped as much as they could see. They had then made each area unplottable, so anyone that wanted a map of the area had to visit the map master. Any map they gave out would also be impossible to copy and would destroy itself after a certain amount of time had passed. As the map masters made sure their government profited from their activities, nothing could be done about them. So tell me, Zeno, what brings you to my shores? I never did find those snarkaks, and if they exist, they don't live here. Vin said happily. His accent wasn't as strong as it had been when they had entered, making Harry believe he used it to impress visitors. Oh, we aren't looking for snarkaks this time. I thought we might try and track down the mermaids. Zeno seemed to take some delight from the shocked look on Vin's face at this. The man then smirked and started rummaging through his filing cabinets. Expansion charms had obviously been used as Vin stuck his entire arm inside one cabinet. He returned with a file marked mermaids and other humanoid water spirits. He then threw the file onto the desk, which creaked ominously, and pushed it over to Zeno. We've been studying these creatures for as long as I can remember, and all we know can fit inside a single folder. Vin said regretfully. Zeno drew out a detailed drawing of what Harry considered at first a typical mermaid, half woman, half fish. Harry noticed her eyes were distinctly bigger than a human's, and she didn't seem to have any eyelids. Her iris also filled the eye socket, meaning her entire eye was a brilliant blue. The eye sockets themselves were slightly higher up her head so that when she could see forward while swimming. Her hands had webbing going up the knuckles. There were also small fins jutting from her forearms. Her nose was almost completely flat with only two small slits, and her neck had two pouches that could have been gills, although the annotation indicated they were actually air sacs. What we do know about them is that they prefer the deep sea. You may be lucky to catch them surfacing for air, as from what we can tell they don't have gills. From what we can tell, their magic slows down cell decay and can take in a small amount of oxygen by swimming, so they can often last several weeks on a single breath. It was obvious Vin knew what he was talking about, and he became more animated the longer he talked. They be omnivores like us, so their diet consists of both flora and fauna, so be careful when you approach them. While we've never caught them eating a human, there's nothing to say they won't. Unlike their whale brethren, their natural magic allows them to survive on land too, so don't be tricked into thinking you're safe cause you're not in the water. If we do need to flee from a mermaid, what would you suggest? Tonks said. As an oarer, it was her job to not only predict possible attacks but to ensure there was a way to escape. If you were attacked, flee to the sky or somewhere dense like a forest. They can't follow you to the sky directly, although they can jump bloody high. Underwater, your best hope is to try and apparate away. I've never seen an animal move as fast as a mermaid, especially when they be hunting their prey. Zeno and Vin then started talking about popular spots for finding mermaids, and then they were off again. When they left the wards, the island behind them disappeared instantly, and Harry could feel his energy slowly recharging. Theoretically, the mermaids should be easy to find, as the wards which kept muggles finding the islands would kill a mermaid. As such, the Republic just kept a watch over areas the mermaids frequented and obliterated any muggle that saw something they shouldn't. Would your power allow you to turn into a mermaid, Tonks? Luna asked suddenly. Maybe. I've never tried before. It would probably use up a lot of energy to change. Honestly, I've never experimented too much with non-human features. Tonks said. So you couldn't grow wings or extra limbs? Harry asked sadly. One of the reasons he had wanted to replicate Tonks' ability was because he liked the idea of having wings that were a part of him and not just artificial. I don't know. I would need to study a bird's wings, and then in order to grow them I would need to sacrifice material from elsewhere, such as my arms. On top of that, extra limbs or wings aren't that useful in my line of work. We all carry brooms, which would presumably be faster than wings anyway. But what if you were able to make limbs without sacrificing something else, such as an alchemical matrix that would provide you the material as you need it? Technically, alchemy wasn't capable of doing something that advanced, as the energy required would be immense. However, both the Philosopher's Stone and Mithril would solve that issue. If I had an infinite supply of material. Yeah, I guess if I had that, anything would be possible, but this is all theoretical, right? Tonks said, doubtful. Sure. Harry said easily. He didn't yet trust Tonks enough to reveal either the stone or Mithril, but that wouldn't stop him trying to get Tonks to teach him how to become a metamorphagus. Mermaid dead ahead. Zeno cried out cheerfully. Harry and Luna rushed to the side of the boat and looked over eagerly. Harry was disappointed to only see a dark shadow far below them, but then the shadow started moving. Harry thought it only looked large because of the distance until it erupted out of the surface and flew over them. The mermaid was easily as large as their boat, and her tail would have put a blue whale to shame. Harry immediately understood what Vin had said about them jumping high. That single jump had sent the gigantic mermaid high enough to clear the mast and dive the other side of the boat. Harry expected a huge splash, but she cut into the water easily. Where a human shoulder came out almost at a 90-degree angle, the mermaid's shoulder was streamlined at 45 degrees to lower the water resistance. Up close it was obvious her skin was also much smoother than a human's and seemed to be coated in an oily substance. Under the water she seemed to just disappear into the deeps. It was as if the light was absorbed rather than reflected, meaning even just a few feet under the surface she became blended into the bottom of the ocean. From what Harry could see, it looked like she swam like a dolphin and was easily going 40 knots. Aside from the physical differences between a human and mermaid, there were a few subtle differences. Her spine moved in a way that wasn't possible for a human to replicate, and her hair seemed to direct the water around her like a muggle windscreen, even though Harry would swear he saw her hair move freely when she had surfaced. Look at the way they're swimming. They have a pack structure, but every so often one will dart off and circle the congregation, possibly the protector looking for threats. As Vin said, this is a popular mating spot for them, as that lagoon over there allows them to hatch their young without worrying about predators attacking. You can actually see where the cove has been eroded by generations of merfolk using it. See. Zeno was in his element here, pointing out odd little details that Harry doubted he would have seen otherwise. They anchored the ship some distance from the lagoon as they didn't want the mermaids to see them as a threat. They planned to spend the next day studying them up close and taking some pictures, and would then see if they wanted to stay for a second day or move on to find another tribe of merfolk. So Harry, any theories on the mermaids? Zeno asked. Yeah, Harry, I saw you how closely you looked at those mermaids. Tonks added, winking at Harry. For his part, Harry didn't understand what Tonks was hinting at, so decided to just ignore her. Well, obviously they have a high store of magic. Their skin is so densely packed with magic that when I used my magicite I could hardly penetrate it. The magic seems to take the oxygen from the water and keep what remains away from their skin. Like a shield charm. But what is really cool is there is less magic underwater. They draw their energy from the water resistance, so the faster they move the more power they have and the longer they can last without breathing. And did you see inside her? Zeno asked eagerly. He had written down everything Harry had come up with. As having just glanced at a mermaid, Harry had almost doubled how much they knew about them. Mostly this was because nobody had been crazy enough to get close enough to a mermaid, and those that had gotten close didn't have mage sight as strong as Harry's. Yeah, their lungs seem to have a natural form of expansion charms since the inside appears larger than the outside. The organs of the mermaid also have some sort of magical enhancement, possibly to let them cope with their huge bodies. Again, when below water they draw their magic from moving, which indicates if they were to be trapped underwater and couldn't move they would last an hour max before dying. And above water? Zeno asked. Luna and Tonks forgotten. Well, their magic could be drawn from the surroundings, but I expect they would lose magic quicker than they gain. When underwater most of their magic goes to converting water to oxygen, but above water the magic would need to compensate for the stronger gravity. During a moment of quiet, Harry worked on his latest project. While he hadn't been able to import any extra mithril into the Caribbean, that didn't mean he couldn't make more of it whilst there. He currently had a mithril crow sitting on his arm. If he looked too closely it became blindingly obvious the bird was a fake. The feathers were completely flat and were smooth to the touch, and if it caught the light properly it would appear reflective. But that didn't matter to Harry. All he cared about was the fact his latest version of the crow worked. He still couldn't get it to find anyone based on their name alone, but it could track signatures. Dumbledore had sent him a letter wishing him well, but he had signed it with his mithril pen. Harry had then been able to extract that magical signature and load it into the crow's memory. Deep inside the crow's chest 8 mithril pills were ready to store signatures. Currently he had one for Luna, Zeno and now Dumbledore. Something he had luckily seen in advance was that he couldn't get the crow to track his signature when it needed to return to him. This was due to his mithril making his signature scattered all over Britain. He got around this by tying a metaphysical tether between him and the bird that would be as long as needed. When his crow needed to return to him, it would just follow the tether home. As it worked differently to a normal post owl, the crow couldn't be stopped by a male catching ward or other such charms that were meant to stop owls. As it had been programmed to give off a strong notice knot while in flight, Harry didn't see the point in making it behave like a real bird. If during its flight it ran into something in its way, it would just turn itself metaphysical until it safely passed through. Since it was meant to fly high up in the atmosphere, it was unlikely to run into anything mid-flight, but it would still need to descend to deliver its cargo. Harry then attached his letter to Dumbledore and sent the crow on its way. Unhampered by the complex systems which make up a real bird, his crow never tired, never slept, and never suffered. Theoretically, Harry could also make and use different animals according to his needs. His letter just summarized his time at Mermaid Lagoon. It had been fascinating to watch the mermaids in their natural habitat and how they used their magic. While they couldn't cast actual spells like a wizard or elf, they could still exert their will on the world. Having taken several pages worth of notes on their use of magic, Harry felt he now understood why they were so hard to find. They gave off a very strong conditional notice knot. The condition was that you had to know they existed to see them. Before seeing the mermaids, Harry had never considered conditional enchantments could be used like that. He now wanted to try and break the third conditional charm on Dippet's book, as he suspected Dumbledore had done exactly what the mermaids did. It also gave him several ideas on how to make his notice knots stronger. It also seemed like the mermaids had some mind control magic, as they seemed able to talk to each other telepathically. Harry had also noticed that while hunting they would send out beams of magic which made their prey turn around and swim right into their open mouths. The effects of this magic was eerily similar to the Imperious Curse, which led to Harry wondering if the curse had been made to mimic the mermaids' power. Considering the sirens were a close relative to the mermaids and were famous for using their power on humans, it wasn't as if their power was unheard of. Having grown bored of studying the mermaids, they had decided to go back to Vin's island and sold the information they had collected. Vin had been so eager to get the information first, he had paid them enough to pay for their holiday and a bit extra. He had also been delighted with Luna's painting. While Harry and Zeno had collected notes on the mermaids, Luna had made a full-color painting. As they left Vin's office, he had been in the process of hanging the painting behind his desk. Any painting made by a witch or wizard would in turn become magical. Often this just meant they would move around occasionally and only had low intelligence. To get a more complex painting like at Hogwarts, it needed to be painted by a professional and then charged by a powerful witch or wizard. Luna had asked Harry to charge her painting and he had been happy to help. When he had finished, the painting looked like a window into a mermaid enclosure rather than just an oil painting. Tonks even swore the painting had tried to flirt with her, although she had been unable to prove it. Since they only had a few days left in the Caribbean before they had to return home, they decided to take the scenic route back to the Republican Ministry. It was during this trip home that they ran into a storm. They had been fortunate enough to have near-perfect weather for their trip, but it seemed their luck had run out. As the rocking of the ship grew in intensity, Tonks hurried into the cabin. Thinking quickly, Harry spread an umbrella of magic over their ship that would redirect most of the raindrops. Without his backup mithril, he wouldn't be able to cast any other magic while maintaining the umbrella, but that was a minor issue. The rain became the least of Harry's worries when a huge tentacle rose out of the water. It was only the string of curses Zeno fired which stopped the tentacle crashing down on the deck. The tentacle slipped back into the waves, but it did little to settle their nerves. A huge shark head rose high on the other side of the boat, but where a shark would have a tail fin, this creature had over a dozen tentacles. Despite the danger, Harry found himself looking at the tentacles that seemed to be resting on the surface of the water. It was as if the water under the creature's tentacles had gone solid. Tonks stumbled on deck just as Xenophilius shouted the creature's name. "It's a Luska. Aim for its eyes." As if the creature had heard him, 3 tentacles rose and started falling onto the ship. Zeno and Tonks started shooting at one of the tentacles, which started to slow, but that wasn't enough to stop the other 2. Thinking quickly, Harry dropped his umbrella before twirled his wand anti-clockwise twice and then thrust towards the tentacles. An opaque green shield shimmered into existence between the boat and tentacles. The shield had been enough to stop a charging Yeti. Unfortunately for the poor witch, it hadn't been enough to stop Lockhart. The shield could only stop physical momentum, but it did it well. When the tentacles struck the shield, they stopped instantly. Harry then felt the energy from the tentacles race down his shield straight towards him. Rather than let it reach him, he turned the energy into thermal energy and directed it at the Lusca using his Philosopher's Stone as the catalyst. With the reaction complete, the shield disappeared and was replaced by super hot air. It was easy to see where the heat was as the air steamed around it and the two tentacles blistered painfully. Using the last of the kinetic energy, Harry directed it to push the heat forwards, sending the wave of heat directly into the creature's face. This sent the creature fleeing back into the water, but also saw Harry collapse onto the deck. Despite the stone handling most of the energy, both the shield and transfusion had cost Harry greatly. Tonks hurried over to Harry to make sure he was alright as Zeno got Luna. Harry was vaguely aware of the two shouting over the storm before he felt the lurch of apparition and fell unconscious. Harry's crow was unaware of his master's plight. Truthfully, it wasn't aware of anything. All it knew was where its target was and how to get there. But thanks to its adapt ideology, it could also correct itself should its target move as its maker had wanted. But this wasn't all the adapt ideology did, it also allowed the crow to adapt its own ideologies to best serve its master. It had looked at its instruction to remain unnoticed and decided the best way to do this was to fly with other birds where possible, but when it had first tried to fly with other birds, they had scattered. After what passed as trial and error, the crow decided the birds must recognize it was different. To solve this, it started weaving together ideologies written in pure magical intent. By the time it was finished, the other birds were incapable of seeing it as anything other than a real bird. By then it had reached its target and dove steeply. The speed it was traveling at would have killed most birds, but the mithril construct barely noticed. Just as it was about to plummet into the ground, it extended its wings and performed a levitation charm on itself. Dumbledore was sitting in his sitting room chatting with Horace. The man still planned on fleeing the country, but he had wanted to make sure the ministry had started doing something before he left. Albus thought he had seen almost everything, but he almost jumped out of his seat when a crow soared through the window. Normally that wouldn't be unheard of, except for the fact the window was closed and the bird had passed through as if it were a ghost. Good Lord, what's that? Slughorn demanded, clutching his chest and breathing deeply. I believe you'd call it a crow. Dumbledore said blandly. He had used his own form of magicite to identify the bird and had calmed considerably when he recognized Harry's signature. It seems Harry has a message for me. That bird belongs to Harry. But thought he was in the Caribbean. Slughorn said, amazed. So it would seem. Albus read over Harry's letter quickly and couldn't help laughing. Sometimes he wondered if the Sorting Hat had put Harry in the right house. The boy was often far too rash, such as running headlong into the Chamber of Secrets or experimenting with possibly dangerous magic. But then he would show his Ravenclaw tendencies by doubling how much was known about a magical creature while on holiday. The Hat must have seen the boy's curiosity and studious nature outweighed his recklessness. Dumbledore could easily see Harry taking his job as headmaster in a few decades. Well, while I'm glad to hear Harry is doing well, can we get back to business, Albus? Slughorn asked cautiously. Yes, where were we? We were talking about what to do about Fudge. He has the potential to be a great minister, but not while Lucius has his ear. We either have to remove Fudge or Lucius, and I'm not sure who would be easier. Slughorn said adamantly. But I fear that should we be too hasty, we have find ourselves with somebody even worse. Good heavens, Albus, if we don't act, we'll definitely end up with someone worse anyway. You are in the perfect place to strike. Spread the word to other countries and get their support. Convince the Wizengamot that any war would be bad for them. By Merlin, teach the children the difference between right and wrong. But don't just stay in your school and hope something happens. Professor, it's my fault. I was meant to protect him and I failed. Tonks said mournfully. Nymphadora, your job is to protect Harry from danger. From what Xenophilius has told me, you did exactly that. Dumbledore said kindly. But I should have been on deck with him before that beast showed up. If I had been able to react sooner, Harry wouldn't have needed to use that shield. Harry would have tried to help regardless of how many people were on that deck. The magic required to power that shield is proportional to how much energy it needs to stop. If all three of those tentacles had struck his shield, the power would have killed him. It took both you and Xenophilius were needed to make sure only 2 tentacles struck. Albus didn't truly know where Harry had learned that charm. Nicholas had sworn he hadn't taught it, which led him to believe Gilderoy had taught it. When he had first employed Gilderoy, he had wished for a better alternative, then he had shown a remarkable spike in his abilities. Around the same time that Harry had started taking private lessons from the man. Now Gilderoy was stuck in St. Mungo's severe injuries ward, trying to undo whatever dark curse Tom Riddle used on him. The healers were unsure if he would ever be able to see again. Albus looked at the sleeping form of Harry sadly. He hadn't woken since returning to England through an emergency portkey arranged by the Caribbean Republic. Poppy had looked over Harry and determined he was just suffering magical exhaustion yet again. Physically, it was hard to guess Harry's age. He had entered Hogwarts as one of the smaller children, but by the time his first year was over, he had become one of the tallest. Albus attributed this to Harry's power and mithril. A wizard's magic would always enhance his body. This was how students were able to eat whatever they wanted while maintaining near-perfect health. If a wizard had magic to spare, then it made sense it would enhance the body beyond what was normal. Deep within the high-security wing of Azkaban, Sirius Black stared at the Daily Prophet intently. Fudge's visit had been delayed by Dumbledore's attempts to make him see reason. As such, when Sirius had asked for the paper, Fudge had unthinkingly sent the issue stating Dumbledore believed Voldemort had returned. Sirius had read the article so many times the words were seared in his brain. When he had first read it, he had been filled with dread, but that dread had quickly turned into purpose. Previously, he had known his godson was safe, and the blind depression he had fallen into was greater than his desire to see his godson that thought he was responsible for James and Lily's deaths. But with Voldemort back, Sirius saw a chance to do his duty and keep his godson from harm. It was a guiding light to bring him out of his depression and work on his escape. Each time he read the article, it was like a flash of light on the horizon, something to draw him home. It had taken Harry several days to get back to full strength. Luckily, he hadn't burnt through his Blackthorn wand. Unlike his Walnut wand, the Blackthorn wand had been made to channel an abundance of magic. If the magic passing through the wand started to exceed the capabilities of the wand, the magic would be pushed into the petrified elder wood hilt. The petrified wood could then steadily radiate the magic and flush it out of the wand. It was almost the exact inverse of what the Philosopher's Stone did, which impressed Harry immensely. Dumbledore had decided to wait until Harry had recovered before breaking the news of Sirius' escape. "Harry, my boy, please sit down. There is something I need to tell you." "What do you know of House Black?" Dumbledore asked seriously. There was no humor or warmth in the man's expression, and his eyes were sad and downcast. "Very little. I only remember Bathsheba mentioning a magical mirror the Blacks owned, and Tonks got me the Black Book. Oh, and that Harold Black collected 2 of the Hallows. I'm not surprised. Well, the Blacks were one of the first families to start believing in blood purity. Their family motto is even, always pure. That should give you some idea of their views. Despite their views, they were also notoriously powerful combatants. One of the reasons for their belief in blood purity was the numerous magical abilities they possessed. Like metamorphing. Tonks is related to the Blacks, isn't she? Yes and yes. Almost every metamorphmagie over the last millennium have been closely related to the Blacks. Such abilities include a natural affinity for occlumency and phobikinesis, the ability to control and manipulate fears. There are also rumors that the Black Grimoire is the single biggest collection of dark spells in the world. My father was friends with a Black, Sirius Black, right? Harry asked suddenly, remembering the report cards Dumbledore had given him on the day Hermione had died. Dumbledore sighed deeply. Yes, it is Sirius we need to talk about. Despite his upbringing, it was thought he was different from his family. By the time they had reached their 4th year, your father and Sirius were like brothers. So much so that when they went into hiding under Fidelius' charms, they were each other's secret keeper. It seems we had all been fooled though, as Voldemort was able to walk right into your parents' home and Black was seen moments after their death. It is clear James put his trust in the wrong person. It is our belief that Black was Voldemort's second in command. Dumbledore spoke softly as he didn't want to upset Harry further. Sirius Black is the reason my parents died? Harry asked coldly. While his face was like stone, his eyes looked like a fire had been lit behind them. His magic radiated off him angrily, and Dumbledore felt a shiver of fear run down him when the boy's magic danced over the room. While Harry wasn't strong enough to beat Dumbledore yet, his magic was still capable of dealing a great degree of damage. It was only his belief that Harry would never hurt him that stopped Albus bringing his own magic to bear. What happened next? Harry asked after a moment. Peter Pettigrew, another close friend of your father, went after Black. He caught up to Black in a Muggle street. When the Ministry arrived, all they found was Black standing over a crater, the bodies of a dozen Muggles and Pettigrew's finger. And why are you telling me this now? Did you not think I'd have wanted to know this years ago? Or did you not think I was ready? Harry spat, his face contorting in anger. You were right. I didn't think you were ready to handle the news. Sirius was locked up in Azkaban and you seemed happy. Dumbledore said sadly, I wanted you to be focused on the future and not the past. Well, you thought wrong. So why tell me now? Wait, you said he was in Azkaban. He escaped, didn't he? So much for being inescapable. Yes, he has. Before he escaped, the guards said he would say, he has returned, non-stop. Fudge then decided to send Dementors to Hogwarts, which will only endanger the students and make it easier for Voldemort to free his remaining followers. So what? You want me to be on my guard against Black and Riddle? Yes, but hopefully they will not be able to get you at Hogwarts. It's actually the Dementors I am most concerned about. We already know you can at least hold your own against Tom, but only one spell is known to defeat a Dementor. The Patronus, right? Well, I guess I'd better start learning it. How hard could it be? Harry said bitterly. He was angry at Dumbledore for keeping secrets about his own life from him, Black for getting his parents murdered. He was also angry at Fudge for not believing them and setting Dementors on Hogwarts. It will take a long time to learn. Luckily, the new defense teacher is more than capable of teaching it to you. For now, Auror Moody and I were about to inspect Black's cell for clues. If you wanted, I could bring you with us. The boat to Azkaban Island had been built specifically for the purpose of bringing prisoners to the island and guards back home. While not huge, it was large enough to hold just over a dozen people and still have room for cargo. This meant it looked rather empty with just Dumbledore, Moody, Tonks, the two guards escorting them to the prison, and Harry. Azkaban itself was a tall, imposing building that looked like it had risen straight out of the sea. There were no seams or cuts, and the only gaps in the fortress was the single gate and small barred windows. Even the bars were made of the same material. As they got closer, his mage sight was able to tell him what his eyes couldn't. The feel of the fortress was like a twisted version of his mithril, right down to the way the fortress was made of pure magic. But while his mithril was a brilliant green and the sword of Gryffindor was a bright red, Azkaban was a horrible blend of dull gray and cold icy blue. The drain of the fortress was like nothing he had felt before. It made the ward towers in the Caribbean had look like a mild inconvenience. Harry noted with some alarm that Dumbledore visibly sagged the closer they got to the prison. When one of the guards asked if he wanted to turn around and go back, Albus waved him off. It's nothing to worry about. When you get to my age, you become more dependent on your magic. Having it leave is a shock to the system. Once ashore, they were led quickly up the small path and into what passed as the reception area. They met the warden of the prison, who personally checked their identities and had them hand over their wands and any weapons. If the atmosphere wasn't so gloomy, Harry would have found it funny when Dumbledore pulled out 3 of his wands, one after another. Just like his cloak, the Elder Wand could avoid all forms of detection and was certainly too valuable to leave in the hands of the guards. Harry then looked over at Moody's table and was surprised to see 5 wands of various shapes and sizes, his staff, a dagger, and a small sword that he had hidden in his false leg. Harry's own wand was handed over easily along with his saber's ring. The gauntlet's ring remained unseen even with its weakened protections. Just like in the Caribbean, the Philosopher's Stone had started to heat up, as if it was determined to counter the constant cold of Azkaban all by itself. The warmth from his ring spread along his entire body rather than focus on just his finger, so it wasn't too uncomfortable. When he noticed how much Tonks, Moody, and Dumbledore were shivering, he privately thanked his ring for keeping him warm. They were led up so many staircases Harry lost count, and soon he lost all sense of direction. He was glad they had the guards, as he had no idea the way out. When Harry thought about it more, he realized that was probably the point. If he couldn't find his own way out, then the prisoners probably couldn't either. Eventually they reached the high security wing and an empty cell. The guards then helpfully told them this had been Black's cell, as if they would have brought them to a completely different and empty cell. There were a couple newspapers scattered around the cell, but all but one had been pushed under the slab of mithril that passed as a bed. Harry used his magicite to try and get a fix on Black's signature, but if any signature was left, it was being hidden behind the mithril's signature. Turning to Moody, he saw the ore living up to his name and frowning moodily. His magical eye whizzed around frantically, but Harry figured the ore couldn't find anything. Looking at the newspaper carefully, he was just able to make out a faint red rose color on the paper. He quickly picked up a second paper and noted how the paper itself didn't have a signature. This indicated the signature on the most recent paper was Black's. To be sure, Harry handed it over to Moody and pointed out the signature. "The boy's done it again, Albus. This is Black's signature, all right. Potter, do you think you can track this?" Moody said gruffly. Harry couldn't help noticing the Auror was speaking very quietly. "Probably not. As Azkaban drains magic, a signature wouldn't last long, especially not long enough for me to track it now." They spent a few more minutes searching the cell, but they found nothing of note. Eventually they left the foul prison and returned to Godric's Hollow. Far away in Little Whinging, a huge black dog ran between the shadows. He had a vague memory of Hagrid saying he needed to deliver Harry to his relatives, so that was where he would begin his search. What was left of Harry's summer was spent between Dumbledore's and Luna's homes. He saw a lot less of Tonks's. Even though she had been hired as his official bodyguard, she still needed to spend time in the office. Dumbledore's personal library was filled with more books than Harry could ever read in a single summer, but despite this, very few of those books appealed to Harry. Among the books of defense and transfiguration was politics and history, subjects which Harry had little interest in. He had pored over most of the books on doing actual magic. He had opened a book of magical theory once, and after several minutes of staring mindlessly at the first page had shut it again. Judging by how the book looked practically untouched, Dumbledore hadn't read it much either. Harry felt like he had learned a lot over that summer, most importantly that he needed to find something to do in the Muggle world that he enjoyed next summer. When the 1st of September finally came around, Harry found himself looking forward to Hogwarts greatly. While he still found most of the students either annoying or forgettable, and he often almost died every year, he could still say there was rarely a dull moment there. He would have new subjects to learn, and he hoped the class material would be new for him. As had become normal for him, Harry arrived at King's Cross several hours early. This time, however, Tonks was escorting him onto the train. Dumbledore had suggested Harry sit near the defense teacher who would be posted on the train. As there was only one adult on the train, Harry guessed he must be the new teacher. He couldn't help wondering where the trolley witch was. The only times he had ever seen her was when she sold the sweets. Harry could only assume the witch somehow got on the train mid-journey. When he knocked on the compartment door, the man didn't stir. Entering quietly, Harry looked at the man carefully. He appeared to be sleeping, but the man's magic was too active for him to be unconscious. Tonks had been teaching Harry basic self-defense, which had included identifying threats. Harry could imagine somebody pretending to be asleep only to attack him once he had let his guard down when the train had left. "Excuse me, if you're trying to get to sleep, I would suggest setting up a silencing ward. If you're only pretending, could you stop?" The man cracked open one eye and looked at Harry speculatively. "You must be Harry. Professor Dumbledore did mention you would realize if I tried to deceive you." "Foolishly, I thought I knew better." The man chuckled dryly. He had shifted upright so that he was facing Harry rather than lean on the window. "I'm Remus Lupin, although I suppose that would be Professor Lupin now." "Harry Potter, did you go to school with my dad, because your name sometimes appears in his detention slips?" The man suddenly appeared less sure of himself. "Yes, I knew your father. We were in the same year." Before Harry could reply, the door to the compartment opened and Luna breezed in, which gave Harry a distraction to levitate his and Luna's trunks into the luggage rack. When he turned back to Professor Lupin, he frowned when he saw the man had gone back to pretending to be asleep and had even applied a notice knot, a rather strong notice knot at that. Despite the fact it wasn't the strongest notice knot Harry had ever encountered, it was just strong enough that Harry would have needed to put in some effort to break through. Harry felt Professor Lupin would see this as rather rude, and he didn't want to annoy somebody who had known his father by pushing him to talk when he clearly didn't want to. There would be time to talk during the school year. As they had spent most of their summer together, Harry and Luna didn't need to catch up. As had become normal, Harry read a book. In this case, The Soul of Transfiguration by A. Dumbledore and G. Grindelwald, which he had borrowed from Dumbledore's library. It mainly consisted in an in-depth discussion on what wizards considered the soul and how the soul remained unaffected even when the body was transfigured. Grindelwald hypothesized that if the body could be changed without affecting the soul, then the soul could be transfigured in turn. While Harry read his book, Luna read a magazine, normally Magizoology Monthly or The Quibbler. They would talk as they read and bring up anything interesting and discuss it with each other. Over the journey, very few people bothered to talk to Harry. Despite the fact it was him that had killed the basilisk, some of the students had decided that he had set up the entire thing to make him more popular. It was only students like Ron who came in to thank him yet again, or Justin, who said he was grateful Harry had tried to save him. Then the train suddenly slowed to a stop despite the fact Hogwarts was still over an hour away. "Do you think we broke down?" Luna asked warily. Harry had noticed that whenever she was scared she dropped her airy attitude and became much more serious. "Can't. The train runs on magic and has never broken down since it was set up. Nothing should be able to stop this train. Even a landslide would be pushed out of the way before the train even got close." As he spoke, a deathly cold had started to spread throughout the train, a cold Harry had felt before. He eyed the professor warily, but sometime over the journey the man had actually fallen asleep and his notice knot had started to unravel. It was unlikely the man would notice anything dangerous until it was too late. Before he could wake the professor up, their door started rolling open and mist started seeping in. Moving quickly, Harry slammed the door shut and applied the most complex locking charm he knew. Harry couldn't help feeling terrified when the charm started breaking apart. It wasn't being unlocked by a counter charm or ripped apart by another wizard, it was simply ceasing to be. It reminded Harry of the basilisk venom when it had come into contact with his mithril, except this was so much slower, which also meant Harry had time to get scared. He pushed his palm against the lock of the door and filled it with mithril with the ideology of, "Keep this door closed no matter what." This meant the mithril not only filled up the lock, it also spread over the entire door frame. Even Dumbledore would have struggled to overcome the mithril. He probably would have chosen to just destroy the door rather than unlock it, but whatever was on the other side of the door just fought back harder. The deathly cold became much more intense and the mist started leaking through the seams of the wood and the windows began to crack. "Wake up the professor!" Harry snapped at Luna, breaking her out of her terror, and rushed to fulfill his order. The mithril started icing over and cracks were soon running over the metal. As if in empathy, the various mithril objects on his person had also begun growing cold except for his ring, which once more filled Harry with warmth. He also started developing a numbing feeling in his arm and skull, exactly where the mithrilium was. He now understood why Azkaban prison had been so cold. The mithril had taken in the cold of the Dementors and spread it everywhere, even to places the Dementors didn't visit. Which meant the creature trying to force entry was a Dementor. He didn't need to wait long to see what the creature looked like. With a great crack the door's window gave in and Harry got his first look at the guards of Azkaban. The creature's cloak was like solidified smoke and fluttered ethereally, if such a demon could be described as ethereal. When the cloak fluttered aside, it revealed a dark gray skeleton. It looked like flesh had been dried until it covered the bones. The worst part was the skeleton was slightly transparent, which meant Harry got to see what looked like icy blue veins. He didn't dare use his mage sight in case the magic was somehow worse than the beast itself. Luna was shaking Lupin rather violently, but he remained dead to the world. The Dementor's cold aura had affected the notice knot and turned it inwards. The notice knot would need to be broken before the man would awaken, which would normally only take Harry a couple of seconds. Seconds he couldn't afford to lose. He was barely able to keep up with reinforcing the mithril before the Dementor could wither it away and get into the compartment. It had thrust its skeletal hand through the broken window and was grasping at Harry feebly. When Harry had let his hand get too close to the Dementor's hand, his skin had grown pale. It had felt like burning hot needles were being stuck in his hand. Despite the pain, Harry felt numbness spread over his hand. When Harry glanced at his hand and winced at how gray his skin had become, it looked dried and shriveled. Harry didn't know how bad it was, but it didn't take a genius to figure out having a gray hand wasn't good. In an attempt to stop it spreading, he activated his gauntlet. Activating the gauntlet was a mistake. The gauntlet spread up his hand, but the mithril was icy cold. The philosopher's stone glowed brilliantly and spread warmth throughout his body. but it seemed unable to warm up the metal. The gauntlet did give Harry a surge in power. As if in response to that new power, the Dementor backed off. Harry let out a sigh in relief, only for the Dementor to push forward. Right as it hit the door, it seemed to turn into smoke and phased right through the door. Harry started hearing faint whispers in his mind. It was as if he was hearing them from a great distance, but the closer the Dementor drew, the louder the voices grew. The Dementor stretched out his hand as if to touch his face, and Harry reacted on instinct. Before he could even register what he was doing, his gauntleted hand had caught the Dementor's arm as a troll's roar and a child's scream filled his mind. Luna watched Harry fearfully. When the Dementor had entered the compartment, she had almost fainted as she watched her mother die over and over again. Harry's cloak then reared up like a king cobra's hood. The cloak seemed to stop the Dementor's aura. With the memories fading, Luna was able to get back to waking the professor. She was once again stopped, this time by Harry screaming in pain. Where he had grabbed the Dementor's arm, his gauntlet had frosted over completely. The red stone was easily the brightest thing on the train and causing a stream of steam which had started to condense on the ceiling. The mithril itself started to look rusted and jagged. Normally Harry's mithril was so smooth, Luna had used it as a mirror, but now she could barely tell what color it was. Harry's skin had also started turning pale gray. It ran up his arm like frost and had already reached his elbow. But while his skin was gray, his veins had turned the same red as the stone and glowed fiercely. He looked like some sort of demon, and Luna found herself terrified. For the Dementor's part, it was letting off a sound like 100 different voices screaming. Knowing that she couldn't do anything to help Harry directly, Luna turned back to the professor and started shaping her magic as Harry had taught her. She was unable to use her magic as freely as her friend, but she was able to shape a crude spear of magic. The magic carved into the distorted notice knot and tore it to shreds. Immediately the professor opened his eyes and sat up. In one quick motion his eyes took in the entire scene and raised his wand at the Dementor. Expecto Patronum. A huge wolf-like shape tackled the Dementor and sent it flying out of the compartment. With the Dementor gone, Harry collapsed into a seat. Luna couldn't tell how far the gray had spread as it had gone up into his shirt, with the gauntlet stopping just above his elbow. The professor started waving his wand over the boy and muttering spells, silently begging her only friend would be okay. Luna sank into her own seat and let her eyes close. Harry awoke almost immediately. He was starting to get annoyed at how many times he had been struck unconscious lately and swore to himself he would make sure he would get stronger. He looked around the infirmary carefully. He seemed to be the only person in there. Judging by the purple and orange light trickling through the eastern-facing windows, it was very early in the morning. As he rose, he felt a charm break and a streak of magic flew off towards the headmaster's office. Before he had company, Harry inspected his arm. His gauntlet must have been deactivated by Dumbledore, as he distinctly remembered it trying to heal the Dementor's effect when he had fainted. When he looked closer, he was alarmed to see all 3 of his rings missing. His skin was still incredibly pale even in the warm light, and when he touched it with his other hand he flinched at how cold it was. This was quite alarming for Harry, as he didn't feel the cold. After poking his arm, he confirmed his suspicion. His left arm was completely numb. Before he could experiment further, Dumbledore strode into the infirmary. "I'm glad to see you are doing better, Harry." Nobody was quite sure what to expect. Suffice to say, the last person that physically touched a Dementor died shortly after. There was no levity in Dumbledore's voice, there was only wariness and grief. "Can't say I was sure either. It was only the gauntlet which stopped the worst of it, I think." "Quite. It was fortunate you gave me permission to remove your gauntlet. The mithril remained cold and prevented your recovery. I would suggest checking your mithril over before putting it on again." Dumbledore left soon after. It was almost 4 in the morning. After he left, Harry went back to sleep. He was woken up later by Madame Pomfrey. Harry privately felt he would have preferred to stay asleep, although he wasn't brave enough to tell her that. Unfortunately, the only thing that can help you is time and chocolate. That was how Harry found himself walking into the Great Hall for breakfast. As he expected, almost every student stopped talking and turned to him. He hurried over to where Luna was sitting and started spreading chocolate on toast. It took several minutes for Harry to get his first visitor. Draco Malfoy sauntered over with a smug grin on his face. Before he got close enough to talk, Harry rolled his eyes at Luna, who smiled blithely. "Hey Potter. Word is you fainted at the sight of the Dementor." Harry sighed despondently before turning to Malfoy and pulled his sleeve up to reveal his great arm. This is from where I fought the Dementor. For some reason it tried to kill me, as you can tell I lived. I'd like to see how you'd fare against a Dementor trying to key you, not that anybody, even a Dementor, would want to key you. Harry said casually. Malfoy had been rather sedated ever since he had been petrified. It seemed over the summer he had regained his confidence, although Harry noted his comments had lost some of his bite. Early the next morning he went into his workshop to begin implementing the ideas he had come up with over the holiday. As the students had a day off today he wouldn't be missed. Even without changing it he was quite proud of his workshop, even if at first glance it looked as if it hadn't changed much since he had first started using it, aside from the shelves now being filled with shiny objects of all sorts of colors. The first change he made was to rip the old door out. He then delved deep into his own power and started summoning thin sheets of mithril to take the place of the door. By the time he had the general shape he was exhausted, so in order to conserve energy he used his backup mithril core to expand the door so that it was much thicker. With the taxing part over, Harry started shaping the door's ideologies to his will. First he told the door to draw its powers from the castle itself so that it would never run out of magic. He then started weaving the web of notice knots that would stop the magic in the mithril being detected. He had gotten incredibly lucky by accidentally figuring it out during his first year. But he then incorporated what he had learned from the mermaids, which made it hard for Harry to even pay attention to the door. Next he applied a mix of glamorous and color-changing charms to make the mithril look like the regular door in the off chance somebody saw through the notice knots. He then shut the door and started throwing several destructive spells at it. Each and every spell was stripped down to its most basic elements and absorbed into the mithril. Even his spear just bounced off the door and his saber had taken several minutes to leave a mark. In order to stop spirits and other incorporeal beings he had lined the walls and ceiling with mithril panels. Even though he had used a mithril generator to cover most of the walls, providing enough mithril to start the process had still been tiring. As the mithril spread, Harry noticed the magic in the room was being drained just like Azkaban. After some thought he solved the issue by embedding several cores throughout the sheets and then telling the sheets to let ambient magic pass straight through. While this meant magic started passing into the room again, the ambient magic had been touched by Harry's signature. The echo of his signature meant Harry had some control over the magic before he even got close to it. This had allowed his senses to grow considerably inside the room. Even when he stepped outside he could still feel a faint echo of the room in his subconscious. He found he could control the air with barely a thought and his magic replenished significantly faster than normal. But while the power might be addictive, it meant Harry had almost complete control of the room. After some time experimenting he found that by simply focusing on the mithril he could completely seal the room. Further experimentation revealed that he could change the ideologies of the panels almost instantaneously. Whether this was due to how the room was now permeated with his signature or his own growing power he didn't know. He laughed out loud when he told the panels on the east wall to apply an expansion charm and move backwards into the magically created space. While he didn't yet trust the magically created space, he didn't hesitate to double the size of the room. By the time he left for dinner his workshop had gained an additional room where he had moved his finished projects, which left him more room for his in-progress projects, along with a new lounge area complete with a huge desk. The new space was welcome as the mithril ward generator had taken up an entire corner and he and Bathsheba had to move it whenever they wanted to work on it. Now it sat proudly in the middle of the main room with lots of room to move around it. Harry was able to ignore the other students. Their behavior wasn't too dissimilar to how they normally acted, so Harry was used to ignoring them. He entered the defense room warily. After Lockhart's dreadful attempts at teaching and the complaints he heard against Quirrell, Harry wasn't sure what to expect. He had mixed feelings when Lupin took them to the staff room. It was one of the few areas of the school he hadn't been to often. When he realized Lupin intended to reveal their worst fears to the class he was tempted to walk out. As it was, he was curious about what his worst fear actually was. Off the top of his head he couldn't think of anything he was truly afraid of. He guessed he was scared of Luna or Dumbledore dying, but he didn't stay awake terrified about it. Before Harry could think of his fear, a line had formed. He fought his way near the back of the line so that he would have a bit more time to decide. If he wasn't feeling so anxious, he would have enjoyed the atmosphere Lupin had set up. The music helped calm the students, and the bright room lessened the impact of their fears. Due to the atmosphere, the line moved quickly, with each student dispelling their boggart with ease, which meant Harry was pushed in front of the creature. The boggart started swirling. Harry thought he saw the cloak of a Dementor briefly form before turning back into dust. Eventually, the boggart settled into himself. Harry cocked his head to the side and looked at himself curiously. Boggart Harry copied his movement, which gave Harry time to spot the difference. The other Harry was slightly taller. His hair was shorter than he normally wore it, letting the scar be easily seen. He also seemed more muscled and confident. Then Harry saw his eyes. The boggart's eyes were pure mithril silver. Following the eyes, the other Harry's veins were the same silver, and Harry could feel the power radiating off the Dementor. Is this meant to be scary? Harry asked slowly. He could tell the class had gone silent behind him, and even Lupin seemed on edge. The boggart didn't answer. Harry wasn't even sure it could talk, but he did grin creepily. The other Harry withdrew a sword that looked similar to Godric Gryffindor's sword, except Harry could tell he had made that sword himself. Harry prepared himself for the boggart to attack him, only for the boggart to turn the sword on itself. There was no blood, but Harry could feel the echo of magic rapidly fade from the other Harry until there was nothing left. Harry found himself backing off. It had never occurred to him that he could lose his magic, but now that he had it thrust in his face, it terrified him. Harry tried to think of a way to make it funny, but he drew a blank. With the loss of magic, the mithril within the other Harry's body started vanishing, making it look like his body was deflating. Thinking as fast as he could, Harry threw a flame curse which forced the boggart to dive to the side. As it rolled, it broke Harry out of his fear. He knew he would rather die than lose his magic, but this boggart was just a reflection of something he would never do. He still didn't know how he could make it funny, but he wouldn't let the boggart scare him. He stared at what was left of the boggart's eyes and tried his best to stare it down. The boggart ungainly stood up and started pointing his sword at him. After barely a cursory glance at the sword, he waved his hand dismissively, which disarmed it. The sword vanished into dust after only a few feet. Harry felt he could feel a flicker of confusion from the boggart. If doing the smart thing doesn't work, try brute force, Harry thought dryly. He formed the ridiculous spell and put as much power into it as possible. He then launched it at the boggart, which seemed to rip its form to shreds and return it to its dusty form. Well done, Harry. Very good indeed. Notice, class, how if you can't think of a way to make you fear funny, raw power works just as well, assuming you have the power to spare, that is. Harry appreciated Remus's comment. It made it look like Harry had known what he was doing. It also drew the class's attention back to the professor and boggart, which gave time for Harry to compose himself. Harry, a word please, Lupin asked. Harry had been able to hide in the back of the room as the last few students defeated their boggart. The professor waited until the last students had left before leaning on a desk near Harry. Are you okay? Lupin asked Harry softly. Sometimes we don't always want our fears to be shown. If you need to talk to anyone, you can always talk to us teachers. Harry wondered what Lupin was talking about before he realized that to anyone who didn't have magicite, his boggart looked like he was terrified of killing himself. Oh, no, I'm scared of losing my magic, not dying. I thought it might have been a Dementor, but while I found it frightening, I know a way to deal with Dementors. Ah, I get the feeling you're used to solving your problems with magic. Professor Dumbledore mentioned you've been using magic for a long time. It's understandable that you would fear losing your magic. Professor Lupin gave off the air of understanding, although Harry suspected he couldn't comprehend just how important his magic was to him. Mr. Longbottom will be the death of me. Snape muttered angrily as he stormed into his office. Having gotten used to his outbursts, Harry took a leaf out of the professor's book and raised an eyebrow, questioning. The boy was meant to make a fingernail-reducing potion. By some stretch of logic, us mortals can never hope to achieve. He added salamander spines to the potion while it was on the fire. How did he even get them? You can't buy them without an adult present, and he can't have gotten them from your private store. Salamander spines were extremely explosive, so much so that they would react the moment they reached 30 degrees Celsius. Despite this, they were an integral part of strength and fire-repellent potions, when properly brewed into a potion. I have no idea. What I do know is that after I gathered what was left of his potion, it would make the drinker's skin as tough as nails. Of course, I needed to scrape this potion off the walls as the resulting explosion destroyed the cauldron and threw Mr. Longbottom into the potion behind him. Snape said bitterly. Harry grimaced and went back to his meditation. He needed to clear his mind before Snape tried to penetrate it before they would go on to whatever Snape had planned. After he had developed a good enough shield to consistently withhold Snape, they had started devoting part of their lesson onto other areas of study. So far he had been learning how to modify and create potions and spells, while Harry had already done his own variation of spell modification. It took a lot of energy. Snape was teaching him how to modify existing spells to better serve him, without wasting magic. Right. Very well then. Prepare yourself, Potter. Harry barely had time to react before he felt Snape's magic launch over the desk and into his eyes, but before the magic could hit his occlumency shields, the magic just stopped. Impressive. You've made good progress in your shields over the summer. In fact, I doubt even the Dark Lord has shields as strong. Snape sounded genuinely impressed, which was a rare occasion for him. Harry would have been proud if it had actually been his shields that had stopped him. I'm sorry, sir, but your magic didn't hit my shields. I thought you just stopped the probe before it could reach me. I didn't feel a thing. Snape lowered his eyebrows thoughtfully before sending a much stronger probe, like before. It stopped just before it could reach Harry. After instruction Harry to move to the side, he launched yet another probe which met the exact same fate. Very strange. Did anything happen to you, or more specifically your mind, since our last meeting? Snape asked curiously. Their last meeting had been before Harry had gone into the chamber, so he had several weeks to go through. Well, obviously there was the Dementor, although now I think of it, the Dementor barely had any effect on me. There was the trip to Azkaban, the Caribbean sea creature, then the mermaids. I think the only other thing would be the chamber. Oh, I had to use Mithrilium to protect myself from the basilisk stare. That's probably it. Mithrilium. Snape raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar name, which reminded Harry he hadn't been meaning to tell Snape his secret. Yeah, it's this type of metal I can summon that can do almost anything I can think of. In the chamber I was desperate and made the mithril form inside my head, and luckily it remained liquid rather than go solid. Harry said sheepishly. So it's this mithril that's protecting you. That is certainly a unique approach to protecting your mind, but as I've never even heard of anything like this, I have no way of penetrating it. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. It seems that you've accidentally made the perfect mental defense. Harry could see Snape was thinking, and he didn't have to wait long to find out what. So this mithril, I assume Professor Babbling is helping you use it. If you wouldn't mind, I think I would like to join in. While I can see why Rune's teacher would be useful in this. However, this power doesn't seem to be limited to what runes are capable of. If your mithrilium can protect your mind, perhaps it can also improve your mind. Harry spent the rest of their meeting filling in Snape on what his mithril was capable of. He also showed off several of his gadgets, although he kept the gauntlet a secret. You have left me much to think about, but before you go, I have something for you to think on. It is time you started work on harder potions, such as Wolfsbane. As I am required to brew Wolfsbane this year, so you will have plenty of samples to work with. Your task will be to see if you can enhance the potion. This can either be by improving the taste of the potion, increasing its duration, or even preventing the transformation entirely. That night Harry had snuck into the restricted section and retrieved several books on werewolves and Wolfsbane. He then went back to his improved workshop where he wouldn't be disturbed. He settled into the lounge area and spread out the books over the desk. He quickly found the recipe for the Wolfsbane potion. He remembered talking to Hermione about the potion but had never bothered to look up how to actually make it. Unsurprisingly, aconite, or Wolfsbane, was the main component of the potion, with most of the other ingredients simply neutralizing the poison. Possibly the most dangerous but crucial element was the Dementor's ash. When too many Dementors stayed somewhere for a long stretch of time, they sometimes managed to freeze the air around them into an ash-like substance. Direct exposure to Dementor's ash gave off an effect similar to that of a Dementor, which was one of the reasons it was a highly controlled substance. In the Wolfsbane potion, the ash channeled the idea of aconite straight to the werewolf's mind. It was theorized this scared the wolf part so much it refused to take control of the body. It was also the ash which made the potion give off the blue smoke and attributed to the terrible taste. Sweeteners like sugar negated the effect of the ash, making the potion useless. The problem was the potion needed to be drunk every day for the week leading up to full moon. Even missing a dosage for a single day would leave the ash too weak to properly affect the wolf. The ash also had a negative effect on the body, which would make the werewolf weak and sickly during the course of the week as their body tried to repel the ash and aconite combination. This was in direct contrast to feral werewolves who actually grew stronger during the run-up to the full moon. Idly running through possible combinations of ingredients that might enhance the potion, Harry started reading through various attempts to modify the potion. As the potion had such extreme ingredients anyway, attempts to add lesser ingredients either did nothing of note or upset the balance and made the potion deadly. For a laugh, he wondered what would happen if he added the salamander spines Neville had added to his own potion. At first he assumed it would just explode the potion, but then realized if they added powdered spines and Dementor's ash together in a 1:-1 ratio, the cold of the ash would prevent the spines exploding. As salamander spines were extremely reactive, they would make the potion much more potent. It would also make the potion almost impossible to buy, as while salamander spines weren't a controlled substance like Dementor's ash, they were still very expensive. After making sure he had recorded his ideas, he made a note to visit Snape in the morning before crawling into bed, in the hope that when he awoke the next day the students would go back to normal. A few days later, Harry was called into Dumbledore's office. When he reached the gargoyle, he swore it smirked at him. As Dumbledore hadn't bothered to tell him the password, Harry decided to break in again. He waved his hand in front of the gargoyle and let his magic scan the door. He's improved his security, Harry thought smugly, but the question is, will it be good enough? Dumbledore had enchanted the lock so that whatever was said to the gargoyle would be checked by something in his office. That object would then send down a coded signal to open the office. This meant Harry couldn't just trick the gargoyle to move by making it think he had entered the password. What he could do, however, was make the gargoyle move manually and just bypass the password. One overpowered levitation charm later and he was inside the stairwell. He could give in and try and guess the password, or just get Dumbledore to let him in, or he could double down and get in by himself. He pointed his wand up at the ceiling and cast a strong summoning charm. The charm started pulling him upwards until he reached the doorway. He needed to grab hold of the door frame to stop himself falling back down, so when he managed to open the door, his entrance was a rather embarrassing stumble. Fortunately, he recovered his balance quickly, which gave him enough time to see Dumbledore dispel an image of the stairwell, which assumed had been a live feed. Very impressive, although perhaps in the future it might be more prudent to just ask to be let in. Just because you can use magic to get in doesn't mean you should use it for everything. Dumbledore said knowingly, but your methods of entering my office aside, I did have a reason for calling you up here. Please have a seat. Dumbledore waited until Harry sat down before continuing. Sherbet Lemo. Well, as you know, several students missed lessons due to the attacks. I could move them down a year, but that means they'll just be wasting more time going over subjects they've already covered. So my solution was to get them a private tutor to let them catch up on what they missed while staying with their year group. Obviously, they needed a tutor that knew the subject material and had the time to help them. My choice was obvious. Harry wondered who Dumbledore was talking about before he saw Dumbledore's expression. You want me to teach them? Harry asked, astonished. Only if you want to. I know you were concerned you would find this year too easy. If I recall correctly, you were tutoring Mr. Creevy before he got attacked anyway. Fine, I'll do it, but only if the students behave. If they don't want to learn, I'm not going to waste my time on them. Harry looked around his new classroom warily. He knew Colin and Justin well and would have helped them anyway. He had worked with Neville and knew he would put the work in. It was Draco and the Hufflepuff boy he distrusted. Draco hadn't stopped sneering ever since he had stepped in, and Jackson had looked at Harry disdainfully before turning away. He had to admit to himself that as Jackson was 2 years ahead, his attitude wasn't unjustified. Fortunately, the teachers had been kind enough to supply him a general list of lessons from the first attack onwards. It would be up to him to pick out what lessons to cover. Right, everyone? I have the list of lessons here, and I think the first thing we should do is find out what lessons you missed and any you want to go over again, and we can go from there. This is so stupid. Jackson scoffed. I don't need a third year to tell me how to study. Fine, then leave, Harry replied coldly. Here was confirmation that he had been right. The students weren't going to put the work in and were just going to waste his time. Deciding to mock him, he said, "Feel free to tell me how you got on at the end of the year." This had Jackson freezing at the door and turning to glare at Harry. "You think you know more than me?" he asked through gritted teeth. "Yes, frankly, I'm surprised you managed to reach fifth year if this is the sort of effort you put into your learning." Jackson obviously didn't like that as he started marching towards Harry with his wand drawn. As Harry had expected that response, his wand had been drawn before he even opened his mouth, so he just glared at Jackson as menacing as he could. "Prove it. Cast every spell on that piece of paper," Jackson growled. Harry barely needed to glance at the list of spells as he had made sure he could cast each and every one the night before. Therefore, he simply handed the list to Jackson and moved to the middle of the classroom to begin the gauntlet of spells. The first spell is Protega. The wand movement is a circle starting at the top and ending at the top, finished by a flick straight down. When done correctly, you should have a circular shield in front of you, often blue or silver, that can stop spells for as long as you can hold it. Next is Ascendio. This wand movement is a curved line downwards at the object you want to move, then a sharp flick up. This spell will send an object flying straight upwards. If cast incorrectly, it will instead target the closest object, which is inevitably the caster, and send them flying up instead. Bombarda. Curved line to the side, then a straight line back to the beginning. Causes a controlled explosion wherever you aim. Calivaria. Diagonal slash across the target. Changes the color of that object. Defindo. Small loop, then a hard slash in whatever direction you want a cut to appear. Basic cutter spell which will work on most materials, although accuracy varies. Harry ran through over 24 charms and hexes. After the first few spells, Jackson had lost his smug look. After the 10th, he had looked at Harry slightly fearfully. While he was giving each spell the least amount of power possible, even a dozen low-powered spells were still a drain on anyone's magic. As such, he had started to draw upon his mithril supply a while ago. But as none of the other students knew he was cheating, they incorrectly assumed he had enough raw power to just slug through several fourth-year spells in a row. "Now any more useless questions, or can I get on with getting you lot caught up on what you missed like I was told to?" Harry asked sarcastically. Despite his cocky ulterior, inside he was thankful he had planned for somebody to question his knowledge of the spells and had loaded himself with mithril accordingly. Harry glared at Dippet's book angrily. He had just unlocked the third conditional enchantment. Dumbledore had obviously had a laugh while doing it, as Harry had needed to go to the astronomy tower at midnight and say the word, "Please." Harry had tried brute forcing the conditional the same way he had broken the first two, but he had been unsuccessful. Now that he had unlocked it, he wasn't sure if it was worth it. The book had translated itself into what Harry thought was French, and he couldn't find a way to turn it back into English. In order to break through this magic, Harry would need to properly learn Lokela magic, which meant asking Nicholas for help. Verbarn and Lokela were twins in that they acted similarly. As Nicholas had said in a more recent lesson where they had gone over past material. Any spell with an incantation, regardless of what language it is spoken in, starts as Verbarn magic. After the magic has determined the intent of the spell, it will use the other families to apply that intent upon the world. Lokela takes magical intent and translates it into a language and method the caster can understand. For instance, the translation charms interpreters use when exploring Egyptian tombs. When the interpreter casts the charm, it uses Verbarn magic to form the intent. Then Lokela uses that intent to turn all written words nearby into magical intent. Then it translates the intent into the caster's primary language. Despite how complex it sounded when broken down, in practice the charm was cast just like any other. In order for Harry to translate the book back into English, he would need to learn to use Lokela in its pure form, as the book somehow resisted Verbarn magic. Harry already had some experience working in pure magic, as his mithril worked best when he programmed the ideologies with magical intent rather than words. It was extremely hard to think in terms of ideas rather than words, and Harry didn't even know where to start trying to apply that to casting magic. There were other benefits to learning how to cast magic in other magic families as well, of course. Nicholas had started teaching Harry a spell referred to as Divine Shield, and as the name suggested, it would block most divine magic. But any magic that wasn't from the divine family would pass right through the shield. Likewise, divine magic would pass right through a protega, as that was Verbarn magic. The various magic families rarely interacted with each other, which meant it was important to have a defense for every magic family. Fiendfire was widely feared because as divine magic it could only be blocked by a divine shield. For now, Harry had no idea how to use Locella magic, so he was stuck using an old-fashioned French to English dictionary. The problem was that while the dictionary may help Harry translate the book into English, it wouldn't help him translate the intent of the French magic. Focus. Potter. If you want to truly see how much power you possess, you need to focus. Snape snapped impatiently. The two had been sat on the astronomy tower for over an hour and had made no progress. If Harry opened his eyes, he knew he would see Snape sat cross-legged barely a few feet from him. He knew Bathsheba was nearby, but he didn't know where. After he had closed his eyes, she had placed a mithril plate near Harry. His task was out where it was by using his connection to the mithril. With a sigh, Harry started to spread out his magic to find its signature, only to have Snape slap it back. Do you intend to send your magic across Britain to find your mithril? He asked sarcastically. But the plate is only a few feet away. I don't need to send my magic far, Harry whined. Today maybe, but what about tomorrow? What about in a year's time when you need to find your mithril in France? Snape said waspishly. Harry knew the man had a point, but it was irritating to know he had the ability to find the plate in seconds but was being denied. Harry knew he was frowning, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Snape had obviously noticed as he audibly sighed before continuing in a less heated voice. You told me that when you're in your workshop you can sense everything that happens within the room, even modify mithril without touching it, correct? Just try and copy that effect here. But the only reason I can do that there is because the magic in the air has my signature. Harry argued. How do you know? This is your chance to prove your room is a fluke and not just a shortcut to a power you can use. Sighing once more, Harry reined in his thoughts. On a whim, he activated his mage sight so that he could see if the plate was in front of him. As he had learned some time ago, his mage sight wasn't physical sight, but despite this he had fooled himself into thinking that shutting his eyes would stop his mage sight. As magic worked on belief and intent, his belief that the mage sight would stop ensured that his sight did stop. This became a feedback loop. As he was given evidence his belief was true, it was only when Dumbledore had challenged him on the issue that he had opened his eyes. He easily recognized Snape's dark blue signature, which easily stood out from Hogwarts' bright magic. While at first glance Hogwarts magic appeared to be a blinding white, a closer inspection revealed it was actually a conglomeration of many different magical signatures. Carefully he rotated his sight around him like the beam of a lighthouse, but while he identified Bathsheba's magic he couldn't find the green of his mithril. Using your mage sight is cheating, Potter. Fortunately we took this into account. Snape said scornfully. Harry had one more trick up his sleeve, however. He turned his magicite inwards and told it to find his signature. He suspected it was only the mithrilium in his head which let him do it, which corresponded with his increased occlumency and the general range and power of his mage sight normally. Like a radar he swept his magical sight around him, except now it seemed like he was floating in an empty void. It wasn't black, for that would just be another color for magic. This was the absence of all magic. Even Privet Drive had partial atmospheric magic, which had meant his vision had never truly failed. Then slowly that void was filled with flicks of green. First he glanced down at his body and two rings which glowed brightly. His gauntlet looked strange when he only saw his green. The ring looked much smaller without the red of Voldemort at the edges or the coating of the basilisk's poisonous green. The only indication of the Philosopher's Stone was the occasional flickers of green magic where the magic of the stone met the mithril. After another sweep of his sight he identified a veiled green plate at his 9 o'clock. He was going to point at it to show he had beaten Snape's challenge when his sight did another sweep. A bit to his right was a small box of green. At first he didn't know what it was as it hadn't been there before. It was only as more tiny dots of green started appearing did it occur to him he was seeing the outer walls of his workshop, 2 floors below and far to the right. He concentrated more and carefully pushed his sight into the room. Almost immediately he snapped his eyes open and it was as if he was within his workshop. His sight wasn't that of a human. he could see almost fully around him and he felt nauseous just looking at it. He then sensed the mithrilium in his mind adapting to the situation and suddenly he found he could make sense of the chaos. While he could now understand what he was seeing, he was still struggling to believe. He tried to move forward only to realize he had no body to move. Looking at the couch cautious, he pushed his sight into the couch and suddenly his sight shifted. When he regained vision, he cheered mentally as he realized he was now looking at his room from the perspective of his couch. It occurred to him that as the couch didn't have eyes he shouldn't be able to see, but he slapped the thought away. When it came to his mithril, sometimes logic just couldn't be applied. He was perfectly happy to spend several minutes flitting around his workshop when he felt a sharp sting in his shoulder. In reflex he looked down to see what had struck him only to remember he currently didn't have a shoulder. With a great deal of effort he pulled his sight out of the room and back to his body. It was with some concern he realized it took more effort to get out than it had to get in. Harry, Snape said with concern. Harry slowly opened his eyelids and blinked wearily. It felt weird to be using his eyes when he had been seeing differently. He bitterly compared his vision from his eyes compared to the crystal clear vision of his mithril. True, the vision from the mithril had been purely magical and all sense of color had been in relation to the magical signatures within the room, but he had seen objects both close and far away in perfect detail. I did it, Harry said excitedly. I detected my mithril, even the workshop down below. But when I pushed my mage sight into the room, it was like I was seeing it as the room. I didn't detect your magical intent leaving your body. How far could you see? Snape asked excitedly. Never mind that. Are you okay, Harry? It was like you were in a trance or something. You didn't respond to her calls and even shaking you did nothing. You were like that for several minutes. Bathsheba said worriedly. Harry was going to tell her he was fine, but the moment he opened his mouth a huge yawn escaped him and his eyes started closing by themselves. He gave Bathsheba a thumbs up just before collapsing onto the tower floor. Harry's dreams that night were strange. At first he was floating in his workshop. Various pieces of mithril floated and formed around him. They came together and formed incredibly complex artifacts, only to then break apart and rejoin the other pieces of mithril. It was power and control like he had never imagined before. It was as if the mithril knew what he wanted, seconds before he could even knew it himself. He felt unstoppable, but still he desired more. Before him his mithril formed into the shape of a ring. Atop the ring was a black square gem with the symbol of the Deathly Hallows painted in white on top. Next to the ring the Elder Wand formed, energy crackling between the knots in the wand. Finally a sheet spread out and took the shape of the invisibility cloak. Despite their appearance, Harry knew it was impossible to copy the true powers of the Hallows. Even in a dream his mithril wasn't capable of mimicking the impossible paradoxical nature of them. But then he was pulled away from his workshop. He was flying over open countryside with the wind whipping at his face. He hated the feeling and willed it away. To his surprise the feeling vanished. As time dragged on he grew bored and wondered how long this would take. Eventually he slowed down and he took the time to look around. With some alarm he recognized the location. He had arrived back at Azkaban. He had no control as he walked to the heart of Azkaban. He crouched and pressed his hand against the mithril. Ice started forming over his hand, but he pushed his magic out. Slowly his green overtook the cold magic of Azkaban. As his magic took over, the cold and dark of Azkaban faded. Harry didn't know where the prisoners had gone, but at the same time the thought seemed irrelevant. Eventually it seemed like the entire prison was glowing green except for one lone source of darkness many floors below. The floor then gave way beneath him and he found himself falling into a void that shouldn't exist. The impact with the floor should have killed him, but being a dream he just got to his feet and looked around. The room he found himself in was either extremely large or very small. It was so dark he couldn't tell. What he could tell was he was at the foot of a gigantic throne. The throne itself was just a slab of rock shaped into a chair. But it was the being sat on the throne which drew his attention. At first it looked like a huge black dog with glowing red eyes. But then he morphed into a huge humanoid figure. He was impossibly huge and was made entirely out of pure black magic. You are reaching for magic far beyond you. Child, you are not worthy of the powers you seek. Yield before you draw attention from those that have slumbered for many of your years. The being's voice was eerily similar to the Dementor's scream. The voice echoed so that Harry heard each word many times. But the voice wasn't restrained to his ears, it also echoed within his head. Harry had thought his mental defenses were impenetrable, but the being plowed through them like they were paper. Despite his best efforts to reject the being, his own powers were no match for the raw strength of the attacker. For better or for worse, you have gained my personal attention. I would find it inconvenient for you to enter my realm before you have shown your true potential. Now awake and think upon my words. When Harry awoke, he was struck with a huge headache. Whether that was because of his dream or pushing his consciousness into his mithril, he couldn't tell. He noticed he was in his workshop bed, which meant somebody must have carried him in. A levitation charm would have failed after encountering the magic of the room. He and Bathsheba were working on a way to allow other people to use their own magic within the workshop, but so far had no success. A quick look at the time revealed it was close to lunchtime. It was just fortunate he didn't have any lessons that morning. He was surprised to see Bathsheba sitting at the table etching runes into a stone. From the angle he was standing, he couldn't see what she was writing. Having known her for over 2 years now, he knew her various expressions. From the way her tongue was sticking out slightly, he could tell she was struggling with a problem. From where she was sitting, she easily saw him enter and quickly set down her tools. Harry couldn't help smiling when he noticed she was using the mithril tools he had gifted her some time ago. The main part of the present was the chisel. Rune Maker's chisel set was more than just a stonemason's chisel. It needed to channel its user's magic like a wand. On top of that, it needed to be able to carve into various materials. Unlike a wand, the chisel couldn't be made out of wood. High-end Rune Maker chisels were often made out of petrified wood, like the hilt of Harry's wand. The problem was that often made them extremely expensive and didn't last long. Stone and some metals were great stores of magic, which was why they were used to hold runes and enchantments in the first place. However, this meant magic didn't flow through them. Regardless of the intent of magic passed into stone, the intent that came out would always be the same. As with most magic, there was an exact opposite to the nature of stone. Wood was being this reverse. Wood was great for wands as it completely avoided the intent of magic. Instead, it wrapped its own supply of magic around the magic. This meant any magic that went into enchanted wood would come out stronger, which was why wands were made out of wood. But this meant wood couldn't hold an enchantment. Any runes scribed into wood would fade over time. This also meant wood could never store magic for any length of time, as magic rolled in and out of the wood like waves, taking any extra magic with it. Petrified wood was a middle ground that didn't store as much magic as stone and didn't wrap as much magic over a spell. But it could both store and channel magic, which made it near perfect for rune makers, but this also left the chisels fragile and an incorrect strike could shatter it. Harry had solved this with his mithril. While it was far worse at channeling magic compared to petrified wood, it was also a great store of magic and completely indestructible. When combined with the ideology to remain razor sharp at all times, the mithril chisel could carve extremely complex patterns into the toughest of stone. The fact it struggled to channel raw input was also obsolete, considering Bathsheba knew enough to channel her own intent into the mithril, which then used its own power to fuel the rune. She couldn't program mithril anywhere near as efficiently as Harry could, as she had told him, "I just can't make my mind work that way." As such, Harry had needed to program the chisel to act like a wand and interpret her intent from her mind. Getting the mithril to gather intent from her surface thoughts hadn't been easy, but eventually he had gotten it to work after much trial and error. Now, as long as she had a clear image of what she wanted her rune to do when she powered the chisel, it could provide the intent continuously, which meant she could focus on actually cutting out the rune. "Good morning," Bathsheba said warmly, cutting him out of his thoughts. Judging by her smirk, she knew she had just brought him back to present time. "Severus wants to debrief you of what happened last night, so he's going to meet us in my office after our lesson. As such, I'm going to hold back on finding out what happened last night." "Cool. Out of interest, what happened after I fell asleep?" "Well, after we figured out you were fine. Good job scaring me to death with that bloody thumbs up, by the way. Severus picked you up and carried you here. He didn't want to use magic on you in case you somehow reacted negatively. He was quite cute, actually." "Huh. Shame I missed that. Anyway, I'm off to get some breakfast. I'll see you for a lesson, I guess." "It's lunch time," she called after him teasingly. It had become a sort of game for them to argue over what meal it was. Harry preferred to wake up around lunchtime and referred to his first meal as breakfast regardless of how late it was. Bathsheba in turn was determined to get him to slip up and call the meal its proper name. Welcome, my children, in this room you shall explore the noble art of divination. The woman stood in front of the room with her arms spread wide, reminding Harry of a preacher. Her exuberance as she described her subject definitely did nothing to dispel that image. In this room, you shall discover if you possess the sight. I am Professor Trelawney and together we shall cast ourselves into the future. This term, we'll focus on tassomancy, the art of reading tea leaves, so please, take the cup of the person sitting opposite you. Harry turned and saw he was sitting opposite Ron Weasley. The boy gave a lopsided grin that Harry took to mean, "Are you okay with me being here?" Harry gave a slight nod and passed his own cup over, which saw Ron relax considerably. What do you see? The truth lies buried like a sentence deep within a book, waiting to be read. But first, you must broaden your minds. First, you must look beyond. Before he had entered the wizarding world, Harry would have scoffed at such talk, but now with 3 years of magical experience under his belt, he gave the subject the benefit of the doubt. By the expressions on most of the students' faces, they didn't believe the woman and were just playing along. But Harry couldn't help drawing parallels between what Trelawney was saying and how he had moved his consciousness into his mithril the night before. He let his mind rest as he picked up Ron's cup and started trying to pick out images in the tea leaves. His mage sight easily picked up the subtle flecks of Ron's magic within the leaves. As he stared, he swore he saw the flecks move slightly. When he leaned back and let his normal vision overlay his mage sight, he saw a pattern emerge. At first he thought he saw the blade of a spear, but upon turning the cup slightly, the spear turned into 2 crooked lines. He turned the cup back slowly and managed to catch the magic moving subtly. When he finished turning the cup, the leaves had gone back into a spear. First you have the spear, which means you will champion a belief or idea. Next comes the crooked lines, which means you have a tough path to follow, possible in relation to championing a belief. Finally you have the chain wrapped around the sun, which means responsibility and either power or new beginnings. Basically, you're going to go through a tough time and become responsible for new beginnings. Harry told Ron slowly. He kept having to scan through the book for the meaning of the symbols. When he looked up at the boy, he thought he saw a flicker of fear before he grinned. Harry couldn't help grinning back at the ridiculousness of his prediction. Unseen by the pair of them, Trelawney had snuck up on them and startled them from their levity. A fate to be proud of, to be sure. Although grave times approach you, my dear. Trelawney told Ron sagely. Now, look at the cup. Tell me what you see. Ron fumbled with the cup and it looked like he was going to hand it to the professor before pulling it closer to him. Oh, yeah, well, Harry's got sort of a wonky cross. That's trials and suffering, and that there could be the sun, and that's happiness. So, you're gonna suffer, but you're gonna be happy about it. Harry shrugged at Ron's incredulous look. He felt he had suffered a lot already, and so far he had never felt happy to have suffered. Professor Trelawney apparently shared his disbelief as she waved her hands impatiently at the cup. Give me the cup. Oh, my dear boy. My dear, you have the grim. Harry mulled over Trelawney's prediction, who had looked at the cup himself and had seen the exact same images. Of course he could have tricked himself into seeing what he expected, but he doubted it. The images had been too clear for it to be a coincidence. When he had looked up the Grim in his book of Unfogging the Future, he recognized the crude drawing of the Grim. It was exactly the same as the dog he had seen in his dream. Harry was unsurprised to find it was seen as an omen of death. Given his past experiences, it made sense a dog had caused the death of many wizards. Having sat down in his seat for transfiguration, he barely paid the cat on the desk a glance. While he didn't fear death, he had no desire to die. As such, his mind was running through several spells and curses that could stop an animal like the Grim. After remembering that the Grim was meant to be a spirit and not physical, so started adding spells that affected spirits, mastering the divine shield went to the top of his list. If anything was going to use divine magic, Harry would place high odds of the being from his dream using such magic against him. He didn't miss the furtive looks his classmates kept throwing his way, looks he largely ignored. They swapped from concerned about him dying to calling for his death as if they were flavors of ice cream and just expected him to dance to their tune. But while he didn't miss the looks, he almost missed Professor McGonagall's lecture on animagi. While he enjoyed the subject of transfiguration, it wouldn't serve him well against magical foes. Some like Dumbledore had enough experience and power to use combat transfiguration. The main reason why transfiguration was generally a poor choice in combat was essentially the difference between transfiguration and alchemical transmutation. With transfiguration, you made an object act like something else, using magic as the medium. Transmutation made an object into something else, using both a medium and magic as the power source. But both methods used up a lot of magic by themselves. If you ignored the magical resistance of distance, transfiguration was the more cost-effective option. However, the transfiguration would only hold for as long as the magic held, so even against somebody inexperienced like Harry who could manipulate magic at close range, transfiguration was just a waste of magic. Transmutation couldn't be undone. Once it changed, it was stuck as it was unless somebody else came along and decided to transfigure or transmute the object. This meant that in battle, if Dumbledore transmuted a wall to buy time, the only way for an attacker to dispel that wall was to use their own magic to destroy it. But no matter how advanced the defender was, the magic it would take to tear down a transmutation was always lower than the magic it had taken to make it. Of course, inside a classroom there were many tricks to decrease the magical requirement of transfiguration, such as taking longer to focus on the intent of the spell. Harry had noticed McGonagall almost always transfigured an object by tapping her wand against her target. He knew from Nicholas that transfiguration could be ranged, but the further away the target was, the more magic needed to be spent to combat the air resistance. By tapping the target, the magic could travel straight from the source to the target with no resistance. If Harry had to guess, he would say McGonagall barely spent half as much magic teaching compared to something like Flitwick in charms. This was why the rare times transfiguration was used in combat, it was always to defend. Many students dreamed of transfiguring rubble into animals to attack an opponent. Even ignoring the myriad of charms and curses that would disable the animals before they even got close enough to threaten a wizard, a simple dispelling charm would be enough to revert the animals back to their original state. It was only when he remembered reading the word in his first year that he bothered to look up and pay attention. After Tonks had revealed she could theoretically use her powers to turn herself into almost anything in the Caribbean, Harry had gained a new thirst to copy her powers for himself. As he listened to McGonagall, he decided that while being an animagus sounded useful, it would limit him to turning completely into just one animal. What he wanted was to be able to call forth wings or extra limbs, even if just to impress those around him. He was amazed when McGonagall turned herself into a cat and then back again with a faint pop. He didn't bother wondering where the extra mass went or even how a cat's brain could hold McGonagall's consciousness. Just like his mithril, sometimes magic just couldn't be explained. With some humor, Harry noticed the rest of the class either missed the demonstration or found it boring, as if they saw people turn into cats every day. He also noticed that McGonagall seemed rather put out at the lack of reaction too. "Really? What has gotten into you all today?" she asked bemusedly. "Not that it matters, but that's the first time my transformation has not gotten applause from a class." Everyone's heads turned towards Harry again, and he found it significantly harder to ignore him now that the entire class had stopped to blatantly stare at him. McGonagall raised an eyebrow at him, and he knew it fell to him to explain why everyone else was behaving weirdly. "We were in divination and were reading the tea leaves," Harry began, only to be interrupted by McGonagall. "Ah, of course. Tell me, which of you will be dying this year?" "Me, apparently." Harry found himself bemused at how the class seemed split between staring at him as if waiting for him to keel over and die, or at McGonagall as she displayed an uncanny ability to predict the unexpected, or at least to see a trend that happened every year. "I see. Then you should know, Potter, that Sybil Trelawney has predicted the death of one student per year since she arrived at this school. None of them has died yet. Seeing death omens is her favorite way of greeting a new class. If it were not for the fact I don't speak ill of my colleagues, divination is one of the most imprecise branches of magic, I shall not conceal from you that I have a very little patience for it. True seers are very rare, and Professor Trelawney." She paused again and took another look at the students that were hanging on her every word. Harry could almost see the battle of telling the class what she thought and retaining her professional manner. "You look in moderate health, Potter, so you will excuse me if I don't let you off homework today. I assure you that if you die, you need not hand it in. After grimacing down at his gray hand, which still hadn't shown any signs of recovery, he grinned at McGonagall. She had never gone out of her way to help him like Flitwick or Snape, but he liked her nonetheless. But while he respected the woman, she hadn't seen the magic flowing through the tea leaves. The flakes of his own magic that had formed to warn him of an omen of death, mere hours after dreaming of the exact same omen. Runes looked like it was going to be a rather quiet lesson. There were a few Slytherins and Hufflepuffs, but the majority of the class were Ravenclaws. There wasn't a single Gryffindor, as it seemed the entire year had gone down to care of magical creatures. Harry had decided to sit in the first row and against the wall. Justin sat nearby and gave Harry a nod, which he returned. The rest of the class seemed to be competing on who could sit the furthest away from him. Even when Ernie Macmillan sat next to Justin, he sat on the far side. When Bathsheba walked in and surveyed the class, she seemed momentarily surprised to see how the students had left a bubble around Harry. She flicked her eyes towards him, who simply raised his eyebrows and shrugged. He had gotten used to the behavior, and there was no point having a teacher force the students to move. Welcome, class, to the study of ancient runes. Before we begin, I should warn you that up until your owls, this class will focus on merely translating runes, not writing runic structures. This is because an incorrectly written rune can go disastrously wrong. She then flicked her wand, which sent a pale gray stone slab to each student. Each slab was about a square foot. When the slab gently dropped onto his table, he noticed there was a faint red brand in the corner. Staunton Stonework, providing reliable runic slabs since 1356. 1 galleon. His mage sight revealed the brand was made of something like wax, which had several runes carefully inked in. Faint lines of magic then spread from the brand across the slab. The lines made sure the slab couldn't be copied or repaired with magic, and would even self-destruct if the brand was tampered with. The tablets I have just given you are made of limestone. Now, as limestone is a soft stone, you will find it relatively easy to carve runes into them. But can anyone tell me why we only use soft stone for training? Yes, Ms. Greengrass. Because harder stone types preserve their magic for longer and also better prevent accidental damage to runes. Correct. 5 points to Slytherin. Now, normally you will want your runes to last as long as possible, but when training, your runes only need to last long enough to prove they work. As these tablets are both cheap and easy to break, any incorrectly written runes can be easily broken, which lowers the danger of incorrectly drawing a rune. She then called up the students one by one to pick up a chisel. They were simple reinforced maple tools with various magical cores. Harry ended up with a dragon heartstring core that felt powerful enough to channel his magic properly. The rest of the lesson focused on first learning, then writing mundane runes, such as numbers or connectives. For the magical runes, they wouldn't be allowed to write them for some time until Bathsheba was certain they wouldn't make a mistake and blow themselves up. Snape and Bathsheba asked him what seemed like hundreds of questions about what had happened the night before, but after seeing how tired he had gotten, Snape decided to let Harry go to sleep with the promise they would work on it more the week after. It was only as he was leaving Bathsheba asked her final question. When you saw your mithril, did you see the mithril ward generator for Hogwarts? Harry was intrigued to note his vow to Bathsheba. Perked up at her question. It wouldn't stop him lying to her, but she would instantly know if he did. It was the first time he had ever actually felt the vow at work since he had sworn to it, and was amazed at seeing it with his mage sight almost 2 years after it had been formed. It loosely wrapped around his own magic and then shot off towards Bathsheba. Normally the vow was completely invisible to him, and he had almost forgotten he had even made one. The vow itself was made out of Dumbledore's magic, but as it had clearly been made with the Elder Wand, it was almost completely unbreakable. At a slight squeeze from the vow, he remembered Bathsheba was waiting for his answer and honestly told her, "No, I didn't see it. But as I wasn't looking for it, I might have just missed it. I'll have to see if I can find it next time I try it. How are the wards coming along anyway?" Bathsheba sighed wearily and said, "Not well. Even with Mr. Flamel's help, we decided it would be easier to just completely rewrite the ward scheme. But the only reason some of the wards worked together was because one was centuries old before another was added. Like the anti-apparition ward for some reason refuses to work if the human identifier ward is activated. Well, what if you split them up? have the anti-apparition in one mithril chamber and human identifier in another. We would only need to combine them when the mithril projects them over the school so the runes themselves will never mix. That's brilliant. But can we do that? Harry was ready to continue the discussion long into the night, but Snape stepped between them purposely. As fascinating as this is, you two can continue this discussion later. Mr. Potter will need to get to sleep if he wants to be awake for my lesson tomorrow morning, and I will not accept tardiness. With a sigh, Harry collapsed onto his couch after making it to his workshop. He had never gone back to his dormitory after Flitwick had given him permission to avoid it during his second year, and nobody had told him to move back so far. As he was so tired he hadn't even noticed Luna sitting at her table until she looked up from her homework and stared at him intently. "You seem preoccupied." Harry flopped his arm over his face and groaned before replying, "Just a busy day really. I had this crazy dream, and then in divination my cup predicted the grim in my future." He was startled when Luna let out a loud gasp. He was shocked to see how pale she had become, and he thought he detected pure terror in her eyes. "But it's fine, right? I mean, the grim isn't actually real," Harry said uncertainly. "Oh no, Harry. The grim is very much real. I've seen it. The day my mother died I was playing in the garden and I remember seeing a shadow on the side of the house. The shadow was pitch black but was clearly the shape of a huge dog and had two glowing red eyes. I remembered thinking it was strange as the sun was bright and there was nothing that could have cast that shape of shadow." Luna swallowed thickly and looked at Harry with glistening eyes. "When I turned to see what was casting the shadow my mother screamed, and when I looked back the grim was gone. I ran inside to find her and it was horrible. Her workshop looked like it had been blown up and she was just laying at the bottom of a wall. She was just barely alive and I held her as she died." Harry silently walked over to her and held her to him as she cried. He didn't know how long he held her, but eventually her sobs stopped and she had fell asleep in his arms. He carefully picked her up and willed the workshop a replica of his own bed to form in the corner of the room. After tucking her in, he made walls form around the corner so she had some privacy. After getting ready for his own bed, he looked in on Luna and was sad to see that even asleep she seemed upset. Drawing upon what magic he had left, he formed the rough outline of a rabbit and then slowly added detail to it. Once done, he made the mithril soft and acted like it had stuffing. Finally, he told it to always be comfy and to bring comfort to whoever held it. Once done, he levitated it over to Luna and couldn't help smiling when she subconsciously reached for the rabbit and held it close. Slowly, Luna started smiling weakly. That night, Harry dreamt of shiny silver rabbits chasing huge black dogs. He watched the game from high above, flying with silent black wings. Justin found himself glancing at Harry throughout their potions lesson. He, like the rest of the school, found the boy extremely confusing. For instance, when he first arrived 3 years ago, the boy had regularly denied the truth of the various boy who lived stories, and yet as a first year knew more magic than most fourth years. But despite this, when Justin had approached the boy, Harry seemed friendly enough, but whenever Justin invited Harry anywhere, the boy always turned him down. Sensing the boy was something of a loner, Justin backed off but tried to keep on friendly terms with the boy. Harry Potter had the odd ability to scare his year mates, but Justin didn't think it was deliberate. Indeed, he didn't think Harry knew he was doing it. Ever since he had first arrived, Harry was scarily confident, but it wasn't the smug arrogance of Malfoy. Harry had the air of somebody who knew they could do anything they wanted. When that troll broke in and killed his friend, the other students recovered within a few weeks. The girl only hung out with Harry, so he was the only one he noticed her absence. Justin didn't know the girl well either, but he felt he understood Harry and noticed the lack of confidence for several months after. As the year passed, Justin was disappointed when, rather than open up more, Harry somehow managed to close himself off even more. It wasn't hard to work out. Harry had taken a classroom for his own. Justin and his friends in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had taken a disused classroom for themselves. He had tried to follow Harry to his room one day, but had remembered he had agreed to meet with Ernie and forgot about following Harry. The next day he tried again, but once more he remembered another pressing matter. The day after that, he focused on Harry as hard as he could. Eventually he reached a dusty corridor and had hoped to follow Harry's footprints. Unfortunately, Justin looked down when he realized there were no footprints. He quickly found some sort of sticking charm had been applied to the dust to stop it moving. When he looked back up, Harry had completely vanished. He looked in each room, but there was no sign anybody had been on the floor for years. After following Harry one final time, he gave up discovering where Harry went when the boy seemed to vanish after reaching a blank wall. No matter what Justin did, he couldn't get the secret passageway to open. Fed up and slightly humiliated, he gave it up as a bad job. With the new school year, it started out perfectly normal, until the attacks started and Justin ended up petrified for most of the year. It was a surprise when he learned Harry had tried to save him from being petrified and had even fought some sort of beast to stop the attacks continuing. He was disappointed in how his house acted when they thought Harry was the heir of Slytherin. He wanted to talk to Harry, but as the boy hadn't officially moved out of their dormitory, he hadn't gotten the chance. With their third year, he had hoped to talk to Harry again, but the boy never moved back. This meant Justin had to build up the confidence to talk to Harry privately, which proved harder than he expected. It didn't help that the own second-year girl followed him around everywhere. During lessons, Justin couldn't shake his own friends. From what he could gather, his friends had been extremely rude to Harry while he was petrified. Tom Riddle looked up from the final backlog Daily Prophet. Despite the fact he had been born almost 70 years ago, from his point of view, he finished the ritual to make his first Horcrux and woke up as a book in the future. Luckily for him, Ginevra Weasley was very detailed in her first few diary entries, even giving him the date unprompted. Once he got over his shock at traveling 50 years into the future, he started nudging Ginevra into revealing what had happened in recent history and worked backwards. He was thrilled to learn his plan of adopting the persona of Lord Voldemort had been a huge success. Young Ginny seemed to accept the fact somebody with the name Voldemort had just attended Hogwarts. Regrettably, his past, or was it future self, had not followed through with the second part of his plan. While at night he would masquerade as the fearsome Lord Voldemort, at day he had planned to appear as simple Thomas Riddle, a half-blood ministry worker. As his reign of terror grew, Thomas would rise through the ministry. Any that opposed him would become the victim of yet another attack until the path to minister would be open. As minister, he would show the wizarding public he was the best choice by stopping many of Lord Voldemort's plans while slyly passing pro-Muggleborn laws. Should Voldemort's forces prove to be the greater force, then Thomas Riddle would fall from the public eye and disappear. Should Thomas put a stop to Voldemort's forces, then Voldemort would throw his forces away in a last gamble before fleeing the country, never to return. No matter who won, the victors would see himself as their natural leader, who would then lead his forces against first the other magical ministries and then take over and rule the Muggle world. The pure bloods were rich and quick to anger, while the Muggle-borns were radical and open to change. Tom cared little for either side and merely saw them all as a tool to set himself lord of the world. This left Tom rather confused when Ginny said she didn't know anyone named Thomas Riddle. At first he implied to Ginny that he was nothing more than an enchanted diary and used to belong to Thomas when he was at school. He didn't want to ruin his other self's plan by drawing a link between a dark object and Thomas. After finding out that Thomas Riddle never existed in the magical world and that Voldemort was thought to be dead, he realized he could talk semi-freely to the Weasley girl without worrying about messing up his other self. Obviously he knew Voldemort wasn't dead. Tom knew he was a Horcrux, and as he was clearly alive, so too Voldemort lived. As his energy grew, he started getting Ginny to reveal more about the world until eventually he was able to temporarily take over Ginny's mind. His control over Ginny was more akin to the Muggle hypnosis and subconscious suggestion compared to something like a confundus or the complete control of the Imperius. As such, he could get Ginny to move around like a puppet, but if he pushed her too hard or got her to do something she abhorred, such as killing another human, then she would break free. Tom doubted he would be able to get Ginny back into a suggestible state if she broke free forcibly while in book form. If Tom hadn't been forced to learn extreme patience within the orphanage, he knew he would have pushed Ginny too much too fast and ruined everything. It took forever to get Ginny under his control, enough that killing chickens and writing with their blood didn't seem so repulsive. Once he knew the girl was ready, he got her to awaken the basilisk and sent it after the only victim he could. A week before the attack on Mrs. Norris, the cat had scratched Ginny when she tried to pet her. Tom flamed the girl's anger and shock into a deep and irrational hatred, so when he ordered Ginny to tell the basilisk to kill the cat and return to the chamber, the girl barely resisted. Every time Tom wanted to launch another attack, he had to stoke up the girl's own fear or hatred first. He made the girl jealous of how close Justin Finch Fletchley was to the Potter boy and made the girl want to get him out of the way. The girl's mental state started deteriorating rapidly, but this only made it easier for Tom to assert his own authority onto the girl. He made her distrust her old friends and family so that she would only go to him for advice. Then, when he showed his ugly side, she tried to avoid him, but inevitably she returned. So the dance continued until the girl's spirit had been firmly crushed and he could take over her mind for as long as he wanted. In a rush of arrogance, he tried to take out the Potter boy in an unplanned attack on his commandeered classroom. Tom found it humorous how the boy's private room was only a few doors down from his own secret hideout. Of course, his hideout was under much heavier privacy wards. He foolishly assumed the boy's hideout would have little to no protections, judging on how quickly he had gotten through the notice knots. When the door stood firm to his first explosive curse, he assumed it was a weakness in the girl's magic, so fired a much darker, withering curse. The curse should have turned the door to dust. Instead, the spell only rotted part of the door before stopping. Now that he knew it was the door and not his magic, he sent a wave of explosive curses. The door was strong, but he could see he was starting to make a hole. Then the spear had flown straight through the hole and went right through his stomach. Pooling his magic to the girl's stomach, he took refuge in the edge of the protections from his own hideout and started applying what few healing charms he knew. If it wasn't for the fact the girl had become a temporary Horcrux container, which allowed the girl's body to shrug off damage that would otherwise be deadly, both Tom and the girl would have died long before help arrived. Now that he knew he lacked the strength to take on the Potter boy alone, he pushed forward his plan to resurrect himself. He waited until his host and the Lovegood girl were being escorted by Lockhart and tried to subdue the professor quickly. Yet again he was surprised when the professor proved he was more capable than Tom had believed. However, it took more than just capability to fight Tom. Knowing he needed to move quickly, he put the professor out of the fight with a dark spell to his wand arm and took the stunned Luna Lovegood into the chamber. His plan was to drain his host of all her magic and use that magic to rebuild his body in physical form. He would then sacrifice the pure Lovegood to fuel a ritual that would give his body the range of magic he was used to. His plan was foiled by Potter. Not only showed up much quicker than he had expected, the boy also brought the host's brother. Both boys showed a surprising amount of resilience. He had hoped the basilisk would kill the pair, but they managed to keep the snake at bay. When the Potter boy started to create a sympathetic statue, Tom was forced to step in and make his body form quickly at the cost of magical potential. He relied on his greater knowledge of spells to keep the Potter boy on the defensive, which gave him the time he needed to draw the last of his old host's magic. But when Tom switched from holding him at bay to outright killing him, the Potter boy proved annoyingly hard to hit. When the boy summoned that infernal spear, Tom knew he needed to change his plan. When his spells just ricocheted off the silver spear, he started planning his escape while simultaneously trying to stop the boy killing him. Again, when the spear flew towards him, he jumped out of the way only to be sent flying by a blasting curse. Tom couldn't help grinning when both boys ignored him and focused back on the basilisk. It gave him enough time to begin the self-destruct sequence embedded in the chamber's ward scheme. He couldn't help taunting the boys before disillusioning himself and escaping down a pipe. He knew from prior trips the pipe led all the way to Hogsmeade. It had been tough the first few days, and he had resorted to stealing trinkets and selling them at shady pawnbrokers. Once he had a bit of money, he converted them into galleons and booked a bed at a cheap magical inn. Having established a place to sleep, he was then forced to find a job in Diagon Alley. In his past, he had worked in Borgin and Burke's and knew the job provided plenty of opportunities, such as finding rich purebloods who were at the very least sympathetic to the dark. But Mr. Borgin would likely recognize him and start asking awkward questions. As such, Tom had been forced to look in a less suspicious place. As he needed to find out what happened since he made the Horcrux, he applied for a small position at the Daily Prophet. This gave him access to the store of previous papers. He skipped the last 10 years and then went backwards from there. The court records were extremely unhelpful, as they only told Tom that those that may support him were all in Azkaban. The general consensus in the office was that some Death Eaters like Lucius Malfoy had bribed their way out of punishment, but Tom couldn't go to him for help, as if they were wrong, Lucius would hand him in. Even if Lucius had been a willing Death Eater, the man may decide to hand Tom in anyway just to prove he had changed. As far as Tom was concerned, he was completely alone and would need to start from the ground up. But this time Dumbledore knew of his alias of Voldemort, and while the Ministry didn't officially recognize him as having returned, that wouldn't stop Dumbledore taking matters into his own hands if Tom got a desk job at the Ministry. There was also another issue Tom had to worry about: the trace. It could be that the trace wore off for the original Tom and hadn't been reapplied to him, or the trace was applied to his physical body and would be removed when his body reached 17. Or, the third option, which Tom thought was most likely and also the worst. If the trace worked upon magical signature, then Tom was practically doomed throughout the next several school years. As he never finished his ritual, his magic had Ginevra Weasley's magical signature. Which meant he needed to wait at least 5 years for her magic to mature. Until then, any major rituals could potentially do more damage than good. He hoped it was this weakness in his magic which had allowed the Potter boy to stand up to him. The trace meant Tom was trapped within the wizarding world, as he refused to step into the Muggle world defenseless. Even within Diagon, while his magic would be masked, he needed to spend his magic sparingly. Should a single instance of underage magic reach the Ministry during the school year, they would send somebody to investigate. Even if he gave them a fake name, they would assume he was Muggle-born and bring him to Hogwarts, where Dumbledore would control him again. Luckily, Tom knew ways to get around the trace. Any magic that didn't require a wand, such as runes or potions, went under the Ministry's radar. So until he could move freely, he would keep his head down and quietly work towards his plans. Having finished the latest edition of the Quibbler, Luna curiously looked up from her couch and tried to figure out what Bathsheba and Harry were working on. She didn't understand how Harry made his mithril, but she was fine with that. Harry never kept his projects secret from her, but she generally preferred to just watch him work. Currently they had several mithril spheres, each about half a foot in diameter. Harry would form the spheres while Bathsheba etched runes onto another. When Bathsheba finished the runes, the sphere would be placed in a tray with slots which held and powered the spheres. Each sphere would then have a tiny ward covering it. Each tray held 3 rows of 5. When all 15 slots had been filled, Harry would put the tray into a slot in the ward generator. Whenever a tray was added, the slot would fuse shut and the wards would layer themselves over the generator. A rune on the outside then determined how big the ward would become. As there were 6 slots either side of the generator, this new and improved mithril ward could have 90 wards layered on top of each other. As Harry and Bathsheba were only testing the new generator design, they filled and loaded one tray, then tested the resulting ward. The new design had several benefits, such as making it very easy to add or remove wards without rewriting the entire array. It also fixed the problem with the old design where the runes would cancel each other out. The downside was each ward was individually powered, so the power consumption had skyrocketed. Hopefully the mix of ley lines and the mithril generator would prove powerful enough to keep the wards at full strength, but in case they weren't, Harry had decided to add the feedback ward he had implemented on his shield. It would simply draw the power out of any spell that struck the ward and feed it back into the wards. If anyone tried to take out the wards by force, then no matter how much magic they threw at the wards, they would only ever make the ward harder to break. Bathsheba had warned this wouldn't make the ward impenetrable, as there were 1,000 ways to break a ward and very few of those methods employed a hit it till it dies strategy. As they wouldn't know if the mithril ward worked until they actually warded a property, Harry, Bathsheba and Dumbledore would be going home over the Christmas holiday to ward Dumbledore's home, and then Bathsheba and Harry would try to break through the wards. Remus carefully made his way down to the lakeshore and after applying cushioning charms sat down next to Harry. Across the black lake, Remus could just make out the shadowy forms of the Dementors. Judging by how Harry had been staring at them for the past hour, he assumed the boy was studying them. It was a look Lily had regularly worn, but it was strange to see it on James's face. But while he often acted like Lily, physically Harry looked like James in their 5th year. While not as tall, he had a similar build and mannerisms. Of course, there were several differences between James and his son. For a start, the boy's left hand still hadn't recovered from the Dementor encounter. As a specialist on the effect of dark creatures upon the body, he had been asked to take a look at the hand. The consensus was that while the hand still worked perfectly, the magic within the hand was completely dead. The skin itself was an off-gray color with pure white veins. This discoloration had spread up past his shoulder where his original skin tone started bleeding through. The reason the hand had still not recovered was because the damage had been inflicted by a Dementor using a dark form of magic, which meant normal magic couldn't heal it. They, that was to say Remus, Pomfrey, Dumbledore and Flamel, had also noticed Harry's body temperature had dropped by 5 degrees Celsius. But strangely he was showing no signs of damage, so they tentatively hoped his magic had it under control. The other biggest difference between father and son was the fact Harry was missing the distinctive Potter glasses, while James hadn't needed to wear his all the time. He thought they made him look cooler. Later in their 6th year, James realized he could enchant his glasses with interesting abilities. It was odd, but Remus couldn't help trying to find features of his old friend in Harry. He was definitely more mature than James had been at his age and significantly stronger, both physically and magically. In fact, Harry was easily the most powerful student in his year. Without fail, he would be the first to pick up a new spell, sometimes even on his first try. According to the other teachers, the only reason Harry hadn't been allowed to move up a year or two was because his written work was rarely on par with his practical work. Studying the Dementors? Remus asked lightly, bringing Harry out of his thoughts. Oh, hi Professor Lupin. I guess I was just lost in thought. How did you find me anyway? Well, your father, myself and some friends used to use this spot a lot. We found it was a good place to relax, and avoid the teachers. Lupin winked at Harry to show he was only joking. Could you tell me stories of my dad? Harry asked softly. Remus internally winced as he remembered how he had ran away when Harry had first asked on the train. Feeling he owed it to the boy, he started to tell Harry about James. He chose stories that didn't involve Peter or Sirius as they were painful. Harry inspected his new mithril watch cautiously. At first he had made it to hold the physical side of his shield. While he had thought it was a good idea to have his shield on him at all times inside his arm, the mithril couldn't expand outside his skin. While his mithril sleeve had originally continuously summoned the metaphysical shield until it was needed, it was impractical, and when he had entered the magical dead zone in the Caribbean, the shield had disappeared and he had needed to make a new one. This led to him making the watch, which would hold the shield until it received a signal from the mithril in his arm where it would expand outwards. By mixing runes with the mithril's intent, the shield could go from its 1-inch diameter form to its full size in less than a second. The power behind the shield remained within his arm, so that even if he lost the watch he could make magical shields. But having run out of ideas for his shield, he started thinking about what else his watch could do. Ironically, while he called it his watch, he had been unable to get the mithril to display the time. Remembering how he had used his mithril to mimic Tonk's power at Malfoy Manor, he had started modifying his watch to let him change his appearance at will. In order to change quickly, he forced a small spike to extend from the mithrilium in his arm and painlessly pierce the skin. It then combined with the watch. As the mithrilium controlled the mithril watch, he could change what form the watch turned him into with barely a thought. But while the mithrilium made it much quicker, he still needed to fully understand what he wanted. Changing the color of his hair or skin was relatively easy, but if he wanted something more complex like wings or extra limbs, he would need to perfectly understand how they worked inside and out. Unfortunately, both his mithril and mithrilium was unable to store such complex information, so every time he wanted to change, he would have to mentally go through how his metamorphing worked. The only time he knew of mithril storing information was the Sword of Gryffindor. The rubies on the sword held the powers of the sword. While he knew what he wanted, he had no idea how to create it. As he had grown tired of calling it crystallized mithril, he had picked a name for it: mithrate. His first attempt was to get his mithrilium and get it to stay in liquid form outside his body. Simply willing his mithril to remain mithrilium didn't work. Bathsheba had then designed a runic array which kept the mithrilium in a form of stasis. They were then able to pour it into a bowl where Harry could better experiment. At Dumbledore's urging, he had also started writing his observations in a notebook. The first page documented the appearance of his mithril. The normal mithril was normally plain silver, but the mithrilium had a green tint to it. He expected the mithrate to be a green see-through crystal. After he had inspected the mithrilium, he had placed a block of mithril inside the bowl. He had hoped the two would combine, but unfortunately the mithril had just converted into more mithrilium. He and Bathsheba would continue to experiment, but even though they knew what they wanted to achieve, getting there was proving to be an issue. He also hadn't forgotten Dumbledore's challenge of replicating the sword of Gryffindor. To do that he would need to create his own mithrate. Until then he could only experiment with what he had and hope he would figure out how to make it in a controlled environment, but knowing his luck he would accidentally discover his mithrate in a life or death situation. As Luna was staying at Hogwarts over Christmas, Harry was first meeting Tonks in Dumbledore's office, then the two would meet the man at Hogsmeade Station. Technically Harry should be at the leaving feast, but instead he was breaking into Dumbledore's office, again. He let the identifier ward tell Albus he was attempting to get into the office, but then started disabling the anti-lockpicking ward. His saber could rip straight through everything just like the Chamber of Secrets, but if he wanted it easy he'd just ask the gargoyle to move. Another self-imposed restraint was that he couldn't leave the wards open for someone else to just walk in, because he didn't want to be delayed in leaving simply because Dumbledore needed to reapply the wards he broke. It was a game he and Albus had started playing ever since the headmaster had first broken in, the first Halloween. With Sirius Black breaking out of Azkaban and Voldemort almost breaking in the year before, the game had evolved from a fun pastime to an important element in their security. Using his mage sight he was meticulously adding a conditional rule to the wards that would allow his signature to enter without triggering the ward. It took forever, and if it wasn't a feast he probably would have been caught. As it was he eventually got to the gargoyle having been seen by the Grey Lady. The statue grinned at him cheekily and Harry soon found out why. His previous break-in had involved lifting the gargoyle with magic and moving it to the side. Now the bottom of the statue had fused to the floor and would only release when given a signal from the office. As it was now part of the castle it also gained the indestructible protection of Hogwarts, meaning simply blowing it up wasn't an option either. Seeing no alternative he formed 4 mithril balls and stuck them to the 4 corners of the archway. Once they were all in place he reached out for them with his magic and activated them simultaneously. Together they formed an amateur expansion charm that made the archway marginally bigger. This meant the gap between gargoyle and archway was big enough for Harry to slip through when he breathed in. Now inside the staircase he needed a way up. The door wouldn't unlock until the rising staircase came to a stop. The runic equation to undo the locking charm had been split in half, one side just below the doorway and the other on the side of the top step. Once the spiral staircase finished rising the two would be perfectly in line and allow the door to be opened. But because of the runes the top step couldn't lower into the ground, which gave Harry room to look at it and etch it. He then put sticking charms on his hands and climbed up to the doorway. Trusting in his charms he used one hand to keep himself steady while the other lined up the drawing with the rune. When he got the paper in the right place he stuck it to the stone and stepped into the office. Fawkes chirped happily from his ashes and Harry carefully scooped him up and popped him in his pocket, which was small enough for baby Fawkes to peek over the top. There was a common misconception that phoenixes have a burning day every month and that they grew from a chick to adult practically overnight, while in actuality a phoenix can naturally go up to 30 years without having a single burning. But the raw magic that lived within the phoenix was extremely destructive and would kill its host over time. Every time a phoenix used its magic the rate of decay would practically double. When the decay grew too great the phoenix could release their magic in one great burst, which would completely heal it and rejuvenate it back into a chick. If a phoenix was killed too soon after a burning day then they would stay dead as they didn't have the power to heal. This was why pet phoenixes were often hidden until they recovered. As Fawkes was a relatively active phoenix he often burned every 5 to 10 years, but after the events in the Chamber of Secrets Fawkes had been delivering messages across the world at a young age and so had burned out quicker than expected. After the burning Albus had given the spare ashes to Snape who had used them in his modified Wolfsbane potion. While your idea of mixing the Dementor ash with ground salamander claw has merit, such a combination would completely counter the effect of the ash without leaving anything behind. The resulting potion would kill any werewolf near instantaneously while leaving any non-werewolves unaffected, an interesting way to identify the creatures but not what we need. But when I followed your idea of countering the Dementor ash I discovered Phoenix ash would nullify the negative aspects of the Dementor while enhancing the beneficial. Snape had explained. Harry had even been allowed to sit in as the professor carefully prepared the modified potion. Due to the conflicting nature of the two ashes Snape needed to split the potion in half. One cauldron contained the first half of the potion with the Dementor ash while the other contained the second half and Phoenix ash. He admitted without Harry's modified cauldrons which could keep a potion in stasis, the potion would have been impossible to brew without two expert potion masters working in sync. As it was, he soon finished the two halves and then carefully mixed the two together. It was obvious the two didn't want to mix. Getting Harry to continue stirring the potion, Snape dashed to his store and returned with Matricaria chamomilla leaves. He ripped the leaves to shreds and told Harry to stir 6 times clockwise, then once counterclockwise. Every time he went counterclockwise, Snape would sprinkle some of the shreds into the potion. Slowly the potion started mixing as the stirring became easier. The potion finally settled into a smooth pastel blue color, but when he breathed in he felt a stinging in his throat. Snape quickly pulled him away and produced a shield specifically designed to stop potions and gases. I can only assume the sharp smell is from the two ashes reacting with each other. Neither should hurt you, but it is best to be prepared. Over the holidays, Snape would inspect the potion and see if he could detect any problems with it. If it worked correctly, they hoped it would make the transformation completely optional. If the werewolf didn't transform, then they were less likely to accidentally infect somebody else. Once Fawkes was old enough to no longer need the ash, he and Nicholas were going to use it as a catalyst to try and transmute his mithril. To change the mithril would require a huge amount of power, so they hoped the raw energy of the ash combined with the infinite potential of the stone would give them enough to permanently change the mithril. Back in the office, Harry took the time to write a small note, poking fun at the headmaster's defenses when the fire flared green. He checked the incoming signature and recognized it as Tonks, so after activating his gauntlet he cautiously opened the flow. While he was ready to fight anyone getting through, he breathed a sigh of relief when just Tonks stumbled out of the fireplace. Once she was through and there were no other travelers, he sealed it behind her. "Hi Tonks, fancy meeting you here," he said cheekily. In truth, he was surprised to see her as she was 10 minutes early. After hearing his voice, Tonks quickly stood up and brushed the soot off her clothes. "Oh hey Harry, what are you doing here? Didn't feel like going to the feast?" Harry shrugged, having decided to let Tonks think Dumbledore let him in the office. "What are you doing here? I thought you wouldn't be here for another few minutes." "Moody got called in to deal with a rogue earth golem. As that's far beyond my current training, he let me go early." He wondered who had been stupid enough to let a golem loose. It took a lot of power to create one, but even then they were slow. But it was incredibly hard to destroy a golem if you weren't the creator. The magic of them meant that for as long as they were charged, they could rebuild themselves from anything around them. The only tried and tested way to destroy a rogue golem was to keep shooting it till it ran out of power and died. "Right. Well then, are we just waiting for the headmaster then?" Tonks asked cheerfully, clearly eager to start her holiday. Officially she was working as Harry's bodyguard, but she doubted anyone, not even Sirius Black, would be mad enough to attack Harry at Dumbledore's house. Nah. He wanted to make sure everyone leaving got on the train safely, so we've got plenty of time to kill. Let's go down to the lake. There's something I want to try, but I haven't had time to test it. On the way down to the lake, Harry stopped to get the model boat Dumbledore had given him for his birthday, which also gave him the opportunity to show off his workshop to yet another person. He enjoyed surprising people with his powers and inventions. It was like they were validating the effort he put into his projects. Once at the lake, he carefully lowered the boat into the water and then activated the mithril. After he had finished building the boat, he had started improving it with a mix of runes and mithril. For a start, he had made the hull completely waterproof, and a rune on the sails controlled how fast the boat would go. Finally, he used his mithril to remotely control the boat. His training with Snape had taught him to split his consciousness between his physical body and mithril, so while he talked to Tonks, he could also test how the boat acted on the open water. "That's the boat Dumbledore got you, right? It looks good," Tonks said kindly. "Thanks, but could you cast a reducto at it, please?" "You sure?" she asked hesitantly. "Yeah, it should be able to absorb the spell, but if it doesn't, I can make a new one easily enough." With that, Tonks took aim and fired the blasting curse. It skimmed across the water, and even without his magicite, Harry could see it was losing power. But Tonks' aim was true, and it splashed against the boat's hull, but rather than destroy the tiny boat, a green shield briefly appeared. Glad that his runes had worked, Harry drew more of his consciousness out of the boat and let it drift in the waves. With one of his questions answered, he now wanted to check another project. "Tonks, Would you mind just randomly changing your body for a bit? She gave him a weird look at that, but having grown used to his somewhat odd requests, she did as asked. Every time she changed, her core would send out a faint pulse of magic throughout her body. When he had first met her, Harry had noticed the structure of her magical signature changing. Now he could see what made the change possible. The magical signature which made up her body acted independently of her magic. The reason he couldn't change his own body at will was because his magical core couldn't change its own structure. But Tonks' core and signature were two separate entities. The magic existed just under the surface of her signature. But just because he couldn't change his own signature didn't mean his mithril couldn't. His mutatio watch, literally changing watch, currently just applied a disguise over him, so anyone looking at his signature would easily see through it. It would be almost impossible for somebody else dispelling his disguise, but once somebody had seen through it, the jig was up regardless. Snape had given him an idea on how to improve his mithril when they had started exploring the limitations of his mithril when combined with external magic. It is imperative you don't imbue your blood into this mithril, as we don't currently know what your mithril is capable of. Your blood may lead to your mithril trying to copy you and assume your identity. Personally, Harry thought Snape was overreacting, but he had kept his promise, but he had never promised to not imbue somebody else's magic. They assumed combining blood with the mithril would produce a sympathetic bond between blood donor and mithril, so if his blood combined with his magic, there would be nothing to distinguish himself from the metal. But if Tonks imbued her blood within the mithril, he hoped his mithril would copy the metamorph ability without establishing a bond. But without the mithrate, his dreams would never become reality. Tonks was more than happy to talk to Harry about her ability. Having spent most of the summer with him, she felt a connection to him. Just like Harry, the students of Hogwarts would regularly turn on her. Of course, unlike Harry, she wasn't a super genius, so had nothing to distract her from being hated. She had started treating the boy like a younger brother that seemed to effortlessly cast magic beyond even her level without breaking a sweat, and treated the headmaster like an equal. Being around Harry was extremely refreshing, as he just accepted her for who she was, rather than who she could be. Whenever he talked about his projects, she would get lost within moments, but as he seemed to enjoy explaining stuff to her, she saw no reason to stop him. When he had satisfied whatever he wanted to know about her ability, they started down to Hogsmeade. He fiddled with his watch and soon had sandy owned hair and slightly taller. Tonks was shocked to admit he was now just smaller than her current form. Only then did she realize that Harry wasn't a metamorphagus. How did you do that? Well, it's my attempt at copying your power. It's not very good at the moment since it gives off a lot of magic to those that can see magic, but for a casual glance it works well enough. It still has a lot of work to go. Shaking her head, she followed slightly behind him. As they moved, she would casually look around while keeping an eye out for any dangers. Luckily, she saw nothing of note, except for a large black dog in the shade of the trees. Due to the size of the dog, she regarded it carefully, but it didn't seem to care about them. Once in Hogsmeade Village, Harry did some cursory window shopping but didn't buy anything, as she had brought her presents a while ago. She didn't need to enter either. Soon they ended up at the train station. Having never arrived at the platform early before, Tonks was surprised that the express hadn't arrived yet. Harry happily sat on the edge of the platform and swung his legs back and forth, as he gazed intently at the rails. Tonks decided to join him, and after spreading her awareness as Moody had taught her, laid back and gazed at the clouds. Sirius had been keeping track of the newspapers, but there had been no further mention of Voldemort. In fact, him breaking out seemed to be the most important headline for months. As there was no obvious danger to Harry, he decided to take his time and plan. To protect Harry, he would first need to clear his name. The problem was providing proof. So far, his easiest plan was to convince Moony of his innocence, and then together they would track down the rat. That was until he learned Moony was in Hogwarts. He couldn't just waltz into the school after all. Which was why he was waiting outside the gates, hoping he could somehow talk to Moony. Another part of him was also hoping he would get to see Harry for the first time in a decade. He had checked the Dursleys, but there was no sign of him living with them, and with Frank and Alice in St. Mungo's, he didn't know who Harry would have gone to. He had been suspicious of the girl and boy who had come through the gates early, but neither looked like James or Lily, so he didn't bother giving them a second glance. Soon the students started flooding out of the gates, but none of them looked like how he imagined Harry either, although he did see Moony, which got him wagging his tail. Then he noticed a red-headed boy walking next to who must have been Frank's son. There was nothing extraordinary about them, but as they were some of the last students to leave, he found himself watching them. The red head was showing the other boy a frail-looking rat. A part of Sirius thought he recognized the pet, but put it out of mind for the time being. He was too excited at the thought of talking to his long-lost friend to worry about students and their pets. After Albus saw the express off, he turned to Harry and Tonks. After making sure they were ready, he apparated them to his Godric's Hollow. They would need to wait for Bathsheba and Moody before he took down his wards to replace them with the Mithril wards, so today they would just be unpacking and resting. Once they had unpacked, Tonks decided to take Harry clothes shopping while Albus finished some reports. Normally, whenever he wasn't in uniform, Harry wore simple cargo pants and t-shirts with a casual robe over top. Bathsheba had then enchanted both pockets with undetectable extension charms. Nothing in the store caught his attention, aside from a blue-gray trench coat hidden at the back. The moment Harry saw it, he knew he wanted it. Despite the fact even the smallest size was still too big for him, he tried it on. "Looks good on you, kiddo," Tonks said honestly. Like Harry, she knew that the coat could be enchanted to fit better. She could perform that particular charm with barely a thought, a necessity for any shapeshifter. The next day, when Bathsheba eventually arrived, the two then set about setting up the ward. Having already made the ward spheres the night before, they only needed to carve the final runes into the mithril. Once done, they signaled Dumbledore, who then made sure Moody and Tonks were ready to defend them if necessary. He then carefully lowered every ward on his house for the first time in decades. Harry then started manipulating the mithril base to project the wards so that it completely covered the property. With the wards in place, Moody and Dumbledore set about trying to break them down. A normal ward would have fallen under being attacked so soon after its generation. A ward normally gained power over time, so a ward scheme that was centuries old like Hogwarts was significantly stronger now compared to when they had been put up. The mithril ward would remain static. Currently the wards felt as strong as Hogwarts, but in 100 years' time there could be a noticeable difference. But despite this, Dumbledore still believed the mithril ward was better. Take for example the World Cup wards. They've been passively drawing power for nearly 8 years and there's still some concern about their integrity. Your wards could be set up the day of the event and nearly impenetrable. There's also the matter of secrecy. Due to the nature of the World Cup, the wards couldn't be kept quiet, so anyone planning to attack the stadium has had 8 years to plan a way around them. By having the wards up only when they are needed, you prevent somebody planning an attack in advance. Dumbledore had said. Unfortunately, the adults had unanimously agreed it was too dangerous for Harry to stick around, so he and Tonks were going to stay in her flat until they knew what the mithril ward was capable of. Okay. Just change your skin one more time. Tonks sighed but did as Harry asked, changing her skin from light purple to dark green. They were sitting on top of her bed and he had decided to make sense of her powers again. Every time she changed her body, Harry would run his hands across his watch. Eventually he nodded confidently and started changing in front of her. Unlike her own metamorphing, she was slow. First he made his hair longer and silkier, then his eyes changed from intense green to soft blue. Bit by bit he changed his body until he looked completely different. If Tonks didn't know it was him, she would have assumed he was close to her own age, not the 13-year-old he was meant to be. Despite herself, she started poking him just to check it wasn't an illusion. How did you do that? Harry had shown some skill over self-modification, such as changing the color of his hand when they had first met. But there was a huge difference between recoloring a hand and completely changing your body. A fair bit of cheating and, dare I say, talent. Harry replied cheekily. I have to focus on each transformation carefully, but it should now hold until I tell it otherwise. This is basically self-transfiguration, but eventually I want to get it to full, on-the-spot metamorphosing. The only problem is your magic still feels the same, and your voice is the same. While she couldn't see magic like Moody or Harry, all witches and wizards could sense magic on an instinctual level. Likewise, all witches and wizards gave off a passive magical aura. For the average magical, they only gave off enough magic to tell they had magic. But for those powerful enough like Dumbledore, the magic given off was strong enough to be distinct. What Tonks was detecting was Harry's magical signature. The average witch or wizard wouldn't have been able to identify him, they would have just known there was a powerful wizard in the room. But as she had spent so much time around Harry and his magic, her own magic recognized him on an instinctual level. Damn, okay, how about now? Harry closed his eyes and gained an expression of deep concentration. At first Tonks didn't know what he was doing, but then she felt his magic start to disappear. It felt like he was simply walking away, except for the fact he was right in front of her. Soon she could barely sense his magic at all. It was extremely unnerving to look at somebody she knew was Harry, but without his looks and magic there was nothing she could recognize of her friend. How did you do that? Well, I've been trying to control my aura since I was 11, hidden it isn't that difficult anymore. I want to be able to actually change the feel of my magic, but so far I haven't been able to do it. Tonks was going to question him further but was interrupted by a dark shape flying through her window. Before she even knew what it was, she had drawn her wand and looked for where the thing had gone. She soon discovered it was a black crow that had perched itself on Harry's arm. Why hello, I was wondering when you would be coming back. Harry said softly, running his hand down the bird's back. At his touch the crow shivered and revealed that the light reflected off it, leading Tonks to assume it was a rare magical bird. The crow then tucked its beak under its wing and started rummaging around, only to come out with a letter which was definitely too big to hide. Seeing that Harry was going to take the letter without even checking for curses, Tonks tried to warn him. It's fine, Tonks. Corvus wouldn't have accepted the letter if it was dangerous. Anyway, I doubt Dumbledore would have sent a cursed letter. He says they're gonna test the wards overnight and that we should be able to return tomorrow. Harry then ran his finger over the bird's back in a pattern. The back then popped off to reveal the bird was hollow. Feeling faintly sick, Tonks found herself leaning over and studying the insides, but she couldn't make heads nor tails of it. But Harry obviously could, as he then pulled out a thin, pale silver square and held it out to her. As you're here, would you mind focusing your magic in your finger and touching this plate? It will allow Corvus to find you no matter where you are, and likewise allow you to send letters to me, or anyone else in the database, I guess. Wearily she did as he asked and let the plate absorb the offered magic. When the plate turned the color of soft violet, she felt it looked familiar. Harry then slid the plate back into place where it joined 7 other plates, but only 4 of those plates were colored. Then after fixing the bird's back, Harry held his arm towards the closed window and allowed the crow to take off. Tonks winced as the bird reached the glass, expecting it to have shattered. Instead, the bird seemed to blur before it reappeared on the other side of the glass. Right, well, if we aren't expected back till tomorrow, how about a bit of fun? She asked hesitantly. She didn't know what Harry did for fun and hoped he would like the same stuff as herself. Sure, what did you want to do? Keep your disguise on for a start, she said, then held out her arm and wiggled her fingers playfully, inviting him to grab hold. Once he had a firm grip, she apparated them near her favorite Muggle night club. Under his disguise he looked old enough to get in, with mild use of a confundus. Dancing was such a simple thing. At first Harry had no idea what to do, but Tonks had patiently taught him. Then something just clicked and he found himself lost in the rhythm. His Mithrilium even gave him hints on how to improve his dancing. After a few days' practice, he was able to keep up with Tonks, even if it was obvious she had more experience. Harry found he could relax. He only had to think of the music and could let his worries wash away. It was extremely therapeutic. Soon Christmas Day arrived and they gathered round the tree. It was the 3rd time Harry had celebrated Christmas and his first surrounded entirely by friends. It made the day feel important and Harry felt he finally understood why the other children cherished the day. At the head of the table was Dumbledore. Harry was sitting to his right and then Tonks was to the right of him. Beside her was Bathsheba, then Moody at the end of the table, who could then keep an eye on the only door into the dining room. Finally Nicholas and his wife, Perenelle Flammel, sat on the opposite side of the table. When Harry had first met Nicholas, it had been hard to judge his age. He could have been anywhere from 70 to 100. But as his store of the elixir of life had started to deplete, he and his wife had started aging again. What elixir remained ensured they would age slowly. But the pair had refused point blank when Harry had offered them back the stone. I plan to live long enough to see you flourish, then me and Perenelle shall take on the great next adventure. It was the first time Harry had most of his friends gathered around him. It was nice to see Tonks and Nicholas discuss the abilities of a metamorphagus, or Bathsheba asking Moody about the runes on his eye. The lunch had been prepared by a Hogwarts house elf, so nobody had to wash up. Once lunch was finished, they gathered around the tree and started handing out presents. Harry enjoyed seeing everyone's faces as they opened his presents. His only issue was that Luna wasn't around, but with Xenophilius out of the country, she had to stay at Hogwarts. Nicholas had helped him with most of his presents that year, like his gift to Tonks, which was a mithril bracelet with an alchemical stone embedded. An alchemical stone was simply an object which had been enchanted to help an alchemical process, the Philosopher's Stone being the most powerful alchemical stone to date. Tonks' alchemical stone would convert the magical energy of the mithril into solid matter, which she could then use to drastically increase her powers. She had then given Harry dragon skin gloves, which she hoped would stop him damaging his hand. Moody had given Harry a book on aura grade spells, such as advanced protection spells and basic situation awareness. In turn, Harry had given him one of his flasks. But he had modified it so that it would produce whatever had last been poured into it. It was also impossible for anyone other than Moody to open the cap and would nullify any poisons. By the time all the presents were opened, everyone seemed content and truly happy. It was a moment Harry wouldn't forget in a hurry. He's the perfect mix between his mother and father Sirius. His curiosity definitely comes from Lily, but his creativity is pure James. For instance, the other day we were talking about how to deal with a Grindylow, and he suggested blasting them with a fire spell. His reasoning was that as Grindylows prefer cold water, the heat from the spell would keep them away. Remus said excitedly. He and Sirius were hidden in the Shrieking Shack, drinking fire whiskey and reminiscing about old times. Together they had decided to approach Dumbledore at the end of the year and explain Sirius' story. They hoped the fact he hadn't done anything the whole year despite his proximity to the castle would help. Remus doubted the Sirius he used to know would never have been able to wait so long. It seemed 12 years in Azkaban had changed more than just his looks. But even with his newfound patience, with barely 2 weeks left till the end of the year, Sirius was starting to become antsy cooped up in the shack. To try and keep him occupied, Remus had gotten Sirius to mark some of his class work, then he helped prepare classes. He got a kick anytime Harry's name came up, which Remus hoped kept him focused on why he needed to wait in the shack. With the full moon set to rise that night, Remus was nervous. Snape's potions helped immensely, but that didn't stop his fear that he might lose control. He was also worried for his friend Hagrid, whose hippogriff was set to be executed on the same night. Never mind his fear of a high-ranking member of the disposal of dangerous creatures being near him when he transformed. But there was an issue. After he had caught the Weasley twins studying an apparently blank piece of parchment, he had recovered the Marauders' map. It made catching students much easier, but one night he saw a name that shouldn't have been anywhere near Hogwarts: Peter Pettigrew. He had kept the knowledge from Sirius. The man had nearly ruined his life chasing after Pettigrew. Remus wouldn't let him do it again. When they had made the map, they had used their blood to hide their names from anyone who wasn't a marauder, so he couldn't show the headmaster. Which was why he was carefully scanning the map before Snape arrived. The rat had been staying in Hagrid's hut for the last few days and he wanted to trap him before sunset. Evening, Professor Lupin. Professor Snape had to deal with some Slytherins, so he sent me instead. Harry put the potion on the desk and casually leaned over to look at the map. Remus wondered why he was so interested in something that should appear blank. Nice map. Did you make it? With a start, Remus remembered that James's blood would recognize Harry as a marauder. Yes, that is the Marauders, finished this map at the end of our 6th year. Regrettably, we never got much use out of it as we spent most of 7th year studying, or at least me and Peter did. James and Sirius spent most of the year relaxing and still got top marks. Remus wanted to fold up the map and stop Harry seeing Peter's name right in the center, but he couldn't think of a way to do it without drawing undue attention. As such, he was helpless as Harry's finger drifted across the page. He could only hope that the boy was too busy studying the map to bother reading the names. This is great. I assume it links into the wards. So it should be able to easily detect people through privacy enchantments. I wonder if it can see through invisibility cloaks too. Although if it works based on magic, then it wouldn't detect muggles, which means anyone that can hide their aura would also drop off the map. Harry's finger then came to a stop, but he wasn't looking at Hagrid's hut. It seemed Sirius had gotten bored of waiting within the shack and had stepped outside the willow. Black's broken in. We need to tell Dumbledore, Harry said hurriedly, running to the door. Moving quickly, Remus flicked his wand towards the door and sealed it. He had no idea how he was going to explain it, but he couldn't let Harry get to Dumbledore. But before he could even begin to explain himself, Harry had whirled around with his wand raised in his right hand. His left hand seemed to be in a bright silver gauntlet, which was covered in bright red veins that were glowing ominously. Remus raised his hands calmly. He wasn't scared of losing to a 13-year-old student, even if that student was the best in his year. But if Harry attacked, he would need to defend himself, which would make everything much harder. Listen to me, Harry. Sirius Black is innocent. He never betrayed your parents and he didn't kill those muggles. If he didn't betray my parents, who did? Harry asked bitterly. Normally the boy kept his emotions tightly reined in. Even on their semi-regular walks through the lighter parts of the forest he had kept control, having been fascinated when learning of his parents' lives in Hogwarts. It was Peter Pettigrew. From what I can understand, he framed Sirius. To be completely honest, I don't know the full story, but I trust in Sirius. If you trust him so much, why not go to Dumbledore? Harry asked suspiciously. He still hadn't lowered his wand, although his gauntlet had stopped glowing. And what evidence could we provide? It would be Sirius' word against the eyewitnesses. We were going to approach the headmaster after the students had gone home, where we could talk without being in danger. Harry slowly lowered his wand and Remus relaxed, but there was still a hard glint in the boy's eyes. I want to talk to him then, Harry said stubbornly. Dumbledore can't know, Harry. I'm sorry. Oh, I wasn't talking about Dumbledore. I want to talk to Black. Sirius sat just beyond the reach of the willow. He had grown tired of waiting for Remus to show up, so he had decided to stretch his legs as Padfoot. There was no risk of discovery because the only man alive who knew of his animagus form was Remus. After a while he saw Remus walking down from the castle. He eagerly ran up to his friend only to stop short when he caught the scent of another human. Instinctively he stopped and started sniffing around until he bumped into an invisible leg. He jumped back and was ready to strike when Remus deliberately moved between them. Sirius instantly settled down but couldn't help wondering why Remus had brought someone with him. Sirius, this is Harry. Harry, Sirius. We'll talk more when we're somewhere more private. He then marched purposely past Sirius and towards the willow. Sirius trotted after him and hoped this, Harry, was his Harry. Distantly he heard voices arguing and his ears flicked so he could hear better. There's nothing we can do, Ron. Even my gran couldn't get the committee to change their mind. Look, can we get a move on? I don't want to see it. I would, but Scabbers isn't making it easy. Merlin knows why he ran away in the first place. Will you be still, Scabbers? Just then the wind changed and he was able to catch 3 scents, 2 he didn't know but 1 he knew extremely well. His entire body tensed and he turned towards the 2 boys. They're madly struggling. In the one of the boys' hands was a very familiar rat. Without a second thought he charged towards the boys. He deliberately overshot and sailed over the boys so that the rat had nowhere to run. The bee-owned boy had dived out of the way, leaving the ginger one holding the rat free. Sirius dived for the rat only for it to run away. Harry was stunned as the dog set off after Ron's rat. He didn't know why the 2 were out there to begin with, as it was coming up to curfew. Lupin had set off after the dog, which left the 3 of them alone on the path. Neville had thrown a stunning spell at the dog and Harry was proud to see it struck him between the shoulders. The spell did nothing to the dog but the accuracy was impressive. Neville had continued coming to his study group even after they had covered the few lessons he'd missed. He seemed to enjoy the way Harry taught. Draco and the older student had only attended a few sessions before they stopped showing up, which had left Justin, Colin and Neville. As the 4 were all friendly people, Harry had started enjoying teaching them. But for now the 2 were in his way. He hurriedly unfastened his cloak and dropped the hood to drop the invisibility so that they could see him. Guys, it's fine. Just go back to the castle before you get in trouble for being out after curfew. Sod that. I'm not going back without Scabbers, Ron said firmly. The two then looked at Neville, who stepped back fretfully. Come on, mate. You aren't gonna leave without me, are you? We'll be fine. We won't get in trouble cause we're with Professor Lupin, and Harry won't let us get hurt. Harry rolled his eyes while summoning his spear, since the chamber he had keyed it into his arm's mithrilium. With Snape's and Bathsheda's help, he had figured out how to group ideologies together, so when he triggered the metaphysical line connecting the spear with his arm plate, it would in turn trigger a specific ideology cluster. When called, the spear would go metaphysical and shoot itself towards Harry, but it would also make itself go twice the speed of sound until it got within a few feet of him, where it would slow to a stop. This meant it appeared in his hand nearly instantly. He then tossed it to Ron, who had already proved to be capable of wielding it. He then triggered his shield, and together the three of them ran off after the distant form of Lupin, with the sun just starting to set behind them. The three were able to keep up a fast pace, but Lupin was much faster, so once they got deep enough into the forest, they got well and truly lost. Or at least they would have been lost if Harry wasn't able to see the glowing beacon of Hogwarts through the tree, but he wasn't looking for Hogwarts. He kneeled in the ground and looked intently at the ground. He could see Lupin's track marks, but they disappeared in the grass. He then managed to find what he was looking for: Rose Red paw prints. It was the same signature as the signature he had found in Black's cell in Azkaban nearly a year ago. Now that he knew what to look for, it was easy to make them out against the other signatures. With that, they set off again. The other two had to trust that Harry knew where he was leading them, as the footprints were invisible to them. But for Harry, the footprints glowed brightly, easily guiding him to wherever the dog had gone. None of them noticed the slight chill in the air, which had been building the further they got into the forest. Eventually they were led to a clearing, which contained Lupin and a familiar-looking man who was looking around angrily. Harry quickly saw how the paw prints turned into footprints, which led to the man. He stepped forward cautiously. He trusted Lupin, and so if the professor said Black was innocent, he would be willing to listen. Mr. Black, it's nice to meet you in person, he said wryly, stepping forward into the clearing. His gauntlet remained inactive, and he had moved his shield to his left arm to leave his wand free. Even if he knew for a fact Black wouldn't attack him, he wouldn't leave himself defenseless this deep into the forest. Harry? Black asked slowly. Harry decided he looked better than his wanted posters, but he was still dirty and dressed in a robe that had been poorly resized. Black set off towards Harry, only to stop when the point of a very sharp spear appeared from beside his godson and pointed at his chest. Professor, call the Aurors. This is serious, Black, Ron said fearfully, his spear shaking slightly. Ron, give him a minute to explain himself first. I have it on good authority he was framed. Harry was glad Ron was defending him, but didn't want the boy to kill one of his last connections to his parents, at least not while there was a possibility he was innocent. At his words, Ron dutifully lowered the spear, although it was clear he could raise it should he need to. Black looked between Harry and Ron and grinned sadly. Now that you aren't about to be killed, Black, talk, Harry commanded forcefully. There isn't time. You don't understand, the rat's getting away. What did you do to Scabbers? Ron said suddenly, having remembered he had a reason for following Harry. Scabbers? No, boy. His name's Peter Pettigrew. He's an animagus. If we move quickly, Black said desperately, only to be interrupted by Neville of all people. Peter Pettigrew's dead. You killed him 13 years ago. He was my parents' secret keeper. Because of you, the Death Eaters were able to learn of the secret. There was a deep anger in Neville's voice, and when Harry looked at him, there was a steadiness that had been previously missing. No, I didn't kill him, though I wanted to. I thought he had gotten himself blown up, but it was definitely him who ran away. So who betrayed my parents then, Black? Harry demanded. Peter did. Look, I was meant to be the secret keeper, but at the last minute I convinced your parents to switch to Peter. He had kept the Longbottom's secret, so we thought we could trust him. But then when I felt the Fidelius fall, I knew something was wrong. I tracked him down, but when I got to him, he blamed me. And Pettigrew somehow escaped and lived as a rat for 13 years. Harry asked in disbelief. Yes. And he's getting away. Now that Harry knew what was going on, he understood why Black was so impatient. He scanned the floor and tried to find Pettigrew's signature, but as he had no idea what color to look for, it was impossible to find. Just then the moon appeared over the horizon and illuminated the clearing. For a second Harry hoped the moonlight would make it easier to find the footprint, but then he remembered the undrunk potion on the professor's desk. When Harry next awoke, it was to a pounding headache and weak muscles. His memory felt splintered and he couldn't remember why he was in the hospital wing yet again. Distantly he could feel his mithrilium working to heal whatever was affecting his memories, but it was slow going. While his memories trickled in, he took stock of his belongings. Running his thumb across his fingers assured him he still had all 3 of his rings. His trench coat was neatly folded at the foot of his bed, with his wand and shield sitting on top. His invisibility cloak was hopefully still inside the pocket of his coat, as a seam of mithril at the mouth of the pocket stopped anyone else reaching inside. He didn't see his spear, but he could feel the line running from his arm to what he assumed was the Forbidden Forest. Considering it would barely take him half an hour to make a new one, he wasn't too worried about it. Finally he felt his mithril greaves on his shins, which contained his personal mithril battery. With his belongings accounted for, he tried to remember what had happened. The full moon had risen and Professor Lupin had gone rigid, staring at the moon and panting deeply. "Harry, get back to the castle. Run and don't stop running," Sirius had said desperately, rushing towards Lupin and attempting to talk him out of transforming, as if it was something controllable. "Guys, do as he says," Harry commanded. He was glad to hear the sound of footsteps as the boys started running away, which meant he could focus entirely on stopping the wolf. It hadn't been hard to figure out the professor was a werewolf. Especially when his monthly attempts at brewing wolfsbane alongside Professor Snape corresponded with the defense teacher's absences. He couldn't find it in him to be worried about sharing a castle with a werewolf because of how docile the professor normally acted. That and once you started down the king of all snakes, a lone werewolf didn't seem that bad. But thinking about a werewolf in the light of day didn't prepare him from the transformation in the outskirts of the forest in near darkness. Harry wasn't a fool. He knew that if he wanted to kill the man, he simply had to summon his spear from Ron and throw it at Lupin. The spear was made to accelerate quickly, and the distance between him and Lupin was big enough to allow his spear to reach top speed. Then, after the spear had failed to penetrate the basilisk's hide, he had modified it to emit a powerful severing charm. This meant his spear would easily cut through and kill the werewolf. Unfortunately, he didn't want to kill the man. He was both the best defense teacher and had known his parents, which significantly lowered his chances of getting out alive. A werewolf could shrug off most versatile curses, and anything more powerful ran the risk of accidentally killing the wolf. Spells which focused on disabling an opponent, such as Petrificus Totalis, only worked on humans, while creature-focused spells were too weak to affect a werewolf. There was a reason they were so wildly feared after all. When a werewolf transformed from a human into wolf, their magic changed with them. While a werewolf couldn't cast spells, it gained an incredible magical resistance equal to that of a dragon. In fact, the only person who had second-hand knowledge of fighting a werewolf was ironically the last defense teacher, Professor Lockhart. Incidentally, the man was still hiding in St. Mungo's, ever since Tom Riddle had cast a dark fire charm against Lockhart when he had defended his student. When Harry had asked about the wizard that had actually fought the werewolf, Lockhart had revealed the man had giant blood. A werewolf's greatest power was their physical strength. So long as you stayed out of range, a werewolf couldn't hurt you. Unless you happened to be born with the strength of a giant, which meant you could match that strength. While Harry didn't have a way to raise his strength to that of a giant, he could form a layer of magic over his skin, which would hopefully save him should he be hit. The list of spells Lockhart had originally given Harry had started with the spell Solis. Harry had even told Lockhart. It has been theorized that it would also weaken werewolves, but as nobody has been stupid enough to try it against a transformed werewolf, we may never know. Now was as good as time as any. Moving quickly, Harry drew a circle with his wand before jabbing straight through the center. A beam of sunlight illuminated the clearing, blinding all of them. He heard the wolf cry out, but from the sounds of it, he had only annoyed him. With his eyes blinded, he was relying solely on his magicite to see. The wolf was easy to see as Lupin's auburn signature stood out against the pale white of the trees. Beside the wolf, he could see Black shuffling away, clutching his eyes, Lupin's wand lying between the two. When the wolf turned towards Black, Harry reached out with his magic and pulled the man towards him, just as the wolf dived past. Luckily for Black, Magic didn't care about the difference in weight between the target and caster, otherwise it would have been Harry flying towards Black. Black landed in an untidy heap just behind him, which meant as long as the wolf stayed in front of Harry everyone should be safe. Cautiously Harry opened his eyes and blinked back the remaining spots. The moon was bright enough to dimly illuminate the clearing, but the woods around them were pitch black. Flicking his wand towards the trees, Harry let a few dozen tiny lights leave his wand to settle around the clearing. If it wasn't for the werewolf charging at him, it would have been very atmospheric. Just as the wolf descended on him, he confidently raised his shield. As the arm got into range, the shield started absorbing its momentum. If it weren't for the sound of the claws hitting the shield, Harry wouldn't have known his shield had been hit. But while the wolf's strike had been absorbed, that didn't stop it letting out a cry of pain and throwing the shield away, a shield Harry was still strapped to. Harry flew across the clearing and hit a tree painfully, with his shield arm falling limply at his side. Harry wanted to just collapse there and try to escape the pain, but the wolf had started walking towards him again. Black had bravely turned into his dog form and had jumped onto the wolf's back, but that only stopped him for a moment before he punched the dog off him. He willed the shield to disconnect from his left arm and awkwardly strapped it to his right. It would stop him from using his wand properly, but as his wand was useless against the wolf, he didn't care. It was fortunate that his magic could flow down his broken arm. With a prod from his magic, he was able to activate his gauntlet, which swiftly grew to cover his entire arm. As soon as the mithril stopped spreading, he lost all feeling in his arm, but as this stopped the pain, he welcomed the numbness. Ideally, he would have slowly experimented to see what he could do with his gauntlet, but with a werewolf almost on top of him, he had to hope it would work. For the first time since the Chamber of Secrets, Harry was extremely glad he had learned how to split his magic. Using one tendril of magic to raise his gauntlet, he used another tendril to shoot as many offensive spells as possible. The spells seemed to annoy the wolf, but he kept charging through them, but it bought him enough time to use his gauntlet. He channeled his magic through the Philosopher's Stone and transfigured the ground in front of him into chains, which he then sent at the wolf. To his left, Black had turned back into a man and, after picking up Lupin's wand, sent his own wave of chains. Together they buried Lupin in chains. He struggled violently, but the numerous chains held. With the threat temporarily dealt with, Harry stumbled over to Black. As he moved, he tapped into his greaves and drew some power into himself. Unfortunately, that didn't help the various pains throughout his body. By then, Black had sat down on the ground and was leaning against a tree heavily. Harry decided resting was a good idea and soon joined him on the ground. Black kept massaging his side, but he seemed to be in a better condition than Harry. He didn't dare deactivate his gauntlet as he feared the pain would knock him out. After several minutes of resting, Black finally broke the silence. Good idea with using chains. I'm surprised a third year was able to transfigure chains capable of stopping a werewolf though. I think it'll be best if you go back to the school and bring a teacher down here, so we can get Moony somewhere safe. Black stared at Harry as if expecting him to follow him blindly. I'm not going to just let you get away. I'm definitely not going to let you have a free shot at my back. Professor Lupin may have trusted you, but that doesn't mean I do. Harry said stubbornly. Merlin, you don't trust easily, do you? Did nobody ever tell you? I'm your godfather. I can't attack you without my magic killing me. Black said gently. What? It was as if the ground had dropped out from beneath him. For the first time in a very long time, Harry lost control of his emotions. He was so deeply entrenched within his mind he didn't realize he had started shaking and hyperventilating. For his part, Sirius was extremely worried about Harry's reaction. He tried shaking Harry to get his attention, but that did nothing. He was so focused on Harry he didn't notice the fog rolling in or the frost that started spreading across the clearing. Sirius did notice when Moony started whining, which drew his attention away from Harry. Now that he was focused again, he recognized the aura of the Dementors. He clutched Remus' wand desperately and tried to think of happy thoughts. Any memory from his school years was tainted with the knowledge that his best friend would die only a few years later, while he had barely any happy memories from fighting in the war and definitely none from Azkaban. But he had one thought that kept him steady, the same thought that had given him the strength to escape prison. I am going to be with Harry. I'm going to look after him and James will forgive me. With a hoarse, Expecto Patronum. He released Padfoot, who bounded around the clearing. Slowly the Dementors started appearing amongst the trees. Every time one got too close, Padfoot would charge them, but there were over 100 Dementors against one weak Patronus. Every time Padfoot hit a Dementor, it would fly away, but Padfoot would lose some of his light, which meant that after only a few hits Padfoot was barely giving off any light at all. As his Patronus grew weaker, the Dementors grew braver. Soon it was hard to see beyond the trees. Padfoot gave one final charge and banished a Dementor that was leaning over Harry, before keeling over and fading completely. With his Patronus gone, the Dementors charged into the clearing and swarmed. Sirius desperately tried to summon a new Patronus, but with the Dementors so close he was unable to focus on his lone happy thought. As such, he was powerless as the Dementors glided up to him and pushed him to his knees and lowered his hood. Black spots began appearing in Sirius' eyes, but just before he lost consciousness, a blinding light spread across the clearing. The Dementor over Sirius was dragged away, revealing Harry. He had a fire in his eyes and a bright, white light was being emitted from his metal arm, which had pushed away most of the Dementors. Harry was roused from his mind by the cold. He became aware of his gauntlet giving off a soft, pure white light. With some alarm, he then realized the reason for the cold was the Dementors that were hovering all around him. If he was brave enough, he could have reached out and touched their cloaks. Instantly he panicked and jumped to his feet, leaving his wand forgotten on the ground. Just like on the train, his mithril was growing painfully cold at the proximity to such a large number of Dementors. However, now the cold spread much deeper within. Worst of all was he could feel his heart beating slowly and painfully, which led Harry to assume that even if the Dementors didn't seem inclined to s.k. out his soul, he would still die if he didn't escape soon. It was then that Sirius gave off a pained moan, drawing Harry's attention to the man. Before he could even register what was going on, he had willed his magic to push the Dementors away and had shot forward and grabbed the Dementor around its bony neck, easily pulling it away from his godfather. The Dementor thrashed desperately against his gauntlet as if the glowing light hurt it. Unfortunately, when he had grabbed the Dementor, the frost which had been held at bay by the light rushed up his arm. Distantly he could feel his cloak hugging him tightly. Unbeknown to Harry, his cloak was acting rather strangely. Despite the fact the cloak was completely closed around him, it hadn't become invisible. Instead, it was giving off the same white light which stopped the Dementors getting close. By now the cold had gone past painful, and Harry wondered if his arm would ever recover, but still he held on to the Dementor. He could feel the stone growing stronger, and Harry eagerly fed it more of his own magic. He was glad when Sirius rose and shakily held out his wand. The two stood back to back with his cloak's aura barely protecting his godfather. Unfortunately, whatever his magic had done to push away the Dementors had stopped working. Harry could distantly feel them poking his defenses. Luckily, the stone chose that moment to release its power. Harry had already depleted his greaves and was running dangerously low on his personal magic. He had resorted to draining his shield, which made the magical shields visibly flicker. The stone channeled all this magic through the gauntlet and injected it into the Dementor that was still clutched in his hand. Red fire seemed to rush through the Dementor's bones until the entire skeleton glowed red. The creature obviously didn't like this as it let out a demonic scream and tried to attack Harry with newfound vengeance. But its attacks were hampered when the fire started compressing the bones. First its rotten hands started compacting with a sickening crunch, then the arms, chest, and finally head. As the bones burned, the fire started turning a dark gray until all that was left was the Dementor's cloak on the ground and a floating ball of angry gray fire and bones. Even then the ball kept compressing until it was the size of a large marble, which slowly lowered itself into his outstretched hand. Surprisingly, the gem wasn't that cold, and he absent-mindedly slipped it into his coat pocket. He then realized the Dementors had frozen at the death of their comrade. Harry turned to them and raised his gauntlet threateningly, which made them float back hesitantly. Things would have gone better if the gauntlet hadn't chosen that moment to lose its light and shroud them all in darkness. Sirius desperately summoned his Patronus back, just in time to reveal the Dementors had moved considerably closer in the short time it had taken to summon the Patronus. The light from the Patronus helped Harry see what had happened to his gauntlet. It seemed when the magic had surged through the red veins of the Philosopher's Stone, it had affected the mithril around it. The mithril was speckled with pale green scorch marks, which caught the light when he moved his hand to inspect it. Harry, You need to do that light thing again. I can't hold them off by myself. Sirius said urgently. I can't. It did it by itself. I can't control it. Panic was starting to show itself in his voice now. His magic was near useless against the Dementors. Even against the Basilisk he had some plan, but now he was entirely dependent on Sirius to defend him. Well, can you cast a Patronus? Sirius asked desperately. No. Harry snapped. And if you tell me to think happy thoughts, I'm going to hit you. Sirius never got a chance to reply, as a glowing bear charged into the clearing. It helped Sirius Patronus clear an area around the pair, which allowed Neville and Ron charge into the clearing and join them. I thought I sent you two back to the castle. Harry asked, somewhat annoyed they didn't follow his command and got help, but also relieved they arrived and provided help. The four of them stood facing away from Moony, who had fallen unconscious when the Dementors had attacked. Well, you see, we were going back to the castle, then we ran into the Acromantula. Well, you know what I'm like with spiders. Anyway, when we got free of them, we left the forest and kinda ran into the Dementors. Ron said, pointing his frost-covered spear at the Dementors. Oh, by the way, your spear works great on spiders, not so great on Dementors. So where did the Patronus come from? Sirius asked. That was Neville. He's been getting lessons from Professor Lupin all year. Then after being chased by the Dementors for a while, Neville just turns around and makes his Patronus. The two Patroni kept the Dementors from getting near them. It seemed that despite their numbers they were unwilling to attack. Harry decided to use the time to form a mithril sword. He imbued it with the ideology of kill Dementors. But for the first time, he felt the mithril reject him. He tried several different combinations, but it seemed either the instruction was too imprecise or his mithril couldn't do it. Faced with no other option, he tried to summon as many happy thoughts as he could and imbue them into the sword. His problem was, he struggled to think of any strong happy memories. It was why he had been unable to cast Patronus Charm, when Dumbledore had attempted to teach him. He often found himself neutral or content, which was fine for him, but apparently that wasn't enough for the Patronus. Hopefully by combining multiple memories into the sword, it would become strong enough to take on the Dementors. With a whoop of joy, his sword finally started glowing the blue light of a Patronus. At the sound of his joy the Dementors shivered in sync, as if they had never had someone laugh in their presence before. Regrettably the light was still pathetically dim, so to make it appear more impressive he made the blade emit white flames. He raised the sword high and pointed it at the Dementors with the Patroni taking positions equal distances away, then with a yell all three charged forwards. Fighting Dementors was a strange experience. The Dementors avoided his sword like it was an actual Patronus. When he was quick enough to strike a Dementor it left a glowing blue mark, which seemed to hurt the Dementor even after the sword struck. Each Dementor inevitably fled after being struck, which prompted the Patroni to herd Dementors towards him where he could slash wildly at them. It was easy for him to tell when he had struck a Dementor. A rush of cold spread from his sword arm up to his chest. It was unpleasant, but bearable, especially when compared to losing his soul. He was spurred on by the noticeable decrease in Dementors, allowing him to see the trees behind the horde. Some of the Dementors didn't even need to be hit to flee, some decided to leave by themselves. But those that stayed seemed more determined, some taking 4 or 5 hits before they fled. It was lucky that it didn't matter where his sword struck, he could hit them in the neck or hand and they would react the same. There was also another problem. He was very quickly tiring. Each jolt of cold made it harder to raise his sword. With one final slash his sword clattered out of his hand. He then collapsed to his knees and could only watch as Sirius dashed forward and picked up the sword. It was like the man was possessed. He clearly already knew how to handle a blade. He jumped from Dementor to Dementor, getting several strikes in every time. The entire time the man looked every bit the crazed murderer he was portrayed to be, complete with manic look and flaming sword. Harry found himself scared of the man, as he quickly banished half the remaining Dementors. Neville's Patronus had pulled back to protect the 3 of them, while Sirius' Patronus acted as sheepdog. Apparently the Dementors had a sense of self-preservation as they all turned and fled as one, leaving the clearing clear. All that remained of the Dementors was the frost covering and large piles of Dementor ash, along with the dead Dementor's cloak. He wanted nothing more than to lie down and sleep. Unfortunately for him, Ron seemed to have lost the memo. Mr. Black, I think you should get away while you can. The teachers will be coming to find you, and if they catch you. While Ron sounded apologetic, Harry couldn't help resenting his words. He wanted to spend time with his godfather, without something trying to kill them. You're right, I'll be in touch, Harry, that is, if you want to keep in contact. Harry nodded, giving Sirius a thumbs up before letting his arm fall back at his side. Sirius stumbled over and tried to give him back the sword, but Harry stopped him. Keep it, you need it more than me. Besides, I can make a new one should I need it. Harry said wearily. Sirius nodded and made his way out. Apparently they were close to the boundary of the wards as he soon apparated out. Leaving the three of them to look after an unconscious werewolf, as an animal, Mooney was ignored by the Dementors, but that didn't stop him being affected by their aura. It was only then that Harry would have smacked himself if he had the energy. He quickly fashioned a mithril tablet and wrote a short message describing roughly where they were. He then sent the tablet to Dumbledore's receiving plate, which he had finished the year before. One improvement over the first version was that it left a magical trail, which Dumbledore could use to apparate. It was with a strange sense of gratitude when Harry saw a look of utter confusion on the headmaster's face when he appeared. Evidently he hadn't expected to see two third-year Gryffindors, or a werewolf. Seeing Dumbledore begin to take over the situation, Harry let his weariness take over and drifted off into unconsciousness. Dumbledore looked on Harry proudly. From the accounts of Ronald and Neville, the boy had single-handedly held off over 100 Dementors, without a Patronus. But when the boys had told him they thought Sirius was innocent, he had immediately sent them down to Madame Pomfrey to check for memory charms. When she had been unable to detect any, he had done his own check. As his check came empty, he had to make a difficult choice. With Ronald's permission, he had viewed the boy's memory of the night, starting from when the two had gone down to Hagrid's to celebrate Augusta Longbottom's decision to revisit the Buckbeak case. He watched until he used Fawkes to enter the clearing, at which point he exited the memory and returned it. Unfortunately, Dumbledore knew how well Sirius could lie. He and James had honed their skills from pranking. By their 6th year, both boys could make almost any lie sound believable, getting them out of plenty of trouble. He didn't think Sirius was lying to the boys, and Remus certainly seemed to believe him, but without the man in front of him he couldn't confirm his story. He could only hope that when Remus returned to the castle he would have conclusive evidence. Until then, he took his customary seat next to Harry's bed in the hospital wing and trudged through the near-endless supply of paperwork. Pomfrey seemed to take some delight in putting troublesome students in the bed nearest her office, which she had clearly learned from her predecessor since he had spent his fair share of nights in that exact bed when he was a student. When the boy finally awoke, he noted how the first thing the boy did was to look for his mithril. His items were both his power and his weakness. They allowed him to do incredible feats. Without them he was far too weak. Normally that wouldn't be a problem, but given the boy's track record of finding the biggest danger and diving right into it, the boy needed more flexibility with his magic. The goblins were seen as invincible with their own mithril, until the unspeakables learned how to neutralize their weapons, with the goblins going from easily winning the war to hopelessly losing. He didn't want something similar to happen to Harry, even if he wished the boy could spend the rest of his life in peace. Professor? Harry asked groggily, having finished going through his checklist of belongings. Good morning, Harry. He replied cheerfully, glad to see the boy seemed unhurt. I've heard you had quite the adventure. However, I fear if I let you tell that thrilling story before Madame Pomfrey will have both our hides. The two settled on simply talking until the matron strolled over and gave Harry a final check over. Well, you've regained control over your left arm, although you may find it occasionally going stiff. If you start to feel sudden pains or numbness in your arm, come to me or another healer immediately. Regrettably, your arm is tainted with dark magic, which prevents most forms of healing. Poppy had privately told Albus she suspected the combination of basilisk venom and the Dementor's aura had left the irreversible mark. This meant that the magic she had cast to heal his arm would slowly unravel. At best he had until his early 20s before he lost it. They could only hope that by then they could find a way to heal the arm. The boy's other injuries included minor magical fatigue, heavy bruising over his back and low blood sugar, all of which were already sorted. With his only injury being untreatable, Madame Pomfrey begrudgingly let Harry leave, allowing the two to go up to his office. First, Harry told Albus what had happened since he had left Snape's office, leading all the way up to the hospital wing. Albus then told Harry what he had missed within the castle. Severus, upon realizing you hadn't returned, went up to Remus' office to find it empty. When he saw the wolfsbane hadn't been drunk, he immediately called me. We then ran down to the Shrieking Shack to find it empty. We then searched and sealed the common rooms and set about searching the castle, all except Severus, Filius and Rubius, who valiantly stood guard at the school gate. Imagine my surprise then, when I received a message saying you, a werewolf, a mass murderer and two of our missing students were in a clearing in the Forbidden Forest, which leads me to ask, why didn't you tell me when you left Professor Lupin's office to meet with a mass murderer? He kept his anger out of his voice. He wasn't going to undo everything he had worked for with just a few angry words. To emphasize his point, he withdrew the small mithril plate. Harry's message still stuck to it. Well, Lupin said they couldn't tell you till term was over, Harry said hesitantly, refusing to meet his eyes. And I wanted to find out myself. He had either killed my parents or knew where to find the killer. I didn't want you to take things into your own hands. Oh, and how were you planning to kill Sirius should it turn out to be a trap? He didn't like seeing Harry flinch at his words, but he needed Harry to understand that his actions had consequences. It was one thing to end up with his life in danger, it was quite enough to deliberately go out searching for it. I didn't think that far ahead. I was so focused on meeting him, I didn't think about what I was actually going to do. Harry said sadly. And now, because of what happened tonight, it will be much harder to convince the Ministry of Sirius' innocence. However, we will get his innocence proven. For now, I suggest you try and get some sleep. He then waited till Harry had opened his door before he called out, I'll leave it to you to tell Bathsheba and Nymphadora what happened tonight. With his last days at Hogwarts looming, Harry was spending as much time in his workshop as possible. He and Bathsheba were sat at his table inspecting his gauntlet while Luna sat across from them quietly painting. Where the veins of the Philosopher's Stone ran through the mithril, tiny green crystals speckled the metal. Using some tweezers, Bathsheba was working one of the crystals free and held it up to the light, revealing it to be a perfect crystal, with no lines or fractures. She then handed it to Harry, who instantly felt the amount of magic within the speck. It easily held as much power as his saber, despite the huge size difference. It seemed he had figured out how the goblins had made the mithrate crystals on the sword of Gryffindor. He simply had to blast the mithril with a huge amount of magic. He could only hope that the magic could come from his mithril. With that hope in mind, he set about making a mithril box. He then made a pedestal in the middle with two prongs pointing towards it. Finally, a large mithril ball was balanced on top of the pedestal. Bathsheba then helped him roll the first ward generator over to the box. Next, he plugged the generator directly into the box. Instantly, magic started pooling into the prongs, which only increased when he turned the box itself into a generator. Raw magic started arching from the two prongs into the ball, making it start to glow. This wasn't good enough for Harry, who told the mithril coating the walls, floor and ceiling to stop emitting magic and instead directed it into the box, dramatically increasing the power. Luna and Bathsheba instantly noticed their loss of magic, prompting Bathsheba to pick up Harry's shield and go over to Luna. For his part, Harry remained unaffected, seeing as his magic completely saturated the room. However, that didn't stop him slowly backing away as the box started glowing ominously, the prongs having melted back into magic only to be ked into the ball. The ball itself had melted into raw magic a while ago, but the ideology of the box forced it to maintain its shape. He kept the magic flowing until the box itself started melting and being ked into the ball, at which point he shut off the connection to the walls and unplugged the generator. But rather than cool down, the ball started pulling in more magic until it suddenly sent out a huge wave of magic. Seeing as the wave was made from his magic, it barely touched Harry. The rest of the room wasn't quite as lucky. Shelves melted and their contents started cascading onto the floor. His couch flew across the room and slammed into the walls, and his table flipped onto Bathsheba and Luna. Knowing that Bathsheba had his shield up, which would have absorbed the impact of the wave and table, he went to check on the ball. He willed the pool of magic to be absorbed into the floor, leaving the remains of the ball. Instead of a perfect crystal, he was left with a very shiny mithril ball the size of a golf ball. A shiny ball, a destroyed workshop, and two very angry friends. The express was due to leave, but Harry wasn't waiting by the station. He had overheard some Slytherins loudly talking about Lupin being a werewolf, so he was tearing through the school trying to find the professor. Luckily, he found the professor in his office packing his stuff up. "Ah, Harry, didn't expect to be seeing you. How's the arm?" "It's been better. According to Madame Pomfrey, it was always going to get worse. She just didn't pick it up until it was already broken. The swarm of Dementors probably didn't help it either." Lupin visibly winced at the reminder. It was the first time Harry had spoken to him since the full moon, and clearly the professor blamed himself. "The students know you're a werewolf. I think it must have been Ron or Neville," Harry said apologetically. No. Dumbledore swore the boys to secrecy. It was Severus who told the Slytherins my secret. From what I understand, he heard I was in contact with Sirius and felt it was his duty to warn his students about the danger. But if you ask my opinion, he heard you had gotten hurt and wanted to make sure it couldn't happen again. It's not Snape's responsibility to remove possible dangers. Besides, you're the best defense teacher we've ever had. You can't leave. He could have come up with more arguments but was stopped by Remus holding up his hand. Actually, as a teacher, it is Severus' job to remove possible dangers. However, I had already resigned before my condition was revealed. And regardless of whether or not you blame me for your injury, the fact is I was out in the grounds with 3 students on a full moon and hadn't taken my potion. But it ended up fine. Harry protested, only to be cut off by Lupin. And what if you weren't there? Do you think Ron or Neville could stand up to a werewolf? You're just like James. After mentioning James, Lupin sat down wearily and ran a hand over his face. For the first time, Harry truly noticed how old Lupin looked. Despite only being in his mid-30s, he looked like he was old enough to retire in the Muggle world. "How am I like my father?" he asked softly, after several moments of awkward silence. "James and Sirius never really appreciated the risks associated with my condition. That was until Severus almost got himself bitten. James grew up quite a bit after that, Sirius not so much." "And was this when my mum started to return Dad's feelings?" Harry asked curiously, deciding to ignore the fact Lupin made it sound like he wasn't taking the risk of a werewolf seriously. "Yes, it was. In fact, it was because of this that James got Lily to help us finish the map, which is why I am giving it to you. James poured his life and soul into this map, along with a fair bit of magic, and I know he would want you to have it." Thank you," Harry said emotionally. He gently took the map and carefully put it in an inner pockets of his coat. "Now I believe you have a train to catch. I shall try my best to keep in contact." It felt odd to look around his compartment and see it full, when just 1 year ago there was just him and Luna. Luna was beside him, reading the latest edition of the Quibbler for the 3rd time, with Tonks sitting across from him. Of course, Tonks had made herself look like a student, just in case Tom Riddle decided to attack. Then Colin Creevey had breezed into the compartment and sat on the other side of Luna. The shock came when Neville and Ron had tentatively asked to come in. At first it had been awkward to have his young friends all in one place, but then the others had started talking and it just worked. About halfway home, an owl had dived through the open window, swiftly followed by Corvus, his mithril crow. The owl then began circling the compartment and hooting happily while Harry was focused on Corvus, who had reached under his wing and drew out first a letter, then an entire broom from his undetectable storage. He quickly opened the Muggle envelope and read the letter inside. "Dear Harry, I'm sorry our last meeting ended so suddenly. We never even got the opportunity to talk things over. I've been in contact with Dumbledore, who managed to make arrangements for me. I'm going to be leaving the country for now to get help, but I will return." The word will had been underlined several times, which made Harry smile faintly. "I know you told Moony you don't like flying, but I reckon part of that is due to the school brooms, which were a death trap when I was a first year. I won't force you to enjoy broom riding. Having grown up being forced into doing things I hated, I know it would achieve nothing. But you may find riding to be a chance to relax. Merlin knows James went flying 5 times a day when Lily was pregnant. Sirius had drawn a crude stick figure with his father's distinctive glasses flying all around the paragraph, drawing another happy smile from him. And even if you find you don't like flying, you may enjoy trying to figure out how the firebolt works, maybe even try making something better. Consider it the start of 12 years of missed presents. I can only hope the owl I have chosen for the task is up for it. I would have used a stronger owl, but I thought your friend Ron might like to keep this owl, as it's my fault he no longer has a rat. P.S. As I was trying to attach the broom to the owl, your crow showed up with your letter. No idea how it found me considering I'm under extremely powerful wards, but whatever, I guess. I was also going to suggest code names, but if you are sure your crow is secure, then I can trust it. Who's that from? Tonks asked, eyeing the letter and broom suspiciously. Despite repeated assurances from him, she didn't trust Corvus' ability to detect cursed mail, or that fact Corvus would only take mail from a limited number of people. Harry quickly spread his magic throughout the compartment while simultaneously locking the door. He only answered once his magic had confirmed there was no foreign magic in the compartment. It's from Sirius. He says he's going to be out of the country for a while. He also says the owl is yours if you want it, Ron. Really? Wicked. See, told you he was a good bloke. Ron said excitedly, waving his arm around and apparently trying to get the owl to land on it. Harry noticed Colin was looking around in confusion, being the only one to not hear of their adventure during the full moon, something he would have to rectify. Ron, you were saying you hoped he got caught and keyed less than a month ago. Neville said passively, not even looking up from the crossword he and Luna were doing. Well, that was before we met him. Ron said defensively, frowning at Neville in betrayal. Just promise me you will let somebody look over that broom before you use it. Tonks pleaded. At her words, Harry ran his eyes along the broom and looked at the magic on the broom. As expected, he couldn't make heads or tails of the magic, but it did confirm that there were no lethal spells. Normally, the intent of the user didn't affect a spell once it had formed, except for instances where the intent of the user was so intense it branded the spell, such as accidental magic, or the desire to cause pain or death. The intent to cause harm was so strong that even the simplest levitation charm would have the subtle feel of darkness deeply routed into it. As such, Harry didn't have to learn the makeup for every dark spell, he just had to be aware of the darkness. This was also the principle behind most basic dark detectors, including Corvus. Of course. So, anyone got any plans for the summer? Harry asked innocently, trying to cut off Tonks' attempt at securing the broom which he had hurriedly hidden in his pockets. This is quite curious. Nicholas mused, holding up the dark gray gemstone. The gem was all that was left of the Dementor, which Harry had compressed with the Philosopher's Stone. That was unless you counted its cloak, which was locked in a chest within his room. The gem itself was translucent, except for the very center where the Dementor's fog swirled ominously. This fog was so dense it was impossible to see if the Dementor had just been shrunk incredibly small and locked within the crystal or turned into the crystal. Despite this, Nicholas was able to hazard a guess. Given the fact the gem is made primarily of carbon, an element that also makes up the Dementor's bone structure, I think it is safe to assume the crystal is the Dementor and not its jail. But I thought it was impossible to kill a Dementor. Tonks asked in confusion. It was easy to see she was uncomfortable sitting at the table, with Nicholas Flamel to her left, Severus Snape to her right and Dumbledore beside him. They had gathered to investigate the gem and to share the Dementor ash. Upon hearing of the event, Snape had gone to the clearing and collected just over 3 large cauldrons worth of Dementor ash, which was enough to fill 4 standard barrels. Given the scarcity of the ash, Harry wouldn't be surprised if they currently had the largest store of Dementor ash in the country, maybe even the world. That is true, Dumbledore pointed out, but the stone didn't kill the Dementor. In fact, I would assume the gem still retains the Dementor's durability. After taking the gem from Nicholas, he began running the Elder Wand over it. Curiously, the fog within the gem seemed attracted to the wand tip. Which raises the question of if it has access to the Dementor's other abilities. Snape said in a tone Harry recognized as, I really want to find the answer but don't want people to know. Well, there's only one way to find out, Harry said as he reached over for the gem, only to have Dumbledore swiftly move it out of reach. And what, pray tell, is that? Dumbledore asked. Too late Harry realized the man was wearing his realist face, which meant the man wasn't in the mood for humor. Quote dot dot dot. Force some magic through it and see what happens. He said guardedly, hoping Dumbledore wouldn't start talking about how reckless he was being. And what is your plan if the gem turns out to be dangerous? If I use my mithril, I can remotely shut off the magic if it turns out to be dangerous before any damage can occur. Dumbledore seemed like he was considering it before nodding sharply and passing the gem to Harry, before swiftly standing and gripping the Elder Wand tightly. The others around the table took Dumbledore's cue and soon did the same, leaving Harry as the only one sitting and surrounded by a circle of wands. Rolling his eyes at the dramatics of his friends, he formed a cube of mithril and sunk the gem deep into it. Then after moving the cube to the center of the table he reached out for the cube with his magic. With a careful pulse of his magic he instructed the cube to feed a sliver of magic into the gem. The effect was instantaneous, albeit minuscule. The fog started glowing faintly as a layer of frost slowly spread along the cube. After seeing that Harry was still in control, Dumbledore nodded and gave him permission to go further. He sent another pulse, which doubled the amount of magic being sent into the gem. In turn the fog's glow increased and the chill spread, this time spreading the frost all the way onto the tabletop. Seeing that the frost was eating away at the cube, he gave it one final pulse, which made the cube to send the last of its magic into the gem. With the cube gone, the gem started rocking slowly, while still spreading the frost in a perfect circle. But with the magic gone the fog soon stopped glowing and the frost started melting, leaving the gemstone sitting in the middle of the table like nothing had happened. I would say that concludes that the powers do carry over. Nicholas said benignly, lowering his unusually long wand and returning it to its belt loop. Now the question arises of what to do with it. Dumbledore mused, running his hand through his beard. I suppose we can't turn it over to the Ministry. Tonks asked weakly. By all rights she should have confiscated it already as an Auror. But even if she was willing to steal from Harry, who she considered a good friend, she doubted her ability to defeat him in a proper battle. Never mind the three wizards who had achieved masteries in their respective crafts before she was even born. The looks she received made her regret broaching the subject at all. Snape was glaring at her in open disgust, while Harry looked like he had been told Christmas was cancelled. As for Flammel and Dumbledore, both were smiling at her humorously, clearly finding the idea of turning it over to the Ministry laughable. My dear, if we turned it into the Ministry it would either be turned into a weapon or hidden deep within the Department of Mysteries, never to be seen from again. Nicholas said kindly, before turning his attention back to the gemstone. While I don't condone giving Harry any more dangerous magical stones, he is in the best situation to look after it. The only problem is I can't use it within my mithril without it eventually being destroyed by the frost. That cube should have lasted way longer. Harry said sadly. Only when it's being used. Snape said pointedly. With a sigh, Harry told Nicholas his idea, then quickly formed a large ball of mithril and set about shaping it. As he worked Nicholas used his stone to transmute a solid gold shield around the gemstone, which would hopefully minimize the amount of magic going both into and out of the gem. By then, Harry had finished with the mithril. Where the ball had been, a large shiny albatross now sat proudly on the table. Harry then casually pushed the gold ball deep into the bird's chest and let the mithril form around it to keep it contained. He then gave it the instructions, ensure the gem is safe at all times. Stay as far away from humans and magic as possible. Do not let anyone other than me take the gem out. As an afterthought he added a metaphysical tether between his gauntlet and the bird, just in case it flew far enough away that he couldn't remotely call it back. After a final check he powered it up and watched as the bird spread its wings and easily took flight. Almost immediately its powerful disillusionment and notice not spells kicked in, making it nearly impossible to detect. Diving into his mithril mind space he was barely able to track it, as it sharply rose to the very edge of the atmosphere and set off towards the Arctic Circle. Now that we have that's over with, what are we going to do about the ash? Nicholas asked cheerfully, rubbing his hands together expectantly. Well, personally I'm fine with splitting it between the four of us. Harry, me and Perenelle have to return home to France over the summer for the funeral of a decedent. With luck we will be back in time for the Quidditch World Cup. Which does unfortunately mean we won't be around for your birthday. Nicholas told Harry after the meeting ended. I didn't know you followed Quidditch. Harry asked in confusion. The Quidditch itself is interesting enough, but me and Perenelle like to attend for another reason. You see, our son, Gerard, was the captain of the French team for over 10 years and was one of the captains that helped start the first international tournament. We made a habit of going to the tournament while he played, then even after he stopped playing we kept attending. It was easy to forget that despite the fact Nicholas and his wife looked like they were in their early 70s, they had lived through several historical events. Harry just couldn't imagine a time when his tutor wasn't the wisest man alive, but before figuring out the formula for the Philosopher's Stone he had just been an unassuming wizard, albeit one who was a prodigy at alchemy. So how do you feel about getting your present from us now? At Harry's eager nod, Nicholas waved his hand and made a large wrapped box appear in his hands. It was a beautiful act of magic which must have been achieved by a switching charm. The wrapping paper even had several animation charms embedded, which he recognized as Perenelle's work. The boat's gently rocking on rolling waves somewhat ruined the surprise, but it looked so good it was hard to complain. Carefully opening the paper revealed a DIY kit for a gigantic galleon, the sailing kind, not the currency. Ever since Dumbledore had given him the smaller kit last year, he had become obsessed with shipbuilding, such that he had an entire fleet of mithril boats to go with his original ship. If the packaging was to be believed, this ship would put them all to shame. Part of him just enjoyed the feeling of building, of starting with a selection of parts and ending up with something beautiful and knowing you alone made it. Another part of it was the chance to experiment. Modifying the first kit had been his first real experience of testing his mithril in real-world conditions. Thank you, Harry said genuinely. You are quite welcome, Nicholas said, doing an exaggerated deep bow which made Harry laugh. Once Nicholas left, Harry went out in search of Dumbledore and Snape. He had seen the pair head towards Dumbledore's study and hoped the two were still there, since he wanted to speak to Snape before the professor left. Before he could knock on the study door, he caught Snape saying, "Whether this is because the Dark Lord is rising or dark forces acting alone, I cannot say. Personally, I forgive me, Severus. Come in, Harry." Grimacing at being caught eavesdropping, even if he didn't plan on doing it, Harry opened the door. I take it Nicholas has left? Dumbledore asked. Yeah, I just wanted to ask if I could talk to you once you're finished, Professor. Harry said to Snape, getting a sharp nod in return. You're in luck. I believe the business between myself and Severus has concluded for today. Severus, I will ask that you look further into it and report back to me later. Of course, Headmaster. Lead the way, Potter. Harry led Snape down the hallway and into his own study. It was not as extravagant as Dumbledore's, but it was sufficient. Despite knowing this, he still winced when he saw how bleak the room was. His desk and chair were plain mithril, without even a drop of color. He gestured towards the one piece of furniture that wasn't made of mithril, a comfy leather-bound chair. He had added the mithril furniture during the summer before his second year, where he didn't have the skill or desire to make them look good. Now that he was almost 2 years older, he found the plain look unsatisfactory. As he walked around the desk, he let his fingers glance over the surface, which allowed his intent to take a hold. At first nothing seemed to change, but then the corners started to go from right angles to a graceful curve. Once the corners stopped warping, patterns started to appear. They were just simple abstract patterns, but they looked interesting enough. Harry was quite proud of the end result. Over time he might improve upon it, but for a first attempt it was excellent. When he sat down, he let his intent similarly shape his chair, the only major difference being he left out the large image of a crow that sat in the very center of the desk. With that matter addressed, he turned to Snape. You told the Slytherins that Lupin is a werewolf. While he wasn't as skilled as Dumbledore, he felt he was doing a pretty good job of mimicking the headmaster's steady stare. Unfortunately, Snape seemed unaffected. I did. He answered evenly. Much to Harry's dismay, the man was doing a much better job at the steady stare routine. When Snape didn't explain why, Harry raised an eyebrow to try and prompt him to continue, at which point Snape copied him. Sighing heavily, he dropped the intimidation tactic. Instead, he decided to go for the blunt and honest tactic. Why? He had gone the entire year without an incident. He demanded angrily. Would you call putting 3 students at risk, going without incident? And it may interest you to know the reason I revealed his status. A rather inappropriate rumor was spreading throughout my students about why Lupin quit. A rumor that could have led to the wolf being dragged into court, which wouldn't have gone well considering werewolves aren't allowed legal counsel. Much more subdued, Harry asked, what was the rumor? Nothing that you need to worry yourself about, suffice to say it involved Lupin and a 6th-year female. Snape's tone clearly told Harry to drop the subject. If that is all, I have work to finish before I can enjoy my own holiday. Tonks sighed deeply and put down her book. Mad Eye had told her to completely memorize it as it described what Aurors might have to deal with. The fact it was written by Mad Eye meant it was about as accurate as you could get. The trouble is that she wasn't a fan of Reading, but as Harry's official bodyguard she hadn't had much experience in the field. The end result was Moody focusing entirely on keeping her in top shape while Harry was off at Hogwarts. When Dumbledore had talked to Madame Bones the previous summer about hiring an Auror as a bodyguard for Harry, she had been reluctant. But then the minister had gotten wind of the situation and stuck his nose into it, instantly agreeing to Dumbledore's request. While she couldn't prove it, Tonks was almost certain the headmaster had made sure Fudge heard about that meeting. Admittedly, it was a good plan. Publicly, Fudge could now say, the Aurors are not just the best force in the world, they are also providing exclusive protection for the boy who lived. Ever since that announcement had gone out, the Auror department had seen over 2 times the amount of applicants, which normally would have stretched the budget to breaking point if not for Dumbledore's extremely generous payments to the Auror office. For providing a bodyguard, had gone a long way in paying for those new recruits. Getting up off the sofa, she did a cursory examination of the wards. It was completely useless, but Mad Eye would flay her alive if she didn't. Yup, still the strongest wards in the world. She thought dully after running a few examination spells. With that done, she went upstairs and knocked on Harry's door, before opening the door and stepping inside. Hey Harry, do you fancy going out to get something to Merlin? The reason for her exclamation was the giant silver circular tube in the center of the room, which was filled with so much magic it was arching out in bright green flashes. Hi Tonks, what's up? Harry said gloomily, standing just behind the tube. It was quite hard to look at him as the flashes of green kept leaving after images on her eyes. Well, I did come in to see if you wanted to get something to eat. What's with the tube? It's my last attempt at making mithrate. Inside that tube a small ball of mithril is flying through the tube and soaking up magic. I need to force the ball to absorb enough magic to melt back into raw magic, then quite a bit beyond. That's a lot of magic. Tonks said sarcastically, not really understanding what Harry was talking about. Yeah, but before the ball can get anywhere close to crystallization point, whatever mithril I channeling the magic melts. This tube design was my last hope, as by moving the ball I can minimize the magic in the shell, but it's still melting. Just as he said this, the tube gave off one final flash and promptly melted into a puddle of mithril. Despite having average magical sensitivity, Tonks could still easily feel the excessive amount of magic kept within that puddle. Harry then simply held his hand out to the puddle and absorbed the entire thing back into himself. I need to go talk to the goblins if you want to get something to eat in Diagon. Harry said as he packed up his stuff, which amounted to him summoning his coat and hiding various objects deep within the pockets. His final act was to take off the ring that hid his gauntlet and throw it into the air, which caused his original ship to jump off its stand. But, rather than fall and crash, it flew over to the ring and stored it within its hull. It then flew back to its shelf and settled back into its stand, next to the mostly complete galleon and several old books on ship-based enchanting. Most notable was a large book titled, A Magician's Guide to Shipbuilding, by Thomas Slade, which Harry had clearly read several times. Right, let's go. Before they left the house they checked in with Dumbledore, then disguised Harry. His mutatio watch had changed considerably since last Christmas. Unfortunately, it still wasn't to the standard Harry wanted. The amount of magic it gave off while maintaining the disguise was around the average passive output of a wizard, meaning people sensitive to magic wouldn't notice anything odd. But it still glowed with his green signature and was only a visual change. His physical body still remained the same. He was also limited in transformations, namely either no disguise or his brown-haired disguise. If he wanted to edit his disguise, he had to change the ideology of the watch itself, which wasn't ideal if he wanted to change quickly or stealthily. Fortunately, for a trip to Diagon, it was overkill. Not that Harry let that stop him feeling dissatisfied. The two had their meal in the leaky cauldron and mostly talked about plans for the summer, like Harry's plan to revisit the Dumbledorian University for another lecture. As they talked, he grew aware of the tension within the room, by the way people kept glancing at the "Have you seen this wizard?" posters. It wasn't hard to guess why everyone was so tense. While he and Tonks knew Sirius was innocent, the general public still thought he was an escaped mass murderer, a mass murderer who had recently been spotted within Hogwarts wards. But, with their meal finished, they could leave the people to their worrying and finish their business. At the steps of Gringotts, Tonks veered off as there was no point in her joining him inside the bank. If somebody tried to attack him, then the goblins were honor-bound to protect him, and if the goblins tried to attack him, then a single oar wouldn't make a difference. "What is your business today?" "I want to talk to someone about goblin-made items," Harry said vaguely, not entirely sure about what he should be asking for. "Very well, wait here." The goblin then hopped off his stool and disappeared through a door behind him, only to reappear moments later. "Follow me." Harry tried to memorize the route, but there were so many twists and turns it was impossible to remember. Eventually he ended up inside an office that was clearly underused. It was extremely plain and sparse, even for a goblin. What cemented this image was the buffest goblins he'd ever seen, who was still wearing a huge leather apron and gloves. "You must be Mr. Potter. I am Maker Gruckooked of the Mithrilium. I was told you were interested in my work," she said in a monotone voice. "Yes, you see, I've been making my own mithril for a few years and had recently hit a roadblock, so I decided to talk to you to see if you'd be willing to help me. So you would have me give up my family's knowledge for free, simply because you were curious. Knowledge we have spent centuries amassing. Of course not, I have the sword of Godric Gryffindor. But my issue is that I only have the sword to base my own work off, but if I had the knowledge, then I wouldn't need the sword." Gruckook wiped her hands on her apron as she thought, before begrudgingly nodding. "I will of course be requiring you to take an oath saying you aren't going to use what you learn against the Goblin Nation, or to make any profit off what you learned. Not with those terms, but I will be willing to say I won't use what I learned to unjustly attack the Goblin Nation. As for money, I don't have any plans for making money, so I will agree to not use what I learned to take money away from the Goblin Nation." "That is acceptable," she said, holding out her hand for Harry to shake. He recognized it as a basic magical contract, which meant there was no direct punishment for breaking it. However, both parties would know when it was broken instantly. Breaking it would also forever taint his magic, meaning other wizards would subconsciously find him untrustworthy. "Very well. Follow me." She led him back out the door and down yet another labyrinth of doors and corridors. "The first thing you should learn is the difference between your mithril and our mithrilium, despite what you might have been told they are different. Mithril is the solid form of pure magic, while mithrilium is metals completely imbued with magic. In practice, the two metals behave exactly the same. However, only wizard kind are capable of producing mithril, while any magical species could theoretically produce mithrilium. Mithrilium also requires existing materials, which significantly raises the cost." By then they had reached a large door, which she easily pushed open. Harry couldn't help thinking that the room inside was the coolest room he had ever seen. There were pipes everywhere, all of which seemed to be leading to a giant kiln. There was also an area that was clearly for shaping the mithrilium, judging by the goblin hammering a mithrilium sword against an anvil. What completed the aesthetic was the fact the room was coated in soot, except for the mithril objects dotted around the room. "I think it would be best if I showed you the entire process," Gruckook mused. "First off, we need to decide on what we want, as once our mithrilium sets we can't change it without weakening the metal. It is important we have a clear image beforehand." She walked over to a large crate and pulled out a large gold bar, then walked over to the forge area and put on thick dragonhide gloves. "Because of how to produce our mithrilium, we can shape the gold to the desired specification. In this case, a sword. First we need to heat the gold up so that it can be beaten into shape, for this we use liquid fire, you might know it as Greek fire. Grukuk then went over to a sealed pipe and opened the end. Immediately dark green flames leaked from the end and dropped onto the floor. Before any more flames could escape, she carefully pushed the gold tube inside and sealed it back up. Liquid fire will burn nearly anything with high magical concentration, meaning any impurities will be removed. This is one of the reasons we use gold, as due to its high magical resistance it cannot fuel the flames. Once the gold was hot enough to be malleable, Grukuk started beating it into a blade. Harry could easily tell she was an expert of her craft, and soon they had gone from a nondescript tube of gold to the beginnings of a short sword. Now that the blade template is finished, we can turn it into mithril. For this we need something a bit stronger than liquid fire. She took the sword and put it inside the kiln, where it joined several other gold objects. Once the kiln was sealed, she turned a dial, which went from off to dragon. A moment later, a great roar shook the workshop and the pipes started rattling. The temperature in the workshop went from comfortable to boiling hot in a few seconds, which he would associate with the heat from the fire if not for one thing. He could feel something picking at his magic, warming it and subtly draining his magic. Grukuk seemed to notice his discomfort. That's the dragon's flame. In terms of physical heat, the flame of a dragon rarely gets above 200 degrees Celsius. However, much like liquid fire, dragon fire incinerates any nearby magic. Given time, it will eat through anything made of magic. That's why our protective equipment is made from purely Muggle means. Of course, even then, prolonged exposure to dragon fire would melt through it. She walked over to the kiln and pointed at the pipes. These are made from bismuth, which has one of the highest magical resistances of any metal. As such, they can safely withstand the flames, allowing us to direct it into the kiln. Then, to put it simply, the corrosive magic of the flames will slowly displace the gold until it becomes mithril. Like with alchemy. Basically, you're just transmuting gold into pure magic, and if you have to use pure gold every time, I can understand why it's so expensive. Thrilled to have discovered bismuth's non-magical properties. Not exactly, but if that's how you want to picture it, then it will suffice. The end result is the same anyway. Underneath the forge we have several dragons who will continuously breath fire into funnels located in their pens, funnels which lead to the pipes up here. Those flames need to be maintained until every item within the kiln is finished, otherwise they will set and be ruined. Once we take the sword out of the kiln, we will have a few minutes to complete the forging process, during which time we have to ensure the blade is sharp enough and apply the enchantments. If we mess up this step, then the entire sword will be useless and will have to be drained of magic, which is why apprentice makers do not get to create anything larger than a butter knife. A timer then went off, which got the goblins moving. Grukuk then unsealed the kiln and they all set to work, most of them grabbing the various mithril items and moving them to the forge. Those that were left were resealed within the kiln, with Grukuk taking the sword to her own station. Each goblin worked on their own item as they all rapidly cooled. Harry looked with his magicite and was thrilled to learn. Pure mithril was entirely white, with no color whatsoever. It was only when the goblins started chanting in their own language and imbuing the items with magic did color begin to seep in. Grukuk finished moments before her sword was fully overcome with the frost, leaving the familiar mithril behind. The goblin's way of making mithril was undoubtedly slower and more costly than his own method, but he could tell it produced more powerful items. Well, there you are, our production from start to finish. This sword would normally then be further decorated, then sold to the highest bidder. If it was intended for a goblin to use, it would then also be tempered. She then handed it to him, much to his shock. You said you couldn't give over the sword of Ragnak the First until you had something else to study, so now you have something else to study. It is not as strong as Ragnak's legendary blade, but I hope it is satisfactory. There was a gleam in the goblin's eyes, which Harry identified as desperation. He didn't know why, but it was clear the sword of Gryffindor meant a lot to the goblin. As such, he quickly reached into his pocket and withdrew the sword, but held back on handing it over. There's just one thing, the crystals on the sword, he said, indicating the mithrate. Oh, that is one of our biggest achievements, and our greatest secrets. So you can't tell me? Grukuk paced angrily, occasionally glancing longingly at the sword. Eventually she stopped and rounded on him. For what purpose do you want this information? Basically, Just curiosity, Harry admitted. But I also need to know how to make the crystals to finish my projects. A noble goal. If you make an unbreakable oath to say you won't teach anyone else the process, then I will be willing to teach you, in return for the Blade of Ragnak. It should have been a difficult choice, an unbreakable oath should never be made in a hurry. And yet he found himself saying, deal. Learning the secret to mithrate was sadly quite simple. The goblins simply put a chunk of mithril inside a bismuth sphere and flooded it with magic. They then sealed the mithril for a year where it could completely absorb the magic. In return, Harry had told them about using runes to make a mithril reactor, as well as a mithril chisel to make said runes. He had the sneaking suspicion he might regret his generosity the next time the goblins revolted, but his sense of justice wouldn't let him leave without repaying them somehow. As it was, he could hardly get out of the bank quick enough, due to his desire to go home. That was until he got home and realizing in his haste he had forgotten one thing: he didn't own any bismuth. He sent a message to Bathsheba, telling her of his discovery and asked her to look into getting bismuth. But upon seeing Corvus fly away, he was struck by a wave of lethargy. He had finally gotten the answer to something he had been wondering about for a year, only to have to wait even longer. Absently he started to finish the galleon, but by the time he placed the galleon on his desk he was already bored. With a sigh, he set about completing the kit, but by the time Tonks came to collect him for dinner later he hadn't made any progress. Albus looked at Harry over his glasses calculatively, silently reviewing the boy. The lad had been pushing his food around for a while now and had only taken a few bites. The fact Harry's eyes had lost their bright sheen was his biggest worry. He knew it could have been a sign of sickness, except even a cursory glance at Harry's magic revealed it was as strong as ever. When a witch or wizard got sick, their magic turned inwards to try and fight the infection. If the disease was stronger than the magic, then regrettably the person would die. Of course, if the boy does have some disease, his overly large core might hide the signs. He thought with some alarm, ignoring the fact his youthful magic would be more than enough to deal with any known disease. Do you feel all right, Harry? Oh, yeah, fine. Harry's voice was incredibly soft, almost fragile. While he didn't let it show, Albus hated seeing the boy like this. How did your trip to Gringotts go? He pressed, trying to get to the bottom of the issue. Great. I returned the sword and learned how to make mithrate. Harry said emotionlessly. And is that not good news? Yeah, except it takes a year to make a single mithrate crystal. Oh, and it needs a large amount of a metal called bismuth, which I don't have. Finally, a touch of anger was starting to leak through, which told Albus he was close to the source. I'm sure we can get this, bismuth. He said easily, unconcerned with the cost. As for the time, well, a year isn't so long in the grand scheme of things. Particularly since this school year should prove enough of a distraction. But there's nothing for me to do until I get the mithrate. Harry whined, clearly feeling better already. I'm sure that's not true. However, I would suggest you use this year to work on your non-mithril studies. For instance, did you know your marks drop every time you have a breakthrough with your mithril? Harry didn't reply, only shifting in his chair guiltily. Beside him, Nymphadora looked equally uncomfortable. Now, the reason I haven't called you up on this is for two reasons. Firstly, despite the drop, you are still one of the best in classes, and secondly, because I understand how important your mithril is and will be. However, nobody will take you seriously unless you have the marks to back it up, marks I know you can get. After getting a nod from Harry, he carried on. As for what you can do over the summer, perhaps Nymphadora wouldn't mind teaching you some defensive spells. This provoked a smile from Harry, who turned to Tonks eagerly. Sure, I wouldn't mind teaching you. It'll do you good to be able to defend yourself properly, without your magic metal. Chuckling to himself, he watched the two make their way outside and begin practicing. Right, I think it would be best if we find out just how strong you actually are. Tonks said after making a large chalk circle in the garden, then setting her rune stone down. It was standard issue aura gear, as it would deflect both spells and objects, as well as being quick to erect. This means none of your mithril, anything inside your coat, and especially not your gauntlet. You will need to assume this is an ambush scenario, where the only thing you have on hand is your wand. Dutifully, Harry took off his trench coat and rings, loading them into an inside pocket. He then rolled up his trousers and unbuckled his mithril greaves, then rolled back his left sleeve and removed his shield. Finally, he reached behind his ears and withdrew two curved pieces of mithril, which joined the pile inside his coat before being thrown out the circle. They're experimental pieces, he explained. Currently, they only keep a modified shield charm around my head, which keeps basically anything dangerous away. I wanted to make them turn into a full helmet, but without any mithrate it would be too dangerous. Nodding, Tonks sent the activation spell at the rune stone, erecting a light violet dome barrier to rise from the chalk. Ready. Without waiting for a reply, she quickly sent a stunner towards Harry, expecting him to be caught by surprise. She would then use the constant vigilance speech Moody had used on her. To her dismay, Harry easily dodged it and let it hit her barrier. She then followed it up with a flurry of binding and disarming spells, the majority of which Harry gracefully dodged. As he dodged, he started weaving his wand through the air, leaving glowing symbols behind. She cautiously sent a banishing hex at one of the symbols, which fluttered slightly as the spell passed through but remained unchanged. Finally, Harry finished weaving the last symbol and thrust his wand into the ground. This gave the alchemical runes something to work with and started summoning small balls of dirt towards them, which Harry then banished towards Tonks. Now it was her time to shield and dodge, unwilling to be hit by the clumps of dirt rocketing towards her. Unfortunately, the ground they were on started to become unstable as more of it got thrown at her. However, it also meant Harry had less room to move, prompting her to send a blasting curse at him. As expected, he easily dodged it, only to lose his balance and end up in the ditch. Without his banishing spells, the clumps of dirt stopped flying towards her, which allowed her to start fighting back. She tried to keep the high ground as she fired spells down towards him, but Harry's vanishing charm removed her advantage. Once in the ditch, she started transfiguring Harry's clumps of dirt into mice, which instantly ran over to attack Harry. He dealt with them quickly by imbuing his magic into the air around him and using it to pick up loose stones, which he then spun around him in a deadly tornado which kept the mice at bay. He hadn't properly tried to imbue his magic into the air for over a year, because of this he found it surprisingly hard to control. But, in the time it took for him to deal with the rodents, Tonks had started spreading smoke throughout the arena. What she hadn't counted on was that the smoke would also stop her seeing her surroundings, particularly the uneven ground beneath her. It came as no surprise when she tripped over and crashed into the ground, barely missing a spell that flew overhead. She quickly fired a stunning curse in retaliation, which was soon followed by a soft grunt and a thud. Cautiously, she stayed completely still, just in case he was faking it. She even went as far as to soften her heartbeat using her powers, while improving her own hearing. After a while, the smoke cleared and she got a good look at Harry's unconscious form, allowing her to fire a second stunner just to make sure. Knowing for sure that she had won, she stood up and walked over to the boy and enervated him. "You lost," she said smugly, transfiguring the debris into a chair and sitting down. Normally she would have taken her victory with grace, as an oar beating a 14-year-old should have been a foregone conclusion. Most 14-year-olds weren't Harry Potter. "How did I do?" he asked groggily. "You did better than I did in your position," Tonks admitted begrudgingly. "Your biggest issue was your tendency to stay in the same spot. You should use the space around you better. Of course, in a real scenario you should have ran away at the first sign of trouble." After waiting for a moment to see if he would refute her statement, she asked a question that had been bugging her. "So what were the runes you drew in the air, and how did you make that tornado? I didn't see you use your wand." "Ah, that. Well, the runes were arcane runes, which were just targeting balls of dirt exactly 13 pounds and summoning them. I just sort of made them up on the spot, and as it was made with my intent, I didn't need to use my wand because it isn't actually a spell. As for the tornado, that was basically the same thing. I just imbued my magic and intent into the air, then it was simple enough to make a tornado." "Well, it worked. In a battle your biggest weapon will always be surprise, so I'd suggest you learn some more offensive spells. I can help with that. The final thing I noticed was you overpower your spells, which will make you tired. What I was told to remember was stunning, disarming and blasting. those three can be cast as weak as you like and will still take an opponent out of the fight. Harry's birthday was a small affair, with Luna, her father and Bathsheba coming over for dinner. Tonks and Dumbledore were also there, but as they were living in the house anyway. He had received cards from Neville, Ron, Colin and even Justin, which pleasantly surprised him. Ron's card had also included a box with homemade cake and snacks from his mother, bringing him a warm feeling. Finally Corvus dived in and retrieved its letter, before hunching over into a ball and going still. Running his hand down the bird's back, he was relieved to feel the bird was just low on magic, which would solve itself. He also learned the bird had picked up the letter from Sirius, deep in the Caribbean. Dear Harry, happy birthday. I can't believe it's been 14 years already. My only regret is that I can't be there to celebrate it with you. Unfortunately, I am unable to get you anything currently, so you will have to make do with the firebolt. I'm glad to hear you've started riding it. Maybe once I return I could teach you some of your father's tricks. Love, Sirius. Harry carefully put the card on the shelf above his bed, where it joined the few other letters from his godfather. Along with the galleon he had already received from Nicholas, he got a book on obscure combat magic from Tonks and another book on exotic magical creatures from Zeno and Luna. Finally Dumbledore presented his gifts, the first of which was a long dragon skin coat, from a Chinese Taiyang dragon. As Harry tried on the coat, Dumbledore explained its history. As you may or may not be aware, Taiyang dragons are the only dragon species to possess the power of invisibility. Skilled tailors can take the skin and keep invisible properties, while keeping the natural invulnerability of dragon skin. Unfortunately, the clothes lack the power to make the wearer invisible, but when active the coat will become completely invisible. You could wear your normal coat under the dragon skin coat and appear like normal, except you would have significant protection. Hesitantly, Harry threw the coat on, whereupon it quickly faded from sight. He noticed the coat was strangely weightless, as if it was made of paper. Poking his arm confirmed the coat was still as thick, and rolling his shoulders confirmed he still had full movement. Now, for my second gift we will need to exit into the garden. Dumbledore said slyly, leading the small party out into the garden and revealing a large crate. With a flourish, he tapped the crate with his wand, banishing the wood and revealing a pallet filled with silver bars. You bought him a crate of silver? Tonks asked. Not silver. Dumbledore replied, eyes twinkling madly. Is it, bismuth? Harry asked tentatively, recognizing the rainbow glittering off the metal. Dumbledore nodded solemnly, a smile adorning his face. He was shocked when he suddenly found Harry's arms wrapped around him, as he received a brief but firm hug from the boy. Albus was startled from his paperwork by an explosion, which shook his house. Moving quickly he left his own study and tried to get into Harry's study, only to find the door jammed. Easily vanishing the door, he stepped over the upturned table and surveyed the scene. A circle of ash surrounded Harry, who was lying on the ground covered in burns and blood. He rushed over to his young charge and carefully scanned him, revealing the boy was in no immediate danger. Summoning a piece of debris, Albus concentrated on the landing room in St. Mungo's and muttered, Portus. He passed the portkey to Tonks, who had entered moments after him. This portkey will take you to St. Mungo's. Make sure Harry receives help. I will be along shortly. With a nod, Tonks took Harry and disappeared. With Harry gone, Albus took the time to study the room. At the center was a basic B. East plate, which was clearly made of mithril. However, rather than the pure silver, the chest plate was pitted with dark brown spots and a large black burn mark. It looked like Harry had been messing around with the B. East plate, only to have it blow up in his face. The resulting explosion had done a good job at destroying the room, the only untouched furniture being the mithril desk, chair and shelves. By looking at the ash coating the walls it was easy to find the perimeter of the shelves' shield, as the wall suddenly went from pristine to damaged. Even the ceiling had not been spared, although the damage was less severe. A quick cleaning charm removed the ash and then a reparo restored the room to order. With that done, Albus spun on his heel and apparated to St. Mungo's. When he found Harry, the boy had gotten his face cleaned. The only issue he could see was the missing nose, which while bad, should have been much worse. Ah, Professor Dumbledore. The healer, a graying bee, owned-haired woman, exclaimed when she noticed him. Healer Fairfax. He replied, nodding his head politely. Are you here as Mr. Potter's guardian? As she said this, the woman glanced at Tonks, distaste clear on her face. While there was no law preventing young adults looking after children, it was looked down on, especially in public. This was mostly because the heads of families wouldn't trust the livelihoods of their heirs to people they perceived as incapable. Indeed I am. Do you know how he got injured? She asked, scanning for magical residue around Harry's wound. I wasn't there to actually see it, however I know it was a magically caused explosion, possible from a buildup of magic. Healer Fairfax nodded and applied an impervious charm to her hands, then withdrew a cotton-like pad and a bottle containing the essence of Dittany. She then poured enough of the potion onto the pad to make it damp, before gently dabbing the pad against Harry's nose. Instantly the wound started closing and the bleeding stopped. She then took a blood-replenishing potion and poured it down Harry's throat. Upon seeing Harry stir, Fairfax turned to him. Now, Mr. Potter, would you mind telling me how you received this injury? Well, I was working on a project and it backfired, literally. I assume you aren't going to tell me what this project was. At Harry's head shake she continued, very well then, you will need to take a regrowth potion twice a day, once before breakfast and once before dinner. By this time next week your nose should be back to normal. She went over to her desk and wrote out his prescription, before tapping it with her wand and signing her signature. I wonder, Healer Fairfax, if you wouldn't mind giving Harry a general check-up, since we're here anyway. Albus asked after taking the slip and tucking it into his robes. Certainly. It took less than 5 minutes for her to finish the checkup, which involved scanning spells and saliva and blood samples. You'll be pleased to know you have a clean bill of health, aside from your nose obviously. Although you do have a slight iron deficiency. As well as the damage done to your left arm, which is already on file and seems unchanged. Magic-wise, you're far healthier than the average 14-year-old. However, physically, you have the body of a 16-year-old. What do you mean? You have the body of a 16-year-old? Tonks asked in confusion. When a witch or wizard's physical growth is influenced by the body's magical power, it will simply mean Mr. Potter will reach his physical maturity a few years earlier than his peers. I expect, Professor Dumbledore, that you also reached your maturity earlier than your peers. Indeed I did, much to the envy of my friends. Particularly when I was able to get into the Muggle bars a year before them. I once entertained a vampire in one such bar. They were quite shocked to learn I wasn't of age. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Fairfax interrupted, much to the amusement of Harry and Nymphadora. Would it be possible for us to visit Lockhart before we leave? Harry asked as they left Healer Fairfax's office. Certainly. They took the lift to the 4th floor, then into the Janus Thicky ward. Lockhart was in the first bed next to the door and initially looked fine, surrounded by cards and flowers. It was only when the man turned to look at his visitors, revealing his cut and burnt face and missing right arm. The cut started from his temple, between the eyes, then angled down over his missing right eye and down to his cheek. Whatever had caused this damage had clearly carried on down, removing the man's arm right through his shoulder blade. The burns followed the cut all the way down, although they favored the right side, making the skin on the right side of his face look tight and disfigured. His wavy owned hair had an uneven bald patch around his temple. Harry couldn't help thinking it was like a beeped mockery of his own scar. Harry, Lockhart said happily, raising his arm and beckoning him over. Hello Gilderoy, I'm sorry I haven't visited before. Harry replied apologetically, feeling genuinely sorry as he had grown to like the man. No worries. After all, I expect there were concerns about you appearing in public, what with Sirius Black escaping and all that. I heard he had been spotted near Hogwarts last month, nasty business. Lockhart suddenly got quiet and beckoned Harry even closer. Between you and me, I'm quite glad I wasn't there when Black showed up. Let me tell you, if you giving me a right beating when we first talked was enough to tamper my ego, then getting thoroughly beaten by a girl in her first year was enough to kill it entirely. You do know Ginny was possessed by Voldemort, right? Harry whispered back, noticing Lockhart only gave a slight shiver at the Dark Lord's name. Yes, the headmaster did mention something of the sort, which does make me feel slightly better. It would explain how the girl was able to use such dark curses. Lockhart mused. Actually, how did you get wounded? Nobody has bothered to tell me. Ah, well, you see, I was taking my first year class to their next lesson, I believe it was herbology, when we were attacked by Ms. Weasley. I remember thinking it was strange that she wasn't in class and was about to ask her why she was so late and alone when she attacked. It's only thanks to you that I was able to get a shield up in time to protect my charges. In fact, if you hadn't taught me how to cast that shield charm, then myself and my students would most likely have died in that first attack. As it is, I urged my students outside and tried to disarm Ms. Weasley, only for her to summon this fiery whip and strike me with it. He raised his hand and mimicked a whip coming down from temple to shoulder, complete with a swoosh sound. Next thing I know, my face is on fire and my right arm is on the floor. Then I passed out and woke up here a day later. Turns out it was a dark curse, so what you see now is what I will look like forever. Annoyingly, it cut off my dominant hand, so I'm learning to write with my left hand. Lockhart waved a pile of Muggle paper, which had his signature written over and over again. All of them looked sloppy, however the more recent signature was noticeably better. He then drew back his robe to reveal his burnt shoulder and stump, where tiny red flames seemed to flicker underneath his skin. You notice the splitters of fire under my skin. Because it's dark magic, the healers can't touch it, and while they remain, my arm can never be regrown. I'm just glad the pain isn't too bad, all things considered. Can I have a closer look? Harry asked curiously, eager to have an up-close look at a dark curse. Be my guest. I owe you my life, Harry. If you want something done and it's in my power, then I'll do my best to do it. Gilderoy said sincerely. Harry didn't know how to reply to that, so settled to walking around the bed to the arm. His mage sight revealed the tiny flickers of flame had Voldemort's red magic, with the fiery exterior of dark magic. They were clustered around the man's magical veins and seemed to be leeching magic out of it. The veins had been seared shut where they normally carried on down the arm, much like how Mr. Filch had been unable to channel magic. Well, I think I might be able to remove the magic. But even if I succeed, it doesn't look like your arm can be regrown, since there is no way for magic to reach it. Even if you could only stop the pain, it would be worth it. I highly doubt I will be casting much magic anyway, should I regain my arm. Nodding, Harry placed his left palm over the stump, then willed mithril to spread from his gauntlet ring and under the man's skin. Gilderoy winced as the metal spread, but Harry pushed on. The Voldemort's magic had noticed the mithril and he had to move quickly in case it escaped. The mithril soon encapsulated the entire stump, which allowed it to wall of mithrilium to close the structure. The mithrilium passed straight through the bone and veins, as it had been cast to only interact with magic. Sensing it was trapped, Voldemort's magic started attacking the mithril. Due to its dark nature, it would normally have torn straight through the mithril, if it wasn't for the Philosopher's Stone, which healed the mithril quicker than it could be destroyed. With a great tug, Harry started pulling the cage out of Lockhart's stump, which regrettably meant tearing open his wound. He quickly froze Lockhart with his wand and placed one foot on the bed frame, before tugging with all his might and wrenching the cage out. The cage had taken what was left of Lockhart's damaged magic with it, which could have caused him even more damage if he hadn't gotten the mithrilium to heal whatever was left and it exited. The dark magic hadn't been restless and had gathered together into one solid writhing thing, which threw itself at the mithril. Very carefully, Harry began shrinking the cage until the magic had nowhere to go, before instructing the stone to S.K. the magic into itself. Inside the cage, bright red fire leapt out of the mithril and started wrapping its dark red counterpart, until eventually the magic was completely under its control. It felt like a spider wrapping up its unfortunate victim, as the stone then pulled the magic into the mithril and carried it all the way back to itself. The magic joined its sibling, which had been trapped by the stone when Harry had first formed the gauntlet. The two dark fire spells had both been cast by Voldemort, meaning they had no issue with merging together into a mixture of the two. Harry could tell the stone had been successful as it let out a bright glow and the small red band around the edges of the ring became more distinct. Sometime during this, a healer had rushed over and would have tried to stop Harry if it wasn't for Dumbledore's intervention. however, this didn't stop her tending to her patient the moment the magic had been removed. As such, his wound had been healed and cleaned by the time Harry had dealt with the magic, meaning the only noticeable difference from earlier was the lack of fire. Feeling drained, Harry collapsed into his chair and gladly took the pepper up offered to him by the healer. I don't know what you did, Mr. Potter, but you somehow completely removed the dark taint from his arm. But, regardless of how miraculous that was, I must insist you wait for me to give you the okay before you perform magic on my patients again. Despite the freezing charm being lifted, Lockhart had fallen unconscious during the operation. However, before they left, Harry took the time to make a quick mithril necklace, which would cast an undetectable illusion over Gilderoy's face and make him appear undamaged. Harry had finally decided to investigate the Dementor's cloak, with Tonks watching from the sidelines. At first it appeared to be like a regular cloak, aside from the fact it refused to warm up. This is interesting, he mused, having activated his mage sight. What's interesting? Tonks asked. Well, according to my mage sight, this cloak doesn't retain any magic. Right, you're going to have to explain that, in simple terms. Okay, so to start with, magical retention is my way of describing how well an object holds magic. So wood and stone have high retention and gold has extremely low retention, then cobalt has no retention whatsoever. However, I can still see cobalt since it has a minuscule amount of natural magic inside. Now, depending on how high an object's retention is determines how easy it is to see through it, meaning cobalt might as well be clear glass while natural wood is like stained glass. Then you have magical objects, such as conjured materials, which are much harder to see through. It's actually impossible to see anything through my mithril. This is how Dumbledore, Mad Eye and I can see invisibility cloaks, since we can see the magic of the cloaks. Even my cloak isn't perfect because in high magic atmospheres we can see the black spot, where magic moves around it. Because everything has magic, meaning as long as I can use my mage sight I can always see regardless of light level. However, the Dementor's cloak has a ridiculously low retention, however it's like a sieve, magic will pass right through it. Meaning as far as my mage sight is concerned, the cloak is completely undetectable. I wonder if this is a result of being on a Dementor for Merlin knows how many years, or if it was made that way. But, that doesn't help you if you can still see the actual cloak, Tonks pointed out. No, but if I can combine its power with my dragon skin coat then I would have invisible detection which even Mad Eye couldn't detect. Thinking about the possibility of combining his cloaks got him excited. Oh. Then if I take the properties of that modified cloak and apply it to my trench coat, then I could permanently leave it on over the invisibility cloak and hopefully expand the Dementor cloak's field to cover anything inside it. Then, if I wanted to go invisible I could activate the two cloaks and disappear entirely, without needing to take my trench coat off like I currently have to. Sounds good, but is there a way to take enchantments off something like the Dementor cloak and put it on something else? Well, theoretically with alchemy anything is possible. I would simply be transmuting the properties of the cloak into my coat. That isn't really any different from taking a pile of silver and a wooden candlestick, then swapping them into a pile of wood and a silver candlestick. Tonks only had one way to reply to that, nerd. A week later Harry received a letter from a beautiful cyan and orange bird, which Dumbledore identified as a kingfisher. Next to Corvus the bird looked tiny, despite the fact it had easily carried the letter. Dear Harry, I never got to thank you so very much for helping me yesterday. It seems like I will never stop owing you at this rate. Thanks to you my daily pain is gone, even if the healers say my arm is beyond repair. However, now that my magic isn't being leached, I've been allowed to leave, which brings me on to the reason I wrote this letter. Through my connections I have gotten 3 Quidditch World Cup tickets. I would be thrilled if you and a friend would like to attend with me. Should you agree, then we shall be leaving on the 23rd of August, staying at the campsite overnight and then watching the match on the 25th. The tickets are for the press box, which will provide the best view of the match, including the possibility of meeting the players after the game as well as allowing you to forge valuable ties to reporters. There will also be numerous events on the run-up to the match, including the world-famous Den Pearson Circus. Of course, the most renowned attraction is the marketplace, where traders from all over the world set up shop for the week. Hope to see you. Your obedient servant, Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry silently handed the letter to Dumbledore as he tried to work out if he wanted to go. Well, Harry, the choice is yours. I have no problems with you going, as long as you promise to stay with Nymphadora. With practiced ease, they both ignored Tonks changing her hair to bright red and making an annoyed huff. On the one hand, I've never been that interested in Quidditch, but maybe a professional match will be more interesting. Also, the pre-game events do sound really interesting. I guess it wouldn't hurt to go. Harry found himself in a featureless classroom, a room he recognized for once holding the mirror of Arised. Except this time there was just a normal mirror, or so it seemed. Upon stepping up to it, he was surprised to see 3 other people reflected, who seemed unable to see him. The first was a young boy to his left, who was almost half his height and looked incredibly weedy and weak. It felt weird to look at a child so small and see his raven black hair and bright green eyes, but he was positive this was him when he had started Hogwarts. The boy was decked in his new uniform and his plain silver walnut wand was clutched loosely in his hand. His eyes looked so innocent and carefree, which stood in stark contrast to his own hard eyes. He couldn't help feeling sorry for what lay ahead of the boy. His own reflection looked far more impressive in his own, unbiased, opinion. With his bluey-gray trench coat with his invisibility cloak poking out underneath, which fell to his thighs, and muggle combat trousers he felt looked cool. His right hand held his orange blackthorn wand, with his gauntlet ring and Hermione's ring shining brightly on his ring finger. It was a stark contrast to his left arm, where his pale skin and raised veins hinted at the damage that had befallen it. The decay had reached a point where the mithrilium under his arm had started to become visible, which was further exaggerated by how his flesh had started tightening along his arm. Behind his ears he could make out his cuff earrings, which regrettably looked like silver hearing aids. Despite this, the protection they provided had proved invaluable when his project had blown up in his face, so the best he could do was make them unnoticeable. The mithrilium inside his head was completely unnoticeable already, aside from the slight silver tint over the whites of his eye. Having lost his baby fat and letting his hair grow out some, he was starting to look more rogue-like, especially with the slight shadow of stubble appearing on his chin. However, it was the man to his right which truly drew his eye, who must have been in his early 20s. Physically he was only an inch or 2 taller than his current height, but he still managed to give off a feeling of power that he hadn't yet been able to pull off. He still wore the same coat, except he had clearly combined his various coats into one. Looking inside, the opening of the trench coat revealed it was lined by the invisibility cloak, while the slight glistening effect of the exterior hinted at the dragon skin coat. Finally, the very subtle wisps of mist oozing out of the coat indicated the presence of the Dementor's cloak. This time the gauntlet was on his left hand, where it stretched all the way up his arm, making it look like the entire arm was made of mithril. The Philosopher's Stone was glowing brightly, with the soul gem and a bright green mithrate crystal clustered around it. There was also a pitch-black stone that seemed to s.k. in the light around it, which he didn't recognize. In place of the mithril cuff earrings, he now wore tiny crystal studs, barely visible at the top of his ears. Underneath his trenchcoat he spotted a shiny decorated East plate, with a glowing crystal disc. It felt like everything the man wore now had crystal embedded within it somewhere. Alongside the completion of the East plate, the man possessed the Mutatio watch over his mithril arm, with a fancy crystal display and a wide leather strap. He also had the Mithrilum sword from the goblins hanging from his belt, which now had a strange orange core. Finally was the man on the far right, who could have passed for the previous man's twin. They were the exact same height and similar build, except the second man gave off a feeling of age. Harry was getting good at seeing age within a person's eyes, from Moody's deceptively young eye of just 38 to Nicholas' deceptively old eyes of 700. The man in the mirror made them all look like children, despite the fact he appeared no older than 30. What impressed him the most was the sense of power that radiated off the man, even if he was just an image in a window. The main source of this power seemed to be his ring, which sat alone on his ring finger. It was clearly the gauntlet ring, except it looked almost completely different. For a start, the metal was a pure green with bands of pure black. The Philosopher's Stone remained front and center, with the strange black stone to its left and the Dementor's stone to its right. But the mithrate crystal was gone, possibly replaced by the ring itself. The biggest change was the sliver of elder wood which ran around the entire ring, with a wrap of the silvery material of the invisibility cloak. Other than that, the man had no other mithril, at least none that Harry could see. His coat was missing, leaving his arms bare, and the tight-fitting shirt didn't leave room to hide a East plate. In its stead, the man's skin seemed to shine and had a faint glow, while his eyes had gone from a silver tint to a pale green. The overall effect made him resemble a god. He was broken from his inspection when the god suddenly turned and stared right into him, only to wink and send Harry flying out of his dream and awaking with a start. With only a few days to go until he left for the match, Harry was trying to finish his project. In front of him was the East plate which had originally exploded and sent him to the hospital, or more accurately a copy of the original. After returning home from St. Mungo's, he had hung the burnt East plate on his wall, as a reminder to never underestimate the power of mithril. When completed, the East plate would emit a constant protective ward. A ward would be much harder to penetrate in battle and had the added benefit of being unexpected. However, first he had to figure out how to provide it enough power. Despite popular belief, a ward could be moved, so long as you gave it a constant source of magic. Before mithril, that source could only be provided by a ley line or a giant wardstone, neither of which could be moved without a lot of effort. While the Caribbean ships before the Statute of Secrecy had figured this out when they installed giant wardstones in the hull of the Navy ships, each one weighing around 6,000 pounds, or just under the weight of 2 cannons. These wards protected the ship from magical attacks and scrying, but even then they were extremely limited. The wardstones were cut into 1-meter cubes, then completely covered in runes dedicated to maximizing magical input. Even then, a strong enough spell would rip right through the ship wards. Fortunately for Harry, his mithril meant he didn't need to carry around over 10,000 pounds of rock just to give himself a shield. Instead, he just needed to make a ball of mithril the size of a tennis ball. Due to the power demands of the ward, he couldn't use the mithril core, which was about as safe as possible. Instead, he had decided to use the basic runes to make the mithril constantly produce magic, even when he had used it to power a shield charm in place of a ward. Rather than just power the shield and bleed the remaining magic elsewhere, it had filled the shield to capacity, then kept filling it until it exploded. The resulting explosion had been strong enough to permanently scorch the mithril, which was enough to remove the runes. Upon returning, he had created the new East plate and fitted the mithril generator, but made it turn the magic into light when it made too much magic. The result was a pure silver East plate with a glowing green circle on the chest, which was thin enough to fit under his shirt comfortably. Now that he was out of St. Mungo's, it was easier to see how much Gilderoy had changed the past 2 years. The most obvious was his prosthetic arm, which appeared to be made out of gold. The man was also much thinner, no doubt due to being stuck in hospital for a year, along with a clear loss in confidence. Despite this, he clearly hadn't lost his spirit, as he arrived at Dumbledore's home early in the morning wearing bright orange robes with white and green trim. Gilderoy looked around the house in clear interest, until Dumbledore ushered him into his office and threw up a silencing charm. The two left the room almost an hour later with Gilderoy looking shaken, while Dumbledore had a gleam in his eye that Harry recognized as glee. Right, well, the portkey leaves in 10 minutes, make sure you have everything you need for the 3 days. I'd also suggest taking at least 200 galleons in case you want to buy anything while there. Harry reached into his inside pocket and felt for his money pouches, unnecessarily confirming they hadn't bypassed the various enchantments and fallen out. The only issue with his coat was that expansion charms didn't play well with each other, so he was forced to use multiple normal-sized bags. Meanwhile, Tonks had desperately searched through her bag before sprinting to her room and returning with her money bag in hand, a sheepish grin on her face. By then Lockhart had withdrawn a yo-yo, which appeared unassuming to his normal sight but glowed with the characteristic Portus spell. Before they left, Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder and wished him well. Then with a rush of magic they were gone, leaving Godric's Hollow behind. The first thing he noticed was the sheer scale of noise, from people talking excitedly to a live band playing somewhere in the giant mass of people. While he was taken back by the crowd, Gilderoy led them through the crowd with ease. Occasionally he would spot somebody he recognized and called out to them merrily, who would often call back a greeting in turn. It wasn't hard to see the man was in his element, easily navigating them and directing them to a less crowded area where a mismatch of tents were arranged. Surprisingly, the size of the crowd worked in their favor, as anyone who managed to recognize Lockhart or himself were lost before they could make a scene. Soon enough they came to a stop in front of an empty plot of land, marked with, reserved for Gilderoy Lockhart and guests. Barely noticeable was the protective enchantment around the plot that kept people from entering, which was tied into the sign. Gilderoy reached into his pocket and pulled out his ticket, which was stuck to the sign with a tap of his wand, causing both the sign and ticket to disappear with a pop. With the sign gone, the protection burst open and let the trio set up their tent, a surprisingly plain tent considering Lockhart's passion of standing out. It's custom made, but well worth the price. I used it a lot in my travels whenever I was unable to find a suitable town, with inbuilt charms to repel weather and animals. Looking around to make sure they were alone, he leaned close to Harry and finished in a whisper, "Took it from a bloke called Koryakin, who inspired my book, Travels with Trolls." Harry ran his hand along the tent with interest, using both his vision and touch to determine the tent's makeup. It was made of a thick cobalt blue cloth that had extremely thin lines of silver woven in, which contained the enchantments. As he expected, upon stepping inside revealed the expansion charms. The inside was made of the same material, albeit much bigger. They quickly decided on who would have what room and dropped their luggage, before setting out to enjoy the festivities. There are two things all witches and wizards can't resist: showing off and having fun. The World Cup is an excuse for everyone to indulge in at least one. Lockhart explained. He pointed out a man juggling at least 20 balls, wandless magic clearly being used. "So, what I'm thinking is we go to the beer tent for lunch, then we've been invited to go on a tour of the stadium with the press. The tour will conclude with a chance to meet and talk to the players, including my good friend Ivana Moran. Then I thought we could look around before getting dinner and going to see the circus. Of course, if you two want to do something different, I'll understand." Harry shrugged and looked back at Tonks, who only shrugged back. "We're fine with that, although I'm not so sure about meeting the press." Gilderoy beamed brightly at this, then threw his metal arm over Harry's shoulders. If it wasn't for the mithril East plate protecting his shoulders, he was sure he would now have a giant bruise, as Lockhart didn't know the arm's strength. Having had a close look at the arm was made of electrum, an alloy of silver and gold. It gave the appearance of true gold without the magical resistance, which would prevent the arm from functioning. Harry, you have nothing to fear from the press, so long as you play your cards right. Just make sure you always give the press something to write about, because otherwise they will either write about someone else or make something up about you." This led the man to start lecturing the boy on his own experiences with the press, until they stepped into the beer tent where he became too focused on ordering his food. Sighing wearily, Dumbledore waited until his boy for the World Cup, before going up to his room and putting on his ICW robes. Once done, he held his wand high and focused his power at the tip, before slashing down and opening his subspace locker. Holding his hand out, he summoned his time turner and threw the chain over his neck. Before he used the device, he let his eyes be drawn to the wards visible outside his window. Even from a distance they appeared to be a solid wall of magic. When the mithril wards had first been set up, he and Alistair had gone all out trying to break them. But no matter how much magic they threw at it, their spells just collapsed on contact. Satisfied that his home was sufficiently warded, he spun the time turner a couple turns and swiftly apparated to his meeting before he could be found by his past self. Harry didn't truly appreciate the size of the World Cup stadium until he stood at its entrance, where it loomed high above him and stretched out to both sides. Having realized he had fallen behind, he quickly sped up to catch up with Gilderoy and his group. When he used his mage sight, he was surprised to see the entire structure bathed in blue light, all except for the bright red ward at the roof that stopped rain getting in and the snitch getting out. At first he thought one man had built the entire stadium, but he was able to count over a dozen different blue signatures before he forgot which shades he had already counted. It prompted him to wonder if the ministry had chosen people because of the color of their magic, if it was random, or if people with blue magic were more likely to be skilled in construction. The result was that it made it very easy to spot the signatures of the Hitwizards and Aurors hidden around the stadium, along with the group in front of him. While the stadium wasn't as powerful or old as Hogwarts, it was still a marvel of magic. The majority of the stadium was carried over from the previous World Cup in Canada, however all the enchantments and wards are 100% British wand work. The tour guide said proudly. Harry largely let the woman's words wash over him, transfixed by the stadium itself and the layers and layers of magic imbued into every single steel beam. Eventually they were led to a giant walkway that ringed the top of the stadium, where several people were setting up giant cameras. Their arrival was initially unnoticed, until a woman with own hair set in elaborate curls spotted them and made her way over. Gilderoy, how lovely to see you. We weren't sure if you would be coming. Rita, please, nothing would keep me from coming to watch. The two were grinning wildly, although Harry suspected both were forced, which made him wonder why they bothered. The woman then turned to him, her eyes briefly flicking up to his scar. Sticking out her hand, she boldly said, Rita Skeeter, the Daily Prophet. But of course you knew that already. To be polite, Harry took the hand and returned his own greeting. Harry Potter, but of course you knew that already. Skeeter started laughing outrageously, with Lockhart joining in. Harry grinned in response, while internally he was cringing painfully. He knew from Lockhart that it was all basically politics, but that didn't mean he had to like it. And who's this? Skeeter eventually asked, indicating an uncomfortable-looking Tonks. Or Tonks, I'm Harry's guard. She replied stiffly. Really? Tonks? Any relation to Healer Tonks, disgraced daughter of Cygnus Black? As she spoke, Skeeter's eyes scanned Tonks in obvious disapproval, which Harry found rude. Especially since Tonks was effectively just wearing a more feminine and darker version of his own outfit, which hadn't garnered much interest from the reporter. My mother. If her glare was anything to go by, she had also spotted the look. Fascinating. Any chance of an interview? I imagine being the Auror guard for the Harry Potter must give you some fantastic stories. I'm sure my readers would love to learn more. Seemingly from nowhere, a vivid green quill and notebook appeared and hovered close to Skeeter, which started writing frantically. Now Rita, Harry is under my protection, which extends to Ms. Tonks. Lockhart still sounded jovial, except there was now a hint of steel behind his voice, a strength Harry had never heard before. In response, Skeeter huffed angrily and snapped her fingers, prompting the top page to rip itself out of her notebook and set itself on fire. Yes, well, I'd love to talk, but I can't leave my crew for long. Goodness knows what they might decide to film without my supervision. When she was far enough away, Lockhart cast a fairly powerful secrecy charm, which Harry instinctively made stronger. You mustn't tell anyone, but Rita is an illegal animagus. I discovered it years ago when she was investigating the validity of my books, leaving us in a sort of stalemate. While it was interesting to see the stadium from the heights, which Harry learned was the name for the walkway technicians used to film and light the stadium, the press box was far more interesting. For a start, it was almost completely enclosed and had several photos of previous World Cup winners hanging on the walls. But despite the walls, he could easily see the entire pitch. Directly across the stadium he could just make out another box which seemed to be the same size, except for their decorations being purple and gold instead of plain red. With a sigh, he collapsed into the nearest chair, which felt heavenly after such a long walk. The cushions alone would have made it comfier than the plain wooden seats for the common seating, but the plethora of cushioning charms meant it felt like he was sitting on a cloud that constantly shifted to keep him comfy. Before he knew it, he was forced to leave his new favorite seat and led to a new room, where several board players were gathered round a depleted buffet table. Ivana! Gilderoy exclaimed happily, causing one of the Irish chasers to look up and smile broadly. As the two talked merrily, Harry took the time to look over the other players. It seemed they largely kept to their own sides of the table, although the Irish keeper was playing some sort of card game with a Bulgarian chaser. Off to one side, a rather surly-looking Bulgarian was reluctantly answering a reporter's questions. That's Victor Crumb. Tonks hissed excitedly, Speaking so quietly, Harry doubted anyone else would hear them with all the commotion going on. Who is? He vaguely recognized the name, but he had no clue what the man looked like. In reply, Tonks pointed to the surly Bulgarian, which unfortunately coincided with the man looking over. Giving an undignified eep, Tonks dived behind Harry and hid her face in his back, which meant she missed Crumb's grin. Cheerfully, Harry nodded towards the seeker, who nodded back before wearily turning back to the impatient reporter. Tonks remained behind Harry for the remainder of the meet and greet, which of course gave Harry plenty of reasons to tease her. As for Gilderoy's friend, it turned out she was a fan of his books, so several years ago she had sent him a free ticket in return for a signed book. According to Moran, the two had quickly bonded due to shared interests, although neither seemed inclined to fill him in on what those interests were. Harry didn't realize how much time had passed, until they left the stadium and saw the sky beginning to darken. With that thought in mind, they hastened back to the tent and made dinner, which revealed Gilderoy was actually quite skilled with the camp stove. Then as dusk rolled in, they made their way to the big top for the final circus show of the day. It was the first circus performance he had ever seen, which definitely met his expectations. It started in darkness, where only his mage sight allowed him to see what happened. Two wizards walked into the center of the ring covered by disillusionment charms, then two spotlights came down on them as they removed the charms. Instantly a chorus of drums started from above the audience, the instruments enchanted to play themselves. To Harry, it felt like the stands were shaking under the intensity of the war drums. Underneath the music, a faint stream of magic settled over the audience, like a low-powered cheering charm. Then to the beat of the drums, the two wizards began their routine. One was dressed in pale blue robes, with giant waves rolling inside the fabric and white dragon skin trousers. His partner on the other hand had dark brown robes with embers floating inside, with dark gray trousers. As one they raised their wands and let released a stream of water and fire respectively, which quickly formed into twin Chinese dragons. The dragons circled each other and slowly rose into the air, until their tails were level with the topmost row of chairs. Then they lounged at each other, tearing great chunks out with billows of steam, which rose even higher until it hit the roof of the expanded tent. Finally the two reared back, then shot forward, the fire dragon diving into the water dragon's open mouth, only for the pair to explode into even more steam. Unseen, a wave of transfiguration magic cooled the steam and turned it into pure white clouds. With the steam cleared, the spotlight moved up to illuminate a witch standing at the very top of the tent, this one dressed in a bright red jacket, yellow skirt with beige trousers. Strangely, she held a short staff in place of a wand. Then to the combined amazement of the audience, the woman jumped and fell down in a perfect dive. As she fell, waves of magic left her and pulled the clouds towards her, until she was completely hidden. Feeling the magic building, Harry knew something was going to happen moments before the clouds exploded outwards. To his amazement, the witch was no longer free falling, instead she seemed to be riding the final cloud the same way a muggle rode a surfboard. Then she started twirling her staff and to the constant beat of the drums thrust it towards the clouds that had begun to reform. Every time she pointed, a spear of magic would shoot out and force the cloud to take the form of small horses, which galloped through the air and slowly lowered themselves onto the arena floor, all the while orbiting the witch. With only a few feet to go, the witch let her cloud dissolve, easily landing on her feet. The act continued from there, with the three performing increasingly impressive magic. As he watched, Harry took careful note of how they cast their magic, in the hope he would eventually be able to replicate or surpass it. But their act wasn't just magic, they also displayed acrobatic feats that would be impossible for a muggle to attempt. During these feats their magic would be wrapped around their muscles, which was either a subconscious reaction or an alarming amount of control over their magic. Finally they ended their performance by coming together and turning into a giant dragon, that reared back and shot a wave of fire into the air. The fire then started turning into a fierce tornado, which was strong enough for Harry to feel his dragon hide coat flutter. Then, the tornado instantly turned to water, dropping over the dragon and briefly hiding it from view. It took less than a second, but during that time the dragon had vanished completely, along with the three performers. Taking that as their cue, The audience rose as one and cheered wildly, with Harry and Tonks joining in eagerly. When the house lights illuminated the stands, the audience started to make their way out, leaving the few stragglers behind. Being one such straggler, Harry was able to see the water slowly make its way into drains around the edge of the ring. With the water gone, he was able to see the faint levitation and disillusionment charms that had presumably been cast while under the cover of water. Well, that was great. What now? Tonks asked the moment they left the big top, their path lit by tiny floating flames. We could go back to the tent and get an early night, although a lot of the attractions stay open long into the night. There's the trade stools. Although tomorrow is normally the best time for trading, the Hecate Marquee normally has a band playing till at least 2 in the morning, and then there's the arena. The arena? Harry asked curiously. It's basically a bunch of ranked dueling pens, where a witch or wizard can prove their skill. He wondered how he would fare against professional duelists, especially if he could secretly use his mithril to give him an edge. Unfortunately, Tonks saw his look and decided to intervene. Oh no. I'm here to keep you out of trouble, and I can't do that if you're inside a dueling pen. Besides, you're too young. They don't have to know how old I am. Or I could tell them who I am. It's about time I use my fame for something good. He said jokingly, unwilling to actually use his fame in such a way. I would advise against it. It would look bad if you got in on your name then lost, and if you won then it would make everyone else look bad, which would earn you a lot of enemies. Gilderoy said, in a tone that was clearly meant to be wise. And the fact he's too young, that might be another reason to advise against it. Tonks said dryly. Of course, if you did win they would want to know how. Probably demand to see everything you used too. How about we go to the Hecate Marquee? Harry asked suddenly, hoping to change the subject. Sure, although you might want to think about putting on a disguise while there. It was always impressive to see Tonks sound excited while still being protective. Lockhart was about to volunteer to apply the disguise, when Harry pulled back his sleeve and pressed 2 fingers against the watch face. Instantly a wave of magic spread from the watch and gave his skin a soft tan, then turned his hair to sandy blonde while also making it shorter. In total the change was completely finished in just 2 steps, just slower than Tonks doing a full body change. Despite this, he was still unhappy with the watch. The latest improvement was the magic going deeper into his body, subtly changing his voice box to give him a deeper voice. Grinning at Gilderoy's disbelieving look, Harry started on his way to the marquee. Inside the marquee, she danced by herself, a subtle notice not charm ensuring she was undisturbed. On the other side of the floor she could see her parents making fools of themselves, while laughing the entire time. She knew her aunt was off somewhere, probably flirting, while her cousin was exploring the grounds with his girlfriend. Her grandparents had retired back to their tent back when the sun had started to set, taking her sister with them. When a hush fell over the tent, she looked and was surprised to see Gilderoy Lockhart enter, following a witch with bright pink hair and a rather good-looking wizard. The 3 made their way to the bar, while she made her way off the dance floor to better watch. By then people had gotten over the shock of Gilderoy Lockhart appearing in their midst, and the noise level had grown to the point it was impossible to hear anyone. Despite this she found herself watching them intently, particularly the wizard in the middle, who looked like he could have been Lockhart's son. But the way the witch and wizard interacted showed they were clearly siblings, and she doubted Lockhart had 2 children and kept it a secret. When the 3 ordered drinks, she turned around and went back to dancing, only to be startled by a tap on her shoulder moments later. Turning back around she was surprised to come face to face with the blonde wizard from the bar, bright green eyes meeting her own dark blue. Smiling brightly, the man held out his hand, clearly inviting her to dance. Looking into his eyes she saw no ill intent, or any affect from her allure. Deciding to be adventurous, she smiled back and took the hand, instantly feeling a shiver spread from her hand across her entire body. As they danced along the floor, she let herself relax into the music and get lost in the rhythm. Due to her close proximity to the wizard, she could easily feel his power brushing against her own. It felt like an oncoming thunderstorm, making her skin tingle. He was not the best dancer in the world, but he was already her favorite dance partner. He carried himself with a confidence previous partners had lacked, something she found extremely attractive. Strangely, he smelled like lightning and metal, a combination she hadn't encountered before. She lost count of how many songs they had danced through, until she grew aware of how dark it was outside and how much her feet ached. Exhausted, she dragged her partner off the floor so that they could talk. "I've got to go. Will I see you again?" she asked awkwardly, unused to being the one to ask. The wizard grinned happily, taking her hand and raising it to his lips. "I would love to. I'm not sure what we are planning to do tomorrow, but I suspect it will be going through the stalls, then obviously the match. I'm planning on being here the day after the match though." Mentally filling the information away while also keeping back her blush, she eagerly replied. "That would be great, but if we don't see each other then would you consider occasionally writing to me? I'll be at Hogwarts for most of the year." "It would be my pleasure. I'll make sure my crow knows who to send the letters to." Reluctantly, she turned to go before remembering a crucial detail. "My name's Fleur by the way, Fleur Delacour. Harry. Till we meet again, Fleur." The moment Harry fell asleep, he found himself inside the dining room of a large mansion. Looking around, he found snake images everywhere, even small snake statues. "You would not believe how hard it was to get you here, but I am nothing if not patient." Spinning around, he saw Tom Riddle materialize at the end of the table. The boy's hair was now longer, reaching down to his shoulders in an untidy mess. His eyes were still brown, but they were much colder and contained more anger than they had in the chamber. As for his robes, they looked suspiciously like his old school robes, complete with a faded spot exactly where the Slytherin badge used to be. Smirking, Harry conjured his coat and said, "You aren't looking too good, Tom. I'd have thought you would hate to look so disheveled." This had the desired effect of angering Tom, who stood up so quickly his chair fell backwards. Tom started yelling, red magic boiling off of him. "Do you have any idea how hard it is to keep up appearances when you're on the run? Constantly looking over your shoulder and expected to see Dumbledore in his infernal gaze. Having spent 6 years planning my rise to power, only to have it all undone by suddenly waking up in the wrong decade." Taking a deep breath, Tom visibly relaxed. When he next spoke, his voice was back to its normal volume and silky smooth. "But it matters not. After a year of trying, you're here now. Now we can talk. Well, you've got me. So, what did you want? Because I've got plans tomorrow, and while I would love to talk, I would rather be doing literally anything instead of talking to you." Once again, Tom's magic flashed. This time the magic got close to him, but it fell back before Harry felt the need to react. He noted that Tom seemed more unstable than he had just 2 years ago, possibly due to the dark circles under the man's eyes. "I wanted to call a truce. I've had a long time to think and I came to a shocking conclusion. I don't have a reason to hate you. Whatever made my future self try to kill you has never happened to me, while I've done nothing to make you hate me. So, I'm just meant to sit back and let you kill everything I care about?" Harry asked curiously, finding Tom's attempt humorous. Tom shrugged, sitting back down in his chair. "Who says I'm planning on anything? I could just want to live in peace. Is that such a crime? I guess we'll just have to see what the future holds. I certainly have more important things to do than chase you down. But, if you do anything to me, then I will end you." Inside, he felt a perverse sense of glee when Tom flinched back. "But enough of that. Now it's time for you to answer one of my questions. Clearly you didn't arrange this meeting simply to call a truce, but I doubt you'd tell me the truth even if I asked. What I actually want to know is why did it take you a year to get me here? Now that's a curious tale. You see, being under a strong enough protective ward makes it extremely hard to be affected by hypnokinesis. Somehow, almost every time you have gone to sleep you were either under a ward or too far away, then the few times you were in range I couldn't penetrate your mind." Harry was glad to hear that his mithrilium didn't just protect him from legilimency and basilisks. "But then, when I thought all hope was gone, I discovered something miraculous. I am honest enough to admit, the only reason we are talking now is because I accidentally discovered this miracle. It has been extremely vexing to have failed so spectacularly, particularly when I consider divination one of my specialities." He quickly filed away the fact Tom, and presumably the older Voldemort, was a practitioner of divination. While some like McGonagall considered it worthless, Harry knew it could be an incredibly powerful skill. Even if Tom's dream projection wasn't evidence enough, the scrying boom of 1325 was one of the main causes for wards being seen as a necessity. It was funny how often learned witches and wizards forgot that divining the future was but one branch of divination. Fascinating, Harry said blandly. Grinning, Tom then cocked his head to one side. Don't act the fool, it doesn't suit you. We are not so different, you know, aside from just our good looks, of course. We were both the smartest in our year, but despite this, we spend our time in solitude. I bet you spend the majority of your time trying to learn all you can about magic, beyond that which others would consider evil. Tom paused to sneer, clearly disliking the word. Harry felt a sense of déjà vu, as Tom was unknowingly reciting a speech Voldemort had used during his first year. There is, of course, no good or evil, only power and those too weak to understand it. I learned a lot during my year at Hogwarts, even though I found the lack of progress disturbing. But our similarities don't end with just the school. When I eventually found your refuge, imagine my surprise when you had chosen a room down the corridor from my own refuge. While Tom monologued, Harry split his consciousness and sent a part to Corvus, or more accurately Corvus II. He had previously tried to find Voldemort's signature using Corvus, however every time he had failed. But now he had something to follow. It took Corvus a total of 4 minutes to fly from Godric's Hollow to the campground, just barely flying under the sound barrier. Once there, he was just barely able to pick up a tiny tendril of Tom's blood-red magic, which was missing the darker tint of the elder Voldemort. This was either due to Tom's soul being marginally lighter, or the more likely option of his magic being slightly tainted by taking on Ginny Weasley's bright red magic. While the other half of his consciousness entertained Riddle, he stayed with Corvus too as it followed the magic. As they drew closer to Riddle, the tendril started growing thicker, until the magic suddenly curved down into a circle of stones. The site was surrounded by a large notice not ward, but Corvus too easily sailed through them. To his embarrassment, he only recognized it as Stonehenge once they landed on one of the stones. Riddle was sat cross-legged on the center stone, surrounded by a heptagon which had 7 equilateral triangles on every side. The result was a 7-pointed star. Harry knew all 3 symbols were magically powerful. Everything was drawn in blood, which glowed magically. Despite the fact his consciousness was only attached to Corvus II, he had no trouble feeling the raw amount of magic radiating out of the circle. With his mission complete, he let his consciousness return to the dream. But, the night grows short and I must make my leave. Have fun at the World Cup, won't you? Tom smirked at that, with Harry getting the impression he was meant to be scared his location had been revealed. Oh, I will. I must say, I find the campsite far more interesting than Stonehenge. Cleaning up all that blood must be a nightmare. At this, Tom's eyes flashed red, while his face twisted in fear. Then, with a pulse of his own magic, he broke the connection and let himself fall back into bed. A few hours later, after a drowsy breakfast, Harry found himself walking through the market. Tonks was somewhere behind him, while Lockhart had gotten waylaid by fans. It was unfortunately not as exciting as he had hoped, the masses once again going out of their way to turn the thrill of magic into something commonplace. For every stall that sold something exciting, there would also be at least 5 other stalls that were selling antiques and tatty clothes. Then he found a tiny tent, unassuming aside from the oak door and small sign. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Turning, he caught Tonks' eye and nodded towards the tent. Upon receiving a nod back, he turned back and cautiously opened the door. He was expecting to see the inside of the tent expanded, with a few rows of wands along the walls. He didn't expect to see the entire store inexplicably inside. Pausing a moment to look with his magizite, he was almost blinded by the gigantic concentration of magic inside the doorway. He couldn't understand how it worked, but he knew it wouldn't put him in any danger. With that in mind, he shut off his mage sight with practiced ease and stepped across the threshold, the store's bell chiming cheerfully. There was no sense of movement, except the mithril bracelet Tonks always wore went from within 10 feet to around 180 miles away. Crossing to the window, he was unsurprised to see the unusually quiet street of Diagon Alley. Ah, Mr. Potter, I was not expecting you for another 2 months. But no matter, no matter. Can I do anything for you, or were you simply interested in my door? Ollivander smiled warmly. I suppose I wanted you to look over my wand. I don't want to suddenly find out I need a new wand, then I might have gotten distracted by that wonderful door. Harry replied sheepishly. An inspection costs 8 sickles per wand. Although should it be revealed you need a new wand, the inspection can be covered by the price of the new wand. If that is agreeable to you, please hand over your wand. Reaching into his coat, he handed over his blackthorn wand. Then after a moment's hesitation, reached even further into his outer pocket, until he was shoulder deep. Eventually he gripped a wand case and guiltily withdrew his original walnut wand case. Ollivander took both, then reached into his waistcoat and withdrew an old-fashioned pair of spindly silver glasses, except they had 2 shiny emeralds in place of glass. He carefully placed them upon his head, then began inspecting the wands, starting with the blackthorn then moving on to the walnut. As he worked, Harry tried in vain to figure out the door. By the time Ollivander had finished, all Harry had managed to discover was that the doorway somehow led to multiple different doorways. Should I explain the door or the wands first? Ollivander said with a chuckle. The wands please. Certainly. You will be pleased to know that your blackthorn wand is in excellent condition, although you are starting to strain the core. I would suggest that you look into getting another wand no later than completing your owls. As for your walnut wand, it is making good progress on its draining, as is common with phoenix feather cores. It gives me great pleasure to announce your wand will be usable no later than your 23rd birthday. Ollivander sounded extremely pleased with that pronouncement, although Harry found it disappointing to know it would take that long until he could use his first wand again. Upon receiving his wands back, he handed over the 16 sickles and hid them back within his pockets. Now, the true secret behind the door lies in a series of rather complicated runes, which I cannot reveal. However, I can tell you how it works. Basically, there are 5 doors linked to the door frame for this shop. Now whenever somebody opens an outer door, it forms a portal between the doorway and the frame. But, as you might notice, that would only work for people entering the store. Anyone leaving would be forced to exit into Diagon Alley. Which is when a customer enters the store they are logged in a book out back. The trigger for this is of course the bell above the door. Looking closely, he could now see the enchantment linking the bell to the frame. Wait a minute, that's how you always know who's entering the store. Harry exclaimed. Partly, only partly. It is a skill I spent a great many years perfecting. Anyway, when you go to exit the store, the enchantment remembers where you came from and reopens a portal to that previous location. In cases where the opening of a portal will interfere with an already established portal, the frame will hold the new customer in suspension until such time as it is safe to enter. Thanking the man for his time, Harry returned back to the campsite. Now that he knew what to expect, he could feel the slight tremor of magic once the portal was established. Once again, he stepped across the frame and in a single step traveled from the middle of London to Dartmoor Forest. Shaking his head at the ridiculousness, he went back to browsing the various stalls. Slowly he started to find stalls which sold more exotic artifacts, such as a ring that could dispel enchantments or an axe that could summon lightning. His favorite stall sold various staffs, both general purpose and specialized. A general purpose staff was basically just a bigger wand, except you could channel a greater amount of magic at the cost of control and maneuverability. While rarely used in Europe, there were some countries that preferred staffs, like the Caribbean wizards. Then you had the specialized staffs. These were built with a purpose in mind, such as healing or combat. In these cases, they could allow even a novice to cast master-level magic, however they would struggle to cast anything outside their specialization. Between himself, Zeno and Dumbledore they had theorized the Elder Wand was somehow created to specialize in magic itself, a feat many staff makers had attempted. Which when combined with its unique form of magic explained why it was unbeatable. He desperately wanted a staff for himself, however he could tell the staffs on sale were hardly worth the price. The most powerful one was enchanted to transmute stone into water, which would have been useful if the Aguamendi charm didn't exist. With a sigh, Harry forced himself away from the stalls and ushered Tonks away from the record stall, then set off to the beer tent again. With luck, they could finish their lunch quickly and go back to the Hecate Marquee, hopefully meeting up with the Fleur girl from the night before. Say, Harry, have you ever tried fire whiskey? Lockhart asked, midway through their meal. No, I thought it was illegal for anyone underage to drink it. Harry asked suspiciously. Nonsense, it's only illegal to buy it if you're underage. But anyone over the age of 13 can drink it, although it is considered irresponsible to let someone underage get drunk. Lockhart explained, but given the man was made famous by lying, Harry looked at Tonks. Yeah, he's telling the truth, she said, grinning behind her own glass. So, want to try some? Lockhart pressed. Sure, I guess. Soon enough he had a bottle placed in front of him, which he cautiously unstoppered and sniffed. It didn't smell too bad, so he raised it to take a sip only to be stopped by Tonks. Her cheers was instantly picked up by an enthusiastic Lockhart and a suspicious Harry, who knew Tonks well enough to recognize the mischievous glint in her eye. Following their example, he took a large sip and instantly felt the fire whiskey searing the back of his throat. Suppressing his instinctual reaction to spit it back up, he was revealed when the burning stopped moments later. Then a sense of courage and confidence started spreading through him. It was an admittedly nice feeling, so nice that when it started fading he eagerly tipped back the remaining bottle. This time he expected the burning, and a little use of magic made even the burning pleasant. When he put down the bottle he was met with Tonks' indignant expression, while Lockhart laughed heartily next to her. That's not fair. When my mum first got me to try fire whiskey I panicked and thought I was going to burn my throat. How come you seem so unaffected? My dear, some people just aren't as weak-willed. Lockhart said teasingly, surreptitiously sliding Harry another bottle which was eagerly taken. This time, he drank the bottle slower, pacing himself so that it was still half full by the time his meal was finished. As they made their way out of the tent, Harry was shocked to find that during their time inside the tent the crowd had somehow doubled, with people still coming down from the nearby hill. Deciding they wouldn't get anything done, the three made their way back to their tent. Occasionally, Harry would pass someone he recognized from Hogwarts, although he had yet to find his friends. He knew Luna was somewhere in the camp, but her ticket placed her as far away from his tent as possible. Neville hadn't been allowed to attend by his gran, who didn't believe in Quidditch, and as Muggleborns, Colin and Justin weren't able to get tickets. From their tent, they had a pretty good view of the new arrivals, with a few coming up to talk to Lockhart. When they weren't being spoken to, Harry and Tonks had taken to playing Exploding Snap. Eventually, once dusk had settled, vendors started showing up to sell their wares, the most interesting being the omnioculars. Then, they followed the crowd towards the giant stadium, until they split off to enter through the hidden service door. Upon reaching the box, Harry was thrilled to see food and drinks were provided, including his new favorite, fire whiskey. Sitting back in his chair, fire whiskey in hand, Harry found himself looking forward to the game, leaning forward with the rest of the crowd once Ludo Bagman began his speech. It was the screams that awoke Gilderoy, sending him tumbling out of his bed and desperately searching for his wand. With Ireland's victory, they decided to go to sleep early and let the Irish tire themselves out, but only after Gilderoy had consumed a fair amount of fire whiskey. His door burst open just as his fingers connected with his wand and he swiftly pointed it towards the figure at his door, only to recognize Tonks, whose hair had shifted from dark blue to dark gray then settled on red. We need to go now. Death Eaters are attacking the camp and we can't apparate, she said, then reached over and threw him his cloak. Oh, and next time you get taken by surprise, make sure your wand is aiming the right way. Looking down in confusion, he was embarrassed to realize that in his haste he had pointed the handle of his wand at the Auror and had the tip pointed right at his heart. He quickly rightened his wand and fumbled his way inside his cloak, then left his room and met up with Harry and Tonks. To his mild annoyance, they both seemed better prepared than he did. Indeed, while Lockhart felt like he was able to suffer a full-blown panic attack, Harry stood calmly in the center of the room drawing patterns with his wand. Wanting to do something, Lockhart sidled up to the boy and tried to figure out what he was drawing. Harry seemed unaware of his presence, as he kept up a near constant stream of shapes, which were always triangles inside heptagons. Whenever he would finish drawing a symbol, he would speak its name, making it glow bright green and begin orbiting him. Every time he did so, Lockhart felt a rush of magic, which made his hair stick on end. Sight, feel, danger, sense, warn, predict, inform. By then Harry had a near constant ring of symbols orbiting him, although his keen eyes picked out a large empty spot. For this symbol Harry put his wand away and held up his other hand, now covered in a strange silver metal, which inexplicably seemed to move like silk. Then the jewel on the back of this gauntlet started glowing, getting increasingly brighter until Lockhart was forced to look away. Despite this, he could tell the light was still increasing, making his skin feel hot. He suspected it would also have made his hair stick wildly on end, if it weren't for the fact his hair was already sticking straight upwards. He took a nervous step backwards when the heat became unpleasantly warm. Magic. The word startled the man, as it seemed to come from a voice that was too deep and far too loud, a voice that definitely wasn't Harry's. At once the jewel lost its light and the feeling of power left, until moments later a blazing star exploded into existence in front of them. Even shutting his eyes and turning around didn't stop him seeing the star, as if it was now permanently stuck to the inside of his eyelids. Unwillingly, Lockhart found himself counting the points of the star, eventually ending up with 59 points. "It's safe to look now," Harry said, sounding incredibly exhausted. Tentatively opening his eyes and turning around, he was relieved to see all of the symbols had started to fade, with the star being the last to disappear. "What was that for?" he asked grumpily, having gotten over his panic and settling on anger. "Think of it like a mobile proximity ward. It'll tell me if anything magical and dangerous will hit us, hopefully giving us time to avoid it." Gilderoy was going to ask where he had learned such a spell, but was interrupted by Tonks. "Right, let's go," Tonks said impatiently, finally ushering the two out. The moment he left the safety of the tent, he was assaulted by sound and heat. There were people running everywhere, screaming and panicking. The most alarming thing were the spells flying in all directions, including a scarily familiar yellow spell that was made of mist. He had still been in Hogwarts during the war and hadn't taken part in any of the fight, despite that he still recognized the Imperious curse. To his great alarm, he could only watch as another Imperious flew from the darkness and struck a witch in front of them, who instantly turned around and started to attack them. He was frozen in fear and would have died if Harry hadn't raised a pebble to intercept the blinding green light of the killing curse. By the time his vision returned, Tonks had already stupefied the witch. Harry gently reached out and grabbed a hold of his arm, pulling him with them as they moved onwards. He didn't know if the shock was leaving him, or if he was starting to get desensitized to the horror, but Gilderoy started to regain control over his senses. The next time a wand was raised against them, he was already launching his own spell, unknowing if it hit friend or foe. Suddenly he felt Harry's hand upon his head, forcing him into an awkward bow. He was moments away from complaining when another Imperious curse passed through the space his head had previously inhabited. He wasn't given time to freeze as he was pushed onwards, moving steadily towards the forest as a group. From the corner of his eye he saw a jet of dark purple fire flying towards him, moving so fast he knew he didn't stand a chance raising a shield. Fortunately, Harry had already raised a pearly green shield, which absorbed the fire effortlessly. It was with a sense of pride that he recognized the shield, having taught Harry how to cast it years ago. His pride managed to dispel his remaining fear, having remembered he also now possessed a large repertoire of spells. "Wait," Harry said suddenly, making Gilderoy jump in panic. "There's somebody over there." He pointed his gauntlet at an abandoned cart, which started to glow faintly. Tonks nodded in confirmation and made her way over, gently lifting it with her magic to reveal two teenage boys hidden in a hollow underneath. One was an ashen-faced blonde who was bravely pointing his trembling wand at Tonks, while the other was an unconscious, slightly pudgy with a short dark-haired. "Draco, for Merlin's sake don't attack us," Harry snapped, drawing the B.O.'s attention. Potter?" the boy asked faintly, fear making his voice tremble. "Yes, it's me, you idiot. Can you move? 'Cause we can't stay here." "I can, but Crabbe, I think his leg's broken and he won't wake up." Harry made a "come here" gesture with his gauntlet, which somehow managed to pull Draco right out of the hole and placed him on his feet in front of them. Meanwhile, Tonks had jumped down into the newly created space and began running her wand over Crab. Seeing the cart wobble in the air, Gilderoy lifted his own wand and applied his own levitation charm, gently sending it down beside them. He got by a living nightmare curse. He won't wake without the right potions, but he's in no immediate danger. I've fixed his leg as best as I can, but it will need a healer. Tonks said after a moment, lifting the boy with another charm and handing him to Harry. The boy bent over Crab and placed his hands on the boy's chest, pulling back a moment later. For just a fraction of a second Gilderoy thought he caught the flash of something silver, before it vanished. Then, wordlessly, Harry knelt down and lifted Crab effortlessly onto his shoulder in a fireman's hold. Nodding towards the forest, Harry and Tonks carried onwards, trusting Draco and Gilderoy to catch up. As they walked, Gilderoy noticed the Draco boy looking around anxiously, clutching his wand tightly and trembling like a leaf. "Don't worry, Harry and Tonks won't let us get hurt," he said comfortingly, smiling down at the boy. "And I've been in far worse spots and came out alive." Unfortunately for Gilderoy, this wasn't actually a lie. He considered his own fight against Voldemort far worse. The boy smiled back weakly, surreptitiously moving to get closer to the Auror. Despite his words of comfort, Gilderoy was extremely relieved that they had moved out of the danger zone. He hadn't seen a curse pass for a while, and even the screams had become quieter, although that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Finally, they reached the presumed safety of the forest, almost immediately getting lost in the dark. He could only just make out Harry, his gauntlet giving off a faint green light. Luckily, it seemed both Harry and Tonks could see in the dark, since as far as he could see the path in front was pitch black. Soon enough, they stopped in a clearing, far outside the campsite wards. "Gilderoy, I need you to take Crab to St. Mungo's, then return here to take Draco. I'll wait here until you return, then I'll take Harry to his home. I recommend you join us." Nodding, he took the still sleeping Crab, relieved to find he only weighed half as much as he should have. Apparating to St. Mungo's took only a moment, handing over the unconscious boy to the gobsmacked Medowitch. He popped back to the clearing, grabbing Draco and apparated back. Exhausted, he finally apparated to Dumbledore's cottage, feeling the wards part to grant him entrance. He quickly collapsed into a nearby chair, falling asleep almost immediately from the adrenaline leaving his system, lack of sleep and the backlash for apparating numerous times in quick succession. Harry watched Lockhart collapse with a great sense of sympathy, although he was proud he was still standing. Of course, that wasn't counting the fact he still had his Mage Sense invocation active. As an archaic invocation, the spell took minimal magic to cast, with no magical upkeep. During their run from the campsite, his invocation had allowed him to see the spell path moments before it happened. It was a combination of divination runes and runes normally used to imitate true mage sight, which allowed anyone with a decent level of magicite to see the paths. But, once the invocation was dropped, the total cost would slam into him in one go. It was one of the main reasons invocations were hardly used during duels and battles, aside from the time it took to cast them. With a grimace, he focused on the Philosopher's Stone and started drawing power from it, then deactivated his invocation. The magic cost was low relatively speaking, but it would have left him weak for several days without his gauntlet. With his senses returned to normal, Harry let himself relax. His first action was to deactivate his shield, where it returned to his watch. It was always fun to watch it shrink and spin until it disappeared entirely, whereupon any damage would be fixed. It did unfortunately strip away his notice not ideology, as the watch simply reverted the shield back to the original template. Once done, he looked around and realized Tonks had moved Lockhart into another room, presumably a bedroom. Deciding to get comfy, he threw off his coat and collapsed into his favorite chair, cringing when he remembered he was coated in mud. He was broken from his relaxation by Tonks, Jackrabbit Patronus appearing out of nowhere. Crouching down in front of the rabbit, Tonks firmly said, "Find Albus Dumbledore. Quidditch campground attacked by Death Eaters. The three of us escaped without injury and are waiting in the main home." Sighing, Harry awkwardly leaned over and grabbed his coat, then pulled out his messaging tablet. Oi, Tonks, don't worry about the Patronus. I can send a message to Dumbledore instantly. He quickly scribbled down Tonks' message and activated it, making the words fade on his tablet and appear on Dumbledore's. While he was at it, he also wrote a quick note to Luna and gave it to Corvus the First. While you're doing that, I suppose I'd better tell old Bonsi that we're safe. Still don't feel right about that, she finished in a mutter, making Harry extremely concerned. What doesn't feel right? Answering directly to Amelia Bones, the head of department. Nobody should go from Office Junior to having the boss listen to their reports, it's unnatural. Her Patronus had just left when a large crack split the silence. Harry only lowered his gauntlet once he recognized Dumbledore. He knew the wards would only allow a very short list of people entry, but his nerves were too high-strung to take any chances. Harry, Nymphadora, he greeted firmly, cautiously lowering the Elder Wand. For once Tonks didn't verbally react to the use of her first name, although her hair briefly flashed red before returning to her normal bubblegum pink. You mentioned an attack. Tonks quickly rattled off a report, summarizing the attack and their escape. It somehow made the story sound even worse, with all the emotion taken out of it. Dumbledore took the report with grim determination, a hard glint in his eye. It was easy to forget, especially since the man hid behind his grandfatherly persona, but Dumbledore had fought on the front lines during 2 major magical wars. Such wars left behind marks which showed themselves in times such as these. Do you know if anyone was hurt? He eventually asked once Tonks had finished. We don't know, but there were killing curses being thrown around. There were definitely several people that were hit by the Imperius. Harry said wearily, the deadly green and the misty yellow curses forever seared into his mind. They were interrupted by a second crack of apparition. His gauntlet had barely risen before he recognized Nicholas S. Arled magic swirling into the room. The man was clearly shaken, even his magic wasn't as tightly controlled. Perenelle is in a bad way. Nicholas said simply, although Harry detected a slight wobble in his voice. It seemed Dumbledore had also detected it, as he swished his fur wand and summoned a bottle of fire whiskey, before pouring a generous amount for the alchemist. Normally Nicholas avoided alcohol, so it surprised Harry when he gladly took the tumbler and drained it in one gulp. What happened, Nicholas? Dumbledore asked gently, quietly refilling the glass and began pouring drinks for everyone else. I assume you know about the attack at the campsite. Well, we were right in the middle of it. We don't think Perenelle got hit, but she isn't dealing with the shock very well. Of course, seeing the dark again didn't help. The dark mark? Tonks asked, startled. Yes, I had assumed you had seen it. Sometime during the attack somebody cast the dark mark, which seemed to be the sign for the Death Eaters to escape. We must have left before then. This isn't good. The dark mark is Voldemort's symbol, right? The giant floating skull and snake. Harry asked slowly, wanting to make sure he was remembering his facts correctly. Yes, Harry. During the last war the dark mark became synonymous with death. Distastefully ironic considering Tom used the runes for death and stealth to create his mark, although I have never figured out if he intended for it to be read as death from the shadows, or hidden from death, or perhaps both. Dumbledore said softly, clearly lost within memories. Given how he got his followers to brand themselves with the mark, I imagine he intended it to mean the latter. It's possible he hoped that he saw the mark as another means of obtaining his immortality, Nicholas mused, swirling his now empty glass absent-mindedly. Would such a thing work? Tonks asked. Yes and no. You cannot stop death with runes alone, but in theory they could stop you falling sick or succumbing to certain magic. If you had something to keep your soul tethered to the world, then runes would be enough to keep your body healthy. What was left unsaid was that Voldemort did have a way to keep his soul tethered, the 7 Horcruxes scattered anywhere around the world. However, for now Dumbledore had decided to keep the information from Tonks, both for her peace of mind and because it raised the risk of a loyal Death Eater finding out. Then why don't more people use runes? Mainly because in order to see any decent results you would have a huge power constant requirement, which is pointless considering potions and charms do a decent enough job without the drain. On the other hand, potions require time to make as well as both needing someone to be aware of an illness and able to respond. In his current form, Voldemort is capable of neither. Nicholas explained easily, falling back into his teacher role. Street. Mungos use specific healing runes under their beds, which draw upon the ley line under the building. Hogwarts beds have similar runes, although they are more general purpose. I know Lord Andreas Greengrass has runes under his bed to fight off his rheumatism. Dumbledore added. Whatever Tonks was about to say was cut off by Corvus flying through the wall, landing gracefully on the arm of Harry's chair. Quickly unrolling the parchment, Harry let out a relieved sigh. Luna and Zeno are okay. Because of how far away they were from the stadium, they were able to make it to the edge of the ward and escape home before the fighting got too bad. Sir, Zeno wants to know if it's okay for him and Luna to apparate here. He has my permission. I will feel better if we are all safe here. Do you want to bring Pernell here, Nick? Thank you, but it's fine. She's gone with the family back to France. Hopefully the warmer weather and familiar sights will be good for her. Sending off Corvus with the confirmation, they settled into an easy silence. When Dumbledore refilled Nicholas' glass for a third time, Harry found himself longing to have his own glass. As if reading his mind, Dumbledore summoned another glass and handed it to Harry, although he noticed he received less whiskey compared to everyone else. I assume this means Nymphadora finally worked up the courage to give you fire whiskey. Dumbledore said with a chuckle, which made Harry feel uneasy in case Tonks was about to be told off. Oh, don't worry, it is something of a tradition for a young witch or wizard to be given fire whiskey by an older relative after their 14th birthday, a tradition I never got to experience regretfully. My mum has a picture of me on my 14th, with steam pouring out my ears from where I drank an entire glass in one go. Of course, while I was panicking as I thought I was losing my throat, my hair chose to turn the color of flames and shoot out in every direction. Then this git just drinks the entire bottle and enjoys it. With Luna and her father's arrival, the house was starting to get cramped. Fortunately, they were wizards with expansion charms, so after making the room twice as large and conjuring more furniture, everyone had somewhere to sit. Due to the lateness of the night, Luna, Tonks and Nicholas had already fallen asleep, although Zeno and Albus were still talking. Surprisingly, they weren't talking about the Deathly Hallows, instead they were trying to speculate on why the Death Eaters attacked the campsite. This doesn't feel like something Tom would do. He gains nothing from doing this and it risked drawing in foreign powers. Definitely. This feels like the Death Eaters that avoided Azkaban getting drunk and deciding to give some people a scare. Zeno agreed. Harry found himself falling asleep as he listened to the two talking, only to be shaken out of unconsciousness by something. He reached out with his magic and just caught his magical signature rising from the ground and condensing in front of him, before a sunbound yellow core was created within the green. He blinked away his mage sight and came face to face with Dobby, who had apparated right in front of him without any noise. Even Dumbledore hadn't noticed the elf, which was an impressive feat. The elf had gone through a radical change compared to the last time they had talked a year ago. He was now over 6 feet tall, almost twice his original height. His skin was also a very pale orange, like the color of a sunrise, with bright green veins that glowed with some inner light. His muscles were quite well defined, although the elf was still extremely wiry. The width of the elf's entire forearm was about the width of Harry's hand. Despite this, the elf had a sense of strength. It basically looked like somebody had taken Dobby's old body and stretched it until it was taller. It was only the face that remained almost untouched, aside from the skin tone. His ears seemed springier and didn't droop, while his green eyes had become brighter and lost the pupil. He also had the beginnings of small curvy orange horns that began in front of his ears and curved back and around them. The last time he had seen Dobby, the elf had been wearing a large t-shirt and jeans. Now he had an unbuttoned dark green leather long coat, with an abnormally long collar. But despite how long it was, the collar stopped just short of the elf's jaw. Underneath the coat, Harry could see a plain brown medieval tunic, with several bead necklaces over top, although not quite as many beads as Luna. However, unlike Luna's beads, each block had a unique rune carefully etched into it, which glowed with Dobby's true yellow signature. Greetings, Harry Potter, sir. I bring bad news, Dobby said solemnly, alerting Dumbledore and Zeno to his appearance. His voice was no longer the high-pitched squeak it had been during his ends. Avement, but it also wasn't the low rumble he had the last time they had met. His voice had gone back to being higher than an average wizard's voice, but there was now a clearness that had been missing before. In short, it sounded inhuman. Despite the fact the elf hadn't spoken loudly, his voice had carried across the entire room easily, every word laced with magic. Mr. Frank Bryce is dead. Whatever he had been expecting Dobby to say, he hadn't expected that. He hadn't thought of the man since the summer before his second year, although it seemed Dobby had been keeping an eye on the man. Do you know when he died, Dobby? Dumbledore asked slowly, eyeing the elf cautiously and keeping a hand on his wand. He died 2 moonrises ago, killed by a wizard. So, 2 days ago. Well, it can't have been Tom then. Harry said offhandedly, only to have Dumbledore turn and stare at him intently. And why would you know I cannot have been him? Did I not tell you? Harry said, chuckling anxiously. So, basically the night before the match I had a dream vision thing, hypnokinesis he called it. Dream manipulation, that's a rare skill. Xenophilius mused, butting into their conversation. Yeah, anyway, Tom called up and was like, I don't have any reason to fight you, you don't have any reason to fight me, let's call a truce. So I was like, fair enough. I have better things to be doing anyway, but do something wrong and I will end you. Apparently Tom had been trying to break into my dreams for over a year, but he couldn't. My guess is my mithrilium was stopping him, but he said he found a miracle that allowed him to make the connection. What were his exact words? Dumbledore asked suddenly, losing all color in his face. Something like, the only reason we are talking now is because I accidentally discovered this miracle. Although he's probably talking about the ritual he was in. What ritual? Zeno asked, as Dumbledore finished his fire whiskey in a single gulp and collapsed into his chair. Well, as Tom was talking I split my consciousness, which was weird, and used Corvus II to follow the connection between our magic. I ended up in Stonehenge and Tom was sitting in the middle surrounded by a 7-pointed star made up of triangles and a heptagon made out of blood. Very powerful magical symbol, although I imagine the blood would have had to come from an unwilling witch or wizard, I dread to think who it could have been. Zeno mused grimly, for once being deadly serious instead of his normal airy nature. Bertha Jerkins has been missing for a while now, Dumbledore added darkly from his chair, Dobby hovering awkwardly beside him. She was seen in Albania Albus. I highly doubt Riddle would travel across Europe for a single witch. It's far more likely to be a witch or wizard who got too drunk at a pub and kidnapped by Riddle. Zeno pointed out. So bad Tom Riddle did not kill Mr. Frank Bryce? Dobby asked impatiently, having silently moved across the room without Harry noticing. I consider it unlikely. Zeno said diplomatically. For a start, Riddle was on the wrong side of the country. Plus, he wouldn't have had time to set up the ritual and kill Frank, and a muggle's blood wouldn't have the necessary power to complete such a ritual. Plus, Tom is terrified Dumbledore is looking for him, so he wouldn't do anything big like a well-known magical. Harry pointed out. I don't suppose you know how Frank was murdered, Dobby? Dumbledore asked, apparently recovered from his earlier shock. Dobby does not know, Master Dumbledore, sir. He only knows that magic was involved. Dobby had stayed with Mr. Frank Bryce 5 moons ago, before Dobby finished his own abode. Dobby was using his magic to keep track of Mr. Frank, which is how he knows Mr. Frank died 2 moonrises ago. You've made your own home? Zeno prompted curiously, drifting back into his airy persona. At this, Dobby nodded eagerly, his ears flapping wildly. Indeed I is, sir. Dobby has been teaching himself how to. His magic works differently than he remembers. He has even learned to imbue his power into charms, that be keeping Dobby safe. Could I see one of these charms, Dobby? Dobby gladly handed over one of his necklaces to Harry. He ran it through his fingers as he looked at it. It was the strangest magical signature he had ever seen, almost as if it had been written in another dialect of the same language. At its core, it looks like a notice knot, very similar to my own. It's tuned into basically everything, especially magicals and muggles. In theory, you could wear this and walk straight through Diagon Alley without being seen, although, I don't understand why you would need this, considering I'm fairly sure you already have a near infinite supply of magic. How to explain? Using Harry Potter Sir's magic is like cooking with bare hands. Dobby has all the magic he needs to cook the meal, but he cannot make the meal without getting hurt. Dobby's charms allow him to cook his meal and avoid getting hurt. Oh, I didn't know. I could try and make the magic easier to use if you want. Harry offered. Dobby is used to the feeling. His dryad has been teaching Dobby how to handle the magic without being burned. The moment Dobby finished, he slapped his hand over his mouth and with a muffled, "Dobby has to go," faded away. With his magicite, Harry was able to see Dobby's yellow magic burst apart and get absorbed into the green nimbus of his green magic. Then the green magic lost its consistency and sank into the ground. Huh, that's cool. Dobby seems apparates by merging his own magic with his family magic, aka my magic. Then he sends it into the ground and moves it to his location, where he then recreates his own magic from the family magic, meaning that in a sense, whenever he apparates, he is effectively vanishing his body and conjuring a new body. That is indeed interesting. I imagine that explains why he was able to penetrate the wards. Although, I consider the fact he let slip he has a dryad far more interesting, Dumbledore said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. I didn't think dryads were actual creatures, Harry admitted. He of course knew about dryads from his various books, both Muggle fiction and magical nonfiction. They were thought to have been hunted to extinction some 200 years ago, mostly by wand makers. The wood from the tree of a dryad was supposed to make incredibly powerful staffs, such as the Wand of Merlin, which was a staff fashioned from an ancient yew dryad. Dumbledore informed him, before reaching into his robes and withdrew the Elder Wand. It is said the Wand of Destiny was made from the branch of an ancient Elder Dryad, where they used the death of the Dryad in a ritual to combine the Elder Wood with the Thestral hair. So, did Dobby find a Dryad, or did he somehow make a new Dryad? Harry asked slowly. That is an excellent question, Zeno said, rubbing his hands together eagerly. But you know what this means. If the Dryads are returning, then we may yet find a Crumplehorn Snarkack. The next morning they all sat around the expanded table, as Dumbledore read the paper. Scenes of Terror at the Quidditch World Cup was certainly a bold headline, especially when combined with the large picture of the dark mark in the night sky. Rita blames the Ministry, it seems, as if there was anything they could have done to prevent it. Dumbledore tutted, passing the newspaper down to Nicholas. Your ministry won't be happy. I know the French ministry is out for blood. I suspect the Bulgarian ministry isn't happy either. Now Rita is trying to get the public angry. Knowing Fudge, he's probably going to do something drastic, Nicholas pointed out as he read. If he is smart, he won't. Horace managed to call in a few favors before he escaped to the States. They've been looking for any excuse to call a vote of no confidence. If it weren't for Lucius Malfoy and his minions, then we would already have a new minister, Dumbledore said, a note of anger entering his voice. I doubt Fudge can be replaced. He's too important to the Rotfang conspiracy, Zeno said, in a tone that was clearly meant to be wise. What Rotfang conspiracy? Lockhart asked, looking up from his latest fan mail. Almost as one, everyone else around the table groaned, while Zeno's eyes lit up. It hadn't taken long for Harry to realize Zeno and Luna didn't actually entirely believe in their more extreme conspiracies, they just enjoyed confusing people as a sort of prank. Well, now's as good a time as any. Your school letters arrived yesterday, but I felt it would be for the best if you didn't have to worry about them at the time. Harry eagerly opened his letter, revealing 2 pieces of parchment. The first contained his grades from the end-of-year exams, while the second was the list of items he would need for the year. How did you do? Nicholas asked, equally as eager. I got an outstanding in arithmancy, charms, transfiguration, defense, runes, potions and divination. Exceeds expectations in herbology and history of magic, although without Neville's help I would have probably failed herbology. Huh. I got an O+ in the defense practical but only an E in the written. Harry couldn't hide the touch of disappointment within his voice, having expected to pass all his exams without any problems. At least you got disappointed on the mock exam and not the owls or NEWTs. Of course, 7 O's and 2 EEs are nothing to scoff at, Dumbledore pointed out kindly, And what about you, Luna? Oh, I got an outstanding in astronomy and charms, E's in herbology, transfiguration, defense and potions. She replied simply, shrugging as if it wasn't any big deal. That's fantastic, Luna. Zeno cheered, planting a soft key on her forehead, causing the girl to smile brightly. Despite the happy scene, Harry felt a wave of sadness overcome him. He had gotten the better results, and yet to him, Luna received the better reward. It reminded him of all the times Dudley had been praised while he had been left to his room. He knew it wasn't fair to feel this way. Everyone in the room clearly cared for him, but he couldn't help thinking that nothing had really changed. He was just expected to get on with it, to deal with things on his own. What subjects are you thinking of taking, Luna? Nicholas asked cheerfully. Divination, care of magical creatures and ancient runes. I'm going to write to Sirius. I need to fill him in on the World Cup anyway. Harry said softly, leaving once Dumbledore nodded back, an easy smile on the man's face. Upon reaching his room, he summoned a piece of Muggle paper and his modified dictation quill. The quill would not only write down what he said like normal, it could also refill itself and would only write down what he personally said even if he was in a noisy room. He activated the quill and set it upon the paper, then collapsed onto his bed and activated his privacy wards. Dear Sirius, he began. First, I should say that I am alive and well. The reason I say that is because the campsite we were staying in got attacked by Death Eaters, although luckily we got away before we got hurt. We even picked up Draco Malfoy and his friend Crabbe on the way out, suffice to say I didn't expect to see him. I also got to speak to my friend Dobby again. Apparently he's been learning magic from a dryad of questionable origins. I'm ashamed to admit that I find myself scared of him sometimes, especially when I consider how much he has changed in the 2 years I have known him. In comparison, I have changed very little. The main reason I wanted to write is because I find myself confused. Today me and Luna, received our grades. I got 7 O's and 2 E's while Luna got 2's and 4 E's. When Xenophilius heard Luna's grades, he sounded thrilled. He even kissed her on the forehead. I should have been happy, and it's not like I want Luna to fail or anything, but I only felt sad. It reminded me of when I had to stay with the Dursleys and my cousin got rewarded all the time while I was always ignored, which is stupid because I know things are different now. Is it bad that I felt envious of Luna, when she has so little compared to me? I don't want to grow up to be bitter and jealous, like Professor Snape, but every so often I just can't help my feelings. Aside from that, I'm doing well, although I find myself bored easily and can't wait to return to Hogwarts. I hope you're doing good too. From Harry. Oh, P.S. Also, I just realized that in my haste to send you the necklace in our last letter, I forgot to tell you how it works. Basically, you put it around your neck and use a small fire spell on the pendant, which will then completely change your appearance. No Muggle or magical device will be able to see through it, although people like Moody will be able to realize you are wearing a disguise if they look too closely. As long as you don't do anything to draw attention to yourself, which I know is difficult, given your stories from Hogwarts, you should be fine. To deactivate the necklace, you need to use an ice spell on the pendant. You should be able to feel when it activates and deactivates. Nodding to himself, Harry folded the paper into an envelope and gave it to Corvus II, who dutifully tucked it into his magically expanded internal pouch. Then, with a small hop, the metal crow took flight and soared up into the sky, turning invisible as it did so. With a sigh, Harry put his quill back into his outer coat pocket and focused his occlumency, pushing his jealousy aside. Once he had regained control over his emotions, he opened his door and joined the others downstairs. With the recent attack on the campsite and the new school year approaching, Nicholas had decided to move forward in his students' lessons. He wanted to be with Perenelle, but he knew there was nothing he could do, especially with his own time running out. As much as it pained him to be away from his sick wife, his time was better spent teaching Harry all he could, especially if it helped save the boy's life. Today, we will be applying the properties of your dragon hide jacket to your trench coat. I have taught you everything you will need to know for this transmutation, so you will be the one to draw out the ritual circle, although I will of course be watching over you the entire time. Nicholas felt pride swell through him when his apprentice simply nodded and withdrew a stick of blue chalk and a compass, then set to work. The boy first checked the compass to find true north, before carefully placing the compass down. He then emptied out the pockets of his trench coat, resulting in a considerably large pile of junk and items Harry considered important, having developed a trend of tucking stuff into his pockets then forgetting about them. Once done, he settled both the trenchcoat and dragonskin jacket on the ground a few meters apart, with the compass in line with the center of the connecting line. This meant the jacket was facing west and the trenchcoat facing east, then drew 2 circles around both. Nicholas found himself wincing at how poorly they were drawn, but said nothing as they served their purpose. Harry then drew a relatively straight line connecting the 2 circles, then drew a curved line from the jacket's circle to the trenchcoat's circle. "Could you explain the importance of that line?" he prompted, wanting to make sure Harry understood what he was doing. "Sure. Basically, the line symbolizes movement, in this case moving the properties of the jacket to the coat. To show this, the line starts below the connecting line on the jacket side, showing the jacket as the one losing a property. It then sweeps up over the connecting line and enters the coat circle." "Excellent, but how do you know which side is the bottom, such that you can determine the line starts below the connecting line?" "Because the bottom of an alchemical should always face north, while the top faces south. Although, if we were in the southern hemisphere then it would be the other way around." "Good. Carry on," he said proudly. Kneeling next to the north side of his curved line, Harry began carefully drawing the runes for dragon and skin in one circle, then defense and invisibility in separate circles. This would tell the ritual what to take from the jacket, although Harry could have easily skipped this step by writing the runes on a slab of stone and putting it in a box next to the line. On the south side he then drew the enhance alchemical rune, telling the coat to add whatever was taken on top of the coat's existing properties instead of just replacing it. With that done, Harry then picked up a muggle paper clip from his pile and tapped it against his gauntlet ring, causing the plastic to burn away and turn it to pure gold. "Want to explain what you just did?" Nicholas asked. "Basically, having finished the base ritual, I now need a power source to fuel the reaction. This is because it is an unbalanced ritual, since I am taking something from the jacket without giving anything back. The fuel source will help balance it out so that it can work with minimal cost or risk. I decided gold would be the best fuel, mainly because it ensures the transfer will happen perfectly. I took the paper clip because I know it is made from galvanized steel, meaning zinc, iron and carbon. So, I used the philosopher's stone to turn the steel into gold, using the plastic as the catalyst to save energy." Nodding, he indicated Harry to continue, pleased with his answer. The boy placed the gold paperclip on the north side of the connecting line, then drew a circle around it. He then drew 2 curved lines from the newest circle to the jacket and coat circles. After drawing fuel runes on both lines, Harry stepped back to inspect his work. Nicholas took the opportunity to try and see any flaws, although he was unsurprised to find nothing wrong. "I can't see anything wrong with it. You have permission to start the ritual," Nicholas said formally, fulfilling the apprenticeship magic. Because he had given his apprentice permission to start, all responsibility had been passed on to him as the tutor. In the worst case scenario, such as a ritual backfiring and destroying property or killing someone, Nicholas would be charged as the perpetrator. Harry would be considered blameless since he was under Nicholas' instructions. This was the main reason very few masters took on apprentices, since for many the risks outweigh the reward. With a nod, Harry acknowledged the words and summoned his green chalk, then using it to draw a triangle around the entire ritual. Seeing as the color of the chalks didn't matter for this ritual, Harry was free to use the colors he liked best. "Can you describe why you are using another color chalk?" "Basically, this ritual is made up of 2 parts, the frame and the altars. I used blue circles to symbolize the altars, while I am using the green triangle for the frame. If I used the same color for both, then there's a chance the ritual will consider the triangle an altar, meaning it would sacrifice everything inside it. Alternatively, it could consider the circles frames, which would result in nothing happening. By symbolizing the frame and altars with different colors and shapes, I am ensuring the magic can distinguish between them. In a more permanent setup, The frame would be a physical flat stone area while the altars would be raised platforms made of a different type of stone. Perfect. But why aren't we using stone here? Because it would be pointless. This specific ritual will hopefully only be done once, meaning imbuing the runes into stone would just be a waste of stone. In the Roman Empire, temples were often dedicated to holding some permanent rituals. The most notable would probably be the Temple of Jupiter, which was used to make enchanted electrum, or imperial gold as it was known back then. Good, but why do you need a frame in a ritual? Because the frame has a dual purpose. Its main purpose is to make it easier for the caster, in this case me, to specify what is part of the ritual. Its second purpose is to hopefully contain any magical backlash, although it very rarely gets used as such. That is a good enough answer. Very well. If you are satisfied with your work, you may activate the ritual. Kneeling at the tip of the triangle, Harry placed his finger on the chalk marking, sending twin lines of emerald green fire down the chalk. Once the fire met at the end base of the triangle, the three altars burst into vivid blue fire. In a matter of moments, the blue fire flared brightly, then extinguished itself, quickly followed by the emerald fire. With the fire extinguished, it revealed both jacket and coat seemingly untouched, although the jacket's sheen of dragonskin had moved to the coat. During the ritual, the fire had burned away all of the chalk and the golden paperclip, leaving behind no evidence of the ritual, aside from the lingering magic in the air. Picking up his trenchcoat, Harry gave it a swift look over, before burrowing into it. With a slight frown of concentration, Harry successfully managed to activate his coat's new invisibility. Excellent. Nicholas cheered, pleased to see his student's first proper alchemical ritual had gone perfectly. Later that day, Harry was standing in front of his bedroom mirror as he activated and deactivated his coat's invisibility, reveling in the childlike glee he got from seeing the result of his first ritual, when he was disturbed by a knock on his door. As he rose, a quick look revealed Professor Snape's dark blue magic behind the door. Satisfied, he sent a mental command to the door, causing the door to unlock with a soft click. Despite the bright day outside, Snape was still dressed in his signature black robes, although he was clearly in a good mood as he was wearing a dark purple underrobe. I was wondering if I could speak with you for a moment, Potter. Sure, Harry replied, curious about what the professor wanted. Snape did not speak until they were within Harry's study, door firmly shut and silence spells cast. If it was anyone else, then Harry would have assumed he was about to hear grave news, but with Snape this was his normal behavior. Firstly, I must congratulate you on your exam result. Very few students can get an O in potions before their 5th year, Lily being one such student. She would be very proud. Thank you. You are welcome. Now, as you know, I plan to experiment with the Dementor Ash and see how it reacts with the Wolfsbane potion, something you have already agreed to help with. What are your thoughts in bringing in another student to help? Harry couldn't help noticing the professor wasn't asking for permission to bring in said student. I suppose it would depend on who that student was. Harry replied guardedly, well used to Snape's mind games. She is in your year, Miss Daphne Greengrass, from Slytherin. She is the only other student in your year to have gotten an O in potions. Furthermore, her father works for the most extraordinary society of potioneers. I will ask you to be discreet about this, but I have already chosen her as my next apprentice, assuming she gets the desired grades. I haven't really spoken to her, so I guess I have no problem working with her. I assume the reason you want her instead of an older student is because of her father. Snape nodded stiffly at that. Indeed, although her potion skills aren't exaggerated, of course, she lacks your innate ability when it comes to potions, but then, very few have your ability. Harry smiled innocently, knowing Snape was jealous of how powerful his mage sight was. While Snape could only look at a potion and know it was magical, Harry had learned to see exactly how various ingredients worked together. All it took was completely memorizing the properties of each and every ingredient, then learning how to see what properties the potion required. Unfortunately for Harry, there were no shortcuts to the arithmancy or astronomy side of potion making, such as how many times and what direction a stir was required. Something Snape was a master at, along with the most efficient way to prepare ingredients. Well, if there is nothing you want to say, I have an owl to send. Actually, what with the Death Eaters at the World Cup, and hearing about the dark mark, well, you were curious. Snape interrupted impatiently. You are not the first to ask, nor shall you be the last, I imagine. With a flourish, he turned his arm palm up and drew his sleeve up. It matched the dark mark from the newspaper perfectly, even the snake moving subtly. But the faint gray mark could only show him so much, his magicite showed him a deeper understanding. To start with, the mark was made with Snape's own magic, instead of Voldemort's dark red. However, that wasn't to say Voldemort's magic couldn't be found. Underneath the mark, physically inside Snape's arm, Harry could make out a faint orb of dark red magic. It's made from your own magic? Harry asked, seeking clarification. Indeed, the Dark Lord seemed to relish making his followers use their own magic to create his mark. After all, what better way to prove your loyalty other than knowingly marking your skin with his mark permanently? After a follower marks themselves, the Dark Lord permits a drop of his blood to be embedded under the flesh. So, does that mean that anyone who took the mark can't have been under the Imperius? Harry asked slowly. I know of marked Death Eaters that took his mark against their consent, the ignorant and cursed amongst them. As such, I cannot in good faith say that every Death Eater that used the Imperius defense is a liar. Snape replied silkily, the bite in his voice telling Harry to drop that line of questioning. What does the drop of blood do? From what I can tell, it causes a sympathetic bond between the mark and the Dark Lord. Through it, the Dark Lord can quite literally summon his followers, by which I mean he has the ability to force his followers to apparate to his location. It can also be used to get the Dark Lord's attention. I have reason to believe he can also use the mark to locate his followers. Doesn't that mean you could use the bond against him? Don't be foolish. Do you really think the Dark Lord would leave himself open to such a weakness? The bond from the mark to the Dark Lord is only just strong enough to draw his attention. Anything else must be initiated from his side. Besides, any attempt to remove or tamper with the mark would kill the bearer instantly, taking the connection with it. Can it do anything else? Such as drawing magic, or giving Voldemort healing runes? Ah, so the headmaster told you that particular theory. It is true that a percentage of my magic flows into the mark, far more than should be required to keep the mark active. However, nobody has been able to prove that the magic goes to the Dark Lord, nor that the marks provides him any runic healing. To his annoyance, his magicite could only confirm Snape's statement, the extremely faint sympathetic bond the only indication the mark was connected to anything at all. He couldn't even use the bond as a compass to locate Voldemort, as the bond vanished before it even left Snape's flesh. Ultimately, however, it matters not. Even if the Dark Mark was giving the Dark Lord power, he would need to mark an entire country to see any tangible results. Suffice to say, while he has many hidden followers, he does not yet possess that many. Now, I must be off. Expect Ms. Greengrass to join us every other week. With that, Snape stood up and with a swirl of his robes apparated from the home. Later that night, Harry was relaxing on his bed, Dippet's book on conditional magic open in front of him, when he was interrupted by Corvus zooming into his room, dropping Sirius' letter down in front of him. Harry, I am greatly relieved to know you are fine. It breaks my heart to have to be so far away from you, knowing that I can't be there to protect you every time you step outdoors. The Death Eater attack is the latest in a series of strange rumors that have reached me here. They're saying Dumbledore has gotten Mad Eye out of retirement, which means he's reading the signs, even if no one else is. However, even with Mad Eye at Hogwarts this year, you must keep your eyes and ears open. During my travels I heard a rumor saying the Triwizard Tournament has been re-established, with Hogwarts being chosen to host the event. If you do not already know about this, then I urge you to ask Dumbledore before the school year starts. One final thing before I move on to the main part of the letter, Draco Malfoy. I have never met him, however his mother, Narcissa, is my cousin. From what both you and Moony have told me about him, he is a first-class asshole. Unfortunately he reminds me of myself when I was his age. It may be that I am wrong, however it is likely that Draco is simply lashing out because he can't do anything else, but should you befriend him he could turn out to be a powerful ally. Now, about your confusion. When I left my family home to stay at the Potters, it took me forever to get used to the fact I was allowed to do whatever I wanted around their house, and that was with James telling me it was okay every second of every day. As such, I can totally understand where you're coming from. I would like to say you will wake up tomorrow and never feel these feelings again, however, that would be a lie. But, you should know that just because you feel something bad, doesn't mean you are a bad person. I would suggest talking to someone about it, such as Dumbledore. What happened to you was not right, and if I could change one thing from my past, then I would make it so I never went after that rat and ensured you had the happy childhood you deserve. But, that aside, I am so very proud of you. When I was in your year, I was a straight A student. Hell, even with Lily and Mooney breathing down our necks for our new year, I only got 4 outstandings, which was confusing, because I was inside and sitting down for all my exams. From what I can see, it seems like you should be able to breeze through most of your exams, but even if you get your NEWT results and you find out you failed everything, I will still be proud of you. I know better than anyone that life is not determined by exam results, but by our actions. As for your present, I had discovered the secret to activating the disguise after an encounter with Avila, a story that you are far too young to hear, so you will have to wait until I can see your reaction. I won't ask how you made it, although I can tell it's made the same as your sword. Which reminds me, that sword is still burning. The Patronus fire doesn't spread, but it's hard to explain why I have a flaming sword above my bed, even if it does keep the nightmares away. Never be afraid to ask for help. Asking for help is not a sign of weakness. Sirius. Upon finishing the letter, Harry felt a huge weight being lifted from his shoulders, a weight he never knew he was carrying. The simple knowledge that Sirius was proud of him, regardless of his achievements or grades, filled him with a warmth he had rarely felt. While their only meeting within the Forbidden Forest at the end of the year had been short, their frequent letters had let Harry get to know his godfather. From the way he mixed humor with seriousness, to his rubbish puns. With a smile on his face, Harry summoned his newest notebook and opened it to the first free page. A quick sticking charm ensured the letter wouldn't get removed by accident, while a preservation charm made it impossible for the ink letter to get ruined. The book contained every single letter he had received from Sirius, all carefully stored and preserved. He had very carefully copied the picture of Sirius at his parents' wedding from his photo album, which he had stuck to the inside cover of his notebook. He had then gilded the outer cover of his book with a thin layer of mithril, which prevented anyone who didn't have his exact magical signature from opening the book. The mithril also prevented the book from getting damaged, both natural damage or purposeful damage. It was with some shame that he had copied the book's protections from Tom Riddle's diary, except his book lacked the dark magic of the Horcrux. Finally, he had gotten Dumbledore's help to draw a fairly complex conditional rune matrix on the back cover. Anyone that looked at the pages of the book were unknowingly agreeing to a condition that prevented them telling anyone what they had seen, so even if someone looked over his shoulder, Sirius would be safe. Returning the book to his school trunk, he returned to Dippet's book. Even after over a year, he hadn't managed to turn the book back into English, which had forced him to learn how to read French before he could make any progress. His occlumency allowed his brain to accept new languages, while a narration charm told him how French worked. Nicholas, as a native French speaker, was a huge help, although he only judged Harry's current level as legible. The next day, he cornered Dumbledore after their breakfast. Sir, could I talk to you? Harry asked tentatively. Of course, Harry, of course. Shall we retire to my office? His home office was fairly similar to his Hogwarts office, except far smaller and without the giant portraits on the walls. Here, Dumbledore only had 2 small pictures. One was himself, Nicholas, and Harry. The other photo was over 100 years old and had his brother, sister, and parents smiling and waving in front of their old house. It had been taken before his sister had been attacked, back when his family was whole and happy. When they entered, Fox looked up from his perch, before tucking his head back under his wing in disgust. With how busy the cottage had gotten the last few days, Fox had retreated from his normal spot in front of the fireplace to hear. So Harry, what did you want to talk about? He asked patiently, settling down in his chair. Well, in Sirius' latest letter, he said there's a rumor about the Triwizard Tournament being held at Hogwarts and that I should ask you about it. Ah, that was meant to be a secret, but then, I suppose it is for the best. He mused. Yes. I assume you do not know what the tournament is, Harry. No, I've never heard about it before, although I can guess it's a tournament with 3 wizards, probably the best wizards from Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Ilvermorny. Actually, the tournament is older than Ilvermorny, so the third school is Durmstrang by tradition. It was first established some 700 years ago as a friendly competition between the 3 largest European schools of wizardry, which as you partly guessed are Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. You are also correct in that each school put forth a champion, who would compete in 3 magical tasks. The schools took it in turns to host the tournament once every 5 years, and it was generally agreed to be an excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities, until the death toll mounted so high that the tournament was discontinued. Oh, Harry said. Wait, so the champions died before and the tournament just kept on going? Quite. Apparently, the heads of school at the time did not put much stock into the lives of their students, or they felt the glory for winning was worth the risk. You see, whoever wins the Triwizard Cup gets 1,000 galleons and eternal glory. The winner's school also gets to boast that they trained Europe's best student, until the next tournament rolled around. As Hogwarts headmaster, I find the entire tournament repulsive. However, once Ludo Bagman presented the idea to Fudge, the minister then got in contact with the French and Norwegian ministries before I had the opportunity to find out and revoke the idea. Unfortunately, I have no choice in the matter. However, I was able to impose several rules to make this tournament safer. That's good, I suppose, but why did Sirius think I should be told before I went to Hogwarts? Well, one of the rules I pushed for is forbidding anyone under the age of 17 to enter their name. However, when I was your age, I would have done anything to compete. Likewise, both your father and Sirius would have also attempted to enter together. They likely would have succeeded too, even if a school is only meant to select a single student. Dumbledore explained in a roundabout way. And you think I would try to enter myself? Frankly, I could not say. You are far more cautious than either myself or your father were at your age. However, I also know you want to prove yourself. You yourself have admitted to a desire to show off on more than one occasion. Harry thought over the man's words and admitted he did find the idea appealing, although the risk of death was a huge turn-off. If it weren't for the death toll, I probably would have entered. I may want to prove myself, especially in front of 2 other schools, but I don't want to die doing it. A wise mindset to have. Especially when you factor in the fact it is extremely unlikely you will be allowed to use your mithril. The champions are signed into a magically binding contract that will kill them if they bring anything other than their wand into the tasks with them. I am unsure if your mithril will bypass this contract. Wait, are you saying that without my mithril I couldn't beat the tasks? Harry asked, genuinely annoyed the headmaster believed so little of him. That is not what I said. Dumbledore replied sternly. Could you beat the tasks? Almost definitely, even if they are designed for older students. Could you do so without risking your own life in the process? I am not sure, nor am I excited to find out. However, what I actually wanted to know was if you plan to enter, because if so, I could try and enter you through official channels and avoid an international scandal. Chastised, Harry considered his answer properly. If it only happens every 5 years, then I won't be there to compete in the next one if it happens, but I don't want to be internationally known as the kid that shows off his magic. I just want to keep inventing new stuff. I take that to mean you do not want your name entered. I must say, that is a relief. In all likelihood, if your name was entered, you would be chosen, since the GOB, impartial judge, works by selecting the student with the largest magical potential. And, with my mithril, I easily have the highest potential. Even without your mithril, you would have likely been one of the strongest students in Hogwarts. Of course, you could still see how strong you are compared to other students. While they aren't officially sanctioned, the students often hold dueling or flying events. That could be fun. It would do me good to duel someone other than Tonks. I somehow doubt the average student would be much of a challenge to you. Perhaps I should ban you from competing after all, just to give the other students a chance. Dumbledore said jokingly, causing Harry to roll his eyes in amusement. So, was there anything else you wanted from me? My door is of course always open to you. Nah, that was it. Wanted to get it out of the way before my trip to Gringotts. Ah, that explains it then. Do be safe out there, Harry. Of course, me and Tonks will be in disguise anyway, just in case. After a series of letters being sent back and forth since Harry had last been to Gringotts, he finally stepped back into Maker Gruckup's office. He was unsurprised to see the room unchanged. Greetings, Maker Potter. The goblin said solemnly. Good afternoon, Maker Gruckupt. Harry replied, nodding his head politely. To cut to the chase, you said you were interested in buying a bismuth kiln. Suffice to say, there is no standard procedure when it comes to this, as such I have been given the right to define the standard myself. You should feel proud, together we are writing a new page in the history of Goblinkand. She then reached under her desk and pulled out a small kiln, which meant it was only as big as the drum of his aunt's washing machine. One of these normally costs around 1.2 million galleons to produce, although I cannot give you this for the direct cost. Why not? Surely it doesn't matter who is using it, as long as whoever gets paid for producing it. Gruckupt bared her teeth at that, grinning at Harry nastily. Because, whenever we use one, whatever profit is made by selling mithrilum quartz gets turned into the Goblin Empire. Which will eventually trickle back down into the Crafter Guild. Selling it to you would result in this kiln only making the Empire a fraction of what it would otherwise make. Okay, but what about the mithril reactor I taught you? I imagine that would give you far more than this single kiln. Unfortunately, our mithrilum does not take well to the runes you taught us. Despite this, we have been able to get a working reactor, but it is not as beneficial as we had hoped. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Harry said genuinely, feeling guilty that he had essentially scammed the goblins after they had helped him. The information you gave us was honest and you had no way of knowing our mithrilum would behave differently. Gruckupt said, waving off his concerns. I knew that was a possibility going into the deal, but deemed the possible costs worth the risk. Well then, I could try and give you a mithril reactor made of my mithril, in return for this kiln. Something you can't make in return for something I can't make. Harry offered. Gruckupt leaned back at that, stroking her thin beard passively. Eventually, she rose out of her chair and offered her soot-covered hand. That deal is acceptable with me, one kiln for one reactor of equal size. After shaking her hand, he followed her out of the office and back into the forge area. It was evidently a slow day as there were only 2 goblins watching over the kiln, which was roaring faintly. The only new addition was a large triangular pyramid that took up an entire corner. It was completely covered in several runes, with several mithrilum lines connecting it to the central kiln. Despite its size, this reactor barely produces a quarter of what a dragon can produce, despite being half the size of an average dragon. Our mithrilum resists modification once finished, which has served us well for a millennia, however it means carving runes post-forge is difficult. Harry crept closer and cautiously placed his hand on the reactor, feeling the magic swirl inside the metal. It seemed the goblins had forged 4 separate pieces, carved the runes while the metal was setting, then quickly merged each side together. It would have taken an extraordinary amount of coordination, especially when faced with a time limit. However, this forced the reactor to be hollow, meaning the vast majority of the reactor wasn't doing anything. Do you want me to fix this reactor, or make a completely new one? Harry asked. For a brief moment, a look of surprise appeared on Gruckup's face before it was replaced by cool intrigue. We did not believe it was possible to fix this reactor. Certainly, if you can improve it, then that will be more than satisfactory, although, how dangerous will a fully functional reactor be? That is to say, what is the chance the reactor could damage the forge? That, I would like to say there is no chance, but I don't know how the dragon fire would react to the reactor. It could be the fire would just make the reactor stop altogether, but it might explode if it began producing and storing too much magic. That is a risk I cannot condone. Follow me, if you will. He was led to a new room, which was essentially a large empty rock cavern. This was a weapon testing area, until it was replaced with a more modernized location. The rock can withstand a significant amount of explosives and is far away from anything important. So, I assume this is where you want the reactor? Harry asked rhetorically, moving to the center of the cavern. Indeed. If you give me a moment, I can have the reactor moved here for you to work. I could just make a completely new one, which would probably be easier for me to make, to be honest. As you say. Please, don't let me stop you. I just ask that you make it possible for us to move the reactor in the future should the need arise. Nodding, Harry began the process of making the reactor. He began by forming a smaller, more solid version of the goblin's reactor, then carefully etched in the growth rune. Once the top of the pyramid reached his chest, he removed the runes and set about the next stage. He gave the mithril the ideology for hovering, decay and heat. He then drew the preservation rune and told the mithril to burn off excess magic as heat. A quick freezing charm both temporarily stopped the heat production and cooled the mithril back down, allowing Harry time to finish the reactor without a meltdown. A second, hollow, pyramid was now formed around the original, which would both keep summoning water until the gap was filled and keep the core floating perfectly inside it. When the reactor wasn't running at full power, the inside core would soon become boiling hot. The water was required to allow the bleed the heat out, as well as preventing the room from becoming equally hot. Next, he added a small spout on the top of the reactor, which would stop any liquid escaping. He then added a small mithril cone on top of that spout, which would vanish any steam inside it. Finally, he also added a hole in the front of the pyramid which went inside the core, which he soon filled with a large cylinder of mithril. The cylinder acted as the output for the magic, which would allow the goblins to siphon the magic for their own means. The cylinder also doubled as the control station, as it allowed him to control both the core and cooling layer from the cylinder. Finally, he added a hovering ideology that would keep the reactor exactly 1 foot of the ground. With bated breath, Harry removed the freezing charm and felt the core roar into life, soon the sounds of water boiling soon reaching his ears. Eventually steam started to drift out of the spout. Ta-da! 1 mithril kettle. Harry said extravagantly, turning to an unamused Gruckooked. Indeed, she replied shortly, raising a single eyebrow. I trust it works just like your original plans. Basically, yeah, I forgot what I actually included in the original plans, so I basically made this up on the spot based on what I remember thinking. This will continue to make magic for a very long time, which can be accessed from this cylinder. You just need to hook up your wires to the mithril. I programmed the mithril to pass its magic onto anything that asks for it, which means your wires will work fine. Once you start drawing magic, the inner core will start to bleed off less heat, so you will only get steam coming out if the reactor starts to store magic. The steam catcher on top is removable, so if you have something that can use the steam, you can connect it to the spout and use it. Otherwise, this thing should just keep making magic without any upkeep, although it might be worth checking on the runes inside every so often. Thank you very much, Maker Potter. Gruckook said, bowing deeply. But, could you explain why you suggest we inspect the runes? Oh, sure. Basically, the core is constantly trying to destroy itself, while the runes keep it in perfect condition. But, because the mithril is still trying to destroy itself, it keeps producing magic. Anyway, if the runes stop working, then the reactor core will just decay into nothingness, meaning it will stop working. Is there any danger in this? No. Harry replied firmly. Even if the runes get destroyed completely, the outer layer isn't affected by the runes and will keep producing water. At most, the core will start to rapidly increase in heat until it disappears, meaning you will start to get a ton of steam coming out the top. Very well. For this, I feel no shame in giving you our Mithrilium quartz kiln for free. I hope it works as well for you as it does for us. Gruckook said sincerely. Thank you. It was only when they got back to Gruckook's office that he realized his problem. The bismuth can go into a magically expanded space, right? He asked sheepishly, suddenly realizing he may have to lug the entire kiln home with him. As long as the space is just bigger on the inside, then it will go in no problem. If the space works by shrinking whatever is being added, then no, it will not. Cautiously, he opened his coat pocket as wide as it could go, then started lowering it onto the kiln. Unfortunately, the entrance to Harry's pocket wasn't wide enough to accept the kiln. Seeing his difficulty, Gruckook produced a Gringotts bag and easily tipped the kiln into the bag. She then drew the drawstrings until the entire bag was sealed and fit within her palm, where she then passed the bag to Harry. Harry was unpleasantly surprised to discover the Gringotts bag didn't negate the weight of the kiln, meaning the moment Grukuk let go of the bag Harry almost dropped it until he got used to the weight. He was about to place the bag inside his coat pocket when Grukuk interrupted him. I wouldn't attempt to place the bag into your coat, but this should make it easier to carry. Thank you very much. I hope the reactor brings you good fortune. And may your kiln bring you much treasure. For the final time that summer, Harry and Tonks were getting ready to duel. This time Lockhart was an eager spectator, having stayed with them for the last few days of summer. It was easy to see where the duels had been held in the garden, a circle of overgrown bright green grass indicating where Tonks repeatedly drew the barrier. At the end of the garden, covered by its own mithril ward, was their new shed. Currently the only thing inside the shed was his bismuth kiln, glowing brightly as it turned the mithril into mithrate. In order to begin the process he had locked a cube of mithril into the kiln then told it to overload with magic. Harry was midway through removing his mithril gear when Lockhart finally built up the nerve to interject. So, why are you removing all your stuff? Because in a real-world attack he wouldn't have his mithril on him. Tonks said in exasperation, as if it was obvious. He had his mithril on him during the Quidditch attack. He retorted logically, which caught Tonks by surprise. Huh, okay. You fight him then, she said, grinning evilly as she stepped backwards. Why don't you do it? You are the one with horror experience after all. Yeah, but I wouldn't live it down if Mad Eye learned I was defeated by this git. After a fair deal of arguing, Lockhart found himself facing off against a fully armed Harry, gauntlet and shield on his left arm, wand held in the right hand. His trench coat fluttered slightly in a summer breeze, causing faint flashes whenever it caught the sunlight. Tonks, now stood outside the chalk circle, began counting down. As they got close to starting, Lockhart began shifting nervously, going over the spells he was going to use. Thanks to Harry he was capable of casting the majority of the spells in his repertoire, however in doing so he knew Harry was equally capable and knew how to protect against them. During his year in St. Mungo's, he had learned a few new offensive spells from short-term patients, normally aurors or spell crafters. Between the majority of them being overjoyed that the Gilderoy Lockhart was talking to them and his fairly accomplished acting skills, it had been easy to convince them to help him out. The moment Tonks shouted out, "Begin!" he began weaving together the sword-maker hex, causing a steady stream of swords to fly at Harry. To his dismay, Harry simply raised his shield, which blocked each and every sword, each one dropping to the ground in front of him. Moving quickly, he cast 2 Hostum Prolium Jinxes, one to his left and the other to his right. The spell was notoriously hard to use, because of its spiral trajectory making it extremely hard to aim. Unfortunately for Harry, Lockhart had always been extremely good at aiming, meaning both bolts were bound straight for him. Lockhart hoped that one or both of his spells would manage to bypass Harry's shield, leaving him open to a stronger curse. To his great annoyance, Harry proved capable enough to block the right bolt with his shield while using the Armum shield to summon a small dark orange disc to block the left bolt. However, this did leave him open for Lockhart's Ebublio Jinx to sail between his shield and wand and strike him clean on the chest. He expected the boy to be surrounded in a large magical bubble, instead the spell splashed harmlessly against a previously invisible shield. He knew the boy hadn't had enough time to summon the shield himself, meaning it must have been there the whole time. However, all magical shields were supposed to be visible, even if the caster was strong enough to make it incredibly difficult to see them. The magical shield around the boy's mithril was a perfect example. The only way you could tell it was there was due to the permanent heat haze that expanded about a foot beyond the physical edge. However, the shield around the boy's chest had no such weakness, seeing as Lockhart couldn't tell it was there once his spell finished unraveling. Harry's response to the attack was to point his gauntlet at the man and cast a light blue orb of magic at the man, which struck Lockhart's hastily cast Armum shield with a clang. To Lockhart's horror, the spell simply became lodged in the shield, causing a considerable drain on his magic. Harry then cast a disarming jinx, which Lockhart instinctively blocked by moving the shield into its path. The shield shattered under the twin assault, although it took the blue orb with it. Unfortunately, the disarming jinx sailed right through and struck Lockhart on the shoulder, forcing his wand out of his arm. Harry wins, Tonks said, sounding faintly bored. But, how? He asked in amazement, stunned that he had been beaten so easily. He only used 2 offensive spells. Now you know why I didn't want to fight him. Tonks replied loftily. He can also use his gauntlet as a wand, even if it makes the spells wacky. Then you have his shield, which is basically impossible to break, unless you put everything into a shield breaker. Even then, you still have the physical shield, which can basically only be penetrated by dark magic. Also, my mithril ensures I am at full power throughout the entire fight. Harry added happily, pleased that he had won the fight. And, how would one go about learning how to make this mithril? Basically, be 11 years old. Our current theory is that if you don't learn how to make mithril when you're around 11, it becomes way harder to learn. I learned how to make mithril shortly after my 11th birthday, while Hermione only just managed to make a ring and she had just had her 12th birthday. I tried to teach Luna last year, but she couldn't feel her magic like me and Hermione could. Grumbling about being cheated out of learning a powerful piece of magic, Lockhart recovered his wand and returned his robes to their previously spotless appearance. So, fancy a rematch? Harry asked cheekily. Eventually September 1st rolled around, finding Harry back on the Hogwarts Express once more. As was usual, he was one of the first to arrive, although this time he was accompanied by Luna and Tonks. Absently, he leaned against the window and watched as students slowly trickled in. Mentally, he played a bingo as he tried to match students' faces with names. It didn't take long for Colin Creevy to show up, followed by a boy that had the same mousy brown hair. The next to arrive from his group of friends was Neville Longbottom and his overbearing grandmother, although the blonde boy seemed to have gained some confidence over the summer. He was no longer slouched over and instead stood at his full height, almost towering over the other students. Finally, just as the station clock neared 11, a flood of Weasleys drifted through the barrier. They seemed to be having some sort of argument, although Harry couldn't make out the words over the din of the students. Their argument was ended by the conductor blowing his whistle, forcing Mrs. Weasley and one of her elder sons to step back. By the time Ron pushed into the compartment, the train had started to pick up steam, the station swiftly disappearing. Unbelievable, he muttered hotly, placing down his owl cage and collapsing into the seat beside Neville. The owl inside the cage hooted cheerfully, rattling the lock and staring around the compartment, until Ron threw a maroon something over the cage. What's unbelievable? Neville asked passively, used to Ron's bursts of anger. Apparently something's happening at Hogwarts this year, but my own brother won't tell me what it is. Say Harry, with you living with Dumbledore, you must have heard something, right? Yeah, Dumbledore told me a few days ago. Harry replied honestly. Well, go on then, what is it? Ron demanded as he and Neville leaned forward eagerly. Can't tell you. Dumbledore made me promise not to tell anyone until after the feast, didn't want me to ruin the surprise. Swearing loudly, Ron slouched back in his chair. That's what Bill said, it's like everyone is conspiring against me. Why can't anyone just give me a straight answer? Any reply was halted by the door opening, revealing Draco and Crabbe. And miss out on leaving you in the dark, Weasley? Draco asked mockingly, although Harry noticed the bite was missing from his words. As if you know what it is, Malfoy. Ron retorted hotly, crossing his arms angrily. My father is one of the organizers, so obviously he told me from the beginning. You didn't come here just to gloat, so spit out whatever you came to say and leave. Ron returned, having failed to come up with another argument. We wanted to say something to Potter. Draco said softly, all confidence leaving both his voice and body. I'm listening, he replied, turning his full attention on the blonde. Well, it's hard to say. While I was unconscious, I lost my wand. Crabbe cut in gruffly, talking in front of Harry for the first time. Draco's father went to try and find it after he collected us from St. Mungo's, but he couldn't find it. I'm sorry to hear that, Harry said honestly, knowing the pain of losing a wand well. But I don't see why you needed to bring that to my attention. Well, the reason my father couldn't find Vin's wand. Vin, Neville interrupted, looking lost. Vincent Crabbe. Draco said impatiently, indicating his friend behind him. Anyway, the reason he couldn't find the wand is because the area we were hiding in, well, it was a crater by the time my father got there. Oh, good thing we found you then. Despite their differences, Harry would have felt awful if he had left Draco and Crabbe behind only to find they had died. Yes, without you me and Vin would have been stuck there, meaning House Malfoy and Crabbe owes House Potter a life debt. Draco finished solemnly. I'm a bit rusty on the life debt traditions. Harry replied slowly, glancing at Neville nervously. Basically, it means you did something to save another wizard's life, such that if you had done nothing they would have died. If you reject their debt, then that means you see both houses as completely worthless to you, which would be a big deal both due to your popularity and house. If you accept, however, you can make a request, which both houses are honor bound to fulfill. Neville explained patiently. So, there's no magical compulsion to do the request. Technically no, but fairly to complete it will curse the debtor. Oh, don't worry, the curse is just that people will find the debtor untrustworthy, they won't die or anything. In that case, Draco Malfoy and Vincent Crabbe, I recognize your debt and make this request. The next time you see anyone that would benefit from your help, you will try your best to help them. You don't have to risk your life doing it, but I want you to show someone the same kindness I showed you. As he spoke, Harry felt the mithrilium in his head churn, guiding him towards the right words. That, I can do that. Draco said hesitantly, clearly thinking over the words. Behind him, Crabbe was nodding absently, looking at Draco for guidance. Nodding once more, Draco turned to go before stopping at the door. It's silly, but I want you to know that I'm going to get stronger. I am never going to be caught hiding in a pit again, I am going to be strong enough to stand by myself and weather the storm, like you. Draco, if you want help, well, I'll be in the old classroom once a week, I wouldn't mind giving you and Crabbe some help if you want. I would like that, Draco said softly, before he left the compartment in a hurry. Giving a huff, Ron jumped from his seat and shut the door, then tapped the lock with his wand, then frowned and tapped it again. Give it a slight tilt as you tap it, Harry prompted, his voice laced with humor. Following Harry's instructions, Ron was finally able to lock the door. Looking very pleased with himself, Ron sat down then frowned at the others, who were barely holding in their laughter. So, who knew Malfoy had a weak side? Neville said with a certain amount of glee. To his annoyance, Harry noticed Neville was grinning slightly, until his friend spotted his expression and looked down in shame. What was he talking about anyway, Harry? Why does he owe you a life debt? Ron asked, completely missing the interaction between his two friends. So you know the Death Eater attack at the World Cup. Well, as me, Tonks and Lockhart were escaping, we ran into Malfoy and Crabbe. Well, more like we ran past their hiding space and I stopped to get them. Basically, Crabbe had been hit with a spell and was unconscious, but all Malfoy was able to do was get himself and Crabbe under cover. Anyway, I then carried Crabbe to the edge of the forest, where Lockhart took the pair of them to St. Mungo's. Ah, so if you hadn't spotted them then they would have died, hence the life debt. Ron said, nodding along. Wait, what's wrong, Neville? Shocked, Harry turned to Neville who looked grim. Oh, I just don't like thinking about how somebody our age was in a life or death situation, like, that could have been one of us in that situation. It almost was me, Ron said blithely. We were right under where the dark mark was cast, almost got stunned by the oars and everything. Collectively, Harry, Tonks, Luna and Neville stared at Ron, who was distracted by adjusting the maroon cloth over the owl cage. Eventually Ron finished and turned back to them. What? Okay. First off, what's with the maroon thing? Tonks said, causing Ron to blush beet red. Oh, this. It's my dress robes, my mum said I would need them this year. Ron replied awkwardly, talking softly. Fair enough. Secondly, care to explain what you mean about being under the dark mark? So, Dad won tickets to the World Cup, top box and everything. I wanted to invite you to watch it with us, but Dad pointed out we only have one spare ticket, two if Mum stayed home. So anyway, Percy invited Penelope over and Bill and Charlie came home for like the first time since they left. We had to leave super earlier too, since Dad wanted us to catch the portkey, even though we could have been apparated there. Not that this isn't fascinating, but do you think you could fast forward a bit? Tonks asked impatiently. Right. So our tent is basically as close to the stadium as possible, meaning we are one of the first to the top box. It was brilliant, although the Malfoys showing up was a shame. Percy kept trying to bow anytime an official walked in and Penelope had to keep pulling him back into this chair. Only strange thing was this house elf was holding a seat for Mr. Crouch, Percy's boss, but he never showed up. Anyway, when the riots broke out, Dad told me, Mum Ginny, Penelope, Fred and George to go to the forest. Somewhere while we were running we got split up, so it was just me, Penelope and George. But when I went to grab my wand, it was just gone. I thought I might have dropped it while we were running, but looking back on it I don't remember feeling it since the game. So, eventually we ran into that elf again, who muttered something about flying wizards, then we ran into Bagman in the middle of this clearing. Somehow he didn't know about the Death Eaters, cause he apparated away the moment we told him. Then, get this, we were just resting and going. We must be safe. When somebody goes ahead and casts the dark mark. Like, we could hear the guy say the incantation, so he could probably see us from the dark. Next thing we know, Aurors have apparated to us and started firing blindly and we are just crawling on the floor trying to avoid being hit. Then Dad comes out of nowhere and is like, stop firing. So we get to stand up and then they start accusing us of casting the mark. We of course deny it, but Crouch was fairly demanding, until Mr. Diggory goes to where we pointed and comes back with Crouch's elf. But the elf would need a wand surely. Also I doubt Mr. Crouch's elf would be a Death Eater supporter, Harry argued. Who is Mr. Crouch? Luna asked curiously, blinking at him owlishly. He was head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement during the Wizarding War. People expected him to become the next minister. Hated Death Eaters with a passion, like he despised them. Then his son got caught with a group of Death Eaters attacking a family, which soured the public's opinion of him. He got shoved into the Department of Magical Cooperation and Bonsi got promoted to head of the DMLE. Tonks explained easily. Harry couldn't help how angry Neville seemed to get during her explanation, nor did he miss the look of relief when Tonks avoided naming the family. It was easy enough to piece together that it had been Neville's family that had been attacked, explaining why his gran had been responsible for raising him. Yeah, what she said. As for the elf, Blinky I think, well she had a wand, somehow she had my wand. No idea how she got a hold of it, suppose she must have nicked it out my back pocket during the match. Anyway, Crouch stormed into the woods to try and find someone else I guess, then when he returned he basically disowned her on the spot. Don't know what happened next, cause Dad made us go back to the tent. So, what was the match like? Neville asked eventually. I wanted to go, but by the time I convinced Gran she couldn't get any tickets. Oh it was wicked. Ron began. Having been present for the match Harry let Ron's words wash over him, until something caught his attention. Then the Velas started dancing and oh boy, was that something. Their allure almost made me jump out of the top box to try and get to them, until Dad snapped me out of it. Wait, when did the Vela use their allure? I didn't feel anything from them the whole match. Harry asked in confusion. Oh they definitely used their allure Harry, I could feel it across the stadium. Luna said, confirming Ron's story. The press box might have been shielded. Tonks suggested. After all, the reporters would need a full, uninterrupted memory of the match. I suppose. Harry murmured, trying to remember if he had seen a shield around the box and coming up empty. So what happened next? Neville asked eagerly, leaning forwards in his seat. Eventually they rolled into Hogsmeade Station, having been traveling through a continuous wave of rain. As Harry stood in the carriage doorway, he stared at the downpour before flicking his wand upwards and forming a magical umbrella. He trusted the enchanted layer of air beneath his soles to keep his shoes dry, but he took a moment to cast the same enchantment on his friend's shoes before they stepped into the deluge. Despite the rain hampering his vision, he easily made out Hagrid and his giant lantern. Hey Hagrid, he called out over the noise. Harry, would ye mind comin' over here a mo? Hagrid yelled back, his voice easily heard over everyone else. Turning to his friends, he yelled, "I'll catch up with you guys later." Before he made his way over, Tonks grabbed hold of the back of his jacket to avoid being separated. "What's up, Hagrid?" "Well, I was wonderin' if Ye would help me with the first years. What with the rain and all, I don't want to lose one o' 'em, especially since I can't, Ye know, do magic. I wouldn't normally ask, but I know I can trust Ye, plus Ye can look after yourself." "Oh, sure, I'd be delighted to help." "Good man. If Ye and Tonks stay at the back o' the group and make sure the first years are okay, then when we get to the boats, if Ye two take the last boat and make sure nobody takes a swim." Walking along the path again felt very nostalgic to the pair of them, even if the dirt path had been churned into a thick mud. When they reached the boats, Harry was shocked to see most were underwater, having been drowned by the rain. Together the three of them raised the boats out of the water and dried them, although Tonks very pointedly avoided looking at Hagrid while he cast magic. Seeing that the students were all completely sodden, Harry took sympathy on them and gathered them to him. "Okay, everyone. Time for a little lesson. I want you all to take out your wands and give them a flick upwards, then a little circle. Give it a bit more wrist action. Good. Now, you need to say Vedant nice and clearly. Now, point your wand at the boats and do put the two together." As they cast the spell, Harry and Tonks went up and down the line and dried the students. Gradually water started avoiding the boats, forming small invisible umbrellas over the boats. With a nod to Hagrid, he ordered everyone into the now dry boats and set off. Once again Harry used his Magizite to look under the boats. This time he was able to clearly see the tentacles of the giant squid holding up all of the boats. It was fortunate the squid was there, as a particularly close fork of lightning startled several students, one of which tumbled into the lake. Before Harry could even think of reacting, the kid was picked up by another tentacle and plopped back into the boat. Unfortunately, the rain and lightning blocked the students' view of the castle, although Harry was able to make out the lights through the gray. He knew the house elves went through a lot of work to ensure the south side of the castle was fully lit, so it was a shame the first years couldn't get the full effect. "Heads down!" Hagrid yelled as they neared the underground cove, although seeing as Hagrid was able to remain standing as they sailed under the ivy, the warning was probably unnecessary. During his first trip he had missed it, but now he saw the squid let go of each boat as it sailed under the ivy, giving the magic complete control. As soon as they got out, Harry cast a drying charm on the boy who fell in, while Tonks cast warming charms over them all. Hagrid used the time to do a quick head count before leading the students up the short flight of stairs and knocking, only for the door to remain closed. Frowning, Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the Marauder's map, checking to see McGonagall's name. Before he could find her name, the door was opened by the irate deputy head. "Potter, I remember your sorting well enough, and I hardly think you need to be sorted again," she asked the moment she saw him. "My fault, Professor. I saw him on the platform and decided I could do with some help." "Hoped isn't a problem," Hagrid answered guiltily, clearly struggling to meet the woman's eye. Sighing, McGonagall turned to the man. "Of course it isn't Rubius, although next time it might be worth sending a message to the school to let us know why Mr. Potter will be delayed in arriving. Potter, Nifedora, if you two go through now, you should be able to make it to the hall with the stragglers. If you come to my office after the feast, you can use my flow to go home, dear." After thanking her, Harry and Tonks calmly strolled through the door, until they were out of earshot of both the professors and students. Once free, they grinned at each other and began sprinting to the hall, neither wanting to be the last to enter. As they ran, Tonks subtly changed her appearance so that she had green eyes and long black hair, while transfiguring her robes to look like a Ravenclaw student. Upon reaching the entrance hall, Tonks suddenly let out a loud curse and slipped on a large puddle of water, taking Harry with her. At the sound of laughter, Harry looked around until he spied Peeves floating above them, an empty crate floating beside him. "Peeves," he grumbled, pulling first himself then Tonks to their feet. "Right, you've had your fun, now leave," he ordered the poltergeist, who flipped him the bird and blew a very loud raspberry. Annoyed, Harry activated his gauntlet and reached out his hand towards Peeves, summoning him to him and drawing a startled yell from the being. "I thought you were ordered to leave me alone, Peeves. Don't forget, I can hurt you if you attack me or my friends." At his threat, Peeves suddenly went pure white and limp, while shaking his head frantically. Disgusted, Harry flung Peeves through a nearby wall. I'm not going to question that, Tonks said eventually, as she vanished the water on the floor. Together they made their way into the Great Hall and to their seats across from Luna. When you said you would catch up with us, I didn't expect it to take this long, Luna said simply, holding a handkerchief up to her forehead. Neither did I. Hagrid wanted us to help escort the first years, Harry answered. What's up with the handkerchief? Oh, Peeves was throwing water balloons in the entrance hall, but I guess rocks must have gotten into the one he threw at me, Luna replied airily, although Harry could tell she had been hurt by the action. I'll kill him, Harry muttered, starting to stand only for Tonks to roughly pull him back down. Later, it would be better to do it when I'm not around since he does technically have human rights, Tonks replied, easily healing Luna's wound and removing the blood. Before Harry could react any further, the great doors opened and the first years were marched in, and he begrudgingly agreed to deal with Peeves later. As the sorting started, Harry noticed that over on the Gryffindor table Ron and Neville seemed to be in a debate with Sir Nicholas, although he couldn't make out what they were saying. Eventually the sorting ended and Dumbledore stood grandly. I have only 2 words to say to you all, tuck in. Hear, hear, Ron said loudly, drawing giggles from some of the students. As they loaded up their plates, Harry was disturbed by his magic giving a slight twitch and the air around him cooling. Focusing on the feeling, he turned to the empty seat beside him, to find the ghost of Helena Ravenclaw floating quietly. Good evening, my lady, Harry greeted her quietly. My lord, she replied, dipping her head demurely, the Ghost Council wishes for you to attend our meeting tonight. Peeves has been causing problems, especially amongst the house elves, but the Baron is reluctant to intervene on their behalf. I'll meet you all here an hour after the feast ends, we can talk then, Harry decided. Of course, Helena agreed, dipping her head once again before fading into nothingness. Now that she was gone, Harry could see the 5th-year prefect in front of him silently staring, clearly stunned. Raising his eyebrows at the boy, Harry turned back to his meal before it could grow cold. What was that about? Tonks asked curiously. Oh, after the ghosts found out my mithril affects them, they've started seeing me as some sort of lord. It's quite annoying actually, since they often bring mundane matters to my attention, but occasionally they bring up something important, Harry explained. Mad, Tonks muttered, shaking her head and returning to her own meal. Once the feast was over, Dumbledore got to his feet, signaling for everyone to quieten down and listen. So, now that we are all fed and watered, I must once more ask for your attention, he began, before going on about the latest additions to Filch's prohibited items list. From the twitching of Dumbledore's mouth, it was clear he found the situation quite amusing. As ever, I would like to remind you all that the forest on the grounds is out of bounds to students, as is the village of Hogsmeade to all below 3rd year. It is also my painful duty to inform you that the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not take place this year. At once the hall exploded with varying degrees of complaints. Some, like the Weasley twins, seemed too shocked to talk at all, while others like Malfoy were loudly complaining to those around them. This is due to an event that will begin in October and will continue throughout the school year, taking up most of the teachers' time and energy. As Dumbledore talked, Harry noticed the candles were slowly losing their light, while the large braziers along the edge of the hall dimmed. But, I am sure you will all enjoy it immensely. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year at Hogwarts, almost as if he had timed it, there was a deafening roar of thunder as the doors to the Great Hall banged open. The only light left was the occasional flash of lightning, and the few candles still lit were both hovering over the teacher's table or sat upon Dumbledore's podium. Despite this, Harry easily recognized the distinct form of Mad-Eye Moody. Several students audibly gasped when another fork of lightning temporarily illuminated his ruined face, magical eye whizzing around constantly before his features were once again hidden in shadow. In complete silence, he started walking down the length of the hall, fake leg clunking every other step. Seeing the shocked looks on his classmates, Harry felt a pang of pity for the Auror. He knew what it felt like for everyone to stare at you, especially when the school believed he had been the heir of Slytherin. Upon reaching Dumbledore, the two shook hands as Dumbledore leaned forward to mutter a question to Moody. Upon receiving an equally muffled response, the man directed Moody into the empty chair on his right-hand side. Even in Hogwarts, Moody still took the time to carefully inspect his meal, magical eye giving everything a careful glance. Having found the sausages safe, he reached into his overcoat and pulled out a set of gold-plated cutlery. From a distance they could have been mistaken for solid gold, although Harry knew differently. Having made the cutlery himself, he knew that they contained a mithril core, which would grow noticeably warm if they came into contact with anything poisonous. They would also magically return to Moody's pocket should they get too far away from him, although Harry knew the man kept a careful eye over them regardless. The gold coating restricted how useful the mithril could have been, but they gave the cutlery a huge resistance to foreign magic. May I introduce the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Moody? Dumbledore announced cheerfully, as if he was unaware of the current mood within the hall. Only 3 people bothered to clap: Dumbledore, Hagrid and Tonks, who whooped loudly. She seemed immune to the numerous stares the student body was now sending her way. Even Dumbledore's twinkling eyes didn't faze her. Thank you, Nymphadora. Dumbledore replied cheerfully. Beside him, Moody was indifferent to the silence as he reached into his coat once again and withdrew his mithril-hipped flask. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore once again drew the students back to him. As I was saying, we are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event which has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year. Harry was impressed about how well the headmaster kept his own opinions out of his speech. You're joking, one of the Weasley twins exclaimed, breaking the tension filling the hall and making several people laugh, including Dumbledore. I am not joking, Mr. Weasley. Although, now you mention it, over the summer I did hear an excellent joke about a troll, a hag and a leprechaun who all walk into a bar. Dumbledore began, only to be cut off by McGonagall coughing pointedly. But perhaps that is not the time. When did he have the time to hear a joke? He was at home most of the time. Harry quietly wondered, only to turn and find Tonks trying not to laugh and avoiding eye contact. You're a bad influence on him, Tonks. Harry muttered, poking her in the side where he knew she was ticklish. Where was I? Oh yes, the Triwizard Tournament. Well, some of you will not know what this tournament involves, so I hope those that do know won't mind if I give a short explanation, and allow their attention to wander freely. Seeing as Dumbledore seemed to be roughly repeating the same explanation he had told Harry, he let the words wash over him. And 1,000 galleons personal prize money. I'm going for it. The second Weasley twin hissed down his table, which easily carried over to the Ravenclaws. Despite being the most vocal, he was hardly alone in his sentiment, as whispers broke out over every table. Dumbledore continued his speech, getting progressively louder in order to be heard over the muttering students. When he mentioned the age limit, Harry thought the Gryffindors were going to riot. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving in October and remaining with us for the greater part of this year. I know that you will all extend every courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us, and will give your wholehearted support to the Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Fleur had said she would be at Hogwarts for the year when they had danced at the World Cup. Now he knew why. He had only sent one letter to Fleur after the match, saying that he was okay and hoping that she had gotten out okay. Her reply had confirmed that she and her family had gotten out, but that her grandmother was in a bad way. After Dumbledore dismissed the students, Harry remained seated as he waited for the crowds to clear. Over on the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins were holding court, clearly angry about the age limit. I need to talk to Dumbledore quick, Harry told Luna and Tonks, before he stood up and made his way up to the teacher's table. Ah, Harry, what can we do for you? Dumbledore asked upon spotting him. The ghosts wanted to hold a meeting here in an hour and wanted me to attend, so I wanted to ask permission to use the hall. I see no problem with that, so long as you don't stay up too late. You wouldn't want to miss your lessons. I believe Argus will be here cleaning by then, but I'm sure he won't disturb you. Knowing that the house elves were able to clean the hall with a snap of their fingers, Harry couldn't help thinking Dumbledore actually wanted Filch there as a spy. I'm sure the ghosts won't mind, Harry replied blithely. Seeing as he was done, Harry turned to go before McGonagall called out to him, Potter, you have transfiguration first thing tomorrow. We'll be covering the basics of animate to inanimate and then inanimate to animate. I know you read ahead, so as long as you already know this, I'll let you skip it due to exceptional events. Concentrating vividly, Harry tapped his wand against McGonagall's copper goblet, turning it into a small crow. The bird's feathers had a slight copper tint, but other than that it was perfect. Giving a soft caw, the crow spread its wings and flew up into the rafters. Consider yourself excused from tomorrow's lesson, McGonagall told him proudly, watching as the crow settled on a beam and began preening itself. Oh, and you can tell Ms. Tonks to go into the side chamber as I can activate the flow there. After saying farewell to Tonks, who would begin preparing for her belated oral exams, he and Luna made their way up to the Ravenclaw common room. He quickly went up to his dormitory and dumped his stuff down, before making his way back down and set off for the Great Hall. Someone, presumably Dumbledore, had moved the house tables to the side of the hall. Even though he was early, a few ghosts were already loitering within the hall, as well as Filch, who was carefully monitoring several animated brooms. Mrs. Norris watching the brooms cautiously from on top of the tables, her tail swishing back and forth patiently. Good evening, Mr. Filch. Huh. Oh. Good evening, lad. Filch replied grumpily. Harry frowned at the reply. Did I do something to upset you? Huh. Oh. No. Nah. You're grand, lad. It's Peeves. He's been causing problems all summer. What's he been doing? All sorts. He dropped a very rare and valuable vanishing cabinet out of a second-floor window, lined up the suits of armor on the grand staircase and knocked them over like dominoes, even painted the entire Quidditch pitch bright pink. He was apparently throwing water balloons in the entrance hall when the students came in, then threw one with a rock in it at Luna. That poltergeist also almost got the opening feast delayed for the first time in over 2 centuries. Somebody added from behind them. Turning, Harry recognized the ghost as Patrick Delaney Podmore, the leader of the Headless Hunt. Quite, hence why we called for Lord Potter to attend this meeting, Nicholas said stiffly, floating up through the floor. During their conversation, the hall had filled with ghosts. Harry was fairly sure at least half the ghosts in the hall didn't even live near Hogwarts, but he guessed the ghost council meetings gave the ghosts a distraction from being dead. With how many ghosts had gathered, the temperature within the hall had plummeted. Even Professor Binns had been dragged along, although given his expression his willingness to attend was up for debate. Seeing as Sir Nicholas looked ready to begin, Harry conjured chairs for both himself and Filch, then sat back to watch the show. As I believe we are all here, with the Lord's permission I call this meeting to order, Nicholas announced pompously, banging a transparent gavel noiselessly. What is the first item on the agenda? Scoffing, Patrick pushed his way to the front. You wrote the bloody thing, Nick. You know fully well that the blighter known as Peeves is the whole reason we are here. Sir Patrick has the floor, Nicholas proclaimed reluctantly. Peeves the poltergeist has terrorized this school since its inception. For too long we have been content to sit back and let him bask in his mischief, such that he now feels like he can spit in our faces and not get punished. Patrick called passionately, his voice easily echoing throughout the hall. Live and let live, I say. Peeves has gone so long without provoking our attention, he deserves another chance. Friar Becker, more commonly known as the Fat Friar, argued. Poppycock. He has been given far too many second chances. I say we banish him. Another ghost retorted angrily. Harry recognized him as the ghost who haunted the guard room. Do you know the damage he cast upon my precious armor? That armor saw me through many a battle. Even in death she serves me well and protects this school, but now she's dented and scratched. Enough. The bloody baron drawled, easily silencing the outbreak of bickering. I agree that Peeves has been acting erratically, but I hardly see that as justification to send him to oblivion. A shiver spread through the ghosts upon the final word, which caused the atmospheric magic within the room to ripple. What does he mean? Filch muttered, leaning towards Harry. Well, ghosts can't die, even when exorcised. The closest thing they have to what we would consider death is being sent to oblivion, but it isn't the same. When a living creature dies, their soul leaves the body, often carried by their magic. Ghosts form when that magic panics and tries to tether their soul to the earth, but without a physical body to inhabit they become like this. Harry indicated the ghosts around them. Well, when a ghost, or similar like Peeves, gets sent to oblivion, it means their soul and magic get forcefully separated. But a ghost's soul doesn't. Actually, it can't go anywhere, it just decays into nothingness. By choosing to stay as a ghost, you give up the option to experience whatever comes after death. Ghosts, scared of dying. Sort of, but it's worse for them. There are ways to call back the soul of a dead witch or wizard, even if it's only a fraction of that soul, such as priori incantatem or necromancy. When a ghost dies, they can never be recalled. They are gone completely. Let us not forget it is not up to us if we send Peeves to oblivion. Helena pointed out, drawing their attention back to the now silenced argument. Which is why we brought Lord Potter here. He can banish Peeves when we decide he's guilty. The guardroom ghost replied arrogantly. Seeing this as his cue, Harry stood abruptly as he snapped the gauntlet over his hand. At his rise, several ghosts backed away with something akin to fear. How funny, it almost sounded like you assumed I am here to simply cater to your whims. Harry said calmly, inwardly enjoying the terror radiating off the guardroom ghost. Of course not, my lord, I misspoke. The ghost replied timidly, refusing to make eye contact. See that it doesn't happen again. Tell me, what's your name? I am Captain Gillibertus Cadogan, my lord, Grand Protector of Hogwarts. In my life, I led the glorious Knights of Hogwarts. The ghost replied proudly, puffing up his chest. I see, now get out of my sight. Gulping, Cadogan started backing away, soon disappearing within the audience of ghosts. Now, it seems to me like you are simply reiterating the same arguments. However, my time is precious and I don't have time for this. So, you will divide into two groups, those that believe Peeves should be punished and those that believe he should be forgiven. You will then choose a spokesperson who will present a summary of your group's reasons. Myself, the Baron and Sir Nicholas will then decide based on what we are presented. It took a while for the ghosts to organize, but they were unwilling to anger Harry. After defeating the Dementors, they were under the impression he could destroy them all at a moment's notice. My lord, my group has finished discussion and has elected myself as spokesperson for the Forgive and Forget party. Friar Becker eventually said as he split off from his group. Then speak, sway us with your words. Nicholas commanded. My lord, while Peeves may enjoy playing practical jokes, we understand he has been testing us. We believe that if we give him one final chance he will see the error of his ways. Should he break this trust he will of course be punished. At the friar's words the other party started arguing angrily, yelling over each other and making a deafening cacophony of echoing sound. That was until Harry held his gauntleted fist in the air and made a fist. At once every ghost shut up and eyed the gauntlet warily. And how are you planning on conveying to Peeves that he is on his last chance? My lord. Well, if you don't tell him he is on his last chance, then how is he supposed to know he has been judged? I don't see him here, so unless one of you goes to him and tells him surely he will just assume he has gotten away with his crimes without punishment. We have never felt the need to do so in the past, my lord. The friar retorted angrily, only to remember who he was talking to. And Peeves acts as if he has never been punished before. Quite a correlation, I think you will agree. Now, what of the other party? My lord, I, Perseus Black, have been chosen to represent the banishment party. This past summer alone, Peeves has caused extensive property damage. His crimes include damaging a company of armor and statues, compromising the school's security, graffitiing the historic and sacred Quidditch pitch, near irreparable damage to a vanishing cabinet, which was once Hogwarts' primary evacuation option, polluting several classrooms with enough dung bombs to poison several Hogwarts elves, then releasing even more dung bombs within the kitchens when we refused to bend to his demands. For these crimes, along with a host of prior crimes, we demand nothing less than complete banishment. He must never be allowed to corrupt our hallowed halls again. Never again can he be allowed to endanger the living, nor can he be permitted to risk the school's security. Cheers broke out from the banishment party, who clearly assumed they had won the debate given the jeers they sent to the opposite party. That was until the Baron turned his gaze upon them and silenced them. What, my fellow? esteemed specters have not considered is that we cannot banish Peeves. Upon the creation of this great school, the founders feared threats of a paranormal persuasion. Their answer was to summon and contain a lower level spirit, then use it to detect and prevent threats that are far stronger. If we were to remove Peeves from the castle, then any malevolent spirit would be free to haunt the castle and do far more than simple property damage. The Baron explained. Do other magical buildings have similar protections? I have never heard of the ministry having a poltergeist. Harry asked. The ministry has defenses to discourage spirits. The ministry is also the base for professional spirit chasers and exorcists, so they don't really need an active prevention method. Myrtle said as she floated above the banishment group. I see. But, just because we can't banish him doesn't mean Peeves can't be punished, right? Of course. As long as Peeves remains within the grounds of Hogwarts and can exercise his powers. Helena confirmed. My mother made sure of this when he was bound. Well then, let us bring him forth for his punishment. Harry said, holding up his hand and concentrating on Peeves. After considerable effort, Harry was able to pinpoint the poltergeist's location to the trophy room. Locking onto his signature, he began pulling Peeves towards him. After several seconds had passed with no visible reaction, the ghost started to shift nervously, until a great banging started to grow louder. Eventually Peeves flew into the hall feet first, desperately trying to swim away without success. A slight twist of his wrist had Peeves spin around so that his throat landed within Harry's grip. The moment he had a hold of the poltergeist, Harry formed a band of mithril around his neck before dropping him to the floor. Immediately Peeves tried to phase through the floor, only for his new collar to block his escape. Not to be defeated, Peeves turned and tried to fly through the still open doors. His attempt failed when his collar suddenly jerked backwards when it reached the end of its metaphysical tether. Peeves, do you know why you are here? Harry asked vindictively, mentally drawing in the tether to bring Peeves even closer. Peeves be knowing nothing. Peeves was simply redecorating the trophy room when he was rudely dragged here. You are here, because we have decided you have reached the end of the line, Peeves. This past summer you endangered students, terrorized the house elves and even tried to sabotage Hogwarts' defenses. The Baron said dangerously, causing Peeves to visibly wilt. What happened to forgive and forget? Peeves whined, turning to stare at the friar hopefully. What happened was you attacked my friend. Harry replied coldly, pulling Peeves even closer to emphasize his point. I was just having a bit of fun. It's hardly my fault if the students can't handle a bit of water. I don't care for your excuses. The Baron has explained that we cannot banish you currently, although when the wards are upgraded I will ensure that changes. However, that doesn't mean you cannot be punished. As Harry talked, Peeves began to grow deathly pale, clawing at his collar desperately. I, Harry Potter, hereby sentence you to become a nonentity. You will be forced into intangibility and then locked into that state. You will be unable to interact with both objects and students, as well as being unable to talk unless you are addressed first. Any final words? You won't keep me trapped forever, Potter. I will break free, then I will make your life hell. I will take your friends one by one, until it is just me and you, and then I will rip your heart from your body. Peeves screamed frantically, lunging for Harry only to crash into an invisible shield charm. With barely a glance, Harry remotely accessed Peeves' collar and made it intangible, while also casting a constant silencing charm. As the collar changed, Peeves was forced to follow suit until he was practically invisible. With one final glare, Peeves dived down into the floor and out of sight. Well, unless there was anything else, I'm going to bed. For the first time in over a year, Harry returned to the Ravenclaw dormitories instead of his own private room. Dumbledore had convinced him to give the boys one final chance, to forgive them for assuming he was the heir of Slytherin from both their second and beginning of their third year. With a sigh, he collapsed onto his old bed and fell asleep almost immediately, only to open his eyes back in Tom Riddle's mansion. Upon his arrival, Tom raised his head from the table in surprise, yawning softly. I wasn't expecting you to show up. I had assumed you found a way to block me out. Well, it's a good thing you stayed up and waited. Harry replied sarcastically, as he sat down in an armchair. Peeves has been causing problems and the ghosts thought I could help them out, so we held a ghost court and discussed his crimes. Harry revealed, trying to earn some goodwill from the boy. Interesting. I didn't see Peeves all that much when I was a student, especially once I figured out the Cruciatus curse worked on poltergeists. But, I didn't bring you here to discuss Peeves. As a sign of good faith, and to prove I haven't gone back on our truce, I wanted to confirm that I wasn't behind the attack on the campsite. Well, that was obvious. To start with, I suspect you were asleep throughout the entire day, given how much magic you must have spent activating that ritual. Also, if you had the forces to attack the campsite, then you wouldn't be trying to stay on my good side. Actually, I was only asleep for half the day, but you are right, I was in no condition to conduct a riot. However, my older self also wasn't behind the attack, meaning it must have been rogue Death Eaters, or people imitating Death Eaters. How do you know? Harry asked curiously, leaning forward within his chair. When my older self experiences moments of strong emotion, I get to experience whatever happened to set him off. The day before the riots, he was killing some muggle that got too nosy. He specifically said it would be too dangerous to attack the World Cup. Your name got mentioned, by the way. Unsurprising. Voldemort seems obsessed with me. They say anything interesting? Very little, all things considered. He seems to be interested in kidnapping you, probably in several months' time. He is also trying to get an agent into Hogwarts. I suspect he will get them in via the Beauxbatons or Durmstrang congregations. I'll keep that in mind, but why are you telling me this? Surely it would be in your best interest for Voldemort to succeed. Actually, I've come to realize that as far as Voldemort is concerned, I'm a liability to his plans. Regardless of if I use my powers for good or evil, if Voldemort learns I exist, then he won't stop until he captures me. So, you need me to finish him off, so that you can replace him. Except, I have no chance to replace him, unless you happen to kill each other in the battle. I am honest enough to admit that in a fight I won't be able to defeat you. The only reason I planned on going evil was to allow me to play both sides of the coin so that I could rule. I'm considering trying to run for Minister of Magic, but I'm certain Dumbledore would try and stop me. Why do you even want to rule? Seems to me like trying to run magical Britain would be a huge pain. One moment the public loves you, the next they suddenly hate you because a newspaper told them to. Mainly I just want to be high enough that nobody can order me around. Tom admitted, before launching into his speech. As for dealing with the public, that's simple, I just wouldn't give them a choice. Take away control from the newspapers, control the Wizengamot, and you can stay in power for a very long time. With your help, we could cement my rule for as long as I lived. Between the two of us, nobody would be strong enough to tell us otherwise. Well, considering your future self is leading a terrorist organization bent on wiping out Muggles and Muggleborns, you know, like my mother, I can't really see myself supporting you politically. I don't hate Muggleborns, I personally just feel like Muggles are unworthy of raising Magicals. Whether Voldemort believes in blood supremacy is another matter. I just recognized it would be easier to control the purebloods if I appeared to share their beliefs. Particularly when you keep in mind it is only the purebloods who have a say in what laws get passed. So what? If you became the Minister of Magic, you would take Muggleborns from their families and raise them within the magical world? Harry asked slowly, finding himself considering the offer seriously. Essentially, you and I were both raised by Muggles, Muggles who took delight in abusing us while simultaneously fearing us for being better than them. Even the Muggles that aren't abusive can't give the child the support they need, which is why every year dozens of Muggleborns board the Hogwarts Express with absolutely no knowledge of magic. Imagine, if we took in the Muggleborns upon their birth, there would be no true Muggleborns, only trueborn and adopted. Every child that boarded the train for Hogwarts would already know about our world, maybe even have some experience using magic. Memory charms can ensure the parents won't notice, especially if we replace the Muggleborns with squibs. Squibs can be modified to let them use magic. Harry argued. In practice, you would either need to obliviate entire hospitals every time a Muggleborn was born, or work out a deal with their government where they willingly hand over their citizens. The details can be worked out later. Regardless, I won't be able to become minister for at least 10 years, assuming I can forge a valid identity within the year. I can't use the magical names I am legitimately related to, like the Gounts, without drawing Voldemort's attention. I still haven't decided I'm supporting you, but I am willing to make you a deal. I am going to assume you have the same immortality as Voldemort. As far as I can tell, although given recent developments I'm not sure I trust my own immortality. Tom replied hesitantly, unwilling to reveal too much. Well, how about this? Given that we are both immortal, there's no need to rush into anything. In 6 years, when I turn 20, I will be expected to become the new Lord Potter. When this happens, I will need to know my way around our government, as well as how to make political allies and gain power. You are in the perfect position to learn everything I will need to learn. So, I spend the next 6 years refining my knowledge of the Wizengamot, then pass my knowledge on to you. Then when you reach 20 you help me with my goals. I'll definitely read over your plan and consider it. By then I hope you will have more than a few vague bullet points ready. I will also be able to award you with a family title, which will give you the legitimacy you need. And, if Voldemort manages to kill you, I assume you won't write me into your will. Tom pointed out. If Voldemort manages to kill me, I would imagine your ambitions would be the least of your worries. You may have a point. Fine, I can wait 6 years. Just for both our sakes, don't tell anyone we have an agreement. I doubt Dumbledore would be happy you are working with me, especially considering we are working against his precious muggles. I'll stay silent for as long as I have no reason to speak out against you, prove I can trust you, and I'll try and do more to help your image. Very well. By the way, Voldemort's servant was called Wormtail. They were also going to free a faithful servant, but I don't know who that could have been. The next morning Harry awoke to an empty dorm room, his notice not from the night before ensuring his roommates hadn't tried to wake him up. A Tempest charm told him lessons would start in less than 5 minutes, making him exceptionally glad he had been excused. Dressing quickly, he tucked his school robe into his coat pocket where it joined his invisibility cloak, before turning the coat invisible. With that done, Harry made his way down to his workshop, which was undisturbed. However, he didn't immediately enter. Instead, he withdrew a stick of chalk and slowly walked further down the hall, leaving a trail of chalk along the wall as he went. When he reached the end of the hall, he turned and inspected the line. He remembered Tom mentioning his workshop was close to Tom's private classroom, prompting him to see just how close it was. The left side of the corridor held 7 visible doors for the 8 rooms, the 8th, hidden, door leading to the cupboard Harry had hidden and used to protect his workshop. The right side of the corridor, however, only had 6 visible doors. He knew the 7th door led to his workshop, but that didn't explain the missing 8th door. His mind tried to rebel against the idea of an 8th, but his Mithrilium allowed him to fight back. Which allowed him to see the gap in the chalk line near the end of the hall, exactly across from the door of another unused classroom. As far as his mage sight was aware, the wall was no different to every other wall in Hogwarts. Shrugging, Harry summoned his saber and stuck it hilt deep into the wall. Barely a second later, the stone around the saber started bubbling and dropping onto the floor, making Harry step back hastily. A moment later, with a shock wave of magic, the protections around the doorway broke. Using his Magizite, he realized the wall was waiting for him to provide it a drop of blood, which would then be checked for Tom Riddle's magic. If the blood was wrong, the stone bricks would remain unchanged. However, if it was Tom's blood, then somehow the bricks would become intangible. Somehow, Tom had convinced Hogwarts to wall over the doorway, which explained why his Magizite had been useless. Then a subtle notice knot rune kept him from noticing the missing doorway. Unfortunately for Tom, the notice knot meant Harry subconsciously lifted the chalk until he reached the end of the doorway. While Harry would love to break into the room, he didn't doubt Tom had layered the room in as many BP traps as possible. As such, he needed to wait until Dumbledore was present to help deal with anything that came up. A small block of mithril emitting a notice knot field placed inside the saber's hole ensured nobody would find the room by accident. Until then, he needed to move his workshop to somewhere more secure. Tom had been able to find his workshop despite the protections and almost broke into it, while incredibly weakened. It also gave him an excuse to test out new ideas and to expand his space even further. Entering his workshop, he first collected the few items that weren't made of mithril, such as Luna's easel and his books. They all went into the Gringotts bag he had used to take his kiln home. The bag was already starting to fall apart, but it would last for a few more days. The bag was then placed out into the corridor under a mithril-generated notice knot. With that done, all that was left within the room was his mithril. He was unwilling to completely destroy them, since he had spent years decorating them. Whenever he had grown bored, he had idly formed patterns and decorations on whatever he had his hands on, whether it be the shelves or his table. While his artistic skills were nothing compared to Luna's, his mithril reacted to his ideas and made something beautiful from it. His only option therefore was to shrink the mithril, which came with its own problems. It had taken him days to form some of his furniture, before he figured out how to make them self-expanding. There was an easy way to shrink them, of course. If he drew runes on the furniture, they would start to lose magic, shrinking as a byproduct. But, by the time they got small enough to transport, it would be hard to remove the runes. Luckily for Harry, he had spent several nights thinking over this problem. The easy part was making a tool to s.k. the magic out of his furniture, which was easily done. He just had to reuse the power lines from the original mithril generator. The problem was dealing with the magic when it was inside the tool. The tool he had created looked like a horseshoe magnet fixed onto the end of a Muggle rifle, with the two prongs pointed outward. The mithril had been programmed to s.k. magic out of whatever it was touching and turn it into the Patronus fire, which would easily keep up with the incoming magic while being harmless to Harry. Cautiously, Harry stuck the tool against his table, which instantly erupted in the incredibly bright pale blue flames of his Patronus fire. Under the fire, the table began to shrink at an alarming rate, such that after just 4 seconds Harry hastily withdrew the shrinking tool. Once the flames died, the table could have easily fit within a dollhouse, which easily fit within an empty pocket he had reserved for the move. Slowly Harry shrunk everything within the room, until his expanded pocket was full of miniature furniture. The mithril plates covering the walls, floor and ceiling were harder to shrink, since they formed a complete box. The only way to shrink them was when he was inside the box, which had the risk of crushing him inside. The first step was to return the room to its original size and shape. He could then separate the panels and shrink them individually. Starting with the ceiling, he first removed the cores, then shrunk the panels into oblivion. Once done, the room was back to its original state, albeit less dusty. He left the protections on the door, since it would distract anyone should they try and attack him. With that, he closed the door for the final time. Having already chosen the spot for his new workshop, he made his way to an unassuming still life painting of a Templar knight on the 5th floor. The first thing Harry had noticed when had first seen the painting was the relatively large pure black stone in the pommel of the knight's sword, the triangular sign of the Deathly Hallows indicating it could have been the Resurrection Stone. The next thing he had noticed was the extremely unique handle of the sword, the nodules running down its length being eerily similar to the Elder Wand. Finally, instead of the traditional pure white cloak, the knight wore the silver invisibility cloak. "Professor, is this one of the Peverell brothers?" Harry had asked midway through his second year. "Yes and no, Harry, yes and no. This painting is called the Lord Peverell, and as you correctly identified, it contains all 3 of the Hallows. However, we cannot know if it was inspired by one of the brothers using all 3 Hallows for a battle, or if the artist saw the 3 brothers individually using their Hallow and imagined what it would be like to have all 3. How would Cadmus use his Hallow in battle?" Harry had asked Riley. "Can you not imagine how the ability to raise the dead would help in a battle, Harry? We know for a fact the brothers took part in many battles before they returned to England, which gives us some insight into the true power of the Hallows. By all accounts, Antioch was the strongest, but it was Cadmus who scared the enemy. Imagine, Harry, being an enemy soldier under those conditions. You've seen both friend and foe slain around you, then Cadmus steps onto the battlefield and raises them into a form of undead. If you had gained any ground before then, you would have found yourself sandwiched between the dead and the living. If you lost ground, then the force you are losing to just became significantly stronger. Never mind the fact it is harder to kill the undead, especially if you're a Muggle." "Oh," Harry muttered simply, having never realized the full power of the Resurrection Stone. He had always assumed it would be limited to calling back shades, just like in the tale of Brothers 3. The painting itself was life-size, with the knight easily being 6 foot tall with a good foot above and below the knight. However, he wasn't there to look at the painting again. According to the Marauder's map, there was a secret passage behind this particular painting. Upon activating the map, he was impressed to see it had automatically honed in on his position. As he watched the map, a small speech bubble appeared next to his name tag, just as Sirius had claimed in his letter, revealing the password for the passageway. Next to the speech bubble was a small warning, telling him the passageway was considered one way, so that once he was inside, the only way out was to leave via the other exit. Annoyingly, his Magizite was unable to identify the entrance, the magic within both the painting and wall behind it hiding any other magic. Rather unoriginally, the password turned out to be Hallowed Dream, something Harry thought was too obvious given the painting's subject. Upon proving the painting with the password, a ripple passed over the painting, but other than that nothing happened, until Harry cautiously placed his hand against the painting only for it to fall right through. Just like the entrance to platform 9 3/4, the painting had become temporarily intangible. Unfortunately, the bit of wall under the wall turned out to have remained tangible when Harry smashed his foot against the solid wall. The collision made him lose his balance and launched him into and through the painting, falling heavily onto the small landing behind the painting and narrowly avoiding a suit of armor. Standing quickly and dusting himself off, Harry looked around in interest. As the map had promised, the passageway was a small landing at the bottom of a spiral staircase, which he knew led up to another small landing. Climbing up the staircase led Harry to the second landing, which was an exact twin to the one below, except for the small archway beside the suit of armor. The archway led into the back of a tapestry, hiding the passageway from view. Consulting the map revealed the archway led to the tapestry corridor, located on the first floor. How the castle made a passageway from the 5th floor and end up on the first floor was far beyond Harry's comprehension, unless the castle somehow made use of portals. Before descending the staircase, Harry formed a disc of mithril and carefully stuck it to the back of the suit of armor. Harry then did the same with the armor at bottom of the staircase, allowing him to control both suits at the same time. The mithril discs would keep a constant communication going with each other, keeping an internal count of magical beings entering and leaving the passageway. Harry then linked the bottom armor to the mithrilium within his arm, allowing him to find out if somebody was waiting within the passageway. With that done, Harry climbed the staircase till he felt he was around halfway up, then placed his palm flat against the wall and concentrated upon his magic. Using just his magic, he asked Hogwarts to move an unused classroom to behind the wall. To his great surprise, Hogwarts agreed instantly, without any compromises or bartering. His confusion didn't last long, as the castle communicated its reason, which was remarkably similar to his mithril ideologies. In short, the castle recognized he was working on a way to improve the school protections and needed somewhere to work on those protections, as such it willingly gave him use of the room. Silently thanking the castle, Harry entered the room and began the process of turning it into his workshop. With a new and empty room to work with, Harry was planning on letting himself go wild with the possibilities. That lunch, Harry received a small note via Corvus. Meeting today. Usual place, period 4. S. It would be a rush to get from the top of the divination tower all the way down to Snape's office, but considering Greengrass was in his class, he wouldn't be the last to arrive. Hey Harry, what did you think of the great bouncing ferret? Ron asked eagerly, having popped up behind Harry without him noticing. What? Harry questioned, spinning around to look at Ron. What did you think of Moody turning Draco into a ferret? Ron asked slowly. I think that sounds kind of cruel. When was this? Oh, I assumed you were there. This morning the prophet talked about how my dad went off to help Moody yesterday and needlessly embarrassed the ministry. Anyway, it included a picture of Mum in front of the burrow and Malfoy was being a prat about it. But then Neville turns around and insulted Malfoy's mum. Apparently he saw her a few times at the balls he's forced to attend. Anyway, we turned to leave and Malfoy tried to fire a curse at us from behind, but Moody just appeared and started yelling about how cowardly Malfoy was. Then he whipped out his wand and turned Malfoy into a ferret and started bouncing him around. Ron explained excitedly. That seems a bit harsh for a punishment, even if Draco shouldn't have been trying to shoot you in the back. Imagine how terrifying it would be to get forced into the shape of a ferret and then bounced around. I guess. Bloody brilliant though. Today, class, we will be leaving the realm of palmistry and entering the subtle art of hydromancy. Having predicted the heavy rainfall we witnessed last night, I had left several barrels outside to collect the rainwater, such that we may begin our journey with hydatoscopy. Harry subtly looked through the lesson planner Trelawney had provided the year before. So far every lesson subject had happened exactly as written, including the one lesson on hydatoscopy that Monday and again on the Wednesday the week after. The lesson was extremely interesting, seeing as Trelawney had them all partner up and share a bowl between them. One would then hold a piece of string tied to a small copper ring and slowly swing it and knock it against the side of the bowl. The partner would then look down on the bowl and try to divine the future from the reflections and ripples. You might as well try to divine first, Harry, we both know I'm useless at it. Neville said forlornly, having teamed up with Harry as was normal. Soon the dull sounds of metal on wood rang throughout the classroom, along with the occasional splash and Lavender's, "Not so hard, Ron. You're trying to tap the bowl, not break it." At first all Harry could see was water, but with each ripple Harry began to see something, when a ripple managed to catch the light from a nearby candle and filled the reflection with the still image of orange fire. As the next ripple spread across the surface, the flames moved under the wave before freezing again in the still water. With each subsequent ripple the image progressed, until something dark green and covered with spikes started to appear behind the flames. Just as Harry was hoping to get a clearer image, the reflection was shattered by the ring falling into the water. Whoops. Sorry, Harry, the string slipped out of my fingers. Neville apologized. It's fine, Neville, Harry replied tiredly, used to the boy's bouts of clumsiness. Why don't we swap places? Just remember, don't focus on the bowl or the water and don't try to force anything, just think about something and let the water guide you. As the lesson wrapped up, Harry-eyed Daphne Greengrass hurriedly put her book and wand into her bag and briefly whispered to her friend. As if feeling his gaze, she suddenly straightened and looked around the room until she spotted him and raised an eyebrow challengingly. Harry sent back a smirk and bobbed his eyebrows mockingly, which elicited a glare back. The moment Trelawney told the class they could go, Greengrass was making her way down the ladder. Harry followed at a more sedate pace, but instead of going down the spiral staircase like his classmates, he carried on down the corridor until he judged he was above the entrance. Before doing anything else, Harry undid the transfiguration on his school robes, returning them back into his blue-gray trench coat. Then, keeping a firm grip on his wand, Harry opened a nearby window long enough for him to slip out onto the battlements, the courtyard 8 stories below looking very small. After making sure his feather light charm had been applied properly, Harry jumped off the battlements before his nerves could set in. As he fell, he sent out his magic to direct most of the air into a shield, making the fall considerably more bearable. Despite the shield working, Harry felt like it should have been better, given his previous control over air, even if it had been some time since he last practiced his wandless aerokinesis. When the ground grew uncomfortably close, Harry quickly cancelled his feather light charm so that he could cast the Arresto Momentum charm. He had needed to wait so that when his weight returned to normal he wouldn't have time to reach terminal velocity, just in case his slowing charm failed. Between the resistance from his air shield, his prior lightness and his body's enhanced strength, his impact with the ground would have been fairly painful as opposed to fatal. His caution was not needed, however, seeing as his charm worked perfectly and slowed him such that he came to a complete stop a few inches above the ground. He easily cancelled his charm and air shield and casually strolled into the entrance hall, externally ignoring the shocked stares from the nearby students. Don't try that, he warned over his shoulder, belatedly deciding he should act responsible around the students. Once out of sight, he picked up his pace and jumped several steps at a time down the staircase into the dungeons. With significant time to spare, Harry found himself outside Snape's office, which was regrettably locked. Knowing Snape disapproved of him breaking into his office, Harry elected to wait in the hall, which had nothing to do with wanting to see Greengrass face upon being beaten. A few minutes later, the girl soared into the hallway and up to Snape's still locked door, completely oblivious to the grinning Harry. He's not in there yet, Harry unnecessarily commented, drawing her attention. How How did you get here so fast? Daphne demanded between great gasping breaths, clearly unused to the exercise. I took a shortcut. Harry remained smoothly, internally cheering over his excellent grasp of comedy. Daphne glared at him suspiciously, before trying to valiantly sort out her uniform and hair. Harry was extremely impressed when she waved her wand over her hair and magically brushed and straightened it, before doing the same with her uniform to remove the creases. Before Daphne could argue any further, Snape marched into the hallway, cloak billowing behind him. In, he said curtly, unlocking and opening his door with a single wave of his wand. Daphne waited until they were inside the room before saying, "You told me to come alone, Professor." "Quite right, Miss Greengrass, instructions you clearly had no issues following." "Of course. But then why is Potter here if this was meant to be a private meeting?" "Ah, the answer to that is that this isn't a private meeting. At least not one in the sense you might have been expecting. Since your first year, Potter has been coming here once a week for extracurricular lessons. At the end of last year, we had the opportunity to obtain a large supply of highly sensitive and rare potion ingredient, giving us the exceedingly rare opportunity to study how it will react with different potions. Due to your exceptional results in your potion work, I felt it was apt to invite you to our small group." Daphne looked suspiciously between the two of them, as if expecting one of them to break down and reveal it was all a big joke. "So, what is this ingredient? I know a great deal of high-quality salamander skin was briefly on the market, but they are hardly sensitive ingredients." "A quantity of Dementor ash," Snape replied simply, the corner of his mouth twitching up in what passed as a smile. "But that's impossible. We would have heard if you had bought a large amount of ash, and anyway, the Ministry only releases a few kilograms every month." Daphne denied, shaking her head softly. "You are of course correct. I have no doubt your father would have heard if myself or the school purchased the ash. However, as it stands, we had no reason to purchase the ash given we were given it from a temporary supply outside the Ministry." "You took it from the Dementors while they were here," Daphne concluded, sounding quite impressed. "Actually, the ash I collected throughout the year was barely enough to produce a basic potion. It was Potter who provided a cauldron's worth of the ash." "Why would Potter have a large collection of ash? Especially given it loses potency after a year. I went to war with the Dementors at the end of the year, which caused them to drop a huge amount of ash. By the time I was finished, it looked like the clearing had been covered in snow," Harry explained. But I thought that was just a myth, or at the least an exaggeration, like how some claim you went into the Chamber of Secrets second year and killed a 1,000-year-old basilisk or killed Professor Quirrell. Actually, none of those were exaggerated. I can show you the chamber if you don't believe me," Harry replied, grinning at Daphne's stupefied expression. "As painful as it is to admit, Potter is correct. As it stands, we have a cauldron full of Dementor ash and less than a year to use it. Are you interested in joining us, Miss Greengrass?" "Of course I am," Daphne agreed instantly. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.